Everyone was surprised, and their gazes toward Yi Qing changed. Actually, Han Wenhui had just realized that Yi Qing was not a rival. She thought Yi Qing couldn't quickly shift her focus from her brother out of love turned to hate. But since Yi Qing was against her, she felt the need to teach her a lesson and mislead others about Yi Qing. Indeed, when Han Wenhui said this, it seemed like her brother had casually found a small star in the entertainment industry, and now she was here, being friendly with another man right after their breakup. It was clear she had a higher target. No wonder Miss Xiao had been emphasizing her contributions earlier. Was she trying to matchmake? Xiao Wei initially did not realize this. After all, she thought Yi Qing was on the same level as her. However, seeing the way others looked at Yi Qing, she quickly understood that she had caused trouble for Yi Qing, leading people to misunderstand her intentions in delivering the herbal medicine. As she was trying to figure out how to explain this complicated situation, she heard Yi Qing say with a smile, "We broke up a long time ago. Since he cheated, we have been separated mentally. Although he has been persistent, to me, we have been apart for over 6 months." The room fell silent. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Wenhui's voice suddenly became low, filled with warning. There was no need for such a response. It felt intentional. Yi Qing shrugged. "This is easy to find online." "Are you confused?" At this, everyone gasped. This was not Yi Qing's usual scene. She didn't want to stand out. But since Han Wenhui wouldn't let it go, she decided to be straightforward. If she sensed any malice, she would retaliate even harder. It seemed Han Wenhui still hadn't recognized the new Yi Qing after the last incident, thinking she could act superior like her younger siblings. Han Wenhui was indeed shocked. She didn't expect Yi Qing to publicly expose her and insult her. After all, she was Han Liken's older sister and the head of the Han family. Facing Yi Qing, Han Wenhui didn't take her seriously. In previous encounters with her younger sister and brother, she had stayed in the background and hadn't faced Yi Qing directly. She still believed Yi Qing would naturally fear her, and even if she wanted to fight back, she wouldn't be able to overcome her control. Despite her rebellious spirit, she thought Yi Qing wouldn't cause any real trouble under her watch. However, she never imagined that now, with no support and relying on public opinion to turn things around, Yi Qing would dare to bite back at her. Han Wenhui's face filled with authority as she prepared to retort, wanting to humiliate Yi Qing until she felt ashamed. But Xiaoheng suddenly interrupted, saying, "Teacher, I've eaten. You can go back now. I need to rest." Han Wenhui's anger was immediately cut off. It felt as if Xiaoheng was allowing Yi Qing to insult her while also favoring Yi Qing, denying her the chance to retaliate. The elder understood that Xiaoheng had reached his limit. If it were just Xiaoheng, he could barely maintain his dignity, but since Han Wenhui had attacked his guest, he could no longer tolerate it. "Hurry up and get up, all right, since Xiaoheng is fine now, let's not disturb him any longer. Let's go. He smiled at Xiaoheng and said, "Wishing you a speedy recovery. There are still many projects waiting for you." Xiaoheng nodded and told his assistant, "Xiaoguo, see our guests out." Even though Han Wenhui was reluctant, she had no reason to stay and could only give Yi Qing a cold glance before leaving with the others. The old professor had nothing to do either, so he left as well, asking Yi Qing to contact the provider of the medicinal dishes for collaboration. Once the ward was quiet again, Xiao Wei was surprised and said, "Uncle, you actually ate so much. You really have an appetite." Yi Qing looked over. Although the portions were small, he had eaten most of the 12 dishes, which was quite impressive. Xiaoheng nodded and thanked Yi Qing, saying, "Thank you for the medicinal dishes. They really whet my appetite." Yi Qing thought about the important matter but couldn't say it directly, so she vaguely replied, "As long as President Xiao likes it, that's good. I will leave the recipe behind. The person who gave me the recipe said that if you have a particular craving for any dish, it means that dish is the most suitable for you." Ji Wen immediately chimed in, "That's true. Yi Qing, give me that person's contact information, and I'll introduce you for a fee later." There was no contact information, but money could be made. "Oh, she fully authorized me. Since you know Xiao Wei, I can choose to collaborate with you, but the price." I guarantee you won't be shortchanged. You can choose between a buyout or collaboration. Of course, collaboration. Before Yi Qing could respond, Xiao Wei answered for her. Your family has a medicinal dish hall, which is channels for public service and high-end customization. A one-time buyout is definitely not as good as profit sharing. You can't trick my sister. Jiwon smiled. It's about whether you want to earn money slowly or get rich overnight. After all, these 12 recipes could be worth millions. If we collaborate, you'll need to pay me $1 million upfront plus 2% of future sales. Since medicinal dishes are not medicine, if someone else develops similar effects midway, the sales will naturally decline. Xiao Wei looked at Yi Qing. Although she didn't understand much, she didn't need a lot of money right now and thought it would be better to take a long-term approach. Let's collaborate. Xiao Wei nodded. Then you should prepare the contract now. Okay, Jiwon said, immediately going out to prepare. After he left, Xiao Wei picked up her phone and started searching for information, saying, Don't worry, my sister won't let you lose out. If the collaboration terms aren't reasonable, we won't sign. Yi Qing turned her head and found Xiao Heng as a witness. She smiled awkwardly and said, Even though I'm selling the recipe, I'll leave it for you, Mr. Xiao, for personal use. It shouldn't be a problem. Consider it my apology. Xiao Heng's gaze flickered, and he slightly averted his eyes. He didn't like being in debt to others and replied, You don't need to apologize. I can pay a higher price for this herbal recipe.
Yi Qing was surprised.
Does Jiwa know you two are playing like this? At that moment, Xiao Wei interrupted, No way. Jiwan was the first to buy it, and this recipe was hard-earned by Yi Qing. It's not something that can be measured by money, so you should owe her a favor. When Yi Qing needs something in the future, you must return the favor. While saying this, Xiao Wei winked at Yi Qing. After all, Xiao Heng's favor wasn't something worth just a few million. It was like having a powerful ally when needed. Yi Qing thought, Your uncle really has a good niece, but she's also my good sister. Yeah, we've already agreed with Mr. G, Yi Qing said. She wasn't the kind to be overly principled. She believed in taking advantage of opportunities and wouldn't let her sister's efforts go to waste. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched, and he couldn't argue with the young girl. After all, he had a niece who was quite persuasive. He could only agree helplessly. After a while, Xiao Wei confirmed that the cooperation method was fair, so when Jiwan happily came over with the contract, it was signed smoothly. He probably didn't realize that the contract had gone through some twists and turns. When Assistant Xiao Guo returned, Xiao Wei and Yi Qing took their leave. Just as the door closed, they heard Xiao Heng instructing Xiao Guo, contact the planning department and find a suitable reason to gradually downgrade the few people who came today from the target project group to the secondary project group. Yi Qing was a bit confused, but Xiao Wei chuckled and said, Let them help my uncle today, and then get demoted. Is this settling scores later? Yi Qing asked curiously. I thought your uncle didn't react at the time. I thought he was easy to talk to. At that moment, she had thought Xiao Heng was a distant and aloof person, but she didn't expect him to be quite tolerant of things that made him uncomfortable. Haha, do you think my uncle is the type to confront someone directly and then turn cold? He's not the kind of person who lets his emotions control him. The older generation believes in leaving a way out for future encounters and then striking from behind. These people in the country have probably forgotten what my uncle is really like. After just a few months of interaction, they actually think he's easy to deal with. It's hilarious. My uncle has reached this high position through some shady dealings. This summary makes Yi Qing seriously suspect that Xiao Wei's uncle is often heard because she has brought him up too many times. It's just a matter of probability. Afterward, the two went their separate ways, with Xiao Wei becoming a workaholic and Yi Qing returning home to video chat with Shen Shuangyu to report on the situation. This is the whole process of me going to apologize, but unexpectedly gaining a favor and a bonus project because of your medicinal dishes. Hee, you're my lucky star. Shen Shuangyu wanted to laugh, but after thinking about what Yi Qing just said, she felt uneasy. But it seems you also gained an enemy. Are you talking about Han Wenhui? We already have a feud. Even without today's conflict, she would find trouble with me. After all, I've already caused trouble for two members of the Han family. Given Han Wenhui's temperament, she won't let me off easily and will eventually find a way to take revenge. But thinking about it, maybe Xiao Wei's uncle helped me avoid a disaster. Shen Shuangyu asked how so. When I caused trouble for the Han family, I was actually on guard for quite a while, but Han Wenhui didn't make any moves. At first, I found it strange, but then I forgot about it. Now that I think about it, maybe Xiao Wei's uncle diverted Han Wenhui's attention, which allowed her to overlook me. Shen Shuangyu said, "Now that she has noticed, you need to be careful." I know. Right now, I mainly go between the set and home, and since I have no weaknesses, it's not easy for them to find trouble with me. Plus, I have Xiao Wei protecting me. As long as Han Wenhui wants to marry into the Xiao family, she won't easily offend Xiao Wei. Shen Shuangyu thought for a moment and said, "Since medicinal recipes can make money, the recipes I have should also help you earn. If they are lost recipes and not harmful to health, they should be quite profitable. After all, medicinal dishes don't really cure illnesses. Their prices are limited, but recipes are different. Some recipes can be worth a large company." Shen Shuangyu's eyes lit up. "I will find a way to collect more recipes. Valuable ones will probably cost a lot. You need money right now, so don't worry about me."
I really don't need money that much.
Yi Qing was telling the truth. Although there are various unavoidable expenses as an artist, she could earn a lot if she wanted to. There are many ways to do so. I want to support you to become the richest person in the Zhou dynasty, but I don't have that goal. If I feel inspired, I just want to get some good things from you to make a little profit. Shen Shuangyu said, "Money isn't the main goal. You mentioned before that as long as you make enough money to live freely, that would be fine. But now you have a strong enemy, so just being comfortable isn't enough anymore." Yi Qing immediately understood. When they discussed Shen Shuangyu's future, they talked about bringing in some powerful officials as investors once the business started to grow. If they could involve the royal family, that would be even better. If the little princess weren't so young and innocent, the emperor and empress wouldn't let her take part in these matters, but she would be the best choice. In short, gaining powerful allies would allow Shen Shuangyu to develop safely. If conflicts arose, she wouldn't fear retaliation. Once their interests were closely tied, they would become her strongest support.
Then,
there would be hope for revenge. Shen Shuangyu worried about Yi Qing's situation. Although Yi Qing told her that their current legal society was much safer than ancient times, Shen Shuangyu still wanted to plan for Yi Qing's safety. "I may not have your skills in business, so you hope I make money and then invest in some." Shen Shuangyu replied, "For example, you can continue to collaborate with the traditional medicine family that buys herbal dishes, deepening their need for you. The money you earn can be invested in the government or in the forces she fears. I remember you mentioned receiving an invitation from the authorities. You can use that to ensure that when she tries to harm you, she has to consider not just your friends, but other powers as well. That way, you'll be the safest." Yi Qing looked at Shen Shuangyu on the screen, frowning as she thought of her, and smiled. After avoiding the Yi family, even facing possible malice from the Han family, she felt a sense of ease, as if she could handle whatever came her way. But Shen Shuangyu still tightened her resolve, warming her heart. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. But compared to my situation, yours is more important. You focus on making money first, then help me. We're not in a hurry. We can take our time." Shen Shuangyu thought about it and agreed, smiling as she said, "I've already discussed it with Granny's son and the others. Following your suggestion, I'm planning to create a snack shop that can sell to customers and also serve them inside. So I intend to buy a 3-story shop." 3 stories? Yes. The first floor will sell snacks, the second floor will have private seating for women only, and the third floor will have private rooms, which can be for women only or for mixed groups. After all, without the authority of a women's academy, we cannot completely stop male guests, as it might raise suspicion and rumors. We should avoid being too abrupt with the female guests on the second floor, so we will set up screens to separate the stairway, making it more straightforward. In fact, this kind of snack shop is not much different from a restaurant or a tea house. It is a public place, so it doesn't need to be overly strict, just enough to convey the right message. Moreover, There is a clever strategy here. Private rooms have higher spending, and male companions are usually well off, making private rooms a good fit. That sounds good, but it will increase the budget. Do you have enough money now? So, the shopkeeper's role should be considered last. It's the least important. Even if I try to hide things, those who want to find out can still uncover them. If I don't show myself, others won't be too curious either. That's true. I think we can skip the milk tea for now. Fruit tea is more suitable and will save some costs. I'll send you the recipes I prepared earlier for you to record, and you can try making them later. Yi Qing is action-oriented and immediately went to copy the recipes. These recipes were developed after researching the available fruits for the snacks, so they can be used right away. Shen Shuangyu went to the study to start recording. Once they finished several fruit tea recipes, they moved on to the most important topic, the storyteller. After all, the initial method to attract customers might rely on this. As for storytelling, we can build a high platform between the second and third floors for someone to perform. However, since our shop will likely have more female guests than male, I am wondering if we should find a female storyteller. But female storytellers are quite rare and maybe hard to find. Yi Qing thought for a moment and opened various ebooks of classic literature, such as Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, Dream of the Red Chamber, The West Chamber, and other ancient novels written by modern authors. How about you choose a story first? If I send you the first few paragraphs, you can look forward to the rest, and then select a storyteller for that story. That night, the two stayed up late before finally deciding on the type of story to start with. Selling dowries, buying a new shop, renovating, confirming new fruit teas and snacks, acquiring new ingredients, purchasing beautiful utensils, and preparing staff. In just half a month, Shen Shuangyu was incredibly busy, but everything was ready. However, she faced a challenge in finding a storyteller. Based on the chosen story, Shen Shuangyu felt that a female storyteller would have the best effect. There are very few female storytellers, and they need enough experience to describe a story vividly, even providing voices for the characters, which makes it even harder. So, Shen Shuangyu had Yun Tao go to the storytelling club every day to find a suitable candidate. Until today, as the store opening time approached, Shen Shuangyu had to go herself. If she couldn't find a suitable person, she would have to relax her requirements. As Shen Shuangyu entered the storytelling club, she saw comments floating by. Finally finished filming, time for a break. Shen Shuangyu smiled. Hey, where is this? A storyteller? A theater troupe? Wow, so many artistic workers. Haven't you found a suitable storyteller yet? Shen Shuangyu nodded slightly. If it really doesn't work, a man would be fine too. It mainly depends on the performance. That was Shen Shuangyu's plan as well. Just as she was about to ask Yun Tao to find the manager, a thin girl of about 15, wearing patched clothes, approached them and said to Yun Tao, I heard this sister is looking for a female storyteller. Can I give it a try? It was Yun Tao's first time encountering someone who volunteered. At your age, are you an apprentice? The girl looked nervous for a moment but replied honestly, I am learning to sing opera, but I am very good at telling stories. The kids in my village used to gather around to listen to me. I can perform a short piece. It won't take much time. The girl spoke faster as if afraid Yun Tao would not give her a chance. Your voice sounds good. Shen Shuangyu looked closely at the girl. Her sleeves and pants were too short, and there were marks on her arms, indicating she had been with a strict theater troupe and was not living well. It took courage for her to seek other opportunities. Yun Tao turned to look at Shen Shuangyu, who nodded. The girl then noticed the elegant Shen Shuangyu, who was still wearing a hood, hiding her face, but her overall demeanor was already charming. The girl followed them into the temporary room, and when she saw Shen Shuangyu take off her hood, she blushed at the rare beauty. What a beautiful lady, even prettier than my sister.
Can you read?
Shen Shuangyu asked. The girl nodded. Yun Tao handed her a piece of paper with a short excerpt that included narration and dialogue. Shen Shuangyu said, if you don't understand anything, feel free to ask. When you're ready, you can start right away. Try to be as lively and engaging as possible. The little girl was a bit nervous at first, but Shen Shuangyu's gentle voice was different from some noble people's arrogant tone, so she gradually calmed down. After understanding, she cleared her throat, and soon her voice filled the room, sounding different from when she answered questions earlier. During the narration, she was fully immersed, and when speaking, her emotions were rich. Even the male parts had a deliberately deep tone. Once the little girl finished, the room fell silent. Wow. Shuangyu, you found a treasure. A top-notch voice actor. Shen Shuangyu looked at the little girl in surprise, while Yuntao was also stunned. It was hard to believe that someone who just appeared could have such skill. Was it really her lucky day? The little girl looked at Shen Shuangyu anxiously, feeling she had done her best. If it didn't work out, she would have to pack up and go back home. You performed very well. What's your name? The little girl's eyes sparkled with joy.
My name is Meow Meow.
I am from a good family and work as a helper in the Dongkai opera troupe. I can leave with the owner anytime. Do you have a place to stay? Shen Shuangyu asked. Meow Meow carefully shook her head. I live in the opera troupe. I will find a place to stay and won't delay storytelling. That wasn't a big problem. Her shop already housed some homeless women. Shen Shuangyu explained the details of the employment. It was like being a regular storyteller in the shop, meaning she couldn't perform outside and the content couldn't be revealed in advance. Her pay structure was basically a monthly salary plus commission, based on the number of performances, with meals and lodging included. Seeing such generous conditions, Meow Meow was stunned and finally asked with teary eyes, Really? Is it true? She had come here with the opera troupe, and aside from meals and lodging, she barely received any pay and often faced beatings, all under the pretense that everyone went through this. If you have any other requests, we can discuss them, Shen Shuangyu said. Meow Meow shook her head vigorously. The only thing she wasn't satisfied with was not being able to sign a long-term contract. If she signed for many years at once, her future would be secure, but she didn't dare to say it. Before signing the contract, Shen Shuangyu needed to investigate, so she asked Yuntao to accompany Meow Meow back to the opera troupe and check her background at the storytelling event before bringing her home. In the carriage, Yi Qing was messaging Shen Shuangyu, saying she could take a break soon and would accompany her to witness the store opening. Meanwhile, Yuntao was curiously chatting with Meow Meow. You're already 15. How could you leave your hometown with the theater troupe and come all the way to the capital? Don't people in the village usually get married early? Meow Meow was about to respond to Yuntao's casual chat when her stomach growled loudly, making her pale face turn red. Yuntao chuckled and took out a food box. Perfect timing. Let me show you our shop's new treats. As soon as the box opened, various beautiful pastries appeared, looking very expensive. Meow Meow didn't dare to move and instinctively shook her head. They're edible. Don't be so stiff. Our lady is kind and treats her own well, Yuntao said with a smile. Meow Meow looked at Shen Shuangyu, who seemed to have heard their conversation. Shen Shuangyu glanced over and smiled gently, fully approving of Yuntao's actions. Meow Meow felt excited again, thinking that she had truly found the right people by taking this risk. Now, she no longer held back and started eating. As she took a bite, her eyes widened in surprise. Haha, look at Meow Meow. Her face clearly shows how much she loves food. She eats like a little hamster. It seems our new treats are a hit. But she looks so undernourished. We need to take care of her, so she has the energy when it's time to perform. Even though she'll be behind a screen during the performance to enhance the experience, she will still have moments on stage. If her appearance improves, she might even become famous, which would help the shop grow. Shen Shuangyu thought Yi Qing made a good point. They needed to improve the young girl's image. Upon closer inspection, she realized Meow Meow had great potential. With 10 days until the opening, if they took good care of her and dressed her up nicely, it should be fine. At that moment, Meow Meow was saying to Yuntao, I won't get married. I don't plan to marry in the future. This caught the attention of Yi Qing and Shen Shuangyu. Is there really someone who doesn't want to marry? That's rare. Shen Shuangyu looked at Meow Meow curiously. Such thoughts were quite unusual for women in ancient times. Yuntao was surprised and asked why. Meow Meow lowered her gaze, and the pastries in her hand didn't seem so appealing anymore. I lost my parents when I was young and grew up with my sister. My sister was famous for singing in the nearby towns and could read and write. I learned to read from her. Later, she married a scholar, but her husband's family was very poor. Her father-in-law was bedridden, and her mother-in-law was also unwell. Her husband needed to prepare for the exams, so they relied on my sister for support, but she couldn't sing anymore and had to do sewing work to support the family. Later, I had to borrow money to send my brother-in-law to Beijing for an exam, but he was attacked by robbers on the way and died. They couldn't even find his body. My sister, without any children, began to live in mourning while taking care of her in-laws and working to pay off debts. She didn't want to burden me for life, so she let me join a theater troupe to learn a skill and left my brother-in-law's home. Yun Tao was surprised and asked, "Doesn't your sister worry about you?" "But if I don't leave, my brother-in-law's relatives will keep an eye on me, saying that since I ate their food, I should marry and pay a bride price. But I have always worked hard in their home and didn't just live off them. Besides, it was my sister who supported the family. I don't owe them anything. Indeed, it's the other way around. Her brother-in-law's family owes them." Shun Shuangyu sighed silently. While this was true, very few people think that way. Miao Miao was rare in having her own thoughts. Yun Tao felt sympathy for Miao Miao and couldn't help but ask, "What does that have to do with your unwillingness to marry?" Miao Miao hesitated to answer. "I just want to focus on making money so I can support my sister and help her live a good life." It's definitely not that simple. She probably thinks her sister had a good life before marriage, but after marrying, it became miserable. It's better to be independent and carefree. I like this girl. Shen Shuangyu also believed Miao Miao thought this way, but she didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of being judged or looked down upon. If her in-laws were kind, they would have likely let her go by now, especially since she didn't have any children. But that family couldn't do without her and didn't want to let her go. People tend to look out for themselves, and it was hard to blame her parents. Plus, she was honest and kind, willingly staying to serve her in-laws, enduring the hardships alone. One could only say her sister was truly unfortunate. Not to mention, she is now without parents, and with her sister not around, she can really manage on her own. Shun Shuangyu smiled. If she could do that, it wouldn't be bad. At least that's how she felt now. A husband and children were not part of her life plan. Yun Tao and Miao Miao chatted a bit more, with Miao Miao mostly talking about her sister, clearly a sister's girl. As they talked, Yiqing felt that her sister's story seemed
somewhat familiar.
When they reached the entrance of the courtyard, the two got off the carriage first, and Yiqing sent a message saying, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like Miao Miao's situation sounds a bit familiar." Shun Shuangyu paused. "Is it someone you know from the future?" Yiqing has a remarkable ability to remember the script she reads. Whether it's her name or her sister and brother-in-law's names, they don't stick in my memory. The story feels somewhat familiar, likely because her story appears in your future background, but only as a brief mention, or even indirectly. It's not that I forgot, it's just that I can't connect the existing information to the plot, which makes it hard to recall. Shun Shuangyu said, "If related events come up in the future, you might remember." Yiqing agreed, but she knew that the current Miao Miao was definitely not a character from the script. Shen Shuangyu had just returned home and first settled Miao Miao, giving her a complete story and mentioning the review in 3 days, allowing Miao Miao to stay comfortably. Before she could leave again to check on the shop, she received a message from Granny's son that there were visitors in the afternoon. When she saw who had come, Shen Shuangyu's eyes lit up. It was her friend, Yifujin. To host her guest, Shen Shuangyu decided not to go out until Yifujin arrived at the courtyard, where she personally welcomed her. As Yifujin stepped down from the carriage, her elaborate clothing and exquisite hair accessories couldn't hide her excited steps. She nearly ran over Shuangyu. Yifujin was genuinely happy, rushing forward to grab Shen Shuangyu's hand with delight. "Ajuan, it's been a long time," Shen Shuangyu said, her expression unusually touched. Yifujin then said, "I wanted to come see you the next day, but something came up. Don't blame me for taking so long to find you." Shen Shuangyu's expression changed slightly. After all, Yifujin hadn't been injured during the last autumn hunt. She guided Yifujin to sit in the flower hall and asked directly, "Did you get hurt?" Yifujin didn't expect Shen Shuangyu to be so observant. She had deliberately walked on the other side, and her bangs covered the wound, so it should have been hidden. But since Shen Shuangyu noticed, Yifujin didn't hide it either, awkwardly adjusting her bangs. "How did you notice?"
No wonder I'm not as good at archery as you.
Shen Shuangyu leaned in to take a closer look. There was a scab about the length of a finger near her hairline, almost healed. "Will it leave a scar?" The doctor said it wouldn't. "You know I heal quickly," Yifujin replied with a silly smile. "How did you get hurt if you know martial arts?" Shen Shuangyu asked curiously. Unlike her, who only knew how to ride and shoot, Yifujin had learned martial arts from her brother since childhood. Although she hadn't used those skills much after coming to the capital, her basics were still strong. Now, as the head of a family of scholars, it was unlikely for her to get hurt unexpectedly, especially not on her forehead, which could have left a serious mark. However, after Shen Shuangyu asked, Ifuju's expression became somewhat stiff. When Ifuju was a girl, she was carefree and couldn't hide her feelings. After getting married, she changed a lot, but in front of her old friend, she smiled several times before finally unable to hold back, her smile fading and her eyes turning red. Seeing her friend's state, Shen Shuangyu gently patted Ifuju's arm, her gaze firm yet gentle. "If you have any troubles, you can tell me." Ifuju was momentarily speechless. Looking at Shen Shuangyu, her feelings became more complicated, and she helplessly said, "This should be what I say to you." Shen Shuangyu had left the Shen family after her divorce, which seemed like a huge burden to others. Ifuju came to visit Shen Shuangyu to see if she could help her sister, but instead, she found herself being cared for and comforted. Seeing Shen Shuangyu's calm and serene demeanor, with her beautiful eyes reflecting her face, it seemed Ifuju finally found a way to express what she had been holding inside. "My injury was caused by my husband accidentally pushing me." Ifuju raised her hand to touch her wound, revealing a bitter smile. If it hadn't been for someone close to her acting unexpectedly, she wouldn't have been hurt. Shen Shuangyu's expression also darkened. Lord Shi is an official of the Ministry of Rights and has always been respectful. What kind of accident could make him push you? I remember you two seemed to have a good relationship before. What happened during the last autumn hunt? At that time, she and Muzio hadn't encountered any issues yet, and Ifuju had married Shi Yibin early on. During their 2 years of marriage, she had sweetly shared her happiness with them. Shen Shuangyu had even seen Shi Yibin holding the reins for Ifuju in the wild, and he had a warm look in his eyes. She thought Ifuju would always be happy like that, but unexpectedly, during their last meeting, Shi Yibin had been very cold towards Ifuju. "There really is a problem, and it goes back 6 months. Do you remember why I married Shi Yibin?" Ifujun seemed to be lost in some memories. "Please tell me more." Seeing the audience's curiosity, Shen Shuangyu tried to explain in more detail. "Once, when you went out to pray, you happened to encounter Shi Yibin's mother being robbed. You fought off the robbers with the guards and saved her. Because of this, the old lady Shi really liked you. Over time, she wanted to match you with her son. You liked scholars, and you fell for him at first sight. After your brother agreed, the two families became engaged." At this point, Shen Shuangyu added, "Is it because your brother was reassigned that they started to look down on you?" Like her, Ifujun came from a family of military generals. Both her parents had passed away, and her brother, Ize, was developing a career in the court and held a higher position than Shi Yibin. He had been reassigned to Jiangnan a year ago and was not in the capital. Ifujun shook her head, saying, "Shi Yibin mentioned that this reassignment is actually just a way to gain merit, and he will return to the capital soon for a promotion." She paused, a shadow crossing her eyes. "It has nothing to do with my brother. Our marriage might have been a mistake from the start."
How so?
Shen Shuangyu asked in surprise. 6 months ago, the Shi family brought back a widowed cousin named Jean Mor. That was when I learned that when we first met, Shi Yibin had no intention of pursuing me. He wanted to marry his cousin, with whom he had a childhood bond. But something happened in Jean Emoer's family, and she was hastily married off. By the time Sir Yibin heard the news, it was too late. He is not a person who clings to the past and accepted it quietly. He began to follow his mother's wishes and spent time with me, eventually agreeing to the marriage. He treated me well after we married. Even though he didn't like my warrior ways, he was respectful. I could feel he cared for me, but everything changed when Jean Emoer arrived. I understand now. The one he truly loved returned, and he became unfaithful. Shen Shuangyu frowned. Did he change his heart, or did he never forget her? It's not just a simple matter of feelings. Ifu Jun sighed and said, Jean Emoer has not had a good life since she got married. Her husband is uneducated and often beats her, which led to her losing a child. Afterward, her husband died, and her in-laws blamed her for bringing bad luck and wanted to drive her away. Her close relatives are gone, and others do not want to take her in. It was only after Sir Yibin learned about this and discussed it with his mother that he went to bring her back home. I felt unhappy when I learned about it later, but I also sympathized with her. It was fine to host her as a guest, so I welcomed her warmly. However, on her first day in the house, she secretly tried to harm herself. If it hadn't been discovered in time, she would have been lost. Shen Shuangyu was shocked.
Why?
Ifu Jun replied, the doctor said her emotions were unstable, and she would become distressed when triggered. The trigger was seeing me and my husband with our happy child. She couldn't bear it. Is this possible?
Depression?
Or jealousy, to the point of madness? Regardless of the truth, if Sir Yibin neglects his wife to please his cousin, then he is not worth keeping. Shen Shuangyu said coldly, Jean Emoer has nothing to do with you. They have no right to make you suffer.
Yifu Yun shook her head. It is related to me.
What do you mean? Because when her family had trouble, she could have married Sir Yibin, but the old lady of the Sher family preferred me. To end Sir Yibin's feelings for her, the old lady hinted to her family, which led to her being hastily married off, causing the later tragedy. So, when she sees our family, she feels that should have been her life.
Yifu Yun smiled bitterly.
Sir Yibin thinks Jean Emoer became like this because of us, so he feels very guilty and wants to make it up to her by taking care of her. He often brings our son to accompany her and soothe her emotions. Jean Emoer is also a clever person. She can keep up with Sir Yibin in poetry and songs. Even the servants in the house think they are a perfect match, while my son, compared to me, prefers his gentle and talented cousin. During the autumn hunt, they treated me coldly because I suggested that my husband take Jean Emoer as a concubine. As the mistress, if my husband likes her, it wouldn't be a problem to take her in. It's better than this unclear situation. I thought I had done what I should, but Sir Yibin was very angry, saying I was jealous and that I was intentionally testing and humiliating him. He clearly prioritizes Jean Emoer at home, with his heart and eyes only on her. Yet he insists that his feelings for Jean Emoer are purely caring and that their relationship is innocent. He wants me to apologize for my unfounded suspicions about them. After hearing this, Jean Emoer was very upset and declared she would never be a concubine. I don't understand why she refuses to accept being a concubine when it's obvious she has feelings for Sir Yibin, enough to harm herself. Even our son feels that my suggestion to take a concubine is an insult. They think I am being cruel and targeting his cousin. From the perspective of a main wife in ancient times, Ifuyun's actions are clearly correct and generous. So, Ifuyun was still thinking of seizing the opportunity to help her husband in his career during such a cold war. If we hadn't intervened, she would still be unconscious in bed, waiting for death. When Shen Shuangyu thought about Ifuyun's original fate, she frowned. So, this injury was still because of Jean Emoer?
Yifuyun nodded sadly.
After the autumn hunt, I wanted to ease our relationship, so I went to the study to find him. He was sleeping there after our argument, but when I arrived, I found he wasn't there. Could it be that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret affair? Shen Shuangyu's lips twitched. Could it be Jean Emoer's doing?
Yifuyun nodded.
In the middle of the night, a servant sought him for help, and he went to stay with Jean Emoer all night. I already have doubts about Jin Amour. This is clearly a tactic from the inner courtyard. But, Shuangyu, how could you previously say that Shi Yibin is a man of propriety? What kind of propriety is he showing? Shen Shuangyu was also speechless. It seems some people's character really varies depending on the person. They can forget everything they learned since childhood. It's truly disgusting. At this point, Yifuyun's face turned pale. When I went there, I mistakenly thought they were. I got angry on the spot. I find it ridiculous. I clearly wish for them to be together openly, so why do they have to do such things to upset me? Then I turned around and saw my son there. He actually brought my son to accompany Jin Amour, who was disturbed by nightmares. Although he explained that he was just keeping her company behind a screen, with our son and servants present, their relationship was innocent, and I shouldn't make a big deal out of it. In the end, even my son scolded me for not being understanding, while Jin Amour cried and begged me not to be angry with them, as if I were the outsider and the villain. At this point, Yifuyun began to doubt herself. I didn't know why I thought of you at that moment. I questioned Jin Amour, asking her to be a concubine, but she refused. Yet, she still clings to someone else's husband and child. Is she trying to make me and Shi Yibin divorce to make space for her? So she can replace me as the legitimate wife? Honestly, I think so. Shen Shuangyu felt that no matter what that father and son thought, at least Jin Amour's intentions might have been unintentionally revealed by Yifuyun. I was going to catch Jin Amour, but then Shi Yibin got furious and pushed me, causing me to bump into a decoration. At this point, Yifuyun touched the injury on her forehead and said bitterly, "After I got hurt, Shi Yibin became concerned and took care of me. But whenever Jin Amour called, he would leave. Then he would scold me, saying I was being unreasonable and that I should reflect on myself while I healed, instead of being suspicious all the time. I really don't know what I should reflect on. They're all crazy. They want you, a normal person, to reflect? Of course, you don't know what to reflect on." Shen Shuangyu looked at the comments and sneered, "You didn't do anything wrong, so what do you need to reflect on?" Yifuyun murmured, "Yeah, I don't think I did anything wrong either." Even though her rational mind told her she was right, constant denial from her loved ones made her doubt herself. Suddenly, Shen Shuangyu said, "There is one thing you are wrong about." Yifuyun was taken aback, staring blankly at Shen Shuangyu. "You think Jin Amour's situation is related to you, and that thought is wrong." Shen Shuangyu's voice was soft but struck Yifuyun's heart with power. "Isn't it related to me?" Yifuyun asked uncertainly. "Silly girl. They are projecting their guilt onto you. Have you really been brainwashed?" Shen Shuangyu continued, "The one who caused all this is the old lady Shi's selfishness. It's her family that turned Jin Amour into this. Even if it affects someone, it would only be Shi Yibin, who didn't stand firm. How is any of this related to you? Is it wrong to save a life? Or is it wrong that someone likes you?" As Yifuyun listened to Shen Shuangyu's words, her eyes widened little by little until they were almost bulging. In a daze, the echoes of Shi Yibin saying, "It's all our fault," gradually faded from her mind. All her concerns about Jin Amour disappeared. "Right? What does it have to do with me?"
Yifuyun murmured.
"With all this commotion, doesn't the old lady Shi have any thoughts? Doesn't she like you?" Shen Shuangyu couldn't help but ask. Yifuyun said with a gloomy expression, "She doesn't care about household matters. She only focuses on her own practices and prayers. She really knows how to shift the blame. She's the worst, breaking up couples and harming innocent young girls." Yifuyun looked up at Shen Shuangyu and asked, "What do you think I should do? I feel like life has lost its meaning. I used to enjoy being at home with my husband and son, but now it feels uncomfortable to be there. I can't even remember the last time they smiled at me. Of course, you should separate from them and let those bad people go. If your son doesn't appreciate it, then let him go too." Shen Shuangyu coughed, realizing this couldn't be said lightly. After all, the situation was different. It was Yifuyun's life, and she needed to make her own decisions. Whatever the future holds, she must be able to face it. Shen Shuangyu patted Yifuyun's hand and said, "If you want to mend things, then talk to them clearly, set boundaries, and decide how to move forward." It can't go on like this forever. If you're tired and don't want to deal with them, then focus on being the head of your household and live your own life. If you truly can't coexist with them, then take the hardest path. It won't be harder than what I've faced, especially since you have a good brother who will always support you, right? Ifu Jun looked at Shin Shuangyu, and her confused mind began to clear up. Shin Shuangyu gazed at her gently. I'm not you, so I can't judge your situation from your perspective, but if you need help, just come to me anytime. Ifu Jun almost choked on her laughter. I should be the one saying that to you. Shin Shuangyu smiled. I don't need anything right now, but if I do in the future, I will definitely come to you. Ifu Jun immediately pulled Shin Shuangyu and said, then it's settled. No more avoiding me. We're best friends. You're the only good sister I have. Shin Shuangyu paused, thinking of Muzio, but decided not to tell Ifu Jun. After all, the fewer people who know, the safer it is. They didn't talk about the Sure family anymore. Shin Shuangyu could tell that Ifu Jun hadn't figured things out yet. She was just feeling frustrated and needed to vent. What Ifu Jun was most curious about was the truth behind Shin Shuangyu's marriage, as there were various rumors circulating. What do you think it is? Shin Shuangyu asked curiously. Ifu Jun's expression darkened. I think it's the rumor that you were tricked by the Shin family and Shin Chuchu. Shin Shuangyu nodded. Ifu Jun's expression suddenly changed, and she stood up abruptly, slamming her hand on the table. The table shook slightly. How could they treat you like this? She knew she hadn't heard everything, so she quickly filled in the story, revealing Shin Dingen's betrayal and Song Jixian's shameless behavior, even after learning the truth. All of it was exposed. Shin Shuangyu didn't hold back and explained everything to avoid her best friend developing unnecessary fantasies to persuade her, which would only hurt their feelings. Ifu Yun was stunned. Not to mention Shin Dingen, she initially thought Song Zixian was an innocent victim, but after learning the truth, he became part of the problem. It was unbelievable, especially since he was known for his good reputation. No wonder you were so determined during the autumn hunt. You were seeking a chance for survival, Ifu Yun said, looking at Shin Shuangyu with concern. She couldn't imagine how Shin Shuangyu escaped from the pursuit of two powerful forces. Shin Shuangyu smiled and said, yes, everything went smoothly. Ifu Yun sighed. Right, you're about to open a new pastry shop. The future will be even better. But suddenly, Shin Shuangyu's expression changed. Wait, did you mention this before? Although this matter isn't strictly confidential, it shouldn't be known even by you, who is recovering at home. Shin Shuangyu understood the principle of keeping things discreet. Although she was now free and not sneaking around, she never intended to act high profile. She just wanted to transition smoothly and get her shop up and running. The best scenario would be for the shop to operate successfully and stabilize its customer base. Even if people gradually discovered she was the owner, the reputation of her divorce wouldn't deter them from visiting. After all, if everyone was happily going to a shop and suddenly stopped, it could raise suspicions among political rivals, making them think they had objections to the emperor's decree regarding the divorce. Considering this, Shin Shuangyu felt she could manage the shop without hiring someone else to take her place. However, if someone with ill intentions focused on her situation and spread rumors in the elite circles before she opened the shop, no matter how attractive it was, those noble ladies probably wouldn't come to shop openly. At most, they would send their servants to buy secretly, which would earn her less than when they initially collaborated with other pastry shops. Shin Shuangyu looked at Ifu Yun and asked, Ajun, do you know where my new pastry shop is? Isn't it on the 3rd street of Dongqiao River? Ifu Yun still hadn't realized the problem. Shin Shuangyu scoffed, so it is, isn't it? If it was just an accident that got out, it wouldn't have spread to the shop's location. After all, I haven't even named the shop yet. Someone is deliberately trying to sabotage you. What's wrong? Ifu Yun finally noticed that Shin Shuangyu looked upset. Shin Shuangyu suddenly asked, will you come to support my shop? Ifu Yun immediately replied, isn't that obvious? Of course, I will. Do you think other ladies will come to a shop opened by someone who just divorced the Yongxin Marquis and is surrounded by unclear rumors?
Huh.
Ifu Yun paused for a moment, as if realizing something. She said uncertainly, there should be some who will. Tell me, How did you find out I was opening a pastry shop there? Shen Shuangyu asked. Yi Fuyan frowned and said, Actually, I heard it from Jean Mor. I was coming to see you today, and when she found out, she casually mentioned it. After thinking for a moment, she added, While I was recovering and couldn't meet anyone, I remember some relatives from the Sher family visiting. Since she stayed at the house as a cousin, she hosted them for me, so that's probably how she heard about you. It seems the news has spread. Is it the Shin family or the Yongxin Marquis household? Yi Qing was speechless. Shen Shuangyu hadn't even retaliated yet, and they were already making moves against her. Did they really want to make things difficult for her? It seemed like she was caught in some kind of trap. Maybe the Shin family didn't want Shen Shuangyu to have a good life, fearing that public opinion would turn against her. Or perhaps Song Jixian, that troublesome man, wanted to force Shen Shuangyu back into a toxic relationship. It was truly relentless. Shen Shuangyu took a deep breath, her eyes cold. Seeing Shen Shuangyu like this, Yi Fuyan immediately asked, Is someone trying to harm you?
Who is it?
Shen Shuangyu shook her head. Who it is doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they have succeeded. What should we do?
Shuangyu, don't worry.
I will help you attract customers. I can't believe that a pastry shop would be a dangerous place for them. Most people just go with the flow and don't want to cause trouble. That's normal, Shen Shuangyu said heavily. Don't worry. What challenge can't we overcome together? It's rare to see a friend, so let's relax. Shen Shuangyu was taken aback. Seeing Yi Fuyan looking at her with concern, she quickly composed herself and smiled. Since it's come to this, worrying won't help. Would you like to see my new shop? It's just the right time to try the new snacks and give me some feedback. Seeing Shen Shuangyu like this, Yi Fuyan didn't say much, as she usually didn't have many ideas and couldn't think of good ways to help. Soon, the two took a carriage and arrived at the street where the new shop was located. The area around the East Bridge River, where the new shop was a place often visited by the city's elite. It had various shops, including tea houses, theaters, bookstores, restaurants, and jewelry stores. Although the third street was not the busiest, it was still a decent location and offered the best value for Shen Shuangyu. When they got off the carriage, they covered their faces and only took off their hats once inside the shop. The shop was already decorated. Since Yi Qing had not visited at the right time before, she hadn't seen the shop's appearance for a long time, and now she felt everything was fresh, just like Yi Fuyan. Shen Shuangyu probably wanted Yi Qing to see the new shop, which was why she suggested coming here. Otherwise, Yi Fuyan could have tasted the new snacks at home. At the back of the three-story shop were the courtyard and kitchen, where some people were doing final cleaning and decorating. When they saw the owner arrive, several women quickly came out to greet her, eagerly asking if she had any instructions. Shen Shuangyu asked them to bring all the new snacks and fruit tea to the elegant seating on the second floor. Then, she took Yi Fuyan upstairs. Since the main clientele was women, the decor was elegant and beautiful, with screens, bead curtains, gauze canopies, and palace lamps, all showing careful thought. I didn't expect the finished result to be so good. If this were in modern times, it would definitely be a popular spot, Yi Qing said, feeling a sense of accomplishment from the inspiration she had provided for the shop's decor. Shen Shuangyu smiled slightly. I knew you could do your best at anything. This shop is amazing. I'm not just saying this because you're my sister. I really love how it looks, Yi Fuyan said, looking around and even pulling Shen Shuangyu to check out the private rooms on the third floor. She then asked about the high platform in the middle. It will be used for a storyteller, Shen Shuangyu replied. I thought it would be for musicians to perform, Yi Fuyan said. Trust me, you'll like it, Shen Shuangyu said with a mysterious smile, sparking Yi Fuyan's curiosity. By the way, I still don't know the name of your shop, Yi Fuyan said. Oh right, I forgot to name it, Shen Shuangyu said, pausing for a moment. I have some ideas. Tomorrow, I plan to go to the academy to ask the master to write the shop name, and then find someone to make a sign. You'll know then. Yi Fujuan had recently dealt with similar matters, so she recommended a few skilled calligraphers to Shen Shuangyu. Sometimes it also involved some mysticism, like whose writing would attract more customers. As Yi Qing watched them chat, certain scenes suddenly flashed to her mind, and she spaced out for a moment. By the time Lee Fujian finished tasting all the snacks and fruit tea with delight, showering them with compliments, she even planned to place an order on the spot. Not only did she want more for herself, but she also intended to take some home for her family, making her Shen Shuangyu's first customer. However, Shen Shuangyu still declined. After all, it was fine to let friends taste for free before the opening, but selling to others could lead to trouble. She needed to be more careful in her work. Wow, your sister really cares about family. Even with good things, she still thinks of her ungrateful husband and son first. As Yi Qing was complaining, she noticed Lee Fujian suddenly stand up, her body tense, staring intently out the window. They were sitting near the window, and if it were wide open, they could see the situation on the second floor of the neighboring shop. Shen Shuangyu immediately followed Lee Fujian's gaze. She remembered that it was a jewelry shop. When choosing a location for her shop, she had also considered the well-known jewelry store nearby, as such places attracted more female customers, naturally drawing them to her shop. Hey, that looks familiar. Lord Shi and young Master Shi and the woman standing with them, could it be? Shen Shuangyu looked at Lee Fujian, who had turned pale and immediately rushed downstairs without a word. Quick, let's catch up. This could be interesting. Shen Shuangyu quickly followed, but Lee Fujian was skilled and, while not quite flying over rooftops, she quickly left Shen Shuangyu behind. When Shen Shuangyu reached the second floor of the neighboring shop, she heard Lee Fujian's questioning voice. Isn't your husband busy with official duties? Shouldn't Howard be at the academy right now? Why are you all here? Lee Fujian's voice was low and hoarse, clearly suppressing her overwhelming emotions. Yi Qing had already seen the scene upstairs from a different angle. She noticed a tall man and a young boy shielding a seemingly weak woman in the middle, as if the three of them were a family, while Lee Fujian stood in opposition to them. Shi Yibin wore a beautiful outfit, looking elegant and refined, giving off a scholarly vibe mixed with the air of a cultured official. He certainly had the charm to catch Lee Fujian's heart at first sight. Although Shi Hao was only 5 or 6 years old, he was already a distinguished young master. The girl they were with, Jean Emoer, wore a pale blue dress that, in style, seemed even better than what Lee Fujian was wearing. Yi Qing watched as Jean Emoer and Shi Yibin were almost leaning against each other, so close that it looked like they were about to embrace. She couldn't help but think it was strange that they claimed they didn't want to be together. Did they really think others were blind? Shen Shuangyu, who had heard the noise first, realized that this father and son pair had taken Jean Emoer out shopping without Lee Fujian knowing. When she reached the second floor, she saw Lee Fujian's almost trembling back and the changing expressions of the three people across from her. Shi Yibin's eyes flickered with discomfort as he asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm asking you." After talking with Shen Shuangyu, Lee Fujian felt more confident facing Shi Yibin and was no longer easily swayed like before. Shi Yibin was taken aback, realizing that Lee Fujian was about to get angry. He said, "Why are you shouting? Can you tone down that rough behavior?" "Mom, are you going to argue again?" "This is outside. It's embarrassing," Shi Hao said seriously, looking displeased. How can this little kid think he can scold his mother at such a young age? Like father, like son, she thought. "Sister-in-law, please don't be angry. Cousin and Howard are just trying to cheer me up by taking me shopping. My late husband never wanted to accompany me," Jean Emoer said with sorrow in her eyes, as if she could break into tears at any moment. "So this person is taking someone else's husband out shopping? Leaving the wife alone? Impressive. Just look at how those two guys are looking at your sister now," she thought. Shen Shuangyu coldly stared at Shi Yibin and Shi Hao, who were now looking at Lee Fujian with blame, as if they thought she shouldn't be there to interrupt them. Lee Fujian seemed to be used to facing such a situation, so she paused for a moment, glancing between the three before finally focusing on her son's face. "I wanted to take you out today, but you told me you were going to the academy," Lee Fujian said, her voice heavy with restraint as she looked at her son. The child's guilty expression was hard to hide. He quickly became flustered but then boldly replied, "You want to meet friends with a bad reputation. I don't want to be led astray by you. Little brat." Shen Shuangyu sneered. The child saying such things proved that someone had spoken like this in front of him. Her gaze swept over Shi Yibin and Jin Mor. Neither looked surprised, but Shi Yibin appeared a bit awkward when he saw her. In fact, Shen Shuangyu knew that Shi Yibin did not like her at all. Coming from a long line of scholars, he had always been seen as a moral standard, so he disapproved of his wife associating with someone like Shen Shuangyu, who had a scandalous reputation. Even though Shen Shuangyu's reputation had improved recently, Shi Yibin still looked down on her as a divorced woman. So when their son was rude, Shi Yibin chose not to reprimand him or make him apologize. He simply ignored Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu showed a mocking expression, thinking how truly moral he was. "Shut up. Who taught you to speak about my friend like that? Is this how your father raised you?" Yifuyan shouted in disbelief and anger. Shi Hao turned pale with fright. Jin Mor quickly hugged him, looking worried. "Sister-in-law, Hao is still young. How can you be so harsh on him? It's my job to teach my son. It has nothing to do with you." Yifuyan snapped back at Jin Mor. Jin Mor trembled, and tears came to her eyes. Shi Yibin immediately replied angrily, "Is yelling like this really polite?" Yifuyan was losing control of her emotions. Shen Shuangyu stepped forward to support her trembling sister and said to Shi Yibin, "Is it considered polite in your eyes to hide things from your wife and plan outings with a guest while she is away?" Shi Yibin was taken aback by Shen Shuangyu's response, his expression changing. "This is a family matter. It doesn't concern you. I know you have strayed from the path, so please do not influence my wife." Shen Shuangyu's expression turned cold. "Influence what? Influence your wife's awakening, or your separation from her." "Enough, Shi Yibin. You can say whatever you want about me, but you cannot speak about my friend." "Oh, strayed from the path. I wonder how His Majesty would feel hearing such remarks about you," Shen Shuangyu said with a cold laugh. A divorce may sound bad, but it was granted by the emperor, which was Shen Shuangyu's strongest support. Others could look down on her privately, but they could not say it openly. Sure enough, Shi Yibin's expression changed, and he did not dare to target Shen Shuangyu again. Seeing Yifuyan looking very upset, he sighed and walked over to take her hand, softening his tone. "Can we not make a scene? I know you're overthinking things again. It's just to take Mor out to relax. Although you were hurt last time, Mor was also quite upset. I'm just trying to make it up to her. Can't you understand that?" Because of the previous incident where Yifujun was accidentally hurt, Shi Yibin had some reflection and chose to act secretly. If it were before, he probably wouldn't have had so many concerns.
Yifujun suddenly shook off Shi Yibin's hand.
"What did I do wrong that you need to make up for me?"
Shi Yibin stared at Yifujun in surprise.
In the past, when he tried to comfort her, she would cooperate. What happened today? Did meeting Shen Shuangyu really change your mind? Shi Yibin cast an annoyed glance at Shen Shuangyu. "Why are you looking at me, Lord Shi? Ajun is asking you," Shen Shuangyu replied with a cold smile. Shi Yibin looked at Yifujun and said coldly, "I've already spoken to you nicely. How long are you going to keep this up?" Hearing this, Yifujun felt a surge of anger. All her grievances bubbled up. If she hadn't visited Shen Shuangyu, she might still be confused and unable to speak up, just letting it go under her husband's reprimand. "Making a scene? I'm asking you a question, and you call it a scene? Is my question so hard to answer? Or do you know I haven't done anything wrong, and you're just using me to cover for your own ambiguous actions with others?" This time, not only Shi Yibin but even Jin Mor was stunned. Yifujun's bold statement felt like a direct hit to Shi Yibin. "Yifujun, are you really looking for trouble today?" Yifujun was speechless with anger. "Lord Shi, is it so hard to answer the question directly? As an official from the Ministry of Rights, shouldn't your comprehension be better? Always avoiding the issue, do you think raising your voice will help you escape answering?" Shen Shuangyu said with a faint smile. Shi Yibin was nearly speechless and was about to respond when Yifujun said sharply, "Answer me. What did I do wrong?"
"You."
"Fine. It's clear you have no self-reflection and don't think you've done anything wrong. You are jealous of the guests in your home, making malicious speculations and causing trouble. You've turned a good situation into chaos. Do you even look like a proper hostess anymore?" Sure Yibin scolded sternly, pointing out the flaws without mercy, as if Yifujin, the main lady, had truly failed. Being her husband, Yifujin felt a rush of disappointment, and her eyes turned red. Guest, which guest needs the host's husband to fall asleep? Your relationship is unclear, and yet you act this way. How can my guest be wrong? Sure Yibin was surprised that Yifujin still thought this way about their relationship. Your words are rude and unrefined. I've said it before. Our relationship is not as dirty as you think. If Imoa is in trouble, should we just ignore her? I was only keeping her company to help her sleep. You used to be kind. Why are you so aggressive and calculating now? Sister-in-law, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It's my fault for surviving for. Jean Imoa started to cry, which only made Sure Yibin angrier. Shun Shuangyu sneered internally, but pretended to be surprised, saying, Is there really such a thing?
This
is unacceptable in any household. This is the first time I've heard of such a situation. How can this not harm a lady's reputation? No wonder Ajun mentioned wanting to take a concubine for her husband. This indeed needs to be addressed. Upon hearing this, Sure Yibin's face froze, looking at Yifujin in shock. He didn't expect her to mention taking a concubine to outsiders, leaving him feeling empty inside. Was she testing him? How could Yifujin truly want him to take a concubine? Was she not afraid he might agree in anger? No, I never thought of that. Jean Imoa defended herself. Sure Yibin snapped back to reality and said to Yifujin, What nonsense are you telling her? I've said it's not true. Yifujin mocked. Given the situation, are you reluctant to take her as a concubine? Or do you dislike that she was married before? You can't possibly want her to be a mistress, right? Sister-in-law, how can you insult me like this?
Din mor exclaimed, her emotionsoverwhelming her.
Sure Yibin shouted, Yifujin, we are in the right here. Don't you dare. Shen Shuangyu laughed. It seems that Lord Sure from the Ministry of Rights has quite the understanding of propriety. If it were someone else, they would surely be reprimanded for losing their virtue and behaving improperly. But here, Lord Sure seems quite justified. Sure Yibin and Jean Imoa's faces turned a deep shade of red. How dare you say that? Sure Yibin angrily scolded, saying that he is now an official while Shen Shuangyu is just a commoner, so she shouldn't speak to him like that. But Shen Shuangyu smiled and said, To be honest, did I misjudge? That's fine. Soon, it will be my grandmother's birthday celebration, and there will be many distinguished guests in the capital. We can discuss this then and surely determine who is right and who is wrong. Sure Yibin turned pale. As an outsider, he couldn't tell if Shen Shuangyu had truly fallen out with the Shen family, so her words left him speechless. Even though Sure Yibin felt he had done nothing wrong, he knew that their actions could not be shared with others, or rumors could harm Jean Imoa. Seeing Sure Yibin at a loss for words, Yifujin felt completely disheartened. It turned out he knew there were issues between them, so how could he confidently say she was just overthinking? Sister-in-law, is it your intention for your friend to ruin my relationship with my cousin? I never wanted to compete with you. I was just unwell. Can't you accept that? Cousin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Just take me away and let me fend for myself. Jean Imoa cried pitifully and was about to rush downstairs. Seeing her like this, Sure Yibin panicked and quickly grabbed her. Jean Imoa seemed unsteady and fell into his arms, fainting from grief and anger. Sure Yibin was flustered, looking at Yifujin and Shen Shuangyu with a face full of anger. Is treating a homeless and helpless girl so harshly your character? Cousin. Sure Hao, who had been too scared to move during the tense atmosphere between the adults, finally reacted and rushed over, looking as if he had lost his mother. She must be pretending. Why not go over, give her a slap, or splash some cold water? Or even pinch her to make her bleed. I don't believe she won't wake up. Shen Shuangyu's mouth twitched. She couldn't do the first two, but pinching her might be worth a try. Just as Shen Shuangyu was about to pretend to help, Yifujin rushed ahead to pull Jean Imoa from Sure Yibin's arms. Suddenly, Sure Hao stood up fiercely and pushed Yifujin's hand away. Don't touch my cousin. The child's strength was no match for the trained Ifu Jun, but in that moment, she felt as if she had been forcefully pushed back, almost losing her balance. Fortunately, Shin Shuangyu reacted quickly and supported her. The atmosphere became tense. Yifujin looked at her fierce son and felt a moment of strangeness, as if this child was not hers, not connected by blood. Perhaps Yifujin's shocked expression startled Shihao, who quickly retreated to his father's and cousin's side. Shi Yibin, who had been worried about Jin Amour, was also taken aback by Yifujin's expression. In 6 years of marriage, he had never seen her look like this, as if her heart was completely broken. He felt a sudden panic. He wanted to reach out to Yifujin, fearing that if he hesitated, he would miss the chance, but the person in his arms restricted his movement. Eventually, Shi Yibin calmed down. Yifujin was usually impulsive, and it was a good opportunity to help her reflect. He could not allow her to continue hurting her cousin, especially since Jin Amour was already in a pitiful state. With that thought, Shi Yibin frowned and picked up the unconscious Jin Amour. Ajuan, I know that my care for Amour has upset you, but you really misunderstand. Is our relationship over the years not worth your trust? He looked steadily at Yifujin, as if he were truly innocent, which momentarily stunned Yifujin, who had been hurt by her son's words. Shin Shuangyu glanced at Yifujin and said nothing more. However, some people did not let it go. Shi Yibin looked at her and continued, Ajuan, when choosing friends, you need to be careful. Some people, unhappy in their own lives, cannot stand to see you happy. They encourage you, but they do not truly want to help you. Even if you had grievances before, you should not behave so irrationally and cause a scene. Today, you have truly disappointed me. Shin Shuangyu coldly stared at Shi Yibin. Yifujin's expression was blank, making it hard to tell what she was thinking. I know who is sincere with me and who is not. I know who truly protects me and who keeps hurting me. Shi Yibin shook his head, looking helpless, as if he knew she was making a mistake, but could not persuade her. Suddenly, Shin Shuangyu spoke. Is being unable to stand others' happiness referring to those who go crazy at the sight of a happy couple? That is indeed something to be cautious about. At that moment, the unconscious Jin Amour stirred slightly, though it was unclear if Shi Yibin noticed. I didn't expect the former lady, Ho, to be so sharp-tongued. Shi Yibin couldn't help but respond. It's better to be sharp-tongued, right? Should we be foolish and let others bully us? Shin Shuangyu's expression changed slightly as she smiled at Shi Yibin. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Shi. Shi Yibin's face almost twisted in frustration. He realized he couldn't win against Shin Shuangyu, and as a gentleman, he couldn't argue with a woman without losing his dignity. He could only say to Ifuyun, the carriage is downstairs. If you've made up your mind, come back home with me. Saying this, he carried Jin Amour down the stairs, and Shihao hesitated for a moment before quickly following his father. Shin Shuangyu looked worriedly at Ifuyun. She saw Ifuyun mumbling softly to herself. What? Shin Shuangyu didn't hear clearly. Ifuyun suddenly turned to Shin Shuangyu and said, I can't figure it out. After saying that, she unexpectedly rushed down. What is she doing? Shin Shuangyu immediately followed her down. As soon as she reached the first floor, she saw the comments. She jumped into the carriage. Shin Shuangyu was a bit confused, but seeing the coachman preparing to leave, she realized there was nothing more she could do. Meanwhile, Yiqing raised her view to watch the carriage gradually depart. Because the street was busy, the carriage was not moving fast. Once Ifuyun got into the carriage, she saw Shi Yibin sitting inside, with Jin Amour leaning against his shoulder, seemingly unconscious. Despite this close proximity, Shi Yibin's expression remained calm. Their son was sitting next to them, watching her warily. It was such a disjointed scene, as if they were a family of 3, and she was the outsider. Ifuyun's face turned cold as she spoke directly. Shi Yibin, I can't figure this out. I need an answer now. What do you really want? Shi Yibin had initially felt relieved to see Ifuyun obediently get into the carriage, but her words made him frown. Are you not done yet? Ifuyun replied coldly. Shi Yibin, have you never thought about resolving the current conflict? You just want to brush me off, Suppress me, cover things up, and continue as you please, right? Sure, Yibin was taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and being exposed. His chest heaved with frustration. But seeing Yi Fuyun's pale face, he softened. When I told you about my past, it was to show that I was open with you and never meant to deceive you. I know what you want, but no one wants a concubine, and no one will take your position as the main wife. I just want us to take good care of Moer together so she can live well, and that way I can have peace of mind. I swear, I have never had any other thoughts. You are my wife, my only wife in this lifetime. I can promise you that with my career. At that moment, Yifujin hesitated for a moment because she could see that Sure Yibin had feelings for her, feelings that had grown over 6 years of sharing life together. But when Yifujin noticed Jean Moer frowning slightly, it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her. But in reality, you have repeatedly humiliated me for her, causing me sadness. Sure Yibin, is being your wife supposed to mean enduring this kind of suffering? This is not right. No matter what you think, I just want to solve the problem. Sure Yibin was surprised that, even after saying all this, Yifujin still responded this way. His voice turned cold. What do you want? If you don't want to marry her, I need you to stop interfering in her life. Follow the rules you should follow, and don't cross the line. I can take good care of her. Whether she stays or gets married in the future is up to her, but you cannot have private contact with her anymore. Sure Yibin looked at her in disbelief. Are you really this jealous? Yifujin felt a chill in her heart. She only wanted to resolve the issue. Could taking care of Jean Moer mean mistreating her? Suddenly, a sob broke the silence. It was Jean Moer pretending to just wake up. This time, she didn't speak but leaned against Sure Yibin's shoulder, crying helplessly. Her fragile appearance sparked Sure Yibin's protective instincts. Enough. If it weren't for you taking advantage of my mother's kindness and forcing my cousin to marry, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Given her situation, don't you feel guilty? You owe her, so stop causing trouble. With a loud bang, Yifujin's fist smashed through a nearby window. The carriage fell silent, and everyone stared at her in shock. Yifujin declared firmly, "No, I am not wrong. The ones at fault are your entire family. I have never taken advantage of anyone, nor did I know about you and your cousin's situation. Although I have feelings for you, I never pressured you to marry me. You proposed. It is your family's actions that caused all of this. The ones who should feel guilty and responsible for her life are her relatives and you too, not me. Don't try to place the blame on me." After Yifujin spoke, she felt a sense of relief, but inexplicably, tears began to flow uncontrollably. In fact, in her life, Yifujin has never faced as much hardship as she has in the past 6 months. Although she comes from a family of warriors and lost her parents early, her capable brother took care of her well. She married a gentleman she admired at first sight, who even owes her mother a life-saving favor. To this day, her husband has not taken a concubine, which shows their family harmony. Her only worry is that her son sometimes seems to think she lacks knowledge, but it's not too serious. After all, the whole kingdom values literature over martial skills. Everything changed when Jean Moer appeared, and she suddenly found herself blamed for something she didn't do. The world around her shifted unexpectedly, and she fell into a difficult situation. Fortunately, she has regained her clarity. Sure Yibin and Jean Moer were both stunned by her words, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Sure Yibin opened his mouth several times, but couldn't find the words. He wanted to point out that it was Yifujin who started this, so how could she be so unjust and self-righteous? This was not the mindset of a wise and virtuous woman. As the saying goes, I did not kill Bo-ren, yet Bo-ren died because of me. Did Yifujin really bear no responsibility in this matter with Jean Moer? But seeing Yifujin shed tears with an unprecedented calmness, as if she could easily let go of something, made him uneasy, and he found himself at a loss for words. Yifujin noticed Sure Yibin was speechless and said, "Sure Yibin, I don't know if you did this on purpose or if you truly think this way, but I have woken up. I am not wrong, and I owe no one anything. Instead, it is you who have kept me in the dark. Now, I want to ask you, do you still want to live a good life with me?" Sure Yibin instinctively replied, "Of course." But the next moment, he felt Jean and Moer gripping his clothes tightly, trembling all over, and Sure Yibin froze.
But
"I can't ignore Moer. We are one as husband and wife." Yifujin watched their interaction, feeling a chill in her heart, and finally couldn't help but say, "If everything was just a misunderstanding, and if I have hindered your fate, then perhaps we should part ways, and you can marry her." Upon hearing this, Sure Yibin's expression changed dramatically, as if he had been provoked, and he shouted, "I have said that our relationship is pure and innocent. Parting ways, could that be mentioned so casually?" But then they heard Sure Hao say, "You are the obstacle. You are blocking my father and my cousin. How can you be so cruel?" At this, both Sure Yibin and Yifujin turned to look at Sure Hao. Sure Hao spoke confidently. He was not lying. He had seen his cousin leaning against his father's embrace that day. "If it weren't for Yifun saving my mother back then, you wouldn't have been harmed. Although my sister-in-law has interfered with our fate, I don't blame her. Cousin Wen is gentle and well-read, just as good as the mothers of other siblings, unlike his own mother, who struggles to understand her studies and often causes him to be mocked by his siblings. Besides, his father clearly prefers Cousin Wen. He wishes Cousin Wen were his mother instead. Is this what you call being clear between you two? Then where did he learn these words?" Yifun looked at her son with a bitter smile, feeling as if something had been taken from her, slowly returning to calm. Sure Yibin said sternly, "Hao, who told you to say that?" Under his father's fierce gaze, Sure Hao instantly shrank back. I.
Wa.
As Sure Hao cried loudly, Sure Yibin felt a headache coming on. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, he turned to Yifun. "Are you satisfied with causing such a scene?" Yifun opened her mouth. "Divorce? Take a concubine or stay away from her. I am straightforward and absolutely will not accept unclear situations." Sure Yibin was so angry that his chest heaved. Suddenly, Jean Emoar stood up and knelt directly before Yifun, holding her hand. "Sister-in-law, please, don't make things difficult for my cousin. There is nothing between us. I was just not fortunate back then. Please don't." Yifun felt a sharp pain in her hand, as if nails had dug into her skin. She was already disgusted with Jean Emoar, and without hesitation, she pulled her hand away. "Let go of me." However, Yifun had never experienced such family conflicts. She only wanted to free her hand, but it seemed Jean Emoar was knocked over by her force, screaming as she fell back, only to be caught by Sure Yibin. This time, Sure Yibin was completely furious. "Yifun, you are simply unreasonable. Get out of here." Yifun looked at Sure Yibin in disbelief. She didn't argue, as she felt no guilt for shaking off the persistent Jean Emoar. But Sure Yibin's reaction drained her of energy. "Stop the carriage," Sure Yibin commanded. Once the carriage came to a halt, he turned to Yifun. "I see you are not thinking clearly right now. Walk back home and reflect on your actions today. I don't want you to return home still confused and acting irrationally. I want to live well with you. It all depends on whether you are willing." Sure Yibin had to speak firmly, as Yifujin had gone too far. He was the head of the family, and as a husband, he had to maintain order. If he didn't care for his wife, he wouldn't tolerate Yifujin causing such a scene. Yifujin said nothing, only looked deeply at Sure Yibin. However, this time, he missed her gaze and was only concerned about Jean Emoar in his arms. Yifujin then turned to Sure Hao and finally couldn't help but say, "Hao, I am your mother. Will you come with me?" Sure Hao sniffled and, out of spite, turned away from Yifujin, as if blaming her for getting him scolded by his father. Sure Yibin was puzzled by her sudden comment, but when he looked up, he saw Yifujin turning away and lifting the curtain of the carriage, as if she really intended to leave. At that moment, Sure Yibin felt a pang of regret for saying anything, and his heart sank. But it was too late. The carriage shook slightly, and Yifujin had already jumped down. Sure Yibin watched the curtain fall, his mouth opening and closing without words, his face looking very grim. She didn't even admit her mistake, which was even more frustrating.
Go.
The carriage slowly drove away. Yifujin stood dazed on the street, motionless, as she watched the carriage disappear. Suddenly, it felt like everything was gone, leaving her empty. Tears streamed down her face, and her head felt heavy, as if all her strength was being drained away. She wanted to leave but couldn't take a step. It felt like there was nowhere to go. Behind her, the sound of the carriage returned, and she seemed to be in the way, possibly about to be scolded. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Ajuan, come up." Yifujin froze and turned around to see Shin Shuangyu smiling at her from the carriage. In that moment, Yifujin cried out. Fortunately, the lady saw those scoundrels abandon her. They truly deserve it. In the carriage, Shin Shuangyu looked at Yifujin, who was crying on her shoulder, and sighed silently. Unlike her and Muzio, Yifujin had always lived a simple life without much hardship. Thankfully, they found her. When Shin Shuangyu first saw Yifujin, she feared she might do something drastic. The carriage stopped quietly by the riverbank. Yifujin cried for an unknown length of time until the sunset light finally shone into the carriage. Only then did she stop crying and slowly lift her head. Shin Shuangyu moved her stiff shoulder, which was already damp. Looking at Yifujin again, she noticed that her eyes were swollen. "What happened?" Shin Shuangyu asked. Yifujin gave a bitter smile and briefly explained the situation. "I'm not foolish. I can see that Sir Yibin doesn't want to solve the problem. He just wants me to give in." Shin Shuangyu felt the same way. Yifujin suddenly said, "Let's go." "Have you decided where to go?" Shin Shuangyu gently asked. Yifujin stared blankly out of the carriage window. "I want to go home?" Shin Shuangyu didn't think so. "Which home?" Yifujin replied, "The Yifujin." "Your family home? Isn't your brother away?" Shin Shuangyu said, "There should only be a few servants left at the Yifujin. If you don't want to return to the Sher family, you can stay with me." Yifujin shook her head. "Even if my brother is not there, it's still my home. I want to go back." Seeing Yifujin's determination, Shin Shuangyu took her to the Yifujin. Yifujin fell silent for a long time but eventually couldn't help but ask, "Why is he being so contradictory?" "I don't understand." "Shuangyu, you're smart. Help me think." Shin Shuangyu agreed, patting Yifujin. "I guess he is trying to restrain himself."
What?
Yifujin asked in surprise. Yi Qing also became curious. Restraining what? He doesn't want to take a concubine, but he realizes that his favoritism towards Jean Emoer could overshadow you. If it were just a favored guest, it would be one thing, but if it were a concubine, it would mean favoring her over his wife. As an official from a prestigious family, he cannot take a concubine that would threaten his wife's status. Yifujin stared blankly at Shin Shuangyu. Perhaps he has feelings for you and fears losing control, not wanting anyone to threaten your position. Maybe he rationally doesn't want to leave such a risk that could affect his career. In any case, not bringing Jean Emoer into the household is a result of his considerations, so no matter what anyone says, he won't agree. He wants to share a life with you, but also wants to enjoy Jean Emoer's admiration and dependence. To be honest, if Jean Emoer continues to be treated as a cherished guest in the household, with cousins calling each other that way, even if there are rumors, as long as they don't cross the line, it won't lead to anything as serious as a favored concubine overshadowing the wife. If anyone brings it up, Jean Emoer can just cry, and Sher Yibin can say that Ifu Jun is just jealous, and that would solve everything. Even Ifu Jun's brother wouldn't be able to say much. Jean Emoer probably thinks she has enchanted the foolish man, but in reality, men are just as clever as women. They are the best at pretending to be innocent while ensuring they never lose out. Jean Emoer will likely never be able to do that. Wait, something seems off. Let me think. Shin Shuangyu found it strange and didn't know what Yi Qing was thinking, so she decided to comfort Ifu Jun first. Ifu Jun felt disheartened by Shin Shuangyu's words and kept forcing a bitter smile. Once they returned to the residence, Shin Shuangyu helped her down from the carriage. "If you need anything, just send someone to let me know, or come find me directly," Shin Shuangyu instructed. Ifu Jun nodded absent-mindedly and approached the door. Soon, a servant came to open it, and upon seeing Ifu Jun, exclaimed, "Miss, you're back." The warm tone made Yi Fu-jun's eyes well up with tears. A group of people eagerly welcomed her, and seeing this, Shen Shuangyu felt relieved and left Yi Fu-jun there, taking the carriage back home. On the way, Yi Qing remained quiet until they reached the residence, when she finally spoke. Shuangyu, something feels off about Yi Fu-jun's situation. Shen Shuangyu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "I was trying to find something on Shi Yibin, and I recalled some details about them. However, from your perspective of the future, it mainly revolves around the information regarding Yi Fu-jun's death. The details about the Shi family were just brief mentions, including that after Yi Fu-jun's death, her brother Yi Zhe returned, devastated, but soon after, he actively supported Shi Yibin remarrying to find a stepmother for his nephew, and the identity would be a cousin." Shen Shuangyu's expression changed. "Yi Zhe wants Shi Yibin to marry Jin Moer? That's impossible. Yi Zhe is a very smart person. If he returns, he would definitely hear about the grievances his sister faced because of Jin Moer. He wouldn't choose her. The rumors say that it was the older brother-in-law who pushed for it, and everyone praised him for being open-minded. However, a few years later, someone from the Shi family committed a serious crime, and the whole family was exiled. At that time, Yi Zhe did not step in to help. Of course, it is understandable to want to protect oneself, but he didn't even help Shi Hao, allowing him to be exiled with the Shi family. I know this because in the original story, when the Shi family had trouble, Shen Shuangyu tried to find a chance at a banquet to ask Yi Zhe about the only child of Yi Fu-jun, probably hoping to see if there was a way to help. But Yi Zhe told her not to interfere and reacted very coldly. While it may seem unfair, at the banquet, when someone framed Shen Shuangyu, he saved her, saying it was for the sake of his deceased sister, as Yi Fu-jun had always worried about Shen Shuangyu and often mentioned her situation to her brother. Of course, the focus of the story at that time was on Song Jixian being jealous. But looking back at these details now, they seem very contradictory. After reading Yi Qing's comments, Shen Shuangyu thought for a long time and suddenly shivered, her face turning pale. "If everything you said has no hidden truth, then I can only think of one possibility." Shen Shuangyu's tone suddenly became icy.
What is it?
Yi Zhe's harshness towards the Shi family and Shi Hao proves that Yi Fu-jun's death was suspicious. Perhaps she was severely injured and barely woke up, but during those 3 days, she was harmed by Jin Moer, who may have taken advantage of the young and naive Shi Hao. Then, after Yi Zhe returned and discovered the problem, he tried to force Shi Yibin, who didn't want to marry Jin Moer, to be tied to her. After that, the Shi family's exile. It was Yi Zhe's revenge. He spared no one. After all, once exiled, if no one rescues them, they would likely succumb to the hardships and die along the way, Shen Shuangyu said slowly. While thinking about it this way really makes more sense. Shen Shuangyu couldn't help but sigh, troubled. The problem now is how to warn Yi Fu-jun to be careful. Shi Yibin probably doesn't want anything to happen to Yi Fu-jun since he doesn't want to change his main wife. Yi Fu-jun also has her own people around her. Unlike my situation at the Marquis's residence, Yi Fu-jun is not alone. Her own people? Then how did Jin Moer manage to harm Yi Fu-jun? Do you think it's possible that Jin Moer finally got Shi Yibin into bed while Yi Fu-jun was unconscious? Then, when Yi Fu-jun woke up and couldn't handle any stress, her son told her that they had gotten together, just waiting for her to be out of the way. That's how Yi Fu-jun might end up being driven to death without anyone noticing? Shen Shuangyu also thought it was quite possible. If your guess is right, it means that sooner or later, Shi Yibin will abandon his principles and get completely involved with Jin Moer. A scoundrel can easily find an excuse to change his principles. Do you think she, having been hurt so deeply, would consider divorce? Shen Shuangyu shook her head, unsure. If it were any other noble lady in the capital, she definitely wouldn't consider divorce. It's not an extreme situation. Maybe Yi Qing can understand, but here, a woman can be deliberately confused. Plus, with the power of the housekeeper and a reliable family, even if her husband is completely uninterested, life would still be better than going through a divorce. But Yi Fu-jun is straightforward and hasn't faced much hardship. Her only brother has always protected her, so it's really hard to say what choice she would make. Anyway, I'll hint to Yi Fu-jun to be careful of Jin Moer. But I think if Yi Fu-jun isn't weak enough to be easily manipulated, Jin Moer wouldn't dare to harm her. At most, she would use that father-son duo to create some small schemes to drive a wedge between the couple. Ultimately, it's someone else's life. As a friend, Shen Shuangyu shouldn't interfere too much unless it's a matter of life and death. When Yi Qing helped Shen Shuangyu, it was only after Shen Shuangyu made her own decision. So it all depends on what Yi Fu-jun thinks. After discussing Yi Fu-jun for a while, they finally returned to their own matters about opening a shop. Although they had anticipated the possibility of exposure, it was still a bit overwhelming for Shen Shuangyu to face it so soon. I have an idea. They both expressed it almost simultaneously. Shen Shuangyu smiled and said, "You go first." Okay. Since it's already exposed, the only way forward is not to let it fester passively, but to go against the tide and promote it boldly. We need to confront it head-on. Shen Shuangyu nodded. I think the same way. She had originally wanted to open the shop quietly, attracting customers through word of mouth, and deal with any discoveries later. But since they wanted to sabotage her plans, she couldn't just sit back and wait any longer. Hey, when I heard you mention looking for someone to help with the sign, I had a sudden idea. If the person writing the sign is someone very respected and of high status, wouldn't those noble ladies consider it? Yi Qing had seen many similar situations. For example, if the emperor wrote a sign for a shop, even if the shop wasn't the best, people would still flock to it. Shen Shuangyu said with embarrassment, "That's true. But the only people we can find are those we pay to write. They may write well, but the influential figures who can truly impact business are not ones I can invite. What do you think about Master Kong?" Shen Shuangyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the comments. Master Kong? The mentor of Song Jixian? How is that possible? I can assure you, there is a way. Just think about his writing. Wouldn't it overshadow your reputation and that of Li? Shen Shuangyu became almost speechless with excitement. Of course. He is a mentor to 2 emperors, and his writing is priceless. If he were willing to write a shop's name and leave his signature and seal, scholars from all over would definitely visit, not to mention those talented ladies. The positive impact would be
Countless. But
how could Master Kong? Xiao Qing, do you really have a way? In the original future, there was a small side story about finding a great scholar for Song Hongyi to be his mentor. In the Great Zhou, literature is valued, and those reclusive scholars do not fear power or regard money lightly. Even the newly powerful Song Jixian would find it hard to invite them. Shen Shuangyu calmed down and said, "That's why Song Jixian wanted to use my life-saving favor with the princess to seek an imperial decree. Apart from the decree, there is another way, having Master Kong introduce him to other great scholars. Actually, Master Kong is considered a great scholar, but he has long stated that he would no longer take on disciples. Otherwise, several princes would be sent to him for guidance, which would force him into royal conflicts. So, even for Song Jixian's child, he would not accept. Song Jixian knew this, so he only asked Master Kong to help find other great scholars for mentorship. Song Jixian is very proud and reluctant to ask for help, even from his own teacher, but Master Kong happens to be looking for the 8-star map. I know about this. The 8-star map was drawn by a master 100 years ago. It consists of 8 pictures combined into one. Master Kong has already collected 7, but he is still missing one. He once said that if someone finds it and is willing to part with it, he would do his best to fulfill one request from that person. Do you know where the 8th picture is? I have a rough idea, but you still need to look for it. In the original future, after the autumn hunt, at the end of October, Song Jixian spent 2 taels of silver at the largest book market in the capital to buy a picture of a rooster crowing. A scholar who didn't recognize him mocked him for lacking taste, saying the painting was average and not worth 2 taels. However, Song Jixian revealed that the painting actually had a hidden layer, and inside was the long-lost final piece of the 8-star map. This shocked everyone present, and the news spread throughout the capital in a day. This not only promoted Song Jixian's reputation again, but also gave him the chance to ask his mentor to help Song Hongyi find a great scholar to be his teacher, without owing anyone a favor. As Shun Xuangu listened, her eyes grew brighter. It was now mid-October, and there had been no news about the 8-star map, which meant Song Jixian had not found it yet. If she went to the book market every day to look for the rooster painting worth 2 taels, and found it before Song Jixian, she could trade it with Master Kong for a request. Of course, besides writing the shop's name, Shun Xuangu also considered the value of the 8-star map itself. If she exchanged it for money, it would eventually run out. Keeping it in the shop to attract people could lead to trouble with scholars or even theft, and it might offend Master Kong, which would not be worth the risk. It would be better to exchange it for a long-lasting benefit. What do you think of this idea? It could not only make a name for us but also give Song Jixian a hard time. Shun Xuangu nodded seriously. Excellent. Xiaoqing, you are really smart. Yi Qing, feeling quite proud, said, I admire myself for finding such a useful piece of information from so little. The key point is actually what comes next. Although Song Hongyi became a disciple of a great scholar because of this, he still has to go to the Imperial Academy to study properly. I told you about this kid's future before. He didn't study well at the academy and sided with the 5th prince, starting to scheme for power at a young age. Not only did you notice this, but that great scholar also saw it. He thought the boy had a bad character and was considering expelling him from the school. But because you effectively stopped his wrong behavior, the scholar changed his mind. Otherwise, just being expelled would have been a lifelong stain on his reputation. Shun Xuanyu didn't expect there to be such a twist, and she found it amusing. If I can seize this opportunity, wouldn't I be indirectly helping Song Hongyi? After all, if he successfully becomes a disciple, he might end up with a stain of being expelled by a great scholar. Just think of it as doing a good deed, so go ahead and try. Shun Xuanyu smiled lightly. Coincidentally, I also plan to delay opening the shop. It's funny that it's also at the end of October. By the way, you haven't shared your thoughts yet. Shun Xuanyu became more serious. The 80th birthday celebration of the Zhao family is a great opportunity. Since there are people willing to help me promote, I will use this banquet to openly advertise. What do you think if I present our pastries and storytelling performance as a gift for my grandmother? Yi Qing imagined the scene and laughed. Everyone attending the birthday banquet will think the Zhao family and the Shun family support your pastry shop. If it turns out to be a Shun family member who presents it, then the previous negative publicity will be seen as malicious, but by then, the Shun family won't be able to deny it. It would be like trying to steal a chicken and ending up losing rice. I can hardly imagine that scene. It's too funny, haha. Shun Xuanyu smirked but replied, the idea is great, but executing it will definitely be challenging. It's a bit of a gamble, and the chances of success aren't as high as your plan. That's true. There will be many uncertainties that day, but we can tackle it from both sides. Even if we can achieve just one thing, we can break their schemes. Afterward, the two discussed various scenarios that might occur during the birthday banquet until the moon was high in the sky, and then they parted ways to rest. After all, starting the next day, while they could put the shop matters on hold, finding the painting was urgent. The next day, the book market was open for a total of 4 hours. Shun Xuanyu spent all her time there. Initially, she thought she could tell if there was a target painting after just one round, but she worried that someone might set up a stall at any moment for trading. After all, the information Yi Qing provided wasn't detailed enough for that, so she had to stay and observe. Of course, Yi Qing had suggested a lazy way to do it, like having someone keep an eye on Song Jixian to see when he would go to the book market. But Shun Xuanyu felt that fate had already changed too much. This time, Song Jixian might not come to the book market, and she might miss out on a good find. This was crucial for the smooth opening of her shop, so Shun Xuanyu didn't dare to take any chances and preferred to check things herself for peace of mind. On the first day, she returned empty-handed. When she got back home, she encountered an unwelcome visitor. At this moment, Granny Sun was blocking the entrance, not planning to welcome any guests into the house. So when Shun Xuanyu returned, she saw a carriage parked at the door. As she appeared, someone got out of the carriage and called out, "Sister, it's been a long time." This still made Shin Shuangyu feel a wave of discomfort. "Did you really come here again?" "Big sister, Granny's son won't let me in." "This is really," Shin Dingen said, a bit annoyed. After all, being turned away by a servant, even one he knew, felt very humiliating, especially since Lord Fong next door had just seen it happen. But when he met Shin Shuangyu's cold gaze, he couldn't continue. "I won't say more. Big sister, I came to deliver an invitation to grandmother's birthday celebration." After saying this, he looked at Shin Shuangyu. "What kind of look is that? Are you waiting for an invitation to come in?" Normally, he should have been invited inside. But Shin Shuangyu showed no sign of that, standing at the door and raising her hand, signaling Shin Dingen to show her the invitation. Shin Dingen's expression stiffened. He thought that after so many days, Shin Shuangyu's attitude might have softened. He didn't expect it to still be so sharp. With no choice, he took out the invitation and asked, "You will come, right?" Shin Shuangyu nodded. Shin Dingen immediately smiled. "Grandmother said that since you are having a tough time, you don't need to worry about preparing a gift. Just coming would be enough." "That won't do. I will prepare a gift." Shin Shuangyu suddenly replied, "I am not having a tough time." Shin Dingen sighed with a smile. "Big sister, don't be stubborn. How could this situation last? Once you run out of money and are burdened by the divorce, without any income, you will regret it. But no matter what, big sister, you can always return to our family." Shin Shuangyu slowly smiled, but that smile made Shin Dingen feel uneasy. "You don't need to worry. I will prepare a proper gift for grandmother and won't let the Shin family down." Although Shin Dingen found her tone a bit strange, her words relieved him. At least his sister still respected their grandmother. Perhaps after her impulsive actions, she wanted to mend their relationship, but she likely still had some reservations about him and their uncle's family. Shin Dingen wanted to say more, but Shin Shuangyu had already turned and walked away with the invitation. Without waiting for Shin Dingen to react, the gate of the courtyard opened and closed again. A flash of anger crossed Shin Dingen's eyes, but he awkwardly touched his nose and got into the carriage to leave. "It's the Shin family." Shin Shuangyu nodded. "Well, it's only fair that the one responsible is found." She thought the matter would end there for the day. However, not long after, someone came looking for her. When the servant reported back, Shin Shuangyu was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, sure Yibin is looking for Ijuan? Now? He found her here?" At the gate, Sure Yibin was waiting with a dark expression. When Shin Shuangyu appeared, he glanced back and noticed that Ijuan was not with her, causing his brow to furrow. "Madam Shin, please let my wife come out," Sure Yibin said in a harsh tone. Shin Shuangyu frowned slightly. Sure, your words are quite strange. Why would you look for Ijuan here?" Sure Yibin replied, "Yesterday, she left with you. Now, after a whole day and night, if she's not here, where else could she be? Hurry and let her out. This lack of manners is simply disgraceful. What will people say if this gets out?" Shin Shuangyu scoffed. "Yesterday, Ijuan clearly left in your carriage, Sure. Have you forgotten?" Sure Yibin was momentarily speechless. "In any case, she didn't return with us." Shin Shuangyu maintained a neutral expression. "So, Ijuan has been missing since yesterday, and you only came to me this evening?" Sure Yibin's face turned slightly angry at being called out. "Did you only just realize your wife has been missing for a day and night? Your heart seems to have completely shifted." Shin Shuangyu's expression grew colder. "I wonder what you and your family have been busy with. You only just noticed Ijuan is missing? If she were in danger, she might not even wait for help." Sure Yibin's face changed colors as he listened. After returning yesterday, his cousin had cried a lot, and he and Howard were busy comforting her, so he hadn't heard any news about Ijuan. He thought Ijuan had gone home quietly after being scolded. When he didn't see her in the morning, he assumed she was still upset, but after returning home and wanting to check on Ijuan, he found she was not there at all and had to ask the servants. Yifujin's yard was mostly filled with servants she brought from her family, and they all looked at him with disdain. The outside servants were unaware of Yifujin's whereabouts, so no one informed him in time that she had not returned home. Lady Shen, please do not speak nonsense. Yesterday, she sent someone to inform the household servants that she would not be returning, so it is impossible for her to be in danger. Shen Shuangyu thought the same. Even if Yifujin returned to her family, the servants there would know her whereabouts. It was just that she might not have clearly stated she was at her mother's house. Shen Shuangyu lost her patience. Lord Shi, Ajun is not here with me. Seeing that Shen Shuangyu was not lying, Shi Yibin also remembered that Yifujin had her family to go to. He initially did not think of it because her family had not been occupied for a long time, only having a few servants left. He instinctively felt that Yifujin could not return alone, as he believed she appeared bold and strong but was not truly independent. She always needed someone to rely on, first her brother, now him. Since Yifujin was not there, Shi Yibin did not want to waste any more time. He turned to leave, but still said, Lady Shen, now that you are a woman of the household, remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Do not meddle in others' affairs, as that is a lack of virtue. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Originally angered, Shen Shuangyu felt her irritation fade when she saw Yi Qing's fierce demeanor, almost laughing. Noticing Shen Shuangyu's lack of shame and her smile, Shi Yibin felt a surge of frustration. Did Lady Shen not understand my words? Shen Shuangyu replied, Are you worried that Ajun might want a divorce under my influence? Shi Yibin sneered at Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu smiled slightly. Lord Shi, do not worry. You are not a hypocritical person, nor have you done anything to feel guilty about. You have not taught Ajun's son to disrespect his mother or favor outsiders. With each word Shen Shuangyu spoke, Shi Yibin's expression grew darker, especially at the end. In a situation where there are no problems, even if my influence is great, it is impossible for Ajun to give up her happy life to endure hardship, right? He clearly heard Shen Shuangyu's mockery, but he considered himself a gentleman and did not want to argue with a woman. With a flick of his sleeve, he quickly got into his carriage and left. Shen Shuangyu couldn't follow anymore, but Yi Qing was really curious if Yi Fuyun would be taken away, so Shen Shuangyu simply asked Uncle Li to check the situation nearby. When Shi Yibin arrived at the Yi residence, he finally saw Yi Fuyun. Unlike the emotional Yi Fuyun from yesterday, today she seemed much calmer, which made Shi Yibin hesitate to scold her. He ended up pretending nothing had happened, saying, How are Mrs. Yu, and insists on seeing you.
Come home with me.
Yi Fuyun was only pretending to be calm. Inside, she couldn't return to normal so quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt hurt again by Shi Yibin's words. I didn't expect your first words to be a dismissive lie. Shi Yibin replied unhappily. What are you talking about? Yi Fuyun coldly responded, How could Howard possibly miss me? If he really wanted to see me, you would have to bring him along.
Do you
not want to go back? Living at your mother's house like this, what does it look like? Shi Yibin said, a bit irritated. Yi Fuyun stubbornly shook her head. It's not just fine. As long as the problem isn't solved, I will stay here. Shi Yibin, stop trying to deceive me. Although I may not be as clever as you, and was fooled for half a year, I don't want to continue this. I don't want to waste more words with you. Divorce, take a concubine, let her go. It's your choice. Shi Yibin was immediately angry, standing up and pacing in the hall. I only want to treat her like a cousin. Why are you so jealous? Yi Fuyun kept a straight face and said nothing. Why can't you believe we are innocent? Yi Fuyun remained silent. I have already given you enough respect. Yi Fuyun continued to ignore him. For the first time, Shi Yibin felt at a loss with Yi Fuyun and seemed to finally understand that if he didn't face the problem directly, no matter what he said, she wouldn't respond. At worst, I'll be more careful in the future. Shi Yibin, feeling anxious, took a step back. Then he tried to reach for Yi Fuyun's hand, saying, Ayun, come home with me. I couldn't sleep well without you last night. Yi Fuyun suddenly looked up at him. Really? Weren't you with Jean and Moer all night? Shi Yibin's expression changed drastically as he remembered that Yi Fuyun had people in the house. He became angry and embarrassed, saying, "Then you should know I haven't done anything wrong to you. Why do you have to act like this?" Ifu Jun fell silent again, and Sure Yibin was extremely frustrated. No matter how long it took, Ifu Jun remained unmoved. Finally, Sure Yibin helplessly said, "Didn't you say before that you could let Imoer stay in the house and take care of her?" Ifu Jun was taken aback, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. However, after a certain point, the pain seemed to fade away, leaving her unsure if she had become numb or if it was something else. "I've changed my mind." Sure Yibin looked at Ifu Jun with surprise. "Divorce her or send her away. There is no third option. You choose." Seeing Sure Yibin repeatedly fighting for Jean Moer, Ifu Jun understood that even if he took a concubine, she would still end up suffering. In the past, she loved Sure Yibin and could be a generous mistress, allowing him to have his own interests as long as the concubine behaved, believing that harmony would bring prosperity. She could even love everything connected to him. But now, she suddenly didn't want to endure this unfairness anymore. A concubine could exist, but it absolutely could not be Jean Moer. Sure Yibin was immediately furious. "You may not be good with words, but have you forgotten the basics of being a wife? How can you threaten your husband? How could this happen?" The old Ifu Jun would have backed down for him time and again. Now, she was not only standing her ground, but also pushing further. Remembering how she had just mocked him, he thought, "You really have learned badly from Shin Shuangyu. Stop blaming others." Ifu Jun snapped back. "Shuangyu is great. But you and Jean Moer."
Ha!
Sure Yibin's face turned red with anger. "Do you really want it to be this way?" Ifu Jun turned away, not wanting to look at him anymore. "Fine, if you don't want to go back, then don't. I want to see how long you can hold out." With that, Sure Yibin stood up to leave. Being a jealous wife is one thing, but being an unkind mother is another. "Ifu Jun, you really have a heart of stone," leaving Hauer alone in the house.
Anive, how likest montaker mortanem e.
"He probably doesn't even know I'm not in the house anymore," Ifu Jun said bitterly, revealing a painful truth. Sure Yibin was surprised that Ifu Jun knew this, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He hadn't realized that while it was understandable for him to just find out today, Hauer had been in the house longer than he had and had never even gone to visit his mother, instead spending all his time playing with Jean Moer. That was truly excessive. But Sure Yibin would not add fuel to the fire and quickly scolded, "How can you think that about your own son?" Ifun looked at him intensely and said, "Don't pretend it doesn't concern you. Hauer acts this way because of what you taught him." At this stage, Sure Hao was growing up with his father as a role model. A young child in a patriarchal world naturally knows who to align with for the greatest benefit. His cruel innocence leads him to please the strongest. In the past, issues with kindness and strength might have made Sure Hao somewhat distant from his mother, but it wasn't this extreme. Now, the reason for his behavior was entirely due to Sure Yibin's improper attitude as a father. Seeing his father treat Jean Moer better than his mother, he naturally followed suit. When he realized that his father did not scold him for this, but rather they got along better, he thought this behavior was correct. However, Sure Yibin subconsciously ignored these issues until Yi Fuyun pointed them out. "If you hadn't encouraged him to be nice to Jean Moer, Hao wouldn't be so disrespectful to me as his mother." "Sure Yibin, what right do you have to criticize me now?" Sure Yibin's face darkened. "Moer. She has lost a child and is not in good health. She may not be able to have more children in the future. She just likes Hauer and wants a child to keep her company. Why must you be so calculative?" Ifun was taken aback by his words. In that moment, she didn't want to argue or expose anything. Looking at Sure Yibin like this, she felt a fleeting disgust, but he was her partner. How could he make her feel this way? Seeing her in a daze, Sure Yibin still wanted to persuade her. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Ifun suddenly said, "My decision won't change. If you don't choose, then just go." Sure Yibin was stunned, and in the end, he was so angry that he could only leave in disappointment. Uncle Lee went back to report the situation. "Not bad, no turning back. Do you think it will lead to a separation?" Should we add fuel to the fire? Shin Shuangyu said, tomorrow, I can ask Ajun if she intends to separate. The next day, Shin Shuangyu invited Yi Fuyun to the book market under the pretense of helping her grandmother find a birthday gift. Yi Fuyun was clearly distracted. After wandering around, she sat with Shin Shuangyu on the second floor of a tea house. Yi Fuyun was lost in thought, while Shin Shuangyu continued to observe the changes in the art stalls and asked with concern, what if he doesn't want to let go? Then we will separate. Shuangyu, I truly mean it, and it's not an impulsive decision. Before I got married, my brother told me that if I wasn't happy, I could separate and come home. Fu Jun smiled as she spoke. It seemed she was really looking forward to the separation. Shin Shuangyu didn't mention how difficult it was to separate, but said, this reminds me of what my older brother once told me. I was still young then and my brother didn't like. My former fiancé told my parents that if I didn't want to marry, he would support me for life, allowing me to live freely at the border. Yi Qing, seeing how happy they were talking about their brothers, thought of her own brother. It was better not to think about it, as it only brought her down. During the conversation, Shin Shuangyu found an opportunity to bring up the cautious Jean Mo heir. People's hearts are hard to read. You are not as cunning as she is, and it's easy to be manipulated. If she wants to harm you,
No.
it can't be that serious. If it were a normal separation, she would bear the blame and would have a hard time marrying Shi Yibin. But if something were to happen to you unexpectedly, it would be different. So if one day you decide to go back, you must be very careful. Don't worry, unless I send her away from the capital, I will never go back, Fu Jun said firmly. After searching for many days without results, news came from Fu Jun that she had returned home. Jean Mo heir was sent back to her hometown by Shi Yibin. Yi Qing still felt quite upset after hearing this. Separation is better. Not everything can be cleaned and reused. She had learned this lesson the hard way and regretted realizing it too late, allowing herself to be disgusted for so long. Shin Shuangyu said, Xiao Qing, this is normal. Separation is ultimately a choice we make out of necessity. Even for me, if it weren't for your foresight, I wouldn't know what my future would hold, let alone them, who still have feelings for each other and a child. They also have to consider their family.
Huh?
Didn't you say that Isaiah cared for her and would support her separation? But her brother also has a wife, and that wife has her own family to protect.
What?
Shin Shuangyu said. Her sister-in-law wrote a letter. It seemed someone in the Ai family had informed Isaiah that his sister had returned home, indicating there was a problem. Since she was unwilling to speak, Isaiah hurried back to the capital to support her. However, his sister-in-law was worried that Fu Jun would cause trouble for the family, so she wrote back first. On the surface, it seemed caring, but in reality, it was a hint for her to behave and not make a fuss. With this invisible pressure, separation could not possibly be the first choice. The only fortunate thing is that Shi Yibin couldn't hold on any longer and chose to let go. Ajun doesn't want her brother and sister-in-law to be unhappy because of her. Since her brother is already married, as a sister, even if they were close before, she must know her place. She can't let her own issues disturb her brother's family. It's just right that Shi Yibin realized this in time. For Ajun, it might be the best choice. Well, I'm not optimistic. A person who is strayed won't easily return. His heart has shifted, and he isn't truly awakened. He is just forced to make a choice. His decision now only shows that he indeed has feelings for Fu Jun, but that doesn't mean he won't still care for his first love. He might continue to watch over her from afar. In their ancient times, it was common for a man to like new women continuously, so Shin Shuangyu didn't understand this as deeply as Yi Qing did. She could only say, anyway, Jean Moer has already left, and the crisis is over. Forget it. Let's just keep looking for paintings. Soon, Shin Shuangyu and Uncle Li returned to the book market to check the paintings at the stalls. Suddenly, a stall owner displayed a painting of a rooster crowing. At the same time, someone in the crowd noticed, Lord, the person standing next to the painting stall looks familiar. It seems to be a servant of Madame Shin. And the woman beside her wearing a veil is. Song Jixian's gaze had already landed there first. His cold eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward. After the divorce, this was the first time Song Jixian saw Shin Shuangyu. He had never actively sought information about her, but Shin Dingyan would occasionally reveal details, so he naturally knew about the Shin family's little tricks. Hearing that the shop they were supposed to open still hadn't started, he guessed they had faced difficulties. Although the Shin family's actions were somewhat despicable, it did help Shin Shuangyu realize the harsh reality of the divorce sooner, making her aware of how wrong it was. Though he didn't want to admit it, after Shin Shuangyu left the Ho residence, the atmosphere there gradually became oppressive. It seemed that everything was slightly off, creating a sense of unease that reminded him of the smooth times when Shin Shuangyu was still around. He didn't care much about the inner workings of the household. As long as no major problems arose, he let things be. Yet, he still occasionally heard complaints that Shin Shuangyu's departure had caused trouble for everyone. Clearly, everyone preferred the days when Shin Shuangyu was in charge of the Ho residence. If she knew this, she would surely regret leaving. Song Zixian was curious to see if there would be any signs of regret on Shin Shuangyu's face when they met again. As he was about to approach, he saw Shin Shuangyu pull out 2 taels of silver and buy the painting without waiting for the vendor to introduce it. The vendor was stunned. Who buys a painting like they are at a market? He had prepared a sales pitch to promote the cheap artwork, but he didn't expect to encounter such a foolish buyer. With a big spender in front of him, the vendor quickly took the money. That was close. Yi Qing noticed the target painting and immediately became alert. Sure enough, the next moment, she spotted Song Jixian. If he saw the painting, Shin Shuangyu might not be able to get it, so she decided to act quickly. Shin Shuangyu followed Yi Qing's instructions. When she learned that Song Zixian was just 3 steps behind her, her heart skipped a beat, and all she wanted was to leave the awkward situation with the painting. This lady has great taste. 2 taels of silver is definitely worth it. Would you like to see more paintings? The vendor said with a smile, rolling up the rooster crowing painting and trying to flatter her. Shin Shuangyu was about to shake her head and urge the vendor to hurry when she heard Song Jixian's cold voice from behind. Shin Shuangyu, I had no idea your taste was so poor. Do you really think this painting is worth 2 taels of silver? It seems your 3 years were wasted. Song Jixian could tell from a distance how worthless the painting was. During her time at the Shin family, Shin Shuangyu hadn't received proper guidance and was just relying on her title as a general's descendant. After 3 years in the Marquis's residence, she had handled valuable items, so how could she lack even a little bit of discernment? If this got out, it would be embarrassing for him, even as her ex-husband. The vendor became anxious. Hey, young master, how can you say that? Song Zixian stood tall in front of the painting stall, his presence drawing attention from many onlookers. The vendor awkwardly replied, Well, the sale is final. The young lady chose it herself, and we do not accept returns. Song Zixian looked at Shin Shuangyu, who was wearing a hood. Although she was somewhat obscured, stepping closer allowed him to catch a familiar scent from her, causing him to pause in his breath. He instinctively wanted to get even closer, though he shouldn't be thinking about her. At that moment, Song Zixian felt a growing emotion, like a traveler who suddenly finds a refreshing spring after not realizing he was thirsty. He really wanted to lift the veil and see the expression on Shin Shuangyu's face when she noticed him. Don't waste time talking to him, just take the painting and leave. Shin Shuangyu decisively reached out to the vendor, saying, No need to wrap it, just give me the painting. Song Zixian frowned as he saw Shin Shuangyu ignore his warning. Is she still acting this way? The vendor smiled and quickly rolled up the painting, handing it to Shin Shuangyu. Just as Shin Shuangyu was about to leave with the painting, a hand suddenly grabbed it. Uncle Li rushed forward to protect Shin Shuangyu, but the skilled Yan Qiqi blocked him. The situation became tense, with both Song Zixian and Shin Shuangyu holding onto the painting. Did he discover the secret of this painting? Shin Shuangyu felt a bit nervous and looked at Song Zixian, asking, What do you mean, Lord? I should be asking you that. You were tricked into buying the painting, and I kindly warned you, yet you insist on making this mistake out of spite. Shin Shuangyu, I didn't expect you to be so immature. Song Zixian disliked her defiant attitude. He knew Shin Shuangyu was doing this on purpose, likely embarrassed after he exposed her ignorance, so she was determined to buy it. He was trying to help her, but she didn't appreciate it. Hasn't she learned anything since their separation? Shin Shuangyu took a deep breath, saying, "This is a voluntary transaction. You are overstepping, Lord." Song Zixian frowned at her, but suddenly pulled the painting from her hands and tossed it back to the vendor. The painting unfolded on the table. "This painting, she doesn't want it. Give her a refund." It was as if he was solving a problem for a reckless and impulsive young woman. Is he out of his mind? Does he think he's still my husband? The decree of separation should be thrown in his face. Shin Shuangyu was stunned and angry at Song Zixian's actions, her hands trembling. If it weren't for his status and presence, she would have slapped his calm face. How dare he interfere in her matters? It was outrageous. "Lord, please respect yourself. This is my business and has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Shin Shuangyu tried to take the painting back, but Song Zixian held it down, preventing her from retrieving it. He frowned at her disrespectful words and said in a low voice, "Shin Shuangyu, stop this. This painting, if bought, will only bring shame. Why do you care? It's none of your business. Shouldn't the Lord stop meddling? Can't I just slap him to make him see reality?" Shin Shuangyu gritted her teeth and loudly mocked, "It should be the Lord who needs to stop causing trouble. I'm simply buying the painting I want with my own money. How I choose to spend it is my business. Why does the Lord have to interfere and block me? Besides, 2 taels of silver is nothing to me, and I doubt the Lord cares about such a small amount. Why won't he just let it go? If the Lord wants to make things difficult, he should consider the situation. This deal is done. The painting belongs to me. Does the Lord really intend to take my personal belongings by force?" Due to the argument, a crowd began to form, especially after Shin Shuangyu's words made people realize that Song Zixian's identity was not simple. Even the stall owner was too afraid to speak. Yi Qing watched Song Zixian's shocked expression due to Shin Shuangyu's comments and suddenly understood something. Is he trying to show kindness? He might think that stopping you from being taken advantage of is a way of saving you. You should thank him for his help. That's why he insists on getting involved, even in a small deal, to show that he is still willing to support you, even after the divorce. But you seem unwilling to cooperate. Actually, as Shin Shuangyu spoke, she felt the same way, as if Song Zixian looked down on her, helplessly watching her make mistakes, and decided for her. She didn't expect that, even after the divorce, Song Zixian still acted so self-righteous around her, thinking her resistance was just her being stubborn. Shin Shuangyu sneered inwardly and continued to address Song Zixian. "Please let go." Her sharp words struck Song Zixian, and he felt the unusual gazes around him. His face turned pale, but he still didn't raise his hand. After all, he never wanted to back down in front of Shin Shuangyu. He only wanted her to admit her mistakes and yield. Even after the divorce, he learned nothing and treated it as just an unexpected incident. Shin Shuangyu's true nature should be as he believed it to be. "Shin Shuangyu." Song Zixian's tone was still low, mixed with reprimand and warning. Yan Qi watched from the side, feeling a headache. As an observer, he realized that the Lord truly cared about his ex-wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to interfere in everything. Not wanting the situation to remain tense, Yan Qi instinctively tried to persuade Shin Shuangyu. "Madam Shin, this painting isn't worth that much. The Lord is just trying to help you." Even if Shin Shuangyu had no feelings for the Lord and was divorced, she should at least show some emotion now. As more people gathered around, those who initially found it confusing began to listen to Yan Qi. Some scholars took a closer look at the painting and couldn't help but comment that it truly wasn't worth the price. The seller was clearly trying to take advantage. After some discussion, many felt that Shin Shuangyu was ungrateful, while others thought Song Zixian was meddling. Although Uncle Li was not good with words, he coldly said to Yan Qi, "We don't need your kindness. You're just making things difficult for Our Lady." Song Zixian looked coldly at Shin Shuangyu. "Are you really unable to tell right from wrong?" Shin Shuangyu replied indifferently, Let's just say that's the case. Ask the Lord not to make things harder for me. It seems I've overstepped, Song Jixian sneered, genuinely frustrated. He instinctively pressed down on the painting, ready to let go. Just as Shen Shuangyu thought she could finally escape the trouble, Song Zixian suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. This painting. Song Zixian abruptly picked up the scroll and held it up to the sunlight. Shen Shuangyu's face changed dramatically. She wanted to it back, but feared tearing the scroll and ruining her plans, so she could only watch nervously. Oh no! Has it been discovered? Stay calm, stay calm. The deal is done. He wouldn't dare to forcefully take it in public. In reality, it was almost like a forced take. Once Song Jixian realized there was more to the painting, he wanted to open it right there.
Wait.
Lord, have you forgotten? This is my property. You truly have good manners. Shen Shuangyu said angrily, directly stopping Song Jixian's actions. The onlookers quickly realized that this was indeed inappropriate. Song Jixian said sternly, I bought this painting. When did I agree to sell it? Shen Shuangyu mocked. I didn't expect the esteemed Yongxin Lord to resort to strong-arming. Shen Shuangyu publicly revealed Song Jixian's identity. There were many lords in the capital, but everyone knew the good reputation of the Yongxin Lord. Knowing that Song Zixian valued his reputation, Shen Shuangyu was not afraid of him taking it. There's more to this painting than you understand. Song Zixian began to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Shuangyu. Lord, you jest. If I hadn't seen that there was more to this painting, why would I spend 2 taels of silver to buy it? Shen Shuangyu replied smoothly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. It seemed that someone had found a treasure, which is why they were willing to be the fool. Remembering the earlier persuasion, everyone felt awkward. Song Jixian did not expect that Shen Shuangyu could notice something unusual and was a bit surprised that she had such skills. Because there were too many onlookers, including several scholars, the stall owner also wanted to understand what was happening, and they all wanted to take a look. Let everyone see that this picture is in your hands. It will help with future promotion. With Shen Shuangyu's agreement, a long-lost 8-star map was finally taken out from the rooster crowing painting, shocking everyone present. Song Jixian's eyes lit up. After all, he had just thought about finding a painting to gift to his teacher, and now this one appeared. Excited, he said directly, Shen Shuangyu, I need this painting. Shen Shuangyu rolled up the scroll and said, I told you, it's not for sale. Song Jixian frowned and said quietly, don't act stubborn with me right now. I need it for something important. If you want your shop to open smoothly, I can help you with that later. Wait. Did I hear that right? He means he won't even pay for it? And this man knows about the Shen family's troubles. Shen Shuangyu sneered. I have something important to use it for too. I want to give it as a gift. It's settled. A gift? Song Jixian's first thought was that it was for a birthday gift, and he immediately looked displeased. He mentioned that he could help find a birthday gift for her grandmother, but that Song Hongyi's apprenticeship was more important. The tone of their discussion made it seem as if they were still a couple. However, Shen Shuangyu realized he misunderstood her. To avoid further obstacles, she decided not to explain and instead looked at Song Zixian coolly, saying with a smile, What does the son of the Marquis's apprenticeship have to do with me? Has the Marquis forgotten something? Song Zixian's expression changed. After being called mother for 3 years, how could he be so indifferent? But seeing Shen Shuangyu's stubbornness, he could only say, What will it take for you to part with it? Name your conditions. Shen Shuangyu was also surprised by Song Jixian's persistence regarding the painting. Perhaps he would only be so rude to her. If it were anyone else, such a proud person as Song Jixian would have walked away after being refused a few times. He probably thought he could still control Shen Shuangyu, so he didn't take her words seriously. He had subconsciously treated the painting as his possession, just trying to coax her into giving it up. Shen Shuangyu just wanted to break free. So she shouted, Are you trying to force me to hand it over, my lord? Under the emperor's rule, using power to bully a weak woman like me? As soon as she said this, people around them began to murmur. Song Zixian glared at Shen Shuangyu with a pale face, ready to speak. Suddenly, A figure in a red outfit jumped out from the crowd and landed between the two of them. Let me see what kind of treasure can make the Yongxin Marquis act so recklessly. If it's truly valuable, I want it too. From Shen Shuangyu's perspective, she could only see a robe like flames, a sharp jawline, and a smug smile. Wow. Wei Xiaoran. Where did he come from? Yu Qing had been nervously watching the standoff between Shen Shuangyu and Song Zhixian and hadn't noticed anything else around her. But then she thought, this is good. At least no one knows better than them that Wei Xiaoran is on their side. Given the situation, she doubted Song Zhixian would openly confront them, especially with his identity revealed and the painting's value exposed, but there would still be some back-and-forth banter wasting time. Now that Wei Xiaoran had jumped in, he might help resolve the issue faster. He must be here to help you. His carefree attitude fits perfectly here. He can observe for now and maybe turn the situation to their advantage. Shen Shuangyu followed Yu Qing's advice and stayed quiet, observing. Song Zhixian frowned at Wei Xiaoran. Young Master Wei? Wei Xiaoran casually swayed, his clothes slightly disheveled, with a bright flower tucked behind his ear, looking like he had just come from a wild place. Very much the carefree young man. He looked at the painting Shen Shuangyu was holding and said, "What is this? A broken painting? Is it really worth the Yongxin Marquis losing his dignity over? Does it have great value? Young Master Wei, be careful with your words. We are just discussing," Song Zhixian said coldly, glancing at Shen Shuangyu, trying to signal her to help get rid of this troublesome person. But Shen Shuangyu completely ignored him. Wei Xiaoran stroked his chin and grinned mischievously. It seems it really is something valuable. I need to discuss it with this lady. Song Zhixian's sharp gaze fell on Wei Xiaoran. Young Master Wei, what do you mean? Are you trying to take it from me? A scholar can't be said to be taking it. We're just discussing. Wei Xiaoran replied confidently. Song Zhixian's face darkened, feeling a sense of humiliation from being mocked. Haha, looks like the boomerang hit you back. Wei Xiaoran is acting shamelessly, but you are truly shameless. Just laughing to show respect. Wei Xiaoran ignored Song Zhixian's unhappy expression and turned to Shen Shuangyu. How much is this painting? Shen Shuangyu, unsure of Wei Xiaoran's intentions, instinctively replied, I didn't plan to sell it. Oh, no wonder Yongxin wants to negotiate with you. Can we talk about it? Wei Xiaoran said with a smile. Seeing Song Zhixian's face darken further, Shen Shuangyu shook her head. I hope you both won't make this difficult. Wei Xiaoran shrugged. I don't like to trouble women. He turned to Song Zhixian. What about you? Do you want to continue negotiating? Song Zhixian, feeling embarrassed by Wei Xiaoran's words, didn't get angry on the spot. He was the last person who wanted to confront someone like Wei Xiaoran, as it would only bring trouble with no benefit. So he just shot a cold glance at Wei Xiaoran. Young Master Wei, you really lack insight. Don't you recognize who she is? This is a matter between us. Isn't it inappropriate for outsiders to interfere? Shen Shuangyu stiffened, trembling uncontrollably. After her divorce, she felt her identity was clear, but being openly mentioned by Song Zhixian made her feel sick. Shameless fool. Who does he think he is? She is Shen Shuangyu, not the lady of the house. Her past is just a bad memory. Shen Shuangyu took a deep breath and used Yi Qing's words. Lord Ho, this is not about who I am or my past identity. I simply don't want to sell the painting I just bought, and you keep bothering me, not letting me leave. I want to ask, what is the reason for this? Song Zhixian was momentarily stunned. A bad identity? Wei Xiaoran, who had been wary of Song Zhixian's words, suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, it's you who lacks insight, Lord Ho. Song Zhixian's face turned extremely dark, as if he would explode with anger any moment. After being rejected repeatedly, Song Zhixian could have thought Shen Shuangyu was just being difficult, but now, in front of influential people they both knew, her words felt like a slap in the face. Oh, is Lord Ho angry because you can't get what you want? No need to be so petty. Wei Xiaoran continued to provoke him. Song Zhixian was originally staring intently at Shen Shuangyu, but suddenly turned to Wei Xiaoran and asked, Young Master Wei, what do you want to do? I'm just bored and looking for some excitement. Is that a problem? If you want to negotiate, I want to negotiate too. If you want to compete, I will compete as well. Let's see who is better, Wei Xiaoran replied with a typical spoiled attitude. This made Song Jixian realize that this reckless person would definitely not back down. Looking at Shen Shuangyu's determined expression, reason ultimately prevailed, and she did not want to lose face in front of everyone. Since you are unwilling to give in, then forget it. I can just take it at the birthday banquet, Song Jixian said with a dismissive smile, as if mocking Shen Shuangyu's overconfidence. If he wouldn't give it to her, it was fine. She had already said she was preparing a gift. When she mentioned it to the Zhao family, claiming it was for Hongyi's apprenticeship, they would surely give him the painting. If today's events come to light, I doubt the elder will be happy about receiving this gift. Song Zixian said coldly and, not wanting to linger, turned to leave. Wei Xiaoran also muttered that it was boring and ran off before Shen Shuangyu could respond. Shen Shuangyu finally sighed in relief and left the troublesome place with Uncle Li, but just as they were about to reach the carriage, she suddenly paused. Miss? Uncle Li asked, confused. Shen Shuangyu thought for a moment and looked in the direction Yi Qing had indicated. After a while, a hesitant figure in red emerged from hiding. Uncle Li was shocked. Wei Xiaoran scratched his head and said, How did you find me? I'm not following you to steal your painting, so don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in your artwork. It was, of course, Yi Qing who helped spot him. Shen Shuangyu remained silent, lifted the obstruction in front of her, and faced Wei Xiaoran, bowing slightly. Thank you for your help just now, young master. Last time, she heard from Yi Qing that Wei Xiaoran had secretly intervened to stop an assassin during the autumn hunt. Although the assassin was trying to save the little princess, it was still a favor to Shen Shuangyu. She remembered this in her heart, but couldn't express her gratitude openly since he had been hiding. Unexpectedly, he had jumped out to help her again this time. At the very least, she needed to say thank you. At this moment, Wei Xiaoran was neatly dressed, with no trace of flowers on his head, looking like a spirited young man. Faced with Shen Shuangyu's beautiful eyes, he felt a bit shy and waved his hand, saying, You don't need to thank me. Princess Huining asked me to look out for you, since she can't leave the palace right now. He quickly glanced over and noticed that Shen Shuangyu's face had become much more radiant, and her eyes were brighter. It seemed that the divorce was indeed a happy event for her. Just a moment ago, he had heard Song Jixian's words and thought they hadn't completely severed ties, considering they had been married for 3 years and must have some feelings for each other. Your Highness? Shen Shuangyu seemed surprised. This lucky opportunity is too good. I told you the little princess wouldn't forget you. Wei Xiaoran nodded decisively. Yes, that's right. So if you ever have trouble in the future, you can send a message to the Rongju and Wangfu, and I will definitely help you. Indeed, his cousin, the crown prince, had sent someone to inform him, but they didn't provide details, so he would take action himself. He had been recovering and unable to go out, so he could only send someone to keep an eye on the situation. He wasn't very sensitive to the inner workings of the household, but had heard rumors about her opening a shop. After that, he learned she frequently visited the book market, which seemed a bit strange, so he came to see if she was in trouble and needed help. This wasn't his first visit. He just happened to show up today. However, neither Shen Shuangyu nor Yi Qing had noticed this. But when he mentioned it, Shen Shuangyu relaxed a lot. Accepting kindness from someone unfamiliar was quite stressful for her, especially after experiencing various betrayals. Thank you, Your Highness and young master, Shen Shuangyu said with a smile. Seeing her smile, Wei Xiaoran felt flustered, and his eyes darted around. Finally, looking at Shen Shuangyu holding the painting, he changed the subject. Is it a gift for someone? A birthday present? I just heard from Song Jixian that it might end up with him and could even cause trouble. Is that all right? Shen Shuangyu recalled Song Jixian's last words and replied calmly. He misunderstood. I didn't intend for it to be a birthday gift. It has another purpose. Haha, I didn't expect the excuse I made up would lead Song Jixian to think it was a way to counterattack you. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expression on that guy's face when he finds out it wasn't sent at all. Is it related to your shop? Wei Xiaoran instinctively asked. Wow.
That's sharp.
Is he really playing the fool to catch the tiger? Shen Shuangyu looked at Wei Xiaoran in surprise. But she didn't clarify, only vaguely saying, "Did young master also hear about my plans to open a shop?" Wei Xiaoran suddenly realized and could only make an excuse, saying, "The Empress mentioned it casually." Shen Shuangyu was not surprised. She had discussed arrangements for women after divorce with the Empress before and knew this point was mentioned. She didn't expect the Empress would bring it up with Wei Xiaoran, as it was usually a topic for women. Worried about saying too much, Wei Xiaoran confirmed that Shen Shuangyu had no further questions and took his leave, forgetting the question he initially wanted to ask. However, Uncle Li couldn't help but speak up. "Miss, when did you become so perceptive? I didn't even notice that young Master Wei was following us." Yes, that's me," Shen Shuangyu smiled slightly. "It's just a feeling, I guess." "I didn't expect the rumored young Master Wei to have a caring side," Uncle Li said, clenching his fist. "If something like this happens again, I'll step in. Although I'm not as skilled as Yan Qi beside him, I can still hold him off for a moment. You just need to run. They can't shamelessly chase you forever." Shen Shuangyu recalled the earlier scene of being pursued, her brows furrowing deeper. "It seems my worries were not unfounded. Song Zhixian is not someone you can easily shake off after divorce. His outward appearance of dignity and courtesy seems to vanish when he faces you. This shows he still has possessiveness over you and subconsciously feels you belong to him. That's why he treats you as if you are not a normal woman every time he sees you. This situation cannot happen repeatedly, as each occurrence may lower his boundaries regarding you." Realizing that he liked Shen Shuangyu might not be good news. Looking at Yi Qing's reminder, her eyes flickered. When facing Song Zhixian, she could only use rules and face to resist. If she was in the right, enduring some pressure to achieve her desired outcome would be acceptable. But if she was in the wrong, she would have no chance of winning. This right was often intertwined with power, status, and even gender. Regarding today's events, if she hadn't been certain about buying the painting, for instance, if she had noticed it before Song Zhixian but hadn't paid to secure it, she could have lost the chance to take the painting at any moment. To deal with Song Zhixian, she needed to be strong, or he needed to become weaker. Either way, it wouldn't be easy. "I think you need a strong bodyguard." Yi Qing suddenly said this, which didn't surprise Shen Shuangyu much. She had thought before that once she had money, she could support the soldiers, as that would be the safest option. "I think there might be." Shen Shuangyu didn't realize that Yi Qing was trying to take advantage of the situation again. She only thought that maybe she should learn martial arts with her brother. At that time, she believed that with her father and brother above her and her younger brother below, it was important for them to learn martial arts to protect the city. However, her mother was also running a business to help improve the lives of the people in the city, which was equally important. Without that, there might not be many people left to defend the borders. So aside from archery, she shifted her focus to learning business management with her mother. "Miss?" Uncle Li saw Shen Shuangyu lost in thought and thought she was upset. But Shen Shuangyu raised her eyes, her gaze firm. "Let's go." "Where to?" Uncle Li asked. "To the Grand Tutor's residence." "It's fine. Let's start with what we can do." Meanwhile, Song Zhixian had returned to the study in the Marquis's residence to practice writing. Writing was a way to calm the mind. But recently, Song Zhixian had been practicing too frequently. The atmosphere in the room was tense, and Yan Qi wanted to leave. Suddenly, Song Zhixian spoke up. "Last time, you said Wei Xiaoran's back looked like someone who intruded into the Marquis's residence. What about the follow-up investigation?" Yan Qi quickly reporting to the Marquis. "After the autumn hunt, I sent someone to the prince's residence to investigate, but the young master has been staying indoors, seemingly punished by the princess and confined. If he were skilled, he would have noticed and come out to check, but he didn't." Song Zhixian recalled how the two stood together on the day of the autumn hunt and felt displeased. "Why is that?" Song Zhixian murmured. He instinctively disliked any man getting close to Shen Shuangyu, expressing a desire to help her. Why did Wei Xiaoran appear just at that moment? When did their matters allow an outsider to intervene? Suddenly, there was as the pen broke, startling Yan Qi. "Today, she." did not give Wei Xiaoran any face. Did she not realize that the painting given to the Zhao family as a birthday gift would be more appreciated than the one meant for his son? Was she deliberately opposing him? This was truly rebellious. It seemed that during the birthday banquet, he didn't need to spare her any dignity and must teach her a lesson. At the same time, a large group stopped outside the Shin family's gate. The carriage was marked with the character "in." Visiting the Grand Tutor's residence unexpectedly was quite impolite, but Shen Shuangyu didn't want to complicate matters. She thought that if Grand Tutor Kong truly cared about the painting, he wouldn't mind her sudden visit. After asking the doorman to send a message, it wasn't long before someone welcomed her inside. She had expected the Grand Tutor's residence, home to 2 generations of imperial tutors, to be quite exquisite, but it was surprisingly simple. As Shen Shuangyu followed the servant, she was amazed by the decor. The place felt casual and unadorned, lacking luxury, yet it had a subtle charm that invited discovery. Although he wasn't very old, Grand Tutor Kong seemed to understand the world deeply. He expressed himself freely, connecting with nature, and it didn't feel like a place for high officials. It seems Grand Tutor Kong truly wants to retire early. He is a wise man who knows the current emperor is unreliable, and with the crown prince being ineffective, the court cannot improve. Staying would only mean drifting along in decay. He has no desire for power and could be used as in political games. Leaving is the best choice, but unfortunately, he is still burdened by his descendants, one who refuses to marry anyone but her ex-husband and stays at the Women's Academy, and another who wishes to enter the court to fulfill his ambition of guiding the nation, making it hard for him to escape. Shen Shuangyu didn't know much about Grand Tutor Kong and had only seen him a few times, but he didn't seem like a strict elder. While she was thinking, she heard hurried footsteps. "Did you really find the last piece of the 8-star map?" An excited older man with graying hair approached quickly. Shen Shuangyu had already removed her veil and, seeing him come close, quickly bowed. "I am Shen Shuangyu, here to see you, Grand Tutor." Since she couldn't look up while bowing, she couldn't see Grand Tutor Kang's expression, but Yi Qing provided real-time updates. He was stunned. "Haha, probably didn't expect it to be you." "Shin family?" Grand Tutor Kong was a bit surprised. After a moment of shock, he quickly moved on, eager to see the 8-star map. "Hurry, let me see the painting." Shen Shuangyu wasted no time and handed over the scroll with both hands. After taking it, Grand Tutor Kong immediately opened it. After a quick glance, he began to tremble with excitement and, disregarding his image, urged Shen Shuangyu to follow him to the study. Once they placed the scroll on the table and examined it carefully for a while, Grand Tutor Kang's beard seemed to lift with joy. "Great, great. These 20 years of waiting were not in vain. I finally got to see it." He probably wouldn't be this happy even if he were promoted or became wealthy. Shen Shuangyu felt a bit relieved. As long as this painting held great importance in Master Kang's heart, her own matters should be fine. "Where did you find this, Lady Shen?" Master Kong asked curiously, clearly excited. Shen Shuangyu replied, "I was lucky. While looking at the rooster crowing painting, I noticed it was thicker than usual. When I held it up to the light, I saw some unusual details, so I bought it and opened it up. I was surprised to find the long-lost 8-star map inside. It seems to be genuine, especially since I heard that Master Kong collects these maps, so I brought it to you for verification." It's real, Master Kong said with a smile, stroking his beard. He eagerly explained how to identify the 8-star map, and even Yi Qing listened with great interest. It was clear that Master Kong truly loved these items, his eyes filled with joy. After they finished examining the complete 8-star map, he couldn't help but become curious. "Did you hear that the Duke of Yongxin is recently trying to help his young son?" Actually, it wasn't that Song Zhixian had mentioned this to him. Rather, it was his unaccomplished children who had brought it up while seeking help. Although the two were divorced, it was quite a coincidence that Song Zhixian wanted to collect the 8-star map to exchange for a mentor, and then Shen Shuangyu brought it to him. Whether their relationship had truly broken down was still uncertain, which is why Master Kong asked. "It really has become an indelible mark, quite bothersome." Shen Shuangyu smiled and said, I don't know about the Duke of Yongxin's matters. To be honest, I have another request for Master Kong regarding the 8-star map. Master Kong didn't seem too surprised and replied, of course. My promise to those who bring me the 8-star map is to help them with one matter, so feel free to ask. Shen Shuangyu said, I would like to ask Master Kong to write a name for my new shop, to make a sign. Master Kong looked at Shen Shuangyu in surprise. Master Kong? Shen Shuangyu asked anxiously, Is there something difficult about this? Suddenly, Master Kong laughed and asked in detail what the shop would sell, where it would be located, and when it would open. After Shen Shuangyu explained everything, he sighed, It seems you really want to leave, my disciple. The reason you asked for permission before was also false, wasn't it? You don't want to be with him. You don't like him. Shen Shuangyu was taken aback and felt a bit nervous. After all, the person before her was Song Jixian's mentor, and she worried he might make things difficult for her on Song Jixian's behalf. Kong Taifu chuckled and shook his head, not recognizing people clearly. He is too arrogant and lacks the fortune to seize a good opportunity. It seems Kong Taifu understands people quite well. Shen Shuangyu didn't know how to respond to Kong Taifu. She watched him return to the desk, carefully putting away the star map, then setting out the ink, paper, and brush. He smiled and asked, What is the name of the shop? If you have decided, I can write it now. This is a good response. Indeed, Kong Taifu is very perceptive. By the way, you haven't mentioned what name you plan to choose. Shen Shuangyu thought for a moment and smiled slightly. Let's call it Fairy Sunny Snack Shop, with Fairy for the first character and Sunny for the second. Watching the video, Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, her face warming uncontrollably. In the end, she managed to suppress her rising smile and sent a comment. Great name. It will definitely become popular. Taking advantage of Kong Taifu's focus on writing, Shen Shuangyu nodded gently, confident it would thrive. After receiving the written work, Shen Shuangyu didn't linger and said her goodbyes. Before leaving, she asked Kong Taifu to keep her request for the writing a secret. Kong Taifu naturally agreed. However, just before leaving, she encountered two siblings in another hallway. Who is that person? I can't see clearly with the hood, but it should be a young woman. Why would she come from father's study? Kong Jin asked in confusion. Kong Jingjin also looked over curiously. Soon, Kong Jin found out the news and rushed to tell his sister. Sister, you won't believe it. The person who came earlier was actually Brother Song's ex-wife. Kong Jingjin paused, looking up at her brother, Shen Shuangyu. What did she come for? To deliver the star map. She found the last piece. Is she asking to be a disciple of Song Hongyi? I asked father, and he said to keep it a secret. It seems likely. Otherwise, what else could it be? Kong Jin frowned. What does this mean? Could it be that the reason given when they separated is true? Even though they are no longer together, their relationship is still maintained? She still cares for those children, or wants Brother Song to remember her forever. Kong Jingjin lowered her brows. Seeing his sister like this, Kong Jin quickly said, It's okay. There's a banquet at the Chi Wangfu tomorrow. I'll ask Brother Song. Maybe you shouldn't. Kong Jingjin didn't want to seem too eager, fearing it might trouble Song Jixian. But Kong Jin was determined and insisted he would go. Because the Yin family has performed well in Jiangnan, Yin Lifei is considered a promising young official. Additionally, since his older brother is being trained as the heir of the Shin family, Shin Yuran feels quite accomplished among her peers. Upon returning to the Shin family and seeing her relatives, she expected a joyful reunion. However, she quickly noticed an unusual expression on everyone's faces. After the two of them paid their respects to their grandmother, the women gathered together, and Aunt San couldn't wait to drop a bombshell on Shin Yuran. With a loud crash, as she gracefully stepped down from the carriage, Shin Yuran accidentally knocked over a teacup.
What?
Second sister has divorced? Shin Yuran's expression changed dramatically. How is that possible? With her personality, she would never do something so drastic. What on earth happened? Did the whole family bully her too much? But that didn't make sense. Shen Yuran knew Shen Shuangyu well. Even if she was mistreated, she would endure it. She would rather suffer herself than let her family face difficulties. After all, her divorce would affect not only her reputation but also that of her siblings. To put it bluntly, even if she was mistreated in the Ho family, she would never choose to divorce. Your second sister is just being irrational. Not only did she request a divorce, but she also established herself as a single woman and won't return to the Shin family, Mrs. Hu said sarcastically. Request a divorce? Shin Yuran was completely stunned. How could a divorce require an imperial decree? What exactly is going on? But when she asked, no one dared to answer. They just deflected her questions with vague excuses about the request. However, Shin Yuran could tell there was more to the story. Shin Shuangyi's actions were too unreasonable, so she decided to hold her tongue and investigate further later. Once back in the second house, she immediately summoned the servants to inquire, but it seemed everyone was tight-lipped and afraid to speak. In the end, she learned the whole story from her sister-in-law, Lu Lan. The situation is probably like this. They say she was framed by the main house, but who knows if that's true or not. There's no proof. Anyway, she is unhappy with her life and caused a scene at home, wanting a divorce. Both her family and the Hofu disagreed. In the end, she saved Princess whining at the autumn hunt and achieved great merit, asking for an imperial decree on the spot. Such an achievement wasted on this. You don't know, because of your second sister, my husband and I have faced a lot of ridicule. Now she wants to do business and become a merchant, which is really beneath her status. Now that you're back, you should advise her to keep a low profile and avoid public appearances to prevent any more scandals. Lu Lan had a lot of complaints about her second sister, as her actions made it difficult for her to return to her family. After all, part of the reason her family valued Shin Dingen was that he was the brother-in-law of the Duke of Yongxin. At this moment, Shin Yoren's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but ask, what is my second sister's attitude towards my third brother now? Your third brother still wants to persuade her to come back, but he always returns empty-handed. She probably holds a grudge against him for stopping her divorce before, Lu Lan replied. Shin Yoren's expression changed unpredictably. Noticing her unusual expression, Lu Lan recalled their marriage and couldn't help but ask, how have you and your husband been getting along lately? Shin Yoren forced a smile, pretty good. Although there was some resentment when they first married, he also felt pity for her being forced into the situation. Since they had known each other since childhood, they gradually became a harmonious couple. However, since returning to the capital, she noticed that In Li Feng had been restless at night, and it was obvious who was on his mind. If he found out about Shin Shuangyi's divorce, Shin Yoren instinctively touched her abdomen. Their branch of the family had finally settled into a stable life. Why did her second sister have to stir things up? Couldn't she sacrifice her own desires for the greater good? Throughout history, many women have been married off without choice. Why couldn't she just accept her fate? Soon, Shin Dingen returned with In Li Feng to their branch of the family. Shin Yoren could tell at a glance that In Li Feng's expression had changed. Shin Dingen also looked uneasy. Little sister, you must be tired from your journey. You should rest first, he said. Shin Yoren nodded and stood up. When she saw In Li Feng turn to leave without offering to help her, she felt surprised. She was clearly pregnant, and he used to support her wherever they went. But in front of her third brother and sister-in-law, Shin Yoren couldn't say anything and just followed her husband. Once they returned to their room, she saw In Li Feng sitting down confidently and pouring himself a cup of tea. Shin Yuran closed the door, tears streaming down her face. Husband, have you heard? In Li Feng was startled by Shin Yuran's crying and instinctively rushed to comfort her. After all, when she first married into the Yin family, she often cried too. Why are you crying? Sit down, take care of yourself. Shin Yuran leaned against In Li Feng, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes full of admiration. Husband, about my second sister's divorce. In Li Feng's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. I heard from Ding En. Then he scoffed. It seems she really isn't doing well in the Marquis's residence. She's regretting it and is willing to risk her reputation to get a divorce. Clearly, marrying into the Marquis family wasn't as good as she thought. After all, trying to cling to the powerful depends on whether they want to let her. He continued, I heard she even tried to salvage her reputation by approaching the main branch, but without any evidence, I really don't understand her thoughts anymore. Shun Yuren paused, realizing her brother's words were quite exaggerated. After all, such claims had no proof, and the main branch of the Shin family hadn't acknowledged them. Ian Li Feng didn't have his own sources here, so it was easy to be misled. He was always like this. This made Shin Yuran feel a bit more at ease, but she still sobbed. It's not easy for my second sister. She must be going through a lot to act this way. She deserves a good marriage. Thinking about this makes me feel sorry for her. That's nonsense. What does it have to do with you? You're the one cleaning up her mess. She's the one who has wronged you. Ian Li Feng said, through gritted teeth. I will never forgive her for what she did to us. For a man, knowing that his fiancée tried to climb into her brother-in-law's bed to gain favor with the powerful is truly humiliating. He probably became a laughingstock among certain people in the capital. But now my second sister is all alone. She chose this time to get a divorce, maybe. Shen Yuran suddenly held Ian Li Feng's face and said, Husband, if you still care about my sister, I wouldn't mind letting everything return to normal. I just want a place beside you and my sister. Ian Li Feng was shocked and pushed Shen Yuran away, angry. What are you thinking? Even if she regrets it and wants to turn back, I will never give her that chance. Am I someone she can summon and dismiss at will? Ranyan, don't be so accommodating just because she's your sister. You're too soft-hearted, and it's concerning. No matter what hints your sister gives you, don't listen. Remember, I married you, and you are my only wife. No one else should dare to think otherwise. Don't forget, we have a child too. Shen Yuren felt a little relieved upon hearing this. They wouldn't stay in the capital for long, and as long as the two of them kept their distance, they might leave safely. Fortunately, her second sister had moved out as a single woman. But what she didn't know was that the man sharing her bed couldn't sleep at night. Shen Yuran was right. Shun Shuangyu choosing to separate at this time might be related to his arrival in the capital. What if Shin Shuangyu really came to him for help? After all, her reputation in the capital was already ruined. If she regretted her actions and wanted to follow him, perhaps a position as a concubine or a hidden partner would suit her. Yes, a heartless person like her only deserved to be kept away as a hidden partner. Otherwise, her reputation would ruin his again. That was what she deserved. No matter how she pleaded, he must not soften his heart. Absolutely not. The next day, rumors spread about Shen Shuangyu discovering the 8-star map at the book fair. However, the rumors were chaotic. Some said that the Duke of Yongxin and the heir to the Rong County king had fought over the painting, but in the end, Shen Shuangyu walked away with it. Many knew that Master Kong was collecting this painting and Song Zixian was his student, while Shen Shuangyu was Song Zixian's ex-wife, which made it seem connected. Others heard that Shen Shuangyu was recently looking for a birthday gift for the Shen family matriarch. After her separation and becoming a single woman, she had invested a lot in business, and if she was short on money, she might offer the painting to her grandmother to maintain appearances. In short, opinions varied, and there was no conclusion. However, that evening at the Qi Wangfu banquet, Song Zixian received an answer from Kong Jin. Holding his wine cup still, Song Zixian's eyes flickered, but his expression remained calm as he repeated, You said she offered the painting to the teacher? Kong Jin nodded, saying, But my father didn't say what she asked for. It's supposed to be confidential for now. Oh, it must be about Hongyi becoming a disciple. Song Zixian managed to suppress his racing heart. Maybe she doesn't want me to know yet.
Why?
Song Zixian raised his cup, taking a small sip, the movement hiding the helpless smile that escaped from his eyes. It's just a matter of her being stubborn, rejecting him while quietly supporting him. Wasn't that just being stubborn? She still feels angry about what happened back then. She is unwilling to accept that her life has changed like this. When they separated, she was upset and said hurtful things. However, Shen Shuangyu truly lived in the Marquis' residence for 3 years and cared for everyone. Even now that she has left, she still pays attention to their affairs, which is why she secretly sent the painting back to him. She probably asked the teacher to keep it a secret because she wants a chance to explain things to him later. She is a tough the outside but soft-hearted inside. Kang Jin noticed that Song Jixian's tone was relaxed and couldn't help but probe. Brother Song, tell me honestly, are you just pretending to avoid her taboo topics, while secretly? Do you have any plans to remarry? Everyone knows his sister likes Song Jixian and wants to marry him. It was fine when Shin Chuchu was in the way, but now that Shin Shuangyu has stepped aside, it wouldn't be fair to keep his sister waiting. Kang Jin, this is my personal matter, and I don't want to discuss it. As for remarrying, I don't have any plans for that at the moment, Song Zixian replied seriously, gently refusing. Brother Song, do you really? Kang Jin said anxiously. Kang Jin, your sister deserves someone better, Song Zixian interrupted, causing Kang Jin to stand up in frustration and leave. Song Zixian sighed silently. No one could be like Kang Jingxian. If he were to marry the daughter of the imperial teacher, even though they would be neutral, the power would be too great. If both sides fighting for the throne are only trying to win him over now, marrying Kang Jingxian would change that to a mindset of if we can't have it, we will destroy it. They would never allow the other side to have an opportunity. In the end, Kang Jingxian and Kang Jin are still too naive. The teacher must have thought of this long ago, which is why he never spoke up. However, regarding remarrying, the old lady has mentioned it to him, and it is something to consider since the Marquis's residence cannot be without a mistress for long. But every time he thinks of this, Song Zixian remembers the gentle and obedient Shin Shuangyu from the past. Deep down, he wishes everything could return to how it was. That would be the stability he desires. If Shin Shuangyu is not doing well outside and still thinks of the people in the Marquis's residence, even if the decree of separation was issued, there might come a day when she could achieve something and they could reunite. Lost in thought, Song Zixian suddenly saw someone stumbling by with a wine jug at the banquet. His eyes lit up as he stood up and approached, greeting, young master. Hey, Marquis Yongxin, what's up? Looking for me? The person was Wei Xiaoran. Song Zixian smiled and said, I just wanted to let you know that the painting was eventually sent to the Grand Tutor's residence by my family. Oh, no, by Lady Shin, because I needed to ask my teacher for something recently. So I thought I should tell you, in case you wanted to ask for that painting and disturb her. Wei Xiaoran paused for a moment, then casually turned the wine jug and replied, boring. After saying that, he walked away, appearing to be the same carefree drunk as always. Am I overthinking this? Is it really just troublemaking? Song Zixian murmured as she watched Wei Xiaoran's back. 2 days later, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Qiao looked at the handsome man who had carefully groomed himself early in the morning and said, You're here so early today. Wei Xiaoran was focused on reviewing the recent records Qiao had prepared, quickly flipping through the pages and memorizing the information before burning the papers. Only then did he respond to Qiao, I have something to do today, so I won't be coming. I'll pretend to be drunk and leave later. It suits my style. Going somewhere else, let me guess? Is it the 80th birthday of the Shen family's ancestor? Qiao laughed. Such a rare celebration, inviting many high officials and nobles. It's a rare feast for a declining century-old family. As Qiao spoke, her eyes sparkled with laughter. But I thought you wouldn't go. My little sister is attending, so I must protect her. She's innocent and easily bullied, Wei Xiaoran said seriously. She's innocent, but you're not. She's your sister. Who would dare bully her? Are they not afraid of dying? Qiao smiled brightly. You might as well admit it. You're worried that someone might make things difficult for her, so you want to check on her. Wei Xiaoran immediately looked at Qiao, his face stiff, remaining silent like a fool. Qiao continued, What's wrong? Can't say it? You couldn't say it before because she was married, but now she's free, so why can't you say it? At that moment, Wei Xiaoran truly regretted revealing a secret he shouldn't have shared while drunk 3 years ago when he returned to the capital. Qiao gossiped. Today, she will not only meet her ex-husband's family, but also her ex-fiancé's family, along with the feuding Shin family. It's like a pack of wolves surrounding her. I originally thought she wouldn't attend any Shin family events again, but it turns out she has the courage. Wei Xiaoran replied, she is indeed a brave and clever woman. Then, why did she have such a hard time before? Wei Xiaoran said, she was too kind and cared too much for her remaining family, which led to her suffering. Qi smiled and said, although I admire her, I can't find any evidence of her being framed with my information network. Why should you believe everything she went through is because she was wronged? You weren't even in the capital at that time. Wei Xiaoran was taken aback. Yes, he regretted countless times not being in the capital back then. As a young man, he was moved, but he knew she was already engaged. Although he was bold, he practiced restraint when it came to women, so he chose not to pursue her. He never expected that after being away for a year, he would return to hear of a shocking scandal. If he had been there when it happened, he would have climbed over the Shin family's wall and said, I believe you are innocent. I will help you find evidence. If that didn't work and she didn't want to marry Song Jixian, he would have done everything to marry her or help her escape to freedom. It would have been better than her now escaping that cage with so much pain. But in reality, when he returned, she had already been married to Song Jixian for over 3 months. He had secretly seen her, noticed how dedicated she was and how calm she appeared as the lady of the marquee, trying hard to fit into the family and gain their acceptance. He understood that she had accepted her current life. Wei Xiaoran snapped back to reality and said, is it not enough to simply believe in the person I know? I believe what she says is true, even without proof. Qiao couldn't help but tease, when you're helping him, you can't use this kind of thinking. Wei Xiaoran retorted, I'm not being irrational. I believe in her character. Qiao smiled and asked, then tell me, who will she give the 8-star map to? There are many rumors outside, and I still haven't received accurate information. Wei Xiaoran's expression changed slightly, and he didn't want to answer. At that time, Shen Shuangyu said she wouldn't give it as a birthday gift, so even if it went to Master Kong, it wouldn't be considered deceiving him. Moreover, even if she decided to help Song Jixian with a gift, there must have been some unforeseen circumstances. He absolutely didn't believe Shen Shuangyu was that kind of person. Perhaps Shen Shuangyu sent the gift herself. Although the coincidence was very slim, Wei Xiaoran wouldn't assume based on what others said about her. Hey, every time we talk about her, you zone out. You really care a lot, Qiao said with a smile. Why not just marry her early? Wei Xiaoran's expression changed abruptly. Don't joke about that. Qiao was taken aback, noticing Wei Xiaoran's serious demeanor. You don't plan to marry her?
Why?
Is it because of the situation with the Prince of Rong's residence? Or is it because his health has worsened? Can it be because she doesn't like me? When it comes to feelings, how can you know if you don't pursue it? Wei Xiaoran lowered his gaze. In the past, the issue wasn't so serious. Maybe he had hoped for something, but now she was living well. How bad was he to want to drag her down? Wei Xiaoran changed the subject. His health isn't great. So we must eliminate all dangers before that, or he won't feel at ease. Qiao's eyes went blank for a moment, then she calmly nodded, I understand. Seeing Wei Xiaoran was about to leave, Qiao returned to a light-hearted tone. By the way, give you a reason to talk to Shen Shuangyu. When you see her, please ask why they haven't supplied the new snacks these days. I can't go a day without them. Wei Xiaoran looked at her speechlessly. You seem to have gained some weight. After saying that, he quickly left, ignoring Qiao's protests. The Shun family. Aunt Shun was surprised to see Shen Shuangyu, a relative, enter the house before guests. You've forgotten the proper way to visit as a woman. Why did you come to see me first? Aunt Shen spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Aunt Shen wasn't friendly towards Shen Shuangyu, treating her like any divorced woman, without any hidden motives. After all, the Shen family still hoped she would return, or at least show closeness, since she had the favor of the Empress and the little princess. The divorce and her status as a woman were approved by the Emperor, so they couldn't openly offend her. Isn't it because I have urgent matters to discuss with you? Shen Shuangyu smiled warmly, as if she hadn't faced any unpleasantness at the Shen family before. What is it? Aunt Shen asked. I heard that you are fully responsible for this birthday banquet? Shin Shuangyu asked with a smile. Aunt Shin immediately nodded proudly. My sister-in-law is unwell, so my grandmother asked me to take charge. I really want to feel sorry for her. This banquet is bound to be full of troubles. Once the feast is over, she'll probably be scolded a lot. But thankfully it's her. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to plan anything.
Oh?
What happened to my aunt? Shin Shuangyu asked casually. Aunt Shin looked at Shin Shuangyu with amusement. It seems there were some arguments with her family because they suspect that Shin Jiawei, who married over, can have children, just like you said. Shuangyu, your move has brought endless troubles to the women of the Shin family. The Hu family really doesn't make sense. They know they can't have children, yet they still argue among themselves. It's quite a strange family. I'm curious to see how Shin Jiawei will get back at them today. Aunt San should know that it's all false. I believe the other sisters are fine, Shin Shuangyu said. Aunt San snorted. What's going on? Shin Shuangyu explained. Aunt San must have heard that I'm planning to open a pastry shop, so I occasionally visit other bakeries for ideas. I happen to hear that Aunt San was trying to order 4 new types of pastries that were popular recently, but it seems you haven't been able to get them. Aunt Sin got excited when she heard this. That's right. I've had bad luck. The bakery that specializes in pastries is closed, and all the major shops are stopping supply for 2 days. Even offering more money won't help. If anyone is hosting a big feast and doesn't serve those 4 pastries, it would be embarrassing. It's just ridiculous. Aunt Sen even started to suspect that the main family was trying to sabotage her by making it impossible for her to host a birthday banquet, just to embarrass her. The key point is coming up. It seems the 3rd branch isn't involved in this matter. It must be the main family and Shen Dingen's doing. Shen Shuangyu smirked. Even if they were involved, it didn't matter. So far, no one knew that those 4 new pastries were her idea. I came to bring good news, Aunt San. The cooks I brought today are borrowed from that bakery and can provide those 4 pastries for the banquet. Upon hearing this, Aunt San was shocked. Is that true?
How did you manage that?
We're all in the pastry business, so we know each other. I offered more money and persuaded them several times and finally borrowed a few. But if you don't need them, I can send them back right away to avoid owing a favor, Shin Shuangyu said, pretending to be self-sacrificing. Aunt San quickly stopped her. That won't do. You've already invited them, but how did you manage to? Shin Shuangyu showed a worried expression. I just hope Grandma's birthday can be joyful. After the celebration, when Grandma praises me, I hope Aunt San can say a few good words for me. Once she said that, Aunt San understood immediately. Life outside the family wasn't easy, and this girl was trying to mend relations with the Shin family, starting with the Zhao side. Then, what about the payment? Of course, I will cover it. Consider it my filial piety, Shin Shuangyu smiled. Aunt San immediately felt relieved. All right, let's send someone to the kitchen. Shin Shuangyu added, Aunt San, you should know this is a secret workshop. It can't be made public, and even I can't see it. We're just borrowing a small kitchen for them to use. Besides, the pastries can go through you, so there's no need to worry. Aunt San agreed immediately, understanding the reasoning. Shin Shuangyu continued, by the way, Aunt San, are you planning to use only these 4 types, or will you try some new ones? New ones? Aunt San exclaimed in surprise. They've been closed for a few days to develop new pastries, and they'll start selling them tomorrow. They haven't appeared in the market yet. I've tasted them, and they're even better than those 4 types.
But,
well, it's best to play it safe for the birthday banquet. Aunt San's eyes widened. Really? New pastries that no one has served before? What if there are issues? Shin Shuangyu asked, are you willing to take the risk? Aunt San replied anxiously, if your grandmother's birthday banquet features new pastries that won't be available until tomorrow, it would show how special our Shin family is. I'm sure your grandmother would be very happy. She just wants to show off, doesn't she? Shin Shuangyu, you really understand your Aunt San's intentions. You've predicted every step. Shin Shuangyu smiled slightly. The pastries will be served during the performance after lunch, so there's still time. Aunt San, you should go find someone to try the finished products now. If there are any safety issues, we can discover them before serving the guests. Right, you're thinking ahead. Let's get moving, Aunt Sen said, already calculating her own plans. If it impresses everyone, it will be her achievement. If there are problems, she can push Shin Shuangyu forward. Aunt San wants to outshine her sister-in-law this time. Also, it's better to keep this a secret. If someone finds out early, it would be bad if we can't present the new pastries. Aunt Sen nodded repeatedly, completely convinced. In the end, Shin Shuangyu mentioned finding an interesting storyteller and wanted to add a performance. Aunt San immediately agreed, without needing Shin Shuangyu to make up an excuse for the birthday gift. If everyone in the Shin family is like this, they won't be hard to deal with. After finishing all the preparations, Shin Shuangyu headed to her grandmother's courtyard, but as she passed the second house, Yiqing noticed someone sneaking around. Frostfeather, I saw a sneaky little maid with someone carrying a medicine box slipping through the side door of the second house, heading towards the back door of the Shun residence. Something seems off. Shun Frostfeather paused and instructed Uncle Li and Yun Tao, who were following her, quickly go to the back door and stop the person with the medicine box. Investigate what they're doing without revealing yourselves. Although the two were unsure why Shun Frostfeather suddenly gave such orders, they quickly responded, leaving Granny Sun to accompany Shin Frostfeather while they hurried away. Shin Frostfeather was uncertain if Uncle Li and Yun Tao could handle the task, and she didn't know if it was related to her, but having more information about any suspicious situation would benefit her. Soon, Shin Frostfeather arrived at her grandmother's courtyard, where the atmosphere was lively, filled with the women and younger members of the Shin family. Suddenly, a clear child's voice quieted everyone down. Mother? Yi Qing, who was outside the scene, was startled and quickly spotted the 4-year-old Song Hongjie, who was being held by Hu Shi. Next to them sat Song Hongyi and Song Zhaoyan, both children looking eagerly at the newcomer. However, Shin Frostfeather showed no reaction, as if she were not the one being called. She stepped forward respectfully to greet her grandmother. Zhao Shi smiled gently, nodding and maintaining her dignified demeanor, signaling for her to sit down, as if the earlier call had not happened. Naturally, the difficult-to-manage Song Hongjie would not stay still. He suddenly wriggled free from Hu Shi's arms and rushed towards Shun Frostfeather. Even though many had said that Shin Frostfeather was no longer his mother, a 4-year-old child couldn't comprehend how the mother who had cared for him for 3 years could suddenly not be his mother anymore. After such a long time apart, he felt anxious. No one had been as sincere to him as Shin Frostfeather. Children are more likely to weigh pros and cons and consider gains and losses. Subconsciously, he was guided to treat Shin Frostfeather better, wanting to please her and hoping she would continue to be his mother. Mother! Song Hongjie rushed forward, trying to hug Shin Frostfeather and act cute. Everyone watched, some excited, some gossiping, and some feeling sympathy. They expected a touching scene. Even if the adults had grievances, no one could be too cold-hearted towards a child. However, Shin Frostfeather seemed not to notice and turned to sit down in an empty seat. Grandma Sun stood directly in front of Song Hongjie and said, "Young master has mistaken someone. My lady is just your aunt, so please don't call her incorrectly." Song Hongjie was stunned, then pouted and started to cry, pointing toward Shin Shuangyu. Mother doesn't want me anymore, mother, wah wah wah. Mrs. Hu quickly got up and pulled Song Hongjie into her arms, comforting him gently, then glared angrily at Shin Shuangyu. Shin Shuangyu, how could you be so heartless? Didn't you hear Jie calling for you? How can you ignore him and make him cry? Are you made of stone? The other women around couldn't help but murmur, criticizing Shin Shuangyu for going too far. Only Shin Jiwei, sitting next to her, sneered repeatedly. Although I knew they would react, I didn't expect them to be so opportunistic in seeking trouble. Shin Shuangyu felt cold inside. Aunt, your words are truly amusing. It has been over a month since the divorce. Why are you still clinging to this? Mrs. Hu seemed unaccustomed to Shin Shuangyu's change and thought that on such an occasion, during the grandmother's joyous day, Shin Shuangyu would care about her reputation and wouldn't be so reckless, especially since she was still a divorced woman and should act modestly. So she never expected Shin Shuangyu to be so direct, leaving her momentarily speechless.
You.
You. Shen Shuangyu's expression was indifferent as she continued. If outsiders don't know, that's fine, but we are all family here. Don't you realize that calling me that is simply disgusting? Aunt, are you blaming me for not accepting this? What, do you want to force me to be a stepmother? Her tone wasn't mocking, but her words pierced deeply, nearly causing Mrs. Hu to faint. The people around were shocked, realizing that Shen Shuangyu and the main family might have completely severed ties, and they didn't expect the facade of peace to be shattered so openly. Song Hongyi and Song Yaoyun, who had been overlooked, were surprised to see Shen Shuangyu in such a tense situation. Just moments ago, their younger brother called her, and she ignored him. Now she was mocking their grandmother. This was simply outrageous. The two originally had a bit of affection for Shen Shuangyu, but now they were filled with intense anger. In their minds, Shen Shuangyu was still at the bottom of the social hierarchy. She had no right to show disdain towards others. You were just pretending before, and now you're not even acting anymore, Song Jiayan was the first to shout. Someone like you will never return to the Ho residence. Don't think anyone wants you as our stepmother. You are simply not worthy of my father. Stop pretending here. It's not that you don't want us. It's that we don't want you. Song Hongyi glared at Shen Shuangyu, his eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, Shen Shuangyu interrupted. Doesn't everyone in the Marquis's residence know? Haven't you heard how I became your stepmother? She looked at the two children with a cold, emotionless gaze. The children, lacking the emotional strength of adults, felt uneasy under her stare. Gradually, their anger faded, and they looked away, unable to meet her eyes. Song Hongyi avoided her gaze, while Song Jiaoyun nervously clutched her clothes. Shen Shuangyu could easily see their guilt. Shen Shuangyu let out a cold laugh. It seems they know the truth. They truly are their parents' children, oblivious and self-righteous. Some might argue that the children are innocent in Shen Shuangyu's tragic life. Their previous mistreatment of her was merely due to being misled, trying to protect their mother. Moreover, the future that Yi Qing spoke of hasn't happened yet, so they shouldn't be held accountable. However, given that they have heard some things, how can they still treat Shen Shuangyu with such a bad attitude, as if she is obligated to sacrifice everything for them? Why should she forgive them just because they are children? Yi Qing understood that if they felt any shame towards Shen Shuangyu now, she wouldn't target them due to her nature. But they insisted on confronting her, which was a foolish choice. Young master, miss, your status is too high for me to reach, and I have no desire to associate with you. So please, don't say a word to me. Let's pretend we don't know each other, so I don't have to dirty my eyes. Even children could tell that Shen Shuangyu was expressing her disdain, not wanting to speak to them or even see them, fearing it would tarnish her vision. As a result, the color drained from their faces, as if they had never faced such a before, leaving them stunned. In truth, they didn't fully understand the real story from back then. They only vaguely learned from the remorseful servants that Shen Shuangyu was tricked into marrying into the Marquis's residence against her will. She was the victim. But their father was so outstanding. Marrying him and becoming the Marquis's wife was something many desired. It should have been her blessing, and she should be grateful and treat them well. Why should she want a divorce and reject them? Shen Shuangyu didn't have the right to do that, and it embarrassed them in front of their friends. According to her aunt, after Shen Shuangyu left, she had a hard time, so she must regret it. They thought that when they met again, she might be pitiful and want to be nice to them. But instead, she was cold and hurt them. Mrs. Hu saw that the two children were quite upset and became even angrier. She couldn't argue with Shen Shuangyu, so she turned to her mother. Mother, look, she causes trouble as soon as she arrives. She clearly wants to disturb our Shen family and doesn't care about you at all. Aunt, you should have a conscience. I know you don't have much of one, but you shouldn't ruin grandmother's happy day. When your grandson called out the wrong name for the first time, you should have stopped it. Why did you let it continue? Did you expect me to respond? Just because I have a soft heart and won't fight back? I want to ask, if I had answered just now, would you have mocked me? What right does someone who initiated a divorce have to call me mother? It seemed like Mrs. Hu's thoughts were exposed, and her expression changed suddenly. All words stuck in her throat. The people around realized that in such an awkward situation, they should have stopped it when Song Hongjia first called out the wrong name. If they couldn't stop it, they should have taken action to resolve it, whether by taking the child away or distracting everyone. It shouldn't have been Shin Shuangyu's responsibility to handle it, especially since she was no longer the children's stepmother. As Shin Shuangyu said, if she had responded, what would everyone think of her? They might say she was trying to play both sides. They might even make sarcastic comments, questioning why she would divorce if she couldn't bear to be apart from the children. In the end, it would still be Shin Shuangyu who got lectured. It was truly a no-win situation for her. At this point, the other women looked at Mrs. Hu differently, realizing how cunning she was. Finally, Mrs. Zhao glanced at Mrs. Hu and said, "All right, the child is crying. Take him away and calm him down. Don't make noise here. It's giving me a headache." Mrs. Shun sneered. Mrs. Hu felt wronged and wanted to speak, but Mrs. Zhao's glare made her close her mouth and leave with Song Hongjia. Before today, Zhao had warned her not to cause trouble with Shin Shuangyu at the birthday banquet. If Shin Shuangyu lost her temper in front of all the guests and brought up past events, even without evidence, they could argue their way out of it. Others might not believe Shin Shuangyu's words, but the Shin family's reputation would still suffer. Gossip would not benefit anyone. Right now, Shin Shuangyu was being cautious and did not dare to confront the Shin family openly, fearing their power and retaliation. So, it was best not to provoke her openly, especially during this time when the royal family was paying attention. Today, at the grand banquet with so many officials and dignitaries present, the Shin family could not afford to lose face. Zhao was wary of Hu's potential outburst, which is why she did not want to leave the organization of the birthday banquet to the main branch. After mentioning Hu, Zhao turned to Shin Shuangyu and said, "Shuangyu, since you are back at the Shin family today, please enjoy the banquet. I don't want any trouble today, do you understand? Don't worry, grandmother. I'm here to celebrate your birthday," Shin Shuangyu replied with a smile. Zhao felt relieved, thinking that Shin Shuangyu had come to mend their relationship. She then asked, "I heard you've been busy opening a shop. How is that going?" Shin Shuangyu's smile faded a bit. "It hasn't opened yet." Zhao shook her head slightly. "That's all right. Your focus shouldn't be on business. As a woman, your main goal should be to marry and have children. Your mother is gone, so you will need my advice in the future. Grandmother, I have already established myself as an independent woman. Whether I marry or not doesn't matter," Shin Shuangyu said calmly. "That's not how it works. It's natural to want children. What will you do if you don't marry and have no heirs when you grow old?" Zhao acted as if she were genuinely concerned for her granddaughter. Other elder women joined in to encourage her as well. Getting old means facing death, doesn't it? Does marriage and children guarantee a long life? If the children turn out to be ungrateful, it could cause more trouble. Honestly, given the poor health conditions in ancient times, childbirth was risky, and the aftermath could be endless. Not having children might actually lead to a longer life, Shin Shuangyu thought, wanting to laugh. She used to share similar views with the women here, but now she found that what Yi Qing said made a lot of sense. After experiencing those 3 ungrateful people, she had already released all her maternal love and truly felt indifferent towards children. She even felt disillusioned with the man she would marry. Her former fiancé, Yin Lifin, and her ex-husband, Song Jixian, had taught her enough lessons. This made her genuinely believe that relying on herself might lead to a better life. However, seeing how strongly others were advising her, it was clear they had their own agendas. A woman's marriage is often just a bargaining chip for others' resources. To avoid being the subject of their schemes, Shin Shuangyu directly said, "Everyone has a point." After some reflection, "Since I have established myself as an independent woman, I might as well look for a son-in-law to come to my family." Upon hearing this, all the women who had been advising her fell silent. Who among them did not have relatives of some status? Even if she left the Shun family, she could typically find someone of a decent background. Yet, Shin Shuangyu wanted to find a son-in-law to join her family. They knew that even the most down-and-out person they knew would not be willing to take on such a role. If this news spread, Shen Shuangyu might end up with no marriage prospects at all, perhaps only able to find a struggling scholar. Many were dissatisfied, and even Zhao spoke up, but Shen Shuangyu ignored it, smiling and nodding without responding. While the discussion continued, there was suddenly a commotion at the door. Soon, two women entered. It was Lu Lan and Xin Yuran. "Sorry for being late. My sister wasn't feeling well, which delayed us," Lu Lan said, supporting Xin Yuran, her face full of joy. As soon as Xin Yuran entered, her gaze locked onto Shen Shuangyu. She had expected to see a sorrowful woman, but instead, she found her even more beautiful than before. Shen Shuangyu sat quietly, sipping tea, not looking over. Her delicate features and calm demeanor showed no signs of the timidity she had when she was a girl in the Shin family or the tension she felt after marrying into the Ho family. Now, she reminded Xin Yuran of her second sister from her childhood. Though Shen Shuangyu was more mature and composed now, that captivating aura had returned, leaving Xin Yuran both astonished and inexplicably uneasy. Dressed in a lotus blue gown with a delicate Jiangnan-style headdress and light makeup, she perfectly matched the gentle and fragile image Xin Yuran had of her sister, who always hid behind her for protection. With her fair face and sparkling eyes, anyone who saw such a girl would think she had no ill intentions. Not to mention, at that moment, Xin Yuran's eyes reddened as she quickly approached Shen Shuangyu, filled with longing. Sister. Sister. If Shen Dingen's selfishness could be justified as a sacrifice for the revival of the Shen family's second branch, then Shen Yuran's selfishness is truly malicious. But how much of her current behavior is genuine and how much is fake? If she's acting, her skills are impressive. I couldn't even tell it was fake. Shen Shuangyu also looked at Xin Yuran, while Xin Zhouwei nearby was very curious about Shen Shuangyu's reaction, especially since she had previously mentioned that she did not recognize this sister. Yuran. Shen Shuangyu choked up, stood up, and embraced the rushing Xin Yuran. The scene was exactly as expected, a long-awaited sister reunion filled with tears. Yet everyone felt something was off. Especially Lu Lan, who had seen how poorly Shen Shuangyu treated Shen Dingen. Why was she so close to her fourth sister? Perhaps it was because Xin Yuran had not been involved in the events that oppressed Shen Shuangyu and prevented her from getting a divorce. But everyone thought Shen Shuangyu should still have some resentment, as they all believed she had been wronged in the past. This meant her marriage with the Yin family had been a mistake, and her younger sister had taken her fiancé. How could that not be upsetting? Yet, the two sisters looked at each other, filled with complex emotions, tears flowing before they even spoke. To avoid disrupting Shen Shuangyu's performance, Yi Qing didn't dare to send any comments. It felt like a competition of acting skills. Shen Yuran's eyes were filled with guilt and helplessness, her sorrow evident as she tightly held her sister's hand, as if realizing the truth and regretting taking her sister's fiancé, lamenting how fate had played with their lives, leaving her in despair. Meanwhile, Shen Shuangyu's eyes were teary, filled with relief and comfort. She gently patted her sister's trembling hand, reassuring her that she was doing well now and not to worry. All of that was in the past. She had accepted her fate and wanted her sister to live well. Some people around were easily moved and couldn't help but tear up, sighing at how pitiful the sisters were. Thinking about it, the main family that had just left really had caused a lot of suffering. To everyone, the sisters were both victims. At that moment, Shen Yuran finally felt a sense of relief. Shen Dingen hadn't dared to tell her the truth, so she thought Shen Shuangyu's current indifference towards her third brother was simply because she had stopped her from getting a divorce, unaware that Shen Shuangyu already knew how Shen Dingen had been involved in the scheme. Now, Shen Shuangyu's attitude towards her remains unchanged. She is still her good second sister, and there are no problems at all. As a beloved younger sister since childhood, how could she have imagined that one day, the sister who had devoted herself to them would act so distant? It's not that Shen Shuangyu is such a great actress, it's that Xin Yuran is completely unprepared. It's rare to see each other again. We sisters should be happy. On such a joyful day, we can't cry and ruin our faces, or it will be a laughingstock, Shen Shuangyu said gently. dabbing the corners of Shin Yuren's eyes with a handkerchief. Then, with concern, she asked, "By the way, I just heard you're not feeling well? What's wrong?" Just like before she got married, Shin Yuran leaned against her sister, her eyes flashing with struggle before settling into silence. She looked up, her expression worried, as if she had something hard to say. This behavior naturally caught their grandmother's attention. "What's the matter?" Lulon, also coming back from the earlier display of sisterly affection, smiled and said, "Isn't the little sister just waiting for this big day to share the news with grandmother to make her happy? Hurry up and tell us." Lulon felt a bit of schadenfreude. Just moments ago, Shin Shuangyu showed no resentment, but if she heard this news, could she really let go of her dissatisfaction? I'm pregnant," Shin Yuran said, gently touching her abdomen, her face unable to hide her happiness. Yet, when she looked up, she cautiously glanced at Shin Shuangyu, as if afraid she would be upset. As soon as this news was announced, the room erupted in surprise. Shin Shuangyu immediately took Shin Yuran's hand, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful. If our parents were still here, they would be so happy to become grandparents." Seeing Shin Shuangyu mention their parents, it was clear she held no resentment. Shin Yuran looked at Shin Shuangyu, who was so happy for her, and surprisingly felt no sadness. A hint of regret surfaced, but quickly vanished. Shin Shuangyu had already joined the other women, eagerly asking how many months along she was, what symptoms she had, and how she managed to travel such a long distance while pregnant. After a while, the old maid behind, Shin Shuangyu, reminded her. Shin Shuangyu looked up and saw Yuntao and Uncle Li returning, waiting outside. With everyone talking around her, Shin Shuangyu naturally stepped outside. Yuntao stepped forward to report the situation. They had indeed caught the doctor trying to sneak away at the back door of the Shin residence. To avoid revealing his identity, Uncle Li directly threatened from behind with a knife, and Yuntao changed her voice to ask questions. The person was just a wandering doctor casually hired from the capital, someone who could leave at any time, so he had no strong commitment to keeping secrets. He was terrified and revealed everything. However, he hadn't seen the patient directly. He only knew it was a young pregnant woman. The fetus could not be saved and could miscarry at any moment. The medicine previously prescribed only temporarily suppressed the symptoms, and its effectiveness would gradually weaken. If there were any sudden movements or strong emotions, the situation could collapse at any time. Now, Yun Tao and Uncle Li still did not know who the pregnant woman was, only that she belonged to the second branch of the family. To be safe, Uncle Li knocked out the doctor and securely tied him up in the abandoned courtyard of the Shin residence, then came to report to Yun Tao. But after they finished speaking, they noticed that Shin Shuangyu's expression was very unsettling, as if it had gradually turned icy, leaving only a sharp, cold aura. Yi Qing had previously told Shin Shuangyu about what she would experience at the birthday banquet. At that time, they only thought that Shin Yuran was jealous of the relationship between Shin Shuangyu and Yin Lifeng, unable to bear seeing them together. After a misunderstanding led to an unexpected miscarriage, she completely went mad, blaming Shin Shuangyu without reflecting on her own past actions, both pitiful and hateful. But now they finally understood a terrifying truth. The apparent accidents were all intentional. The fetus that could not be saved had been plotted against even before she arrived in the capital, trying to use this miscarriage event to completely eliminate Yin Lifeng's feelings for Shin Shuangyu, leaving no possibility for them. It didn't matter what impact this would have on Shin Shuangyu. It truly was, constantly reshaping Shin Shuangyu's perception of them. If it weren't for the unexpected discovery by the doctor, even if they experienced a miscarriage today, Shin Shuangyu would never know the cruel calculations hidden within. Yi Qing couldn't understand why, in the eyes of the Shin siblings, Shin Shuangyu's flesh and blood deserved to be consumed by them for their own gain. Or was it that once malice was present, the bottom line disappeared, allowing them to repeatedly exploit Shin Shuangyu to satisfy their desires without any guilt? Yi Qing looked at Shin Shuangyu's nearly lifeless face on the screen, and her heart ached in response. She could only comfort her. Fortunately, you stopped believing them long ago. You chose to stand on a moral high ground from the start, so it won't be easy for her to manipulate you. If Shin Shuangyu had shown even a hint of resentment toward Shin Yuran, the blame for Shin Yuran's miscarriage could easily have fallen on her. After all, once a miscarriage occurs, most doctors can only conclude that it was caused by stress, unless a highly skilled doctor is called in to determine if it was a stillbirth, which could uncover the truth. In the original story, the situation was set. Shin Shuangyu was completely manipulated. Shin Shuangyu took a deep breath, seeming to regain her composure. She had already lost faith in her family and didn't mind learning more disturbing truths. She turned to Uncle Lee and instructed him to ensure that the doctor remained unconscious until she needed him to wake up. Uncle Lee nodded. He will be out for a while. I will find a chance to sneak away and give him some medicine. They had brought sleeping pills, laxatives, and other necessary medications, as they anticipated that such situations could occur frequently, whether by design or by being designed against. Shin Shuangyu had to be prepared. Just then, they heard a reminder from Granny's son, who was guarding the door. Why is the fourth miss out here? Second sister. Oh, it's Yun Tao and Uncle Lee. It's been so long since I last saw you both. I was wondering why I only saw Granny's son, and not you two. Yun Tao, Uncle Lee, and Granny's son were all from the general's household and had watched Shin Yuran grow up. However, now that they knew the truth, they looked at the former fourth miss with only cold indifference. Shin Yuran was not surprised. When she wanted to marry Yin Li Fei, they had all opposed it, believing that no one should replace her in the engagement, as it would hurt their sisterly bond. But to Shin Yuran, it seemed they were biased toward Shin Shuangyu. Yun Tao and Uncle Lee bowed respectfully, and Shin Yuran quickly helped them up, showing how much she missed them. Unlike her gradually distant attitude toward Shin Dingen, if they didn't know what Shin Yuran had done, Yun Tao and Uncle Lee might have been deceived by her. They just helped me with the birthday gifts, Shin Shuangyu said to Shin Yuran, her expression flawless, showing that when you are heartless toward someone, you can switch emotions effortlessly. I heard you received the 8-star map. Is that it? Shin Yuran asked curiously. That's a secret. Shin Shuangyu smiled slightly. Let's go back. Shin Yuran suddenly raised her hand to stop Shin Shuangyu's sister. Since we rarely get to reunite, let's not go back to the crowd. Let's take a walk and chat privately. She isn't planning to make a move right now, is she? She shouldn't, since the birthday banquet hasn't started yet and there aren't many guests. In the original future, the incident happened after the evening banquet and the lunch hasn't even begun. Shin Shuangyu quickly made a decision, all right, but we should invite a few more people. Shin Yuran was momentarily taken aback. Usually, in such situations, it was enough to bring their own servants. However, Shin Shuangyu had already called for Granny's son to ask Madame Zhao for permission. Tell grandmother that I'm worried about Yuran's condition since she was unwell before, so I need to borrow Granny Wu and a few more servants. Yuran is now a key person to protect. Granny Wu used to be a medical girl and has been helping grandmother with her health. Such a reasonable request was naturally agreed to by Madame Zhao. When Shin Shuangyu looked at Shin Yuran again, she noticed that although Yuran seemed a bit off, overall she appeared fine. It seems she doesn't plan to act now, but mentioning it might make her worry that Granny Wu will follow her all day. Yi Qing knew that Shin Shuangyu had many options. She could choose to use Granny Wu to expose the truth right there, preventing Shin Yuran from plotting against her. But seeing the coldness in Shin Shuangyu's eyes, Yi Qing realized she wouldn't let Shin Yuran off easily. If Shin Yuran dared to act, she would have to face the consequences. Even if Shin Yuran didn't get a chance to act, Shin Shuangyu would create one for her, but not yet. It had to be after the birthday gift was given, as her shop's promotional plan couldn't be disrupted by these troublesome people. So it was defense first, then offense. The two greeted their grandmother and, amidst the crowd's admiration for their sisterly bond, left the grandmother's courtyard, followed by a group of servants. They chatted casually until Shin Yuran felt tired and sat down on a bench in the corridor. Although the other servants kept a distance, they were positioned both in front and behind, ensuring that any actions between them would be seen by everyone. Second sister, seeing you in good spirits puts me at ease. When I first heard about your divorce, I was truly shocked. You must have felt wronged, Shen Yuran sighed. Why don't you ask me what the real truth was back then? Shen Shuangyu smiled, but her words startled Shen Yuran. According to reason, no matter what rumors are out there, as a younger sister, she should ask directly for clarification, just like Yi Fuyun and Shen Jiawei did. Shen Yuran lowered her gaze and said, I heard it was all from the main family. It's Shen Chuchu's fault. She caused you harm. She is the root of everything. When it comes to Shen Chuchu, she felt a strange anger on your behalf. What does she think? That since she believes Shen Chuchu is the culprit, she can feel justified? Shen Shuangyu sneered and sighed, but the culprit is not just her. There are so many people who have harmed me. Shen Yuran stiffened but still spoke naturally, sister. You don't want revenge, do you? They hurt you, and it's true you shouldn't forgive them easily. But sister, you are not even the wife of a marquis anymore, and you have left the Shen family. How can you fight against them? Please don't do anything foolish. Shen Shuangyu said softly, Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. I am living well now, after all. I want our parents to rest in peace. They must be watching us, seeing everything we go through, so I can't let them down. Shen Yuran didn't expect Shen Shuangyu to say this, and felt unsure how to respond. A chill ran down her back, as if someone was truly watching her, and her face gradually paled. Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Even though it was a caring question, Shen Yuran felt very uncomfortable. Looking at Shen Shuangyu, she saw nothing unusual and could only suppress her fear. I'm fine. I just miss Mom and Dad. Shen Shuangyu smiled. Don't worry, Mom and Dad are always with you. Shen Yuran couldn't bring herself to speak. She felt a chill. Why did they have to mention the deceased? Sister, do you remember the scene when we escaped from Shirong Pass? Shen Yuran was taken aback, instinctively wary of Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu gazed at the distant sky. I've been dreaming about that time lately. If I had hesitated and not turned back to find you, the second branch of the Shen family would have only had me left. Although I'm disappointed in Shindingen now, I'm glad to have you, my only sister. At least I don't regret risking my life to save you. Don't you agree, Ranran? In that moment, Shen Yuran felt as if her soul had been momentarily pulled away and a suffocating sensation washed over her. The feeling of guilt became tangible. You're such a heartless person, it scares me. Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Shuangyu sighed and turned to Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran felt cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She forced a smile and said, No, it's just that thinking about the past makes me sad. Let's not talk about it. Then we won't, Shen Shuangyu replied with a compliant smile. Seeing Shen Shuangyu's calm demeanor, Shen Yuran thought she might be overthinking things, making it seem like every word from Shen Shuangyu had a deeper meaning. Remembering her purpose for speaking to Shen Shuangyu alone, Shen Yuran's gaze flickered. She had previously mentioned to Yin Lifei about getting everything back on track. Although she knew it was impossible and Yin Lifei had firmly rejected the idea, he had called out for his second sister in his sleep. She realized her plan needed to change. Second sister, I know your reputation in the capital is limited and you're struggling. I've actually had an idea. Would you be willing to come back to Jiangnan with me and brother Lifei? Can we live together in the future? Shen Yuran spoke sincerely, her eyes locked onto Shen Shuangyu's face, as if trying to catch any slight change in her expression. Shen Shuangyu's first reaction was surprise. Shen Yuran's sudden topic was unexpected for both her and Yi Qing. What's going on? Is she testing me? If I agree, will she use a miscarriage to trap me? No. She originally came to the capital with a plan to harm me, wanting to cut off Yin Lifei's feelings. What is she trying to do now? At that moment, Shen Yuran was nervously staring at Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu's reaction would determine her next move. If her second sister firmly rejected the proposal, others would think she couldn't handle the emotional connection between her sister and Yin Lifei, which would not greatly affect Shen Shuangyu. But if her second sister hesitated for even a moment, then the child in her would be lost because of Shen Shuangyu. She didn't want to make things irreversible. She hoped her sister wouldn't disappoint her. It wasn't that she was cruel. If her sister truly cared for her, she should understand that she shouldn't interfere in their marriage, unless she wanted to ruin her current happiness. At that moment, Shin Shuangyu, unable to discern the situation, instinctively shook her head in refusal. Sister? You really don't want to? Shun Yuran couldn't contain her excitement and added, but you and Brother Lifey clearly. You must still have feelings for him now that you're separated. Is this endless testing? If you don't trust your husband so much, why not just put him on a leash? Do you really think everyone else is as blind as you, treating a foolish man like a treasure? Shin Shuangyu's expression stiffened for a moment, genuinely disgusted, and she looked directly at Shin Yuran. Why are you talking nonsense, Yuran? Please don't say such things in the future. It will ruin my reputation. Is someone by the moon gate?
Who is Shin Dingen with?
Li Fei? Actually, what I want to say is, even if you rekindle your relationship, I would be willing to accept it. Shin Shuangyu's eyes changed, and she turned her body to block Shin Yuran's view, suddenly saying, Yuran, do you really think that way? Don't you like Li Fei? When you married him, were you forced? Shin Yuran's previously gentle expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Brother Li Fei treats me well. But I hope you all can be happy. As long as you are happy, I will be happy. So you really think that way? Shin Shuangyu's tone changed, and she sternly said, You have disappointed me. How can you have such thoughts? If Brother Li Fei hears this, will she still have a reason to harm you in the future? She genuinely hopes you two are together. So how could she be upset enough to cause a miscarriage just from seeing you together? Unless she is being insincere. Sister? Shin Yuran was taken aback. Shin Shuangyu stood up and said, Yuran, I don't want this at all. Your thoughts are humiliating me. I'm not, sister. Please don't be angry. Just then, they heard a cough. Shin Yuran realized someone was coming out from the side moon gate. It was Shin Dingen and Li Fei. Shin Yuran's face changed suddenly. They were very close to where they were sitting, and both Shin Dingen and Li Fei were martial artists. What she just said could be. At that moment, Li Fei's eyes were already fixated on Shin Shuangyu. Li Fei was handsome and more rugged than Shin Dingen. Although he wasn't as refined as Song Jixian, he had his own style. According to Yi Qing, he was the perfect match for the female lead Shin Shuangyu, so he must look good. To be honest, the way he gazed at you now, with such intense and complex emotions, really does seem like he can't forget his old love. If someone didn't know better, they might think he is deeply infatuated. No wonder Shin Yuran keeps trying to harm you. With the way her husband looks at you, it's only natural for her to feel that way. Third brother, husband. Shin Yuran stood up anxiously, holding onto the railing. Li Feng snapped back to reality, glanced around, and immediately rushed over, bypassing Shin Shuangyu without pausing, and embraced Shin Yuran as if she were all that mattered to him. Yuran, don't move so suddenly. Be careful with our child. His hand gently rested on Shin Yuran's abdomen. Why are you outside? Is it cold? Shin Yuran felt a moment of discomfort, as she seemed unaccustomed to such caring attention, especially from Li Feng, whose voice was now soft and tender. This side of Li Feng had only appeared before Shin Shuangyu in the past. He would go to great lengths to please his fiancée, as if her smile was the greatest reward, making Shin Yuran, who watched from the side, feel jealousy and desire. Shin Dingen also looked at their interaction with surprise. It reminded him too much of how Li Feng used to treat his second sister. He awkwardly glanced at Shin Shuangyu, who seemed to be staring blankly into space. Wow, this is hilarious. He just thought for a moment before rushing over. What's he doing? Is he trying to put on a show to make you jealous? He wants you to regret the separation? Be careful with your reaction. Don't let him catch anything that feeds his fantasies. It's so annoying. Shin Shuangyu found it amusing as well. She didn't expect Li Feng to still be this childish. She looked up at him, and for Shin Shuangyu, who had already faced extreme harsh truths, there was no pressure in facing her childhood fiancé. However, she instinctively clenched her fist, wanting to strike him. Li Feng showed concern for Shin Yuran for a long time, but her expression grew increasingly stiff, and he remained oblivious, still trying to appear affectionate. Finally, Shin Yuran adjusted her emotions and said softly, Why are you both here? I was chatting with my sister. Husband, you haven't seen her in a while. Upon hearing this, Yin Lifeng pretended to look up. He wanted to see what expression the cold woman would have at this moment. Would she regret it? After all, this was once everything she could easily have. To his surprise, he saw Shen Shuangyu smiling brightly, just like when she watched her younger siblings play, warm and sunny, bringing a sense of peace without any awkwardness. But this made Yin Lifeng feel quite awkward. Shen Shuangyu greeted him and called out brother-in-law, which instantly changed Yin Lifei's expression. This was their first meeting since their fallout 4 years ago, when Yin Lifei left the capital in anger. Shen Yuran was sent to marry Yin Lifei in Jiangnan, and while Shen Ding'an and Song Zixin attended, Shen Shuangyu did not go. Unexpectedly, the first thing she said upon seeing him was brother-in-law. What a sharp title. It must have been intentional. Yin Lifei suddenly scoffed at Shen Shuangyu. Were you just trying to make things difficult for my wife? Shen Ding'an, who was also eavesdropping, knew that Yin Lifei was just looking for trouble. However, seeing Shen Shuangyu's proud demeanor, he decided not to intervene. Brother-in-law, why do you say that? I was just telling Ran that I won't consider her suggestion, Shen Shuangyu said openly to avoid any misunderstandings later. This was something she had learned from Yi Qing. Yin Lifei clenched his teeth and coldly replied, Good, you better really think that way. I don't care how you led Ran to make such a suggestion, but I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. No, it's not. Husband, it's not my sister, it's me. Shen Yuran quickly interjected. However, Yin Lifei grew more convinced of his thoughts with Shen Yuran's denial, as if Shen Shuangyu truly had such intentions.
What?
Is there something wrong with my ears or his? Shen Shuangyu was both angry and amused. Did you leave your brain in Jiangnan? I greeted you politely, and you come at me with hostility, making malicious assumptions. After years apart, I didn't expect you to turn into a petty person, judging me with such a narrow mind. The three of them were stunned. Was this really something Shen Shuangyu would say to Yin Lifei? How could she be so rude to him? If it was said out of love turned to hate, it still felt off and overly insulting. Shen Shuangyu, are you insulting me? Yin Lifei couldn't believe what Shen Ding'an said about his sister changing. The old Shen Shuangyu would never be so hurtful. How could she, Shen Shuangyu, who had wronged him, act so fierce? She should look bitter, wronged, or embarrassed, not so self-righteous. As Ran's sister and you being her husband, your disrespect towards me is unacceptable. It's mild for me to scold you. Does the Yin family lack basic manners? Shen Shuangyu said coldly, showing no mercy. Her strong and honest attitude shattered all of Yin Lifei's mixed emotions. All the past connections and entanglements were laid bare in Shen Shuangyu's clear gaze. It felt as if he was the only one stuck in the past. But how could that be? He had already rejected Shen Yuran's proposal. Shen Yuran was so obedient that she wouldn't bring it up again unless Shen Shuangyu hinted at it. Could it be that they were caught in the act, which made her react so strongly? After all, he had always been the one revolving around her. Did she still want to control him? Did she fear that if she followed him, he would look down on her? Now that they were separated, who else could Shen Shuangyu be with besides him? Yes, it was only him. With this thought, Yin Lifei's restless heart steadied again. I'm not arguing with you, Shen Shuangyu. I warn you, I'm not the same Yin Lifei as before, he said sternly. Talking to a fool is exhausting. Why does he always act like there's still some emotional connection? Shen Shuangyu glanced at him coolly. That has nothing to do with me. Yin Lifei was provoked by her attitude and wanted to say more, but then he saw her expression change slightly as she said, There's no point in talking further. After that, she turned to leave, not heading back to her grandmother's courtyard or the Moon Gate where Shen Ding'an and Yin Lifei had come from, but in another direction. Yun Tao and the others saw their master signaling to leave and quickly followed. But no one expected Yin Lifei to be so reckless. As Shen Shuangyu was about to walk past, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist.
Shen Shuangyu, stop.
Being so close to someone skilled in martial arts, Even with his training from Yi Qing, he didn't have enough time to react. He could only manage to steady Shen Shuangyu in that brief moment, preventing her from stumbling into him. After all, Yin Lifeng is currently holding on to Shen Yuran, and no matter who they bump into, it would be a very troublesome situation. Yin Lifeng is completely disregarding Shen Shuangyu's reputation. Shen Shuangyu doesn't waste any words. Uncle Li and the others are still a distance away, and they won't make it in time. So, Shen Shuangyu pulls out her hairpin and aims it at Yin Lifeng's hand. She doesn't even bother to say let go, determined to teach Yin Lifeng a lesson for his disrespectful behavior. With a trained body, Yin Lifeng instinctively releases his grip, realizing his mistake, but he is shocked to see how quickly Shen Shuangyu can act against him. Get back, you fool. It's too late. Things are quite lively here. A cold voice cuts through the air. Suddenly, Shen Ding'an exclaims in surprise, brother-in-law? Yi Qing is the first to spot Song Zhixian and informs Shen Shuangyu, who then thinks about leaving quickly. After all, she doesn't want to run into Song Zhixian right now. She feels powerless and knows that facing him will only lead to trouble. Shen Shuangyu does not want to be humiliated in front of Song Zhixian again. But she is still delayed by Yin Lifeng. Shen Ding'an, what are you shouting about? This line is not from Shen Shuangyu but from Yin Lifeng, who freezes when he hears Shen Ding'an call out brother-in-law. Before their engagement issues arose, he used to visit Shen Shuangyu once a year at Shirong Pass and later in the capital, spending more than half a month with her and her siblings. When he wasn't there, they would still keep in touch through letters. Because they were familiar, Shen Ding'an would often call him brother-in-law in advance. So he is very sensitive to that term. He knows Shen Ding'an is referring to Song Zhixian, but didn't they break up? Why is he still calling him brother-in-law? Could they still be connected in some way? Yin Lifeng's emotions are truly tumultuous, like a roller coaster. Shen Ding'an awkwardly smiles. He doesn't want to offend Yin Lifeng, but even more so doesn't want to upset Song Zhixian. He often mistakenly calls the wrong brother-in-law, but Song Zhixian rarely corrects him, which proves one thing. As long as Shen Shuangyu is willing to turn back, Song Zhixian will still want her, and he will remain the only brother-in-law to the emperor's close minister. Seeing that Shen Ding'an doesn't explain, Yin Lifeng's expression darkens further. He turns to look at Song Zhixian, who stands nearby like a jade bamboo, with no unfriendly expression but an air of superiority. Although they were about the same height, Yin Lifeng felt as if he were being looked down upon, like someone in a higher position looking at someone below them. The pressure from the powerful officials in the court reminded him of the humiliation he faced 4 years ago. When Song Zhixian sent Shen Yuran off as her brother-in-law, it was mainly to handle official business, so he did not attend the wedding banquet and had never met Yin Lifeng. Their last encounter was some time before Yin Lifeng's final meeting with Shen Shuangyu, and they had met at the Shen family home. Yin Lifeng was furious at Song Zhixian, wanting to punch him, but he couldn't break through Yan Qi's defense and ended up on the ground, feeling embarrassed and helpless. At that time, Song Zhixian just stood behind Yan Qi, looking down at him. You should hate Shen Shuangyu. She is shameless, coveting me and trying to secure her position as my wife before my first wife passed away. A woman with such deep schemes and a double face is worth your anger? Fool. She has already changed her mind. She doesn't want to marry you anymore. Even though he had heard about the situation before, hearing it from the person involved felt like each word was a slap to his face. He had never felt so humiliated in his life, all thanks to Shen Shuangyu. So now, facing Song Zhixian, he was too shocked to say anything. As Yin Lifeng looked at Song Zhixian was also looking at him. Compared to 4 years ago, he had developed a strong presence and achieved quite a bit in Jiangnan. It was said that his wife was pregnant. But why did he still seem to be thinking about Shen Shuangyu? Someone had informed Song Zhixian that the 3 children were causing a commotion, which was why he had come over. He didn't expect to run into them on the way. He heard Yin Lifeng shout and immediately saw Shen Shuangyu attacking someone with a hairpin. Yin Lifeng had been rude first, but Shen Shuangyu was also at fault. Even though she tried to distance herself, she should have avoided any situation where she might run into Yin Lifeng. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a troublesome position now. She used to be quite cautious, but after their separation, she had become increasingly reckless. Song Zixian frowned slightly, showing his displeasure as he glanced at Shen Shuangyu, seemingly wanting to reprimand her with his eyes. But Yin Lifeng took the initiative to confront first. Shen Shuangyu, I really didn't see you clearly before. You're the one causing all this chaos, and you let your brother keep calling you sister-in-law. What are you playing at? Are you teasing him? Do you even hear what you're saying? What did our Shuangyu say? You're acting foolish. With Yin Lifeng's current status, he shouldn't be saying such things. Everyone present felt uncomfortable, and it was a huge humiliation for Shen Shuangyu. Yet, no one stood up to refute him, as if they were waiting for Shen Shuangyu to speak. Shen Shuangyu looked around and said to Yin Lifeng, I don't understand what you're saying. Ignoring the situation, Yin Lifeng pointed at Shen Dingen and asked, Why didn't you respond to what he just called you? Shen Shuangyu sneered and looked at the embarrassed Shen Dingen. He has nothing to do with me anymore. It doesn't matter who he calls sister-in-law. Maybe he has another sister now? Why should I stop unrelated people from talking? I don't like to meddle. Everyone had certain expectations about how Shen Shuangyu would react, but her response was completely unexpected. Song Zixian had seen her treat Shen Ding in this way before, so she just frowned without reacting. However, Shen Yuran and Yin Lifeng were shocked to see Shen Dingen's face turn pale. Shen Dingen gritted his teeth and said, Second sister. But Shen Shuangyu acted as if she didn't hear him, as if he wasn't calling her at all. After all, why would it matter who he called sister-in-law when he wasn't even her brother anymore? Sister, how can you treat third brother like this? Shen Yuran exclaimed in shock. Shen Shuangyu turned to look at Shen Yuran, smiled, but didn't answer. That look made Shen Yuran's heart tighten with an inexplicable fear. Yuran, I won't stay with you any longer, Shen Shuangyu said, and without caring about the reactions of others, she turned to leave. This left the others, who had been harboring their own thoughts, feeling like clowns, their expressions changing constantly. Especially Shen Yuran and Yin Lifeng, who had just returned, found it hard to adjust to this version of Shen Shuangyu. So, as Shen Shuangyu walked away, no one stopped her. As she passed by Song Zixian, he coldly remarked, Today, be careful not to create any embarrassing rumors. Your gift for longevity.
Why does he always speak to you like that?
Why can he use such a condescending tone every time he faces you? Frostfeather thought, it's most effective to treat such a person like air. Indeed, Shen Frostfeather didn't even pause her steps, as if Song Zixian's words were not directed at her at all, completely ignoring them. This left Song Zixian, who was usually confident, feeling blocked. She could only watch Shen Frostfeather's retreating figure with a dark expression. She had wanted to offer help if Shen Frostfeather couldn't present a proper birthday gift, since she had already sent the 8-star map to the Ho family. But seeing Shen Frostfeather's stubbornness, Song Zixian decided to withdraw her concern and let her learn her lesson. She was curious to see if Shen Frostfeather would bow down when it came time to present the gift. With a cold snort, Song Zixian turned and walked away. Shen Dingen said to Yin Lifeng, Stay with my sister. She looks unwell. After saying this, he hurried to catch up with Song Zixian. Only now did Yin Lifeng truly look at Shen Yuran's face. Yuran. Shen Yuran immediately began to cry. Yin Lifeng anxiously comforted her for a long time before Shen Yuran said, I know you can't let go of your sister. So when she hinted at something, I suggested we should both act a bit better. But she got angry for some reason. Maybe I didn't express it well, or perhaps she misunderstood and thought I wanted her to go to Jiangnan to be her concubine. Upon hearing this, Yin Lifeng's mind raced. So, Shen Frostfeather's willingness to return to Jiangnan at least meant she wanted to be a legitimate wife. No wonder she was so furious earlier. She must have felt insulted. How could she, a divorced woman who had abandoned him, still have the right to make demands? Did she really think he still had feelings for her? It was truly cruel of her to make her legitimate wife and sister feel so wronged. Don't overthink it. I just hate what she did before. I can't help but get angry when I see her. It's not that I can't let go of her. So, Yuran, don't say any more. I won't want her, Yin Lifeng said firmly. But seeing Shun Frostfeather's earlier indifference towards Song Jixian, it was clear she really didn't want to be with her. So, who could she be with instead? At that moment, Shen Yuran in Yin Lifeng's arms gradually showed a fierce determination in her eyes. In a secluded pavilion, Shen Frostfeather sat quietly, staring blankly at her reflection in the lake, as if she were daydreaming. She had sent everyone else away to handle tasks. What are you thinking? Did you just get upset? You know they are all worthless. Getting angry with them is not worth it. Did Shun Yuran test me before? Do you know what that means? I haven't figured it out yet. You said she saw me with Yin Lifei and got upset, which led to her falling and having a miscarriage. In that case, even if she blames me, I would only face some rumors, but no real punishment. It would only mean that Yin Lifei would cut off his feelings for me. But what if she framed me and made me push her?
Je vink sudanni froze.
Could it be that she was actually giving you a choice? If you had any other thoughts, she would choose a harsher way to deal with you, making the Shen family punish you. In that case, you might face a beating or even be imprisoned. That's really harsh. Shen Shuangyu forced a smile. Yeah, it is harsh. Her original thoughts were probably similar to what you know about the future, but because I divorced, I became too big of a threat to her. Based on Yin Lifei's reaction just now, I think she would choose the latter. After that, no matter what you want to do, keep a certain distance. At least don't let her put on a show, or it will be hard to turn things around. Shen Shuangyu nodded, her gaze darkening. Suddenly, she murmured, why? Is it because I was too good to them in the past, always considering them and sacrificing for them? Why look for reasons within yourself? There are people you treat sincerely who will return your kindness. It's just that those close to you happen to be ungrateful. Shen Shuangyu suddenly asked, do you know about my past with Yin Lifei, including our last meeting? Yi Qing wasn't sure if Shen Shuangyu's feelings for Yin Lifei could be called love, considering their arranged relationship was like brainwashing from a young age. He was meant to be her husband, someone she was supposed to trust and rely on wholeheartedly, so even if he wasn't family, Yin Lifei meant something very different to Shen Shuangyu. Moreover, the old Yin Lifei was truly infatuated and sincere towards Shen Shuangyu. But a person can change in an instant. That moment is enough to reveal a person's true nature. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't respond, Shen Shuangyu began to recall the last memory of Yin Lifei that flashed to her mind, as if she was slowly removing a thorn from her heart. At that time, I was wronged by everyone, but before Yin Lifei arrived, I still had a little hope. I hadn't reached the point of despair where I accepted my fate and sacrificed myself to protect my younger siblings and the Shin family's reputation. It was the first time I faced such a situation, and I was very flustered. The only person I could think of to help me was Yin Lifei. He had promised me countless times that he would always care for me. I believed he would trust me and help me. But after Yin Lifeng arrived and heard what others said, he easily believed their accusations against me. I tried to explain everything and tell him about my unfair treatment. Although I didn't know I was being framed at the time, I felt something was wrong. But the Shin family wouldn't listen to me. They only blamed me. I thought Yin Lifeng would be different, but I was wrong. When Shen Shuangyu reached this point, her voice became hoarse, as if she could no longer continue. Don't want to talk? Then don't. It's not worth remembering. Yi Qing couldn't bear to hear what happened next. Perhaps compared to those who actively harmed Shen Shuangyu and profited from her pain, Yin Lifeng was innocent. He was unaware and felt betrayed, and his anger was understandable. After hearing Song Jixian's insults, he was furious and rushed to Shen Shuangyu's room. Faced with the thin and sorrowful Shen Shuangyu, he didn't consider her hopeful eyes or think to listen to her story. He was angry, he blamed her, he went mad. If it had stopped there, it might have been excusable. One cannot impose their moral standards on others. But he shouted, Shen Shuangyu, are you still acting? Can everyone just wrong you? You're just playing with me while looking for someone better, right? What do you think I am? You've been lying to me, you shameless person. You're so desperate for attention that you even climbed into your brother-in-law's bed. If I had known you were such a loose woman, I would have slept with you earlier to avoid you cheating on me. Yes, he was heartbroken and went crazy, crying and shouting. But at the same time, he pinned Shin Shuangyu down on the bed, ignoring her struggles, and tore at her collar. Shin Shuangyu fought back desperately, but was slapped hard by Yin Lifeng. Tears were still in the corners of her eyes, but her cheek quickly swelled, and blood was at the corner of her mouth, leaving her in shock. All her remaining hope was instantly extinguished. She had nothing left. However, that slap shocked Yin Lifeng, and he ultimately did not make a terrible mistake and left in a panic. In the years when Yi Qing was absent, Shin Shuangyu never hated Yin Lifeng for treating her that way. She remembered his tears and pain, still blaming all the mistakes on herself. But after Yi Qing revealed the truth, she could no longer be so kind. She felt hatred. When she saw Yin Lifeng, she couldn't hold back and wanted to return that slap. Shin Shuangyu said, "If someone claims to love you but doesn't trust you, is that really love? That's nonsense. He has character issues that he didn't show before. Just now, he took out his frustration on you, a weak woman, instead of standing up for himself. Doesn't that show he looks down on you because you're a woman? Luckily, you didn't marry him. He doesn't deserve you. Shuangyu, there are many people who, even when they don't fully understand, choose to believe in you. Yuntao, Granny Sun, Uncle Li Muzio, and Ifujuan. There are surely others who quietly support you without you knowing. You are so wonderful and deserve all this trust." Shin Shuangyu blinked, and the heaviness in her eyes gradually lifted with the golden words around her. Not far away, Yuntao, Granny Sun, and Uncle Li had finished the tasks Shin Shuangyu assigned and returned to report. They were worried about the young lady, as the atmosphere around her had been tense. Finally, the young lady walked down from the pavilion, looking calm and even smiling when she saw them, which eased their worries. "Miss, everything is in order. Guests are arriving for the birthday banquet, and Madam Shin wants you to come help in the front yard. It seems Aunt Shin is very pleased with what you prepared." Shin Shuangyu understood that, as a divorced woman, it wasn't appropriate for her to host guests. If Aunt Shin was asking for her help, it meant that what she provided was significant. Shin Shuangyu looked at the three, and they immediately reported back. Uncle Li had the simplest task, to deal with the wandering doctor. Yuntao went to the small kitchen of the third house to check on the new pastries. Yuntao said cheerfully, "Miss, besides the 4 previous types, the 10 new ones surprised Madam Shin greatly, and she wanted all of them served. Following your instructions, I found a chance to let her try the new tea, and she loved it right away. She even requested that 5 types of tea be served at the banquet and paid for them. To be honest, according to our earlier plan, these drinks won't be available for takeout. In the future, such arrangements might become a privilege only for those of higher status." Shin Shuangyu smiled. Aunt Shin really helped a lot. "What about Meow Meow?" Granny Sun replied with a smile. Perhaps Madam Shin was too happy, so she didn't go over the details with Miss Meow and just sent her to wait. Shin Shuangyu nodded in satisfaction. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the outer courtyard to greet the guests, which was quite lively. Although Shin Shuangyu was there to help, she didn't want to stand out too much, so she positioned herself at the edge. If someone made eye contact with her, she would step forward to greet them, trying to avoid upsetting the guests. This way, she could also gauge the attitudes of the nobles in the capital towards her. To Shin Shuangyu's surprise, many people nodded and smiled at her, which was a basic form of courtesy. Although it was likely due to the little princess's influence, such openness was enough. "You are here," Shin Jiwei approached her. Shin Shuangyu asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you inside with the Hu family entertaining the guests?" Shin Jiwei replied, "The Hu family is arriving soon, and she asked me to come out and greet them." After a cold laugh, she started chatting with Shin Shuangyu. "After you left, grandmother returned, and the Hu family didn't speak ill of you. No one dared to bring you up, so they shifted their focus to me. The women of the Shin family are pressuring me to agree to Husan taking a concubine so that the Hu family doesn't have a hard time." Shin Shuangyu thought, "Isn't this like urging the executioner to strike faster?" She shook her head helplessly, knowing this was unavoidable. The Hu family claimed that Shin Jiwei was jealous and opposed to taking a concubine, while Husan, being the considerate gentleman, would respect his wife and wait until she was pregnant to take another wife. However, Shun Joe's explanation was that the Hu family had rules. Until the legitimate son was born, no illegitimate children could be born, so they would have to wait until she had her child. Originally, Shun Joe didn't mind taking the blame, thinking it would protect her interests, but little did she know that her in-laws were deceiving her. Who sure knows very well that her nephew is afraid to take a concubine because he worries about others discovering his secret. Yet, she still joined the Shin family in pressuring me to be more generous and bear all the blame. How hypocritical. Shun Joe's words were laced with venom, clearly filled with hatred. Shun Shuangyu wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Just then, the Hu family arrived. A group of relatives entered grandly. Shin Joe did not rush to greet them but maintained basic politeness, smiling as she welcomed them. At that moment, a stern-looking lady, who seemed ready to scold someone at any moment, approached and said, "What are you doing standing there?" "I'm waiting for my husband to go in together," Shin Joe replied with a smile. Shun Shuangyu suspected she was simply reluctant to deal with the Hu family. Madam Hu couldn't say much about Shin Joe, but then she seemed to remember something, her expression becoming a bit complicated. She said, "You will stay close to the third young master later, understand?" Shin Joe's eyes sparkled as she smiled and nodded, which reassured Madam Hu enough for her to leave. At that moment, Hu-san was at the back of the Hu family crowd, even a bit distant from his two older sisters. He walked slowly, looking in a good mood, but his steps were a bit unsteady, and his posture seemed odd. "Look at that man next to Hu-san." Shin Shuangyu was startled, and immediately looked over. It was a tall man, contrasting sharply with Hu-san's frail appearance. He was dressed like a guard, but he didn't look like he had trained in martial arts. The accessories he wore were clearly those used by young masters, which didn't match his identity. It was obvious they were gifts from someone else, but he might not understand noble customs, so he wore them incorrectly. "Is that Hu-san's guard?" Shin Shuangyu frowned and asked. Shin Joe was surprised. "Can you really tell what kind of people they are?" Shin Shuangyu awkwardly replied, "I just felt something was off." "It really is that." She couldn't distinguish them but was curious how Yi Qing could tell at a glance. Shin Joe sneered and nodded. "Look, they keep exchanging glances and smiling secretly. It's quite obvious. And look at Hu-san's flirtatious expression. TSK, TSK. Shin Shuangyu took a closer look and indeed found it unusual. Even though Shin Joe and the Hu family were present, Hu-san was mostly looking at his guard. How dare Hu-san bring him here? My arrangement.
What?
I've observed that Hu-san occasionally arranges for his male companion to dress as a guard, openly seeking thrill while pretending to be a couple. I just hinted that the banquet would be crowded and that having a guard would be safer. Since I would be busy and might not pay attention to him, he took the bait. As expected. He didn't disappoint me. Shin Shuangyu realized, so the warning your mother-in-law gave you earlier was. Shun Joe smiled cruelly, using me as a shield to prevent her son from crossing the line too much and getting caught. She knows. She could clearly scold her son and stop him from bringing a companion. Even if it were a female companion, it wouldn't make sense. This is beyond just favoring a concubine over a wife. Shin Shuangyu was truly disgusted by the actions of the Hu family. They are all crazy, including Hu. She is clearly the mistress of the Shin family, yet she allows the Hu family to humiliate the Shin family and does nothing about it. Grandma should really see what kind of person she chose as the daughter-in-law. Shun Joe scoffed. Many tragic stories of deceived wives happen because of parents who deceive themselves and help hide the truth. If Shun Joe hadn't discovered the truth, she would just be a clown now. Shun Shuangyu frowned and said, "You mentioned a good show before. Just wait for the banquet." Shun Joe replied with a cold smile as she approached Hu-san, acting very gracious. However, Hu-san, who had just been smiling with the guards, was very cold towards Shin Joe and made excuses for her to go away and not worry about him. The guard nearby looked at Shin Joe with a disdainful gaze. "I feel like Hu-san will be disgraced at the banquet. I'm ready for the show to start." Shun Shuangyu thought it was good. At least it didn't conflict with their plans. Just then, someone called out to her. Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu looked over and saw that Ifuyun and her family had arrived.
Wow.
I can't believe it. Shen Shuangyu understood why Yi Qing felt this way. It was different from when she saw their family before. This time, Shi Yibin was smiling gently, standing next to Ifuyun, and greeted Shen Shuangyu without any impatience. And that mischievous child, Shi Hao, was quietly holding Ifuyun's hand. Although he was looking around, he was behaving well next to his mother. This is strangely harmonious. Did Ifuyun's firm attitude last time scare them into realizing something? The father and son seemed to have forgotten about Jean Amour, as if she had never existed in their lives. Shen Shuangyu knew that Yi Qing didn't like them, but she couldn't see any problems. Ifuyun was very happy to see Shen Shuangyu and said, "Husband, you take Howard to the men's side first. I'll go by myself later. Are you sure you can go alone?" Shi Yibin asked gently. Shi Hao also looked up at Ifuyun. Ifuyun smiled and nodded. Only then did Shi Yibin take Shi Hao and leave. But as they turned away, Ifuyun's smile slowly faded until she faced Shen Shuangyu again when it returned. It was as if Ifuyun had just been performing the role of a harmonious family of three. Shen Shuangyu was seeing Ifujuan for the first time since she returned to the Shi family, and she frowned slightly at her expression. "What's wrong?" Ifujuan was taken aback. "Nothing." Ifujuan spoke openly, as if nothing had happened. "Something's off." Shen Shuangyu pondered, but didn't press further, as Ifujuan was already starting to worry about her situation at the Shin family today. Many topics were sensitive, so Ifujuan could only ask awkwardly, "Are you okay today?" Shen Shuangyu nodded, looking relaxed. "If you need help, I'm here," Ifujuan said seriously. Shen Shuangyu smiled and nodded again, saying, "Actually, when you go into the women's area later, if anyone asks about my shop, just mention that I probably expanded my old pastry shop. If they ask for details, say you're not sure and that you only saw my shop preparing the old pastries." This way, even if Ifujuan lied for her, it would be a safe fallback. Although Ifujuan couldn't understand Shen Shuangyu's intentions, she readily agreed to find a chance to share that information. After Ifujuan left, Yi Qing couldn't help but ask, "What's going on with her family?" Shen Shuangyu stepped back into a quiet corner and whispered, "It shouldn't be a bad situation. I think the past events have made Ifujuan unable to truly trust that father and son anymore. The harmony they show now is probably just to maintain her dignity. Maybe she hasn't forgiven them, or maybe she has seen through them. Good news. They don't deserve forgiveness." Shen Shuangyu nodded. Just as she was about to return to her original spot, she suddenly heard a very disrespectful male voice.
Eh?
The voice came from directly in front of her. Shen Shuangyu looked up and her expression changed slightly upon seeing him. He looked her up and down with a very disrespectful demeanor. "Who is this?" Shifty-eyed. The man in front of Shen Shuangyu was actually quite good-looking, but his attitude was too lewd. If Wei Shaoran acted like a spoiled rich kid, this man was a true one at heart. There were many spoiled rich kids in the capital, so Yi Qing couldn't tell, but seeing Shen Shuangyu's expression, it was clear she knew him. Seeing that he seemed to want to approach her made her uneasy. Yi Qing was completely stunned. Logically, even though Shen Shuangyu no longer had her status, this was the Shen family, and she was the former savior of the little princess. Well, she was still Song Jixian's ex-wife, and ordinary people would definitely not dare to have any improper thoughts about Shen Shuangyu. Just as Yi Qing was confused, suddenly another person appeared in the middle of the scene. A man in a blue robe quickly stepped forward, inserting himself between the two and proactively greeted Shen Shuangyu. "Lady Shen." "Wait. I remember him. Lu Zhao." Shen Dingen's brother-in-law, the smart man who would rather become a monk than marry Mu Mingxi. Shen Shuangyu was also a bit taken aback by Lu Zhao's sudden appearance. Once she regained her composure, she quickly returned the greeting. "I heard that Lady Shen has been managing." Lu Zhao found a dull topic, as if discussing something serious. Meanwhile, the lewd young man behind him had to stop in his tracks, looking displeased at the two. Suddenly, a bright red figure flew in from behind and jumped onto the lewd young man's back, nearly knocking him over.
Got you, Zhonglin.
I knew I could find you here. After avoiding me for so long, when are you going to return my 500 taels? Haha, Wei Xiaoran, you arrived just in time. Thumbs up for you. Wait, Zhonglin? The lewd brother of the noble consort Jiang, the one who teased Mu Mingxi and caused Mu Zio's tragic fate? How dare he?
Ah.
He seems to have a grudge against you. Shen Shuangyu was startled. Could it be that her help to Mu Zio had been discovered? Yi Qing didn't keep her thoughts to herself and said directly, "This is an unwarranted disaster, all because of Song Zhixian. Isn't Jianglin the brother of the noble consort? The noble consort's eldest daughter, the third princess, has a crush on Song Zhixian. Jianglin suddenly takes an interest in you, probably to see how the man his niece loves was abandoned by you." Shen Shuangyu's pupils shrank, almost gasping in shock. The third princess like Song Zhixian? This was information without any hints of rumors. If Yi Qing hadn't said it, it would have seemed completely made up.
Surprised?
You probably haven't seen her husband, who looks a lot like Song Zhixian, a stand-in. Shen Shuangyu felt overwhelmed, starting to recall some of the hardships she had faced in the past, which seemed to have some connection to the third princess, but were carried out by her trusted female attendants, so she hadn't linked them together. Shen Shuangyu truly felt helpless. Song Zhixian was simply her nemesis, a jinx. However, why would Lu Zhao choose to protect you, even if it means getting involved with troublesome people? In the capital, when the two wealthy troublemakers caused a scene, everyone else quickly stepped aside. Lu Zhao stood in front of Shen Shuangyu, retreating to a more hidden spot. His expression was cold as he stared intently at Jiang Lin, who was fighting with Wei Xiaoran. Since Shen Ding'an and Lu Lan are married, Lu Zhao and Shen Shuangyu are considered relatives. Although they have met a few times, they hardly spoke, and Lu Lan never liked her. Not to mention, Shen Shuangyu had already severed ties with Shen Ding'an. However, Shen Shuangyu and Yi Qing couldn't understand why Lu Zhao would help. The Shen family quickly sent people to stop the two troublemakers from fighting. Since Wei Xiaoran acted like a rogue, he was easily pulled away, and the two left while arguing and insulting each other. In the end, Wei Xiaoran glanced over at Shen Shuangyu, but his gaze lingered on Lu Zhao, who was protecting her, which felt a bit strange. The commotion ended. Lu Zhao seemed to act as if he didn't know Shen Shuangyu well and didn't continue the previous topic. Instead, he clasped his hands and prepared to leave. Shen Shuangyu quickly said, "Thank you for your help, young Master Lu." Lu Zhao was surprised that Shen Shuangyu noticed. To others, it might have seemed like a coincidence. He glanced at her and warned, "I don't know why he has his eyes on you, but you should be careful. With the favored concubine protecting him, he can do anything." Shen Shuangyu was taken aback. She noticed a deep sadness in Lu Zhao's eyes as he spoke. "Why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid of offending him?" she asked, frowning. Lu Zhao's gaze flickered, and just as he was about to respond, someone called out, "Zhao Ge." They turned to see a group of people entering, led by a woman whom Yi Qing recognized. Mu Mingxi and the group behind her is from the Nanyang Duke's family, who chose to protect the more sensible sister, Shen Shuangyu thought. Upon seeing them, her expression remained calm, while Lu Zhao turned and walked away, seemingly uninterested in looking back.
Lu Zhao
called out a young man accompanying them, who was Mu Zio's brother, Mu Quan. As a result, Lu Zhao quickened his pace and turned into the corridor. There were still guests exchanging pleasantries nearby. Many knew about the engagement between the Nanyang Duke and the Ningbo Duke's family, but they had heard that the Ningbo Duke's grandson was against it. However, the family elders eventually pressured him into confirming the wedding date. However, the way the young master of the Duke's residence treated the Nanyang Earl's family was utterly disrespectful. The curious glances from those around made the Nanyang Earl's family feel very embarrassed, prompting the Earl and his wife to hurry inside. Mu Quan wanted to pull Mu Mingxi away, but she ran straight to Shen Shuangyu. Faced with his sister's stubbornness, Mu Quan could only follow closely behind to avoid any awkward situations. However, upon seeing Shen Shuangyu, a memory of a girl flashed in his mind, making his expression turn somewhat grim. He remembered that Shen Shuangyu had been very close to his late younger sister. I ask you, Mu Mingxi questioned,
What were you talking about with Zhao Ge just now?
although I know there are many foolish people in your world, this behavior seems illogical. Shen Shuangyu felt the same way and frowned at Mu Mingxi, thinking that although she had been selfish and unpleasant in the past, she wouldn't act so strangely now. If it were an ordinary unmarried girl, Mu Mingxi could be seen as jealous and cautious, but given her status standing next to Lu Zhao, most people would only think of the two families becoming in-laws, so it was just a casual conversation. How could Mu Mingxi question her about that? Perhaps even Mu Quan found it puzzling, as he frowned and pulled Mu Mingxi, signaling her to stop causing trouble and to leave quickly. But Mu Mingxi, spoiled by her family, wouldn't listen to her brother. Did you say something bad about me? Mu Mingxi asked suspiciously. Shen Shuangyu almost laughed in disbelief. I'm not familiar with Miss Mu, so why would I speak ill of you?
Isn't it because?
Mu Mingxi suddenly paused, seeming hesitant and unwilling to continue. Then why did Zhao Ge leave when he saw me? Shen Shuangyu replied, Yeah, why? It seems that young Master Lu doesn't act like that with others. Shen Shuangyu spoke calmly and expressionlessly, leaving no room for error, but it infuriated Mu Mingxi even more. In the end, she was forcibly pulled away by a frowning Mu Quan. What an annoying person. The Nanyang Earl's family treats their malicious intentions as treasures. They are all blind to the truth. By the way, aren't they about to get married? Shen Shuangyu nodded. Next month, probably in just a few days. It seems I won't be able to see the good show. In this regard, Shen Shuangyu felt helpless. She had no status now, and aside from the Shen family, she wouldn't be invited to any events held by wealthy families unless it was by a friend like Yi Fuyun. Next, Yi Qing and Shen Shuangyu watched a few more entertaining performances. Your ex-sister-in-law is already wearing the green hat. Her best friend is involved with her fiancé. I look forward to the day she finds out. Shen Shuangyu silently watched Cheng Song and Fan Ziyu, who were getting close as they passed by. The Jingyuan Marquis family is also unfortunate, spoiling a fake while not knowing when the real daughter will return to the capital. Although she had already heard the gossip from Yi Qing, seeing the Jingyuan Marquis and his wife, along with their 3 sons, protecting the girl they found like a precious gem made Shen Shuangyu feel awkward. She once thought about warning them, but without the real daughter present and lacking evidence, she couldn't create trouble for herself. She could only sigh at the greed of human nature, knowing that this fake was aware of the truth. Soon, another family came over to greet her. It was the family of her neighbor, Mr. Fong. A quiet girl accompanied Mr. and Mrs. Fong. Even though she lived next door, Shen Shuangyu had never met her. After Mrs. Fong introduced her, Fong Zixia nervously greeted everyone, looking so obedient that she seemed a bit shy. What a pitiful girl, easily hurt by deceitful people. Thankfully, there's still a year left. Shen Shuangyu's gaze turned sympathetic towards Fong Zixia, making the girl blush and lower her head in shyness. The Fong family arrived a bit late, and soon after, the birthday banquet began. The lunch was lively, held in several courtyards, without any unusual incidents. As the afternoon banquet approached, it was time for the formal presentation of birthday gifts. Guests didn't need to display their gifts for comparison, but the younger generation of the Shin family had to present their gifts one by one. Especially the youngest generation, who claimed it was to show filial piety, but it was also a chance to showcase themselves in front of all the guests in the capital. Among Shen Shuangyu's cousins, some presented gifts with eloquent speeches, others offered exquisite embroidery, some performed talents, and others brought rare and meaningful treasures. In short, there were many creative displays, each trying to outshine the other. As a divorced woman who had established her own household, Shen Shuangyu technically didn't need to present her gift publicly. However, after one of the Shin family members finished presenting their gift and no one followed up, everyone realized that the gift-giving segment was nearly over. Then, Mrs. Hu cheerfully called out, "Mother, we're still missing one granddaughter's gift. You can't forget her." To say the least, Shen Shuangyu was undoubtedly the most famous person in her generation of the Shin family. So when Mrs. Hu said this, everyone began searching for Shen Shuangyu among the seated women of the Shen family. After all, everyone has heard rumors about the 8-star map, and we wonder if we'll see it today. However, as a divorced woman, Shen Shuangyu could not sit in the front row, and instead sat several layers back. Next to her was Shin Yoren, who, as the legitimate daughter of the second branch, could have sat in the front. But she insisted on sitting with Shin Shuangyu to show their sisterly bond, claiming that the back was more spacious and suitable for her as a pregnant woman, making it hard to ask her to move. "Where is Shuangyu? Why isn't she up front?" Zhao Shi asked warmly, her smile kind. As the head of the family, Zhao Shi would certainly treat Shin Shuangyu equally in such situations. She wanted the guests to know that although the Shin family had distanced Shin Shuangyu, they did not neglect someone who had contributed to the royal family. The more harmonious the Shin family appeared, the more stable the rumors about Shin Shuangyu's divorce would be. She believed Shin Shuangyu was smart enough not to embarrass the family in public. Shin Shuangyu smiled and stood to greet, but did not leave her seat. Someone noticed this and eagerly said, "I heard you recently found something amazing. Hurry and show it to everyone." That voice was familiar to Shin Shuangyu and Yi Qing. They knew it was her former sister-in-law, the foolish and mean Song Yutong. While others might wonder if it was about the 8-star map, she openly mentioned it, clearly trying to put Shin Shuangyu on the spot. However, such a blatant display of malice would also reveal Song Yutong's poor character to others. After all, this former sister-in-law had previously sacrificed for her brother's heirs. Did she not consider how awkward it would be if Shin Shuangyu had no intention of presenting anything? As soon as she spoke, the expressions of those present became subtle, while Song Yutong remained oblivious to the disdainful looks from others. Oh dear! It wouldn't be long before the old lady realized why her foolish daughter's reputation had only recently suffered. It was entirely because of this sister-in-law suppressing her various foolish behaviors at previous gatherings. It can only be said that it was hard work. Indeed, it was challenging to keep Song Yutong from embarrassing herself. It wasn't as simple as just reasoning with her. Song Yutong would not listen, and even if she knew Shin Shuangyu was right, she would still want to do the opposite. To maintain the reputation of the Ho family, Shin Shuangyu truly put in a lot of effort. Often, she was forced to become a punching bag for Song Yutong, just to make Song feel better about herself. Now, seeing that Song Yutong was surrounded by immature women, Shin Shuangyu felt a sense of relief. Song Yutong didn't realize that while she wanted to embarrass Shin Shuangyu, it was actually herself who looked foolish. Even her fiancé was showing a look of disdain. Noticing that Shin Shuangyu had fallen silent after being interrupted, the atmosphere around them grew quiet. Song Yutong, feeling dissatisfied, pulled over Fan Ziyu and joked, "Don't you think she just can't bear to give it?" Fan Ziyu wished she could disappear, not wanting to share in Song Yutong's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Song Zixian, sitting across from them, ignored his sister's antics and focused on Shin Shuangyu. Seeing her unable to respond, he slightly smiled and prepared to step in to help. "Grandmother, my birthday gift is still being prepared and isn't ready yet, but you will see it soon." Shin Shuangyu suddenly spoke, completely ignoring Song Yutong and responding with confidence. Upon hearing this, everyone thought it might not be the 8-star map after all, but they were curious. After all, Shin Shuangyu was acting so uniquely. Did she really have something impressive, or was she unprepared and now stalling to come up with a decent gift? In any case, since the gift hadn't been presented yet, everyone was left with an impression, eager to see what would happen next. Zhao Shi also felt some doubt but maintained a smile, expressing her anticipation. However, when the performances at the banquet began and guests started to enjoy themselves, Zhao Shi sent someone to check if Shin Shuangyu was facing difficulties. After all, Zhao Shi didn't want to lose face. If Shin Shuangyu couldn't present something decent, she wanted to help cover it up. Shin Shuangyu assured the old lady, "Please rest assured, I will not disappoint you." The old lady could only return with this message, while Shin Yoren immediately chimed in, "Sister, do you really not need help? You could ask Li Fei for assistance." Shin Shuangyu suppressed her discomfort and smiled, shaking her head, not wanting to engage with Shin Yoren. It seemed like she was both afraid of being overshadowed while trying to create opportunities for it to happen, as if trying to prove that you would definitely steal a man. Yi Qing's words were a bit convoluted, and Shin Shuangyu didn't have time to think deeply when another servant came to find her, saying that her third aunt wanted to see her. Shin Shuangyu was worried about her plans, so she got up and followed. As she walked down the path, Yi Qing suddenly reminded her, "I saw Song Zhixian around here. He might pass by soon." Shin Shuangyu frowned slightly, thinking it was just a coincidence. She decided to keep her eyes straight ahead and walk past without looking. However, the servant from the Shin family suddenly stopped. Shin Shuangyu looked up and indeed saw Song Zhixian standing just a couple of steps ahead, watching her. Her expression changed slightly as she quickly realized what was happening. The servant bowed to Song Zhixian and then stepped back immediately.
Wow.
This is unexpected. Shin Shuangyu almost laughed in frustration. It seemed the Shun family servant could easily trick her out for the sake of the Yongxin Marquis, which wasn't too hard to understand. What was hard to understand was why someone as proud as Song Zhixian would approach her. Their encounters after the divorce had all been coincidental. Shin Shuangyu didn't want to waste time with him and turned to leave quickly. "Stop." Song Zhixian's displeased voice came. "Don't you want to give a birthday gift?" Shin Shuangyu was startled and paused. What's going on? Did he figure something out? But Song Zhixian slowly walked in front of her, his calm gaze fixed on her face. "I know you can't come up with a decent gift. If you don't want to embarrass yourself in public, then ask me for help."
What?
Shin Shuangyu was speechless. At that moment, at the banquet, a series of never-before-seen delicacies made their stunning debut. "Boring, let's go." Shin Shuangyu decisively walked around Song Zhixian. Song Zhixian had expected her to show panic, helplessness, or anger, but she didn't even spare him a glance. He was taken aback. He wouldn't lower himself to chase after her, so he impatiently said, "Don't pretend. Is maintaining your fragile dignity in front of me that important?" Shin Shuangyu continued to walk away. Song Zhixian stood still, his speech quickening. "My patience is limited, and so is my tolerance for you. I'm willing to help you because of your gift for Teacher Hongyi." Shin Shuangyu quickened her pace. Now Song Zhixian spoke urgently. "Is it so hard to bow your head? Aren't you afraid of what San Mei just asked coming up again?" Shin Shuangyu, "Don't be ungrateful." But all he was left with was her fleeting figure. Song Zhixian stood there, his face dark with anger, truly frustrated by Shin Shuangyu's stubbornness. Yan Qi walked out from a hidden spot, holding a gift box. "My lord, should we still deliver this to Lady Shin?" Song Zhixian flicked his sleeve, his tone icy. "This is a birthday gift from the Marquis's residence for Chu. It has nothing to do with Shin Shuangyu. Humph. I want to see how she handles this." Yan Qi watched as Song Zhixian left with a dark expression, silently sighing. He felt that Shin Shuangyu was being too stubborn. If she showed a little weakness, the Lord would help her save face. As a woman, shouldn't it be natural to show some vulnerability? It was strange that the least aggressive person, Shin Shuangyu, was so tough. At that moment, Shin Shuangyu had returned to the banquet, looking speechless. Did Song Zhixian misunderstand something? Shin Shuangyu replied, "He must have learned that I sent the 8-star map to the Grand Tutor. He thinks I can't present a proper gift and is trying to make things difficult for me. And he mistakenly believes you are doing this for that little brat Song Hongyi. Ha! You two are already separated, yet he still lives in the past, thinking you will serve his family. If he were a decent person, he would help fix things instead of expecting you to ask him for help." Shin Shuangyu sneered. Song Zhixian was never a fool, but his current actions were foolish. Sometimes arrogance leads to foolishness, and sometimes self-deception does too. Perhaps Song Zhixian had both traits.
I think I understand something now.
Shin Shuangyu asked, "What is it? Remember how Song Yutong made things difficult for you earlier? It seems you are still being used as a..." Shin Shuangyu's expression changed slightly as she realized that Song Zhixian must have deliberately told Song Yutong about her sending the 8-star map to the Grand Tutor, allowing Song Yutong to bring it up publicly to embarrass her. His goal was simple: to subdue her and force her to admit what she had done for their family. Shen Shuangyu's expression grew darker. Just when she thought her dislike for Song Jixian had reached its limit, he always found a way to push her further. How disgusting, Shen Shuangyu murmured. At that moment, she reached her seat. Surprisingly, Shen Yuan did not notice her right away and was instead looking down at the snacks that had just been served. Hearing the noise, she looked up. Sister, are these new snacks from the capital? They look so strange. Shen Shuangyu's gaze fell on the table, where 14 different snacks were neatly arranged in front of each guest. Delicate little porcelain plates were arranged in circles, each holding 1 to 2 pieces of snacks. At this moment, no one was paying attention to the performance on stage. Surprisingly, everyone's focus was drawn to the treats in front of them. Since most attendees had already tried the 4 popular snacks from before, their curiosity was now piqued by the 10 completely new snacks they had never seen. Yi Fuyun had tasted them all before and realized why Shen Shuangyu had asked her to tell others that her snacks were traditional ones. It was to prevent people from associating them with her and not trying them. What is this? It looks strange, Shihao asked, pointing at one snack that had a completely different shine. When he leaned in to smell it, he detected a peculiar fragrance that was burnt yet sweet. Shi Yibin was also drawn in by its odd appearance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each plate's edge was sprinkled with mung bean powder, forming letters to inform tasters of the snack names. This presentation was quite innovative. Caramel pudding? Shi Yibin read aloud. Yi Fuyun had already used a small silver spoon to scoop a piece for the curious Shihao. The smooth texture and the wonderful blend of sweet and bitter flavors made the child's eyes widen in surprise. Delicious. This is really good. Many children sitting nearby immediately wanted to try it after hearing his praise. The unique texture captivated them, especially as the remaining portion on the plate wobbled and jiggled, sparking their playful spirits. Meanwhile, Mrs. Fong, who loved sweets, wanted her daughter to try the same treat. Daughter, you must taste this. Snowy Mochi, what an interesting name, she said. Fong Jixia's gaze fell on the soft, snow-white dumpling that looked like a snowball on the plate. Using silver chopsticks, she picked it up and took a gentle bite. The soft outer layer combined with the sweet red bean paste created a refreshing taste that was not too rich, perfectly suiting Fong Jixia's palate, making her eyes sparkle with delight. Perhaps due to its appearance, many quiet young ladies chose the snowy mochi first. At the same time, Wei Xinxi was captivated by another snack. It was made of layers of thin, crispy pastry filled with a sweet nut mixture, creating a rich and crunchy texture that was not overly sweet. She tugged at her older brother's sleeve and said, "Second brother, Mother will definitely like this layered pastry. Let's bring her 2 portions later. I just don't know where to buy it, but it should be similar to the previous 4 types. You can tell they were all made by the same pastry chef, as they are quite unique." Yes, we should find out soon, Wei Shaoran thought, knowing that the owner behind the new pastries was Shen Shuangyu. He guessed that these other 10 new types would be the main offerings of her new shop. He couldn't help but look around for Shen Shuangyu, but due to the angle, he couldn't see her at all. The banquet was a bit noisy because many people were discussing the pastries. However, seeing everyone nodding and smiling, it was clear they were very pleased with the new treats. At that moment, a maid approached with a tray holding 5 teacups. Each time she set one down, she announced its name. These were fruit teas created by Yi Qing, based on common fruits from Shen Shuangyu's time, combined with flowers and tea. This was a completely new way of drinking for them, so when they saw flower petals floating or fruits hidden inside, they were quite surprised. With the delicious pastries leading the way, everyone was more open to trying new things. After tasting, they felt like they had opened the door to a new world of flavors. Everyone was more serious about tasting than at lunch, savoring each sip. Some even figured out which tea paired best with which pastry, and discussions began to emerge among them. What was supposed to be a birthday banquet turned into a product tasting event. It could be said that such an interesting phenomenon had never happened at previous banquets. However, there was one person who did not get to taste anything. Shen Yuran. The moment she asked to try some, Shen Shuangyu called over a servant to remove all the new pastries from in front of Shen Yuran, even taking away the tea. The reason was quite noble. Yuran, don't be greedy. These new items are being tasted for the first time. While you can eat as long as you don't have any restrictions, no one knows if they are safe for pregnant women, especially in your current uncomfortable state. So don't be stubborn. You can try them once you feel better. Better to be cautious. We don't want her using our new products as an excuse later. Food safety issues can be hard to clear up, so she must not touch them. Shen Yuran probably hasn't realized Shen Shuangyu's true feelings towards her. So, in response to this concern, Shen Yuran could only obediently follow along, ultimately left watching others with envy. At this moment, Zhao Shi, at the head of the table, was quite surprised. She had heard that her third daughter-in-law was upset about not being able to get those 4 types of pastries. She thought this could be a lesson for her daughter-in-law, but unexpectedly, not only did they manage to keep the 4 types, but there were also new ones. When did her third daughter-in-law become so capable? And she managed to hold back from showing off in advance, which was unusual for her. However, it must be said that the third daughter-in-law had brought her honor. Looking at the reactions of the distinguished guests present, Zhao Shi was sure that after the birthday banquet, the Shin family would be the talk of the capital for at least 3 days. One of Zhao Shi's old friends asked Sister, "Where did you find all these?" "I, being greedy, send servants to the pastry shop every day, but I've never seen these 10 new kinds. Could they possibly come from the same?" Zhao Shi praised, "These are all thanks to my third daughter-in-law." Meanwhile, Hu Shi from the main branch also snapped back from her shock, staring in disbelief at her usually not-so-bright sister-in-law. Aunt Shin was smiling so widely that she could hardly contain herself, ready to show off a bit. Suddenly, a melodious voice, with an unheard tune, filled the room. It began with a gentle hum, sounding both sorrowful and ethereal, creating an indescribable dreamlike quality. Then, it began to narrate, "Life's journey, like a beautiful dream, stretches long." The venue gradually quieted down as attention shifted from the new pastries to something else. A new element had appeared. The new song and lyrics were extraordinary, and the captivating singing style was something no one had heard before. Those who loved melodies couldn't help but close their eyes and listen intently. Meanwhile, sentimental individuals who enjoyed stories began to sense a poignant tale hidden within the lyrics, their breaths becoming lighter. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stage, where a screen had been set up at some point. On the left side of the screen was a painting of a woman, and on the right was a scholar. The center was blank, but it subtly hinted at the storyteller sitting behind, who appeared to be a small girl, clearly reluctant to show her face. Everyone quietly appreciated and became entranced. Even Song Jixian, who usually dismissed pastries, found a bit of her attention drawn to the performance. I thought this performance would just be a song. But unexpectedly, after only a short piece, the audience had just settled in when it ended. Just as someone was about to ask for a repeat, the singer's voice changed. Although it was still the same voice, it now had a more neutral tone. Taking advantage of today's birthday celebration for Madame Shen, I will share an unprecedented new story called A Chinese Ghost Story. It goes like this. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that this performance was actually a storytelling session, and it was a woman telling the story. Wait, did she just say it was a new story? A Chinese ghost story? Could it be related to the lyrics from the song? That seemed to be a romantic tale. At this point, many officials who weren't interested in romantic stories lost interest, while the women became curious and listened attentively. Earlier, Yi Qing and Shen Shuangyu had carefully selected stories, filtering out those that were taboo in this era, those that didn't appeal to the public, and those that wouldn't make a strong impression. After much consideration, they finally chose A Chinese Ghost Story. Shen Shuangyu understood the tastes of the noble ladies, and this kind of story would definitely attract them. The storytelling needed to cater to the future audience. What they liked was the most important. The only concern was that this was a story about humans and ghosts, which might not be suitable for a birthday celebration, but in Shen Shuangyu's time, it wasn't seen as taboo, and the Zhao family enjoyed such tales, so it made sense to cater to the grandmother's preferences. Yi Qing and Shen Shuangyu were quite confident in their choice, as they had previously tested it with others. However, storytelling was solely Miao Miao's performance, and they were still worried. As Miao Miao finished a segment, her voice suddenly changed to a more masculine tone for the dialogue. Quickly, it returned to the woman's voice. With different characters like the elderly and children, it was easy to distinguish who was speaking. This innovative approach was a vivid interpretation that drew many into the story. As the plot deepened, even some officials who had initially dismissed it turned to listen. They seemed to find the story quite intriguing. Soon, the venue fell silent again, leaving only Miao Miao's solo performance on stage. Shen Shuangyu noticed that Shen Yongran, who had been deep in thought, was now completely focused, and the tightly clasped hands finally relaxed. Shen Shuangyu, I have a feeling. It's going to be a success. Everything seemed to come to a halt. When Miao Miao stood up to bow to the Zhao family while giving her congratulatory speech, everyone realized that the performance had ended. End? Finished? How could it end like this? The story wasn't over yet. Although storytelling usually doesn't conclude a story in one day, just when everyone was enjoying it, how could it be interrupted? Would they be able to fight against the Black Mountain Old Demon? Could Xiao Qian and Ning Kai-chen really escape? Why did the preview sound so ominous? Many people had become emotionally invested, and suddenly the banquet hall became noisy. They wanted to continue, to know the ending. It couldn't just stop like this. Some older sisters called out to the Zhao family sister, "You can't leave us hanging. On such a joyful day, we must continue to listen." Zhao also wanted to hear more. She loved these kinds of stories. But she understood that it was likely time for the performance to end, and there were other acts to follow. However, since everyone was so eager to hear more, it had to continue. She immediately turned to Aunt Shen and said, "Please arrange for the storyteller to continue." Aunt Shen had been so engrossed in the performance that she hadn't even noticed her own tears. So, she quickly stopped Miao Miao from leaving the stage. "Miss, please wait. Our ancestor has a reward. Tell us another segment." Miao Miao was taken aback and then hesitated, saying, "Please forgive me. It's not that I don't want to perform, but I don't know what comes next. My employer hasn't given me the continuation." "Employer? Is it from the book club?" someone asked anxiously. Miao Miao replied, "No, my employer is right here. You can ask them." Everyone was stunned at the scene. At that moment, a graceful figure slowly stood up and walked into view. Shen Shuangyu's sudden appearance left everyone a bit bewildered, until she bowed to the Zhao family and congratulated them, saying, "May grandmother have blessings as vast as the East Sea, a lifespan as long as the South Mountain, and may you enjoy good health." Grandmother, did you enjoy this storytelling performance? At this, everyone finally realized that the wonderful storytelling they had just witnessed was actually a birthday gift prepared by Shen Shuangyu. No wonder she mentioned that the gift wasn't ready yet. This gift was quite good. Although a storytelling performance might not seem like much, finding something so unique was truly rare. You could say that they were definitely the first audience for this story, which adds a lot of value. So, no one would think there was anything wrong with the birthday gift prepared by Shen Shuangyu. At this moment, Song Jixian's gaze was fixed on Shen Shuangyu, and her hands resting on her knees clenched into fists. She truly managed to prepare a satisfactory gift without any help. It showed some quick thinking, but it couldn't hide the fact that she gave the 8-star map to her teacher instead of her grandmother. If someone exposed this in public, it would be hard for her to defend herself. On the Zhao family's side, they were in a good mood. This gift was well received and made the birthday banquet special. "Very good, Shuangyu, you are thoughtful. I really like this gift. Do you know the storyteller's employer? Call them out so we can discuss it. We can't let the guests be disappointed." "The story can continue," Zhao said, still believing that the storyteller was hired by Shen Shuangyu. Others thought the same way. Song Yutong said to Fan Ziyu, "If Shen Shuangyu can invite them, so can I." I'll have my brother send someone to negotiate with the employer so the storyteller can perform at our residence. Fan Xiu agreed. Yes, this story is truly exciting and fresh. One listen is not enough. Meanwhile, Shi Yibin took the initiative to ask Yi Fuyun later. You should ask Shen Shuangyu where the storyteller will perform next. Do you like it? Yi Fuyun asked, surprised since Shi Yibin had never shown interest before. Shi Yibin looked a bit awkward for a moment. Don't you like it? You would definitely support it. Yi Fuyun smiled. Yes, I like it. Don't worry, you'll see later. Mr. Fong looked at his wife and daughter, both with eager expressions, and said, You like it that much? Fong Zhisha nodded. Mrs. Fong smiled. I have a feeling that the story of a Chinese ghost story will become a classic in the future. And this female storyteller is truly amazing. In fact, many ladies had already become fans of Meow Meow, just like Mrs.
Fong.
She could sing, tell stories, and perform imitations, creating an immersive experience that was truly unique. They all thought that there would be more entertainment options in the future. Then, in the next moment, Shen Shuangyu said, reporting to grandmother, the female storyteller is our shop's exclusive storyteller. I am her employer. As soon as she said this, the guests, each with their own thoughts, immediately gasped in disbelief. What was going on? After all, everyone has heard that Shen Shuangyu is preparing to open a pastry shop, so why is there a storyteller? Zhao family, the couple from the main branch, and Shen Dingen were caught off guard by this news, their expressions almost betraying their surprise. Shen Shuangyu is the owner of the storyteller? They suddenly had a strong urge to stop Shen Shuangyu from continuing. It seemed like Shen Shuangyu was unaware of the confusion around her and continued, It's all my fault for not knowing this performance would be so popular. I wasn't prepared enough, and the follow-up content is still being created. The writer hasn't given it to the lady yet, so we really can't perform today. However, my shop will open tomorrow on the 3rd Street of East Bridge River. There will be 2 storytelling performances on the 2nd floor every day. If you have time, please come by. Tomorrow's 2 shows will likely finish the follow-up story. As soon as Shen Shuangyu finished speaking, the expressions of the Shun family changed. They had secretly informed the noble circles in the capital about Shen Shuangyu opening a pastry shop, hoping to discourage people from visiting and make it hard for her to survive outside. They all knew that given Shen Shuangyu's current situation, it would be better to avoid her shop. So, Shen Shuangyu was opening her shop very quietly. If they hadn't sent someone to keep an eye on her, they wouldn't have noticed. But, unexpectedly, she was now promoting it loudly. What was she doing? While they were caught off guard by Shen Shuangyu's bold move, the guests reacted more directly. First, they were disappointed that they wouldn't hear the follow-up story today, which was really frustrating. And then they were surprised. They didn't immediately think about whether to visit Shen Shuangyu's shop given her awkward identity. Instead, they were curious. Aren't you opening a pastry shop? How did it turn into a storytelling place? Did you change it to a tea house? Someone couldn't help but ask. Oh, very clever. No need for us to bring it up ourselves. The effect is even better. Shen Shuangyu smiled confidently, radiating warmth as she gently responded to the questioner. It is a pastry shop. She gestured to the table of the person who asked. Clearly, this person enjoyed the pastries and tea that had been served earlier and was nearly finished with them. If they hadn't been so focused on listening to the story, they probably would have eaten everything by now. These 14 types of pastries and 5 types of tea are the new products my shop will soon offer. As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in surprise. At this moment, everyone, including the Shen family, looked in disbelief at the nearly finished porcelain plates and teacups on their tables. Are these from your family shop too? Someone asked, unable to believe it and repeating the question.
Wow.
I almost thought we had set this up. Shen Shuangyu seized the opportunity and said, Of course. The first 4 types were collaborations with other shops, but the new 10 types are specially developed by my family shop and are only sold here. As for the tea, it can't be taken away, so I prepared places for guests to enjoy on the 2nd and 3rd floors. To make everyone feel at home, I arranged storytelling and performances. I promise each time will be a new story, and you won't hear it outside. After she finished speaking, the banquet became lively. After all, this unique model of a snack shop was quite interesting. Everyone had thought the Shin family was on the decline, but they were pleasantly surprised by how remarkable it was. Being able to prepare such things showed their skills and heritage. Little did they know it was a new idea from a divorced woman who left the Ho residence and the Shin family. What happened to the promised bleak future? Earlier, the Shin family expressed concern for Shin Shuangyu, worried about her hardships and wanting her to come home. Was she really suffering? It seemed like she was thriving. At this moment, the faces of the Shin family looked very grim. Especially Hu Shi, who seemed to suddenly understand why Shin Shuangyu had chosen not to present a birthday gift during the ceremony and hadn't informed Zhao Shi in advance. It wasn't that Shin Shuangyu was foolish, giving them a chance to provoke her. She knew they would react to her actions. They thought they could publicly challenge Shin Shuangyu, but instead, she announced that the birthday gift was still being prepared, creating suspense and an opportunity to promote the shop after the performance. She had been completely used. Hu Shi's eyes turned red with anger as she glared at Aunt Shin-san. Aunt Shin-san, unaware of the Shin family's complicated dynamics, simply felt deceived by Shin Shuangyu regarding the snacks and glared in dissatisfaction. Why couldn't she just say it was her niece's shop? Why lie and make her feel grateful to Shin Shuangyu for her efforts? Aunt Shin-san felt upset, but seeing how satisfied everyone was with the snacks and performances today, she pushed her annoyance aside. Suddenly, Zhao asked, "Third sister-in-law, you and Shuangyu work well together, even keeping us in the dark?" Aunt Shin wasn't good at reading expressions, especially in such a complicated situation. Otherwise, she would have realized that Zhao's mood was quite bad. She thought Zhao was pleasantly surprised by Shin Shuangyu and said, "It's all thanks to that girl Shuangyu." Halfway through, she felt that speaking the truth might not be suitable for the occasion. Just as she was trying to find the right words, Shin Shuangyu took over the conversation. "Grandmother, please don't tease me. I know you care about me." Shin Shuangyu looked at Zhao with admiration, leaving Zhao momentarily speechless.
What?
The people in the Shin family looked at Shin Shuangyu in confusion.
What was she talking about?
Yi Qing was excited, thinking, the performance is officially starting. "I know you worry about me working hard to open a new shop. You've already helped me promote it among friends and family, hoping they would support my store. This time, you even allowed Aunt Shin to let me take a risk by providing new snacks for this birthday banquet, wanting to help promote my shop. I appreciate your love, grandmother." After saying this, Shin Shuangyu knelt down and bowed to Zhao, showcasing the bond between a loving grandmother and a grateful granddaughter. Zhao's face completely froze. An old friend nearby laughed and said, "Oh, I just asked you, and you said it was your third daughter-in-law's achievement. Are you afraid it's too obvious to promote your granddaughter's shop? Your granddaughter truly is talent. These snacks and this performance are all unique treasures. Don't worry, I'll be buying snacks from your granddaughter's shop in the future, and we'll go there to listen to stories, okay?" This old lady was quite straightforward, and seeing Zhao's expression, along with the Shin family, especially Shin Dingen, they finally understood what it meant to shoot themselves in the foot. Indeed, they had a deep understanding now. After all, when they promoted Shin Shuangyu's shop to others, they did so under the pretense of hoping everyone would support her, claiming they were worried she couldn't keep the shop running. They also said she should return to the Shin family if she couldn't manage. At that time, everyone smart enough would connect the rumors about Shin Shuangyu having a falling out with the main family and not being close to her brother, knowing to interpret their words differently. Those who weren't as clever would hesitate, unsure of how sincere the Shin family's words were, or if they were just for show. At this moment, looking at the changing expressions of everyone present, someone from the Shin family felt a surge of blood rise in their throat. It's over. Now everyone believes that the Shin family genuinely wants to help their granddaughter become independent and open a shop. With repeated promotions, especially at such an important event, it's hard to believe they aren't sincere. The Shin family is openly supporting her. If they don't visit the shop, wouldn't that be disrespectful to them? Besides, they are also quite interested in visiting such an intriguing store, so it's a win-win situation. Of course, some are hesitant, as there's also the Yongxin Marquise to consider. At this time, Shen Shuangyu was gracefully chatting with Zhao's old friends, and many people joined the discussion about her new shop. Seeing Shen Shuangyu perform so confidently and brilliantly, Song Zixian felt a moment of distraction. During the past 6 months without her management, he had to put in effort to help manage the family finances to prevent the Marquise from facing a financial crisis. He now understood how much effort Shen Shuangyu had put into the household matters. However, he had never seen her business skills so clearly before. Although he hadn't participated, he was aware of the Shin family's intentions in promoting her, yet he didn't expect her to turn the situation around so cleverly. Is she really this smart? By the way, today's birthday gift is actually just a promotion for her shop. Song Zixian felt a mix of emotions. It turns out it wasn't just about helping the child submit the 8-star map and settling for this storytelling performance. It was a deliberate design, not just for. No, the truth is she worked hard to obtain the 8-star map, but willingly contributed for the child. That will never change. It's just that her performance exceeded his expectations. Song Zixian lowered his head to sip tea, listening to the faint praises for Shen Shuangyu around him, slightly frowning. Such praise would only make Shen Shuangyu lose sight of herself, thinking she is truly remarkable, making it harder for her to turn back. By the way, what is the name of your shop? Someone asked Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu clapped her hands. Yun Tao stepped forward with a scroll. In front of everyone, she opened the scroll to reveal the content. Fairy's Delight Snack Shop. The beautiful calligraphy instantly captured the hearts of talented scholars and readers. Suddenly, someone stood up abruptly from their seat. They accidentally bumped the table, causing a porcelain vase to clatter and make noise. Many people turned to look. It was none other than the usually composed Duke Yongxin, Song Zixian. At that moment, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and his cold eyes seemed to blaze with fire. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that the masterpiece of Master Kong? He never writes signs for anyone. What is going on?" Even those who didn't recognize Master Kang's handwriting could tell who wrote the sign, just by looking at the signature. Now, everyone was staring at Shen Shuangyu in shock. This masterpiece was not something easily obtained. Many present had tried to get a few words from him, using connections and spending a fortune, but all had failed. Now this divorced woman had somehow. Even the high-ranking officials present had a subtle change in their expressions as they looked at Shen Shuangyu. Many also glanced at the flustered Song Zixian. If there were a few people in the crowd who thought that the masterpiece was obtained by Song Zixian for Shen Shuangyu, they quickly realized from his reaction that he had nothing to do with it. As for why he was so flustered, it was likely because, as Master Kang's student, he was surprised to see this masterpiece appear in such a manner. Sitting next to Song Zixian were the 3 brothers of the Duke Jingyuan, with the eldest being friends with Song Zixian. Seeing him lose his composure, he quickly raised his hand to pull him back to reality. Once he regained his senses, Song Zixian sat down, looking somewhat defeated. His eyes, however, never left Shen Shuangyu, and his mind was in turmoil, clearly feeling the humiliation coming from her. Understanding his teacher well, he realized that Shen Shuangyu must have exchanged something valuable for this masterpiece. Therefore, she had not interceded for Hongyi. After he had clearly informed her that Hongyi needed the 8-star chart for the apprenticeship exchange, she had remained indifferent. This was clearly a challenge to him. At that moment, someone couldn't help but ask, "Lady Shen, how did you come by this masterpiece?" "I'm not questioning it, but it seems difficult to obtain such a piece from Master Kong. I tried for a long time without success." Shen Shuangyu smiled and said, "I exchanged it with Master Kong not long ago." It wasn't a request, it was an exchange. At this, everyone began to understand. "So your 8-star chart was used to trade for this?" a voice asked. Because it was a voice that Shen Shuangyu recognized, she turned to look and met Wei Xiaoran's surprised expression, which he almost couldn't hide. Especially his bright eyes, which were striking. Why is he so surprised? Didn't he help grab the 8-star map? Recalling that day, Shen Shuangyu smiled slightly. Yes. The 8-star map is something the Grand Tutor cherishes. If I can exchange it for his calligraphy to support my new shop, it's definitely worth it. After hearing this, Wei Shaoran couldn't help but smile and glanced at Song Jixian. The Grand Tutor's promise is worth a fortune. Didn't you think about exchanging it for something else, Mrs. Shin? Shin Shuangyu didn't understand why he asked that. She replied directly, of course not. I'm not greedy. I only seek his calligraphy. Seeing Song Jixian's face darkening, Wei Shaoran almost laughed out loud. He had no idea that Song Jixian was such a narcissist. Song Zixian recognized Wei Shaoran's voice without needing to look. He could imagine his expression, recalling the provocation from that night. Song Zixian felt as if he had been punched in the face, and his cheeks burned with pain. His hand tightened around his jade ring, which creaked under the pressure, as if it would break at any moment. Fuming with anger, the veins on his neck bulged. It felt as if he were being humiliated, watching his woman stand with another man, plotting against him and trampling on his dignity. Just when he thought the humiliation of the night had reached its peak, there was another foolish ally. Song Yutong wasn't very bright, so it took her a while to realize that the 8-star map hadn't secured her nephew's future, but had been secretly taken by Shin Shuangyu. She immediately shouted, "What? How is that possible? You must be lying. My brother clearly said your 8-star map." Yutong. Song Jixian's voice cut through the square urgently, startling the girl across from him. With no sensible sister-in-law to stop the foolish actions of the younger sister, Song Zixian had to hurriedly intervene. Shin Shuangyu sneered inwardly, but paid them no mind. However, she could sense that the attention of others in the crowd had shifted. After all, everyone had just been curious and asking questions. As a result, Song Yutong questioned in that tone right away, and then Song Zixian interrupted, which was truly embarrassing. One could say that the performance of the Yongxin Marquis today was quite awkward. At that moment, Song Zixian's face was flushed with shame, and he felt his pride being crushed by waves of embarrassment, with anger boiling inside him. Ultimately, it turned into a sharp arrow aimed at Shin Shuangyu. My younger sister was rude. She didn't mean it. After all, the teacher usually doesn't want to get involved in such trivial matters, so you are putting the teacher in a difficult position. Shin Shuangyu knew that some people's thoughts were truly foolish. It was ridiculous that Song Jixian still had the audacity to lecture her in such a self-righteous tone. He might think that he could act as a husband for a day and then dictate to his wife for life. Wait, could it be that he was hinting that Master Kong was willing to accept the deal because of his status? Shin Shuangyu's expression darkened as she noticed some changes in others' faces. She couldn't help but scoff internally. Perhaps she had gained some experience dealing with Song Jixian, as she quickly thought of a way to counter this. The Yongxin Marquis is overthinking. Master Kong is quite willing to make such a simple exchange. Song Jixian narrowed his eyes, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Shin Shuangyu. I have also sworn to him that I will not tarnish his inscription, just like my promise to Her Majesty the Empress and Princess Huining. I will definitely run a shop that everyone praises. I even invited Master Kong to visit my shop in the future. What seemed like an offhand remark or a sigh suddenly sent a chill through the entire room. At that moment, Song Jixian's pupils constricted, and he was completely stunned. The shame of losing left him feeling utterly exposed, and his anger had nowhere to go, turning into an internal fire that made him dizzy. No one was a fool. This one sentence contained too much hidden meaning. The Empress and Princess Huining also knew that Shin Shuangyu would open such a shop. They might even be looking forward to it. So Master Kong must have heard about this, which is why he completely disregarded any trivial matters and willingly agreed to inscribe for the shop. Those who had previously doubted Song Zixian immediately discarded their suspicions. After all, how could Song Zixian compare to the Empress and the Princess? Even those who didn't like such shops were considering finding an opportunity to visit, not wanting to give anyone a reason to criticize them. From then on, Shin Shuangyu completed her strategy, ensuring that no one would hesitate to visit her shop. In the first round, they impressed everyone with their genuine materials. In the second round, they used the previous negative publicity from the Shin family to leave them speechless. In the third round, they showcased the calligraphy of the Grand Tutor. In the fourth round, they leveraged the titles of the Queen and the Little Princess. This was the complete plan that Yi Qing and Shen Shuangyu had developed after many discussions. Of course, there was also someone who helped them without realizing it, and that was Wei Xiaoran. Originally, their plan did not include the last step involving the Queen and the Little Princess. After all, relying too much on royal favor could backfire, and Shen Shuangyu was worried it might harm her. However, on the day they obtained the 8-star map, Wei Xiaoran mentioned that the Queen had talked to him about her opening a shop. Shen Shuangyu realized that during their conversation at the hunting grounds, the Queen had indeed remembered the shop idea. So she decided to use this information to finalize their plan. She did not lie or exaggerate. Everything she mentioned had truly happened, so there was no need to worry. This careful planning was a perfect combination of timing, location, and people, all essential. A perfect score. The shop's advertisement has truly taken off. At this moment, Shen Shuangyu's heart raced, but she calmly looked at the Shen family in front of her, her eyes filled with joy. So, grandmother, rest assured, I will not let you down. Shen Shuangyu redirected the conversation, not giving Song Jixian a chance to find fault. Meanwhile, those in the Shen family who were aware of the situation were completely stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief and confusion.
Why? How?
How did she manage to do this? Shen Dingen couldn't even bear to look at Shen Shuangyu anymore. When someone fails at a scheme and faces a harsh backlash, all he could do was helplessly avoid it, instinctively wanting to pretend nothing had happened. Shen Yuran had always been unable to speak up, just watching Shen Shuangyu in shock. It seemed she was once again seeing the calm figure who could handle any situation with ease. So dazzling. Shen Yuran glanced at Yin Lifei across from her, her heart aching. Indeed, her husband was staring intently at Shen Shuangyu, as if he couldn't bear to look away for even a second. Just like before, wherever Shen Shuangyu was, Yin Lifei couldn't see her. She was certain that even if Shen Shuangyu had seemed terrible in Yin Lifei's eyes before, at this moment, he was once again captivated by her. Of course, she didn't know that at this moment, Yin Lifei felt a mix of fascination and unease. Everyone could see that Shen Shuangyu was serious about running a shop and had prepared a lot for it. But why was she opening such a shop in the capital, where she would invest all her effort? Wasn't she supposed to want to leave with him? Yin Lifei sensed something was off but didn't dare to think too deeply about it, just like when he first heard about Shen Shuangyu's scandal. He couldn't think too much. At the afternoon banquet, Shen Shuangyu stole the spotlight. A few guests left early because they felt unwell. However, Shen Shuangyu paid no attention, as she was busy handling the enthusiastic questions from the ladies. Although everyone watched the performances afterward, their minds were elsewhere. Some had finished their snacks and drinks and wanted more, while others eagerly discussed the details of the storytelling. Some even wanted to see the calligraphy of Master Kong. In short, the name Xianqing Dim Sum House was remembered by many. As evening approached, some guests with weaker connections or those who lived far away chose not to stay for dinner, so nearly half of them left early. The Shen family began to send guests off one by one. Some came to ask Shen Shuangyu when would be the best time to visit tomorrow, if they could reserve a private room or save a spot. Some even placed orders in advance. Although the shop hadn't officially opened, it was already in a semi-open state. Just as she was about to head to the dinner venue, she was called to her grandmother's courtyard first. Shen Shuangyu was prepared for this, so she wasn't surprised to see a group of people from the main branch of the Shen family, including Song Jixian. "Why did you call for me, grandmother?" Shen Shuangyu asked with a smile, which made the others' expressions darken slightly. Zhao's face was stiff. "Shuangyu, you were reckless today." It seemed she was unhappy and wanted to make Shen Shuangyu uncomfortable too, but she wouldn't dare to punish her openly unless she wanted to lose face for the Shen family. Shen Shuangyu thought the same. After all, she had elevated the Shen family's status this afternoon. Unless the family wanted to embarrass themselves, she had no intention of resisting. "Is grandmother going to punish me?" Zhao was momentarily speechless. How can you speak to your grandmother like that? Uncle Shenyu scolded, sounding a bit angry. Shin Shuangyu sneered and replied directly, Uncle, there's no need to twist my words. If it weren't for someone kindly promoting my shop, I wouldn't have realized today was a good opportunity. So, I truly appreciate the good-hearted people in the Shin family. As soon as these words were spoken, Shin Yu and whose expressions nearly twisted in disbelief. They wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. A group of people who have done terrible things still want to maintain their last bit of decency, which is quite a challenge for them. Shin Shuangyu didn't want to waste time. She wanted to use the time before the banquet to attract more customers. She was full of energy. Zhao sighed, feeling a headache, and said, Shuangyu, do you really want to run the shop? Shin Shuangyu looked at Zhao with a cold gaze. What advice do you have, grandmother? Zhao shook her head, forget it. If you insist, then run it well. But if you encounter difficulties, the Shin family door will always be open for you. Shin Shuangyu was a bit surprised. Is the old lady finally understanding the situation? So, she called you over just to suppress your spirit, and when she realized she couldn't, she switched to a softer approach? An observer can see things more clearly. In this regard, Yi Qing understood Shin Shuangyu better. Shin Shuangyu didn't care about Zhao's feelings. She only felt obligated to avoid any issues regarding filial duty. Seeing Zhao's words, Shin Shuangyu immediately agreed and made an excuse to leave. Being around these people felt suffocating. But just as she stepped out, someone followed her.
Stop.
Shin Shuangyu. It seems today that man is quite upset. Earlier, when Song Zixian approached her, he was still acting high and mighty. Now, he seemed completely flustered. Shin Shuangyu felt impatient. Let him be more upset. Previously, she couldn't speak clearly for confidentiality, but now she could finally express herself. Song Zixian blocked her path, his expression cold, as if trying to evoke some past feelings, and questioned, wasting the promise of the 8-star map for a shabby sign? I thought you were smart, but you're acting foolish. Do you know that Song Hongyi could have studied under a great scholar? This is crucial for his future at the National Academy, to avoid being swayed by power. Shin Shuangyu sneered, Yongxin Marquis, do you really have a problem with your thinking? You should see a doctor. Why do you think Song Hongyi's future is more important than my shop sign? Song Zixian looked at Shin Shuangyu, whose expression was serious, and his face gradually stiffened. What are you saying?
You.
Shin Shuangyu interrupted disdainfully. What does he matter? Shin Chu harmed me for life. How unloving and unreasonable do you think I am to still consider you after completely breaking free from you? You didn't forget that I risked my life to escape from you, did you? Oh no, Song Yutong and the 3 little wolves are here, and they can hear everything clearly now. The big one and the 3 little ones who chased after them stood frozen not far away, their faces turning pale. Shin Shuangyu, stop pretending. You're just playing hard to get. You want to stir things up to make yourself seem important. Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Song Yutong shouted angrily, rushing forward to hit her, but as soon as she raised her hand, Shin Shuangyu grabbed her wrist. Let go. Song Yutong realized she couldn't break free from Shin Shuangyu's grip and could only shout loudly. As Song Yutong struggled fiercely, Shin Shuangyu saw an opportunity to let go, causing Song Yutong to lose her balance and almost fall backward. If it weren't for the little ones behind her supporting her, she would have definitely fallen. It seems this kind of narcissistic imagination runs in your family. Truly, every one of you makes me feel sick. Shin Shuangyu said this while glaring at every member of the Song family present. At first, the children were a bit slow to react to her earlier words. But now, hearing Shin Shuangyu so openly express her disgust, they understood. This person truly disliked them. Thinking about it, the 3 children felt their eyes welling up. Even though they didn't like Shin Shuangyu, at that moment, they felt wronged, as if they had been betrayed, and resentment began to grow. Song Yutong looked at Shin Shuangyu in disbelief, as if she didn't recognize her. She frantically tugged at Song Zixian's sleeve. Brother, look at her. She's gone too far. How dare she insult us like this? You need to do something. However, Song Zixian had been out of it since the beginning. When Shen Shuangyu said she found them disgusting, he instinctively took a step back. This wasn't the first time he had heard Shen Shuangyu speak so decisively. At first, it felt like a young girl venting her anger, without thinking. But after hearing it so many times, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Did Shen Shuangyu really hate them this much?
But how could that be?
It didn't make sense. Even if they hadn't treated her well in the past few years, they hadn't abused her, right? Moreover, their treatment of Shen Shuangyu in the past was understandable, as they were kept in the dark the whole time. It was clearly the Shen family's wrongdoing. Song Jixian's eyes flashed with coldness. If you truly had grievances back then, it had nothing to do with our Song family. You should know that if I hadn't been willing to marry you, you might have been dealt with directly by the Shen family. You wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and shout at me now. Even if you are angry, you shouldn't blame us. The more Song Jixian spoke, the more natural and smooth he sounded, as if Shen Shuangyu was being petty and irrational, dragging innocent people into it. Really good at talking, Shen Shuangyu. You must not be fooled. They are all beneficiaries. The Shen family harmed you for their own gain. What right do beneficiaries have to claim innocence?
Sigh.
Is there someone else? Seeing the comments floating by, Shen Shuangyu's eyes flashed, and she sneered. Does the Lord usually judge cases this way? If someone commits robbery and murder for the sake of their family and ends up punished, shouldn't you, as officials, be able to find that family and make them accountable? Shouldn't that family feel regret? The idea that misfortune doesn't affect family members only holds if benefits don't reach them. The Shen family's schemes ruined my life, designed my entry into the Lord's residence, while you enjoyed my sacrifices and care, and now you stand there judging me. Is there such a logic in the world? Shen Shuangyu's words were powerful, silencing the other members of the Song family. Song Jixian's eyes revealed a hint of panic, as if he had been exposed. If the Lord had allowed me to leave upon discovering the truth, I could have understood. But what did the Lord do? He imprisoned me, refused to divorce me, and dragged me along. Didn't the Lord just want me to accept my fate and continue to serve in your residence? Shen Shuangyu's gaze fell heavily on Song Jixian. What do you mean by being lenient and marrying me? That was a result of discussions between you and the main branch of the Shen family. When has Song Jixian ever suffered a loss? You agreed because it was beneficial for you. And now you want me to bear all the blame.
Ha!
Shen Shuangyu scoffed, peeling away Song Jixian's facade, revealing all the unworthy and despicable aspects beneath. Not to blame you? How ridiculous. All you want is for me not to blame you? If that were truly your thought, we should have never met again and left each other alone. But what are you all doing? Persistently entangling and bothering me, and even thinking I should let you use the 8-star map? On what basis? Because of your shamelessness? Shen Shuangyu woke up to reality, dispelling all fantasies, making Song Jixian feel an overwhelming sense of fear, as if the person before him was now beyond his control. Suddenly, Song Yutong shouted, "What are you talking about? Don't act like you're so wronged. We made you the lady of the house. What you did was simply what a head of the household is supposed to do. Many people would beg for the status you have, yet you say it ruined you. I think you just don't appreciate what you have. Marrying my brother is a blessing from your past life, and you must be out of your mind not to cherish it. Stopping you from leaving is our kindness, giving you a chance to reconsider. You, a divorced woman, are still so proud. How can you even say such embarrassing things?" Song Yutong's outburst left Shen Shuangyu stunned. Is this like talking to a wall? But there's no choice. Song Yutong represents many women of this era. Their beliefs are deeply rooted, and in their world, unless they experience profound pain, they won't understand the concept of I and I don't want to. Shen Shuangyu seemed to sense something and said, "What I want doesn't matter. In the eyes of outsiders, even the best things can be tainted. That's all I have to say." Song Yutong was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond, feeling increasingly frustrated. This time, Song Jixian also fell silent, looking at Shen Shuangyu with a complex expression. Suddenly, as Shen Shuangyu finished speaking and turned to leave, he felt a dull pain in his heart. Subconsciously, he raised his hand, wanting to pull her back into his arms, away from the Shin family and back to the house. Deep down, he was reminded that Shin Shuangyu had once married him in her prime. It was a mark that wouldn't change. She belonged to him, and no matter what, that fact wouldn't change. So, as long as he wished, Shin Shuangyu had no right to escape his control. He wanted her to return to her quiet garden, obediently be his second wife, take care of the children and prepare medicine and meals for him. Giving everything for the family was her proof of devotion. But just as he reached out, it was as if Shin Shuangyu had eyes in the back of her head. She suddenly pulled out a hairpin, flipped her wrist, and held it in the air, stopping right where Song Zixian's hand reached. If he moved any closer, he would be hurt. Song Zixian froze, while Shin Shuangyu continued walking, disappearing into the courtyard. At that moment, Song Zixian felt a void in his heart, and the uncomfortable feeling made his eyes darken further. They did not know that behind the moon gate stood Yin Lifeng, looking dazed. Can you guess how much Yin Lifeng just heard? If he understood the truth, would he feel regret and come to apologize? When Shin Shuangyu confronted the Song family, she was reminded by Yi Qing. That's why Shin Shuangyu argued a bit more with the Song family, using the opportunity. Normally, she found talking to them disgusting. He's not a fool, unless he wants to pretend to be. Or maybe he has been pretending all along, Shin Shuangyu suddenly said quietly. What do you mean? Shin Shuangyu sighed. You can know a person's face but not their heart. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have seen the people around me clearly, so how could I claim to understand Yin Lifeng? It's hard for one person to completely trust another, and it's equally hard for someone to fully distrust a person they once trusted, isn't it? That's an interesting point. Let's wait and see. Letting Yin Lifeng know the truth early on was not for any other reason. It was Shin Shuangyu's desire for revenge. She was looking forward to the drama of dogs biting dogs, which had to unfold. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to stay for the birthday banquet. Meanwhile, Shin Yuran waited a long time for Yin Lifeng to come and take her to the evening banquet. But Yin Lifeng looked very upset, almost pale. Brother Lifeng? What's wrong? Shin Yuran asked cautiously. Seeing Shin Yuran's innocent expression, Yin Lifeng's lips trembled a few times, but he couldn't hold back and asked, Ran, do you really want your sister to come with us? Shin Yuran's heart skipped a beat. Although she didn't understand why Yin Lifeng asked this, she had to maintain her facade. Of course, after all, my sister is divorced. It's tough to be alone, but she doesn't seem to want to leave. From this afternoon's performance, it was clear that Shin Shuangyu had no intention of giving up everything in the capital. Shin Yuran was certain that Shin Shuangyu truly did not want to rekindle her relationship with Yin Lifeng. For a moment, she hesitated about whether to continue with her plan. But the next second, she heard Yin Lifeng say, I will persuade her. What? Shin Yuran almost lost her composure in surprise. However, Yin Lifeng was not paying attention to her and continued, Shuangyu is very pitiful. I want to take care of her for the rest of her life. I don't want her to suffer anymore. Ran, you also want your sister to be well, right? Shin Yuran felt as if she had been hit in the chest with a hammer. Not only was it hard to breathe, but her abdomen also started to hurt intensely, and it felt like something was leaking from below. Her face turned as pale as paper. Yuran? Probably because Shin Yuran looked so bad, with red eyes and tears flowing uncontrollably. Even Yin Lifeng, who wasn't focused on her, noticed something was wrong. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Shin Yuran trembled all over but managed to force a smile. I'm just too happy, really too happy. I'm crying tears of joy. Lifeng, when do you plan to talk to her? Can we go together? If you can't persuade my sister, I'll ask her myself. I will definitely make her come with us. Yin Lifeng didn't expect Shin Yuran to say this and immediately hug her with joy. You're still the best, Yuran. After the banquet, I'll go talk to her. You don't need to worry. I can convince her. Yin Lifeng wished he could fly to Shin Shuangyu's side right away. He felt uneasy about bringing Shin Yuran along to find her. It was better to talk to her alone. At that moment, Shin Yuran's eyes were filled with resentment. All right, dear, Stop making me cry here. The banquet is about to start, and I need to freshen up.
Please call in a maid to help me.
Seeing Shun Yuren's tear-streaked face, In Lifei didn't think much and got up. Okay, I'll go ahead. You can join me later. Once In Lifei left, Shun Yuren's forced smile completely vanished, leaving only a face twisted in pain, both emotional and physical. Madam, your dress is stained. Stop talking and quickly bring the medicine. This is the last time. It must be controlled. At this moment, Shen Shuangyu had arrived at the banquet, which was more casual and held in the garden. As soon as she arrived, she saw Yifun waving at her, surrounded by several young ladies who were looking at her. They were acquaintances from before, but they had never interacted deeply. Since Shen Shuangyu's previous status was quite high, they felt they didn't quite measure up, but because they weren't too involved with the upper class, they were more straightforward and innocent. They had no feelings of dislike towards Shen Shuangyu's current status, only curiosity and admiration. Yifun smiled and said, "They think we are closer and must know the continuation of that story." I told them it was my first time hearing it and they didn't believe me. Shen Shuangyu smiled warmly as Yifun pulled her to sit down. The young ladies finally couldn't help but ask about the story. Shen Shuangyu couldn't tell them everything, but she would share some information to make them even more eager for tomorrow. Everyone, please don't ask anymore. This is all I know. It's just some information that was accidentally revealed while writing. I'm also looking forward to hearing the next part of the story tomorrow, Shen Shuangyu said with a smile. Is that true? Yifun asked curiously, leaning closer to Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu smiled and didn't reply. By the way, where are your husband and son? Yifun replied, Howard got tired, so sure Yibin took him home to rest early. I'm sorry for leaving you alone, Shen Shuangyu said. Yifun laughed. I promised to stay and help you, so I will. But what exactly do you need my help with? Did you guess what those people might do to you? Although Shen Shuangyu had been the center of attention in the afternoon, Yifun was aware of some of the background. Both the Shen family and the Yongxin Marquis' residents wanted to cause trouble for Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu felt warm inside. Thank you. I'll reach out to you when the time comes. As the banquet began and glasses clinked, Yi Qing, who had a good view of everything, felt excited. Just a report, Shen Jiawei has left. Are we going to take action? Husan and his partner have also left. Shen Jiawei is back. Suddenly, one table became chaotic, and it was the Hu family. The eldest daughter of the Hu family grabbed her mother's hand, saying, Mother, my son is missing. In the main branch of the Hu family, there were 2 daughters and 1 son, and the incident involved the eldest daughter of Husan. The missing child was a 3-year-old boy who was supposed to be with a nanny. However, since they were at the Shin family's place, and the Hu family's great-aunt was the main matriarch of the Shin family, they were not as cautious. The child was at an active age, and in a poorly lit area. While the nanny turned to get food for him, the child disappeared. Upon hearing the news, the Hu family immediately informed their husband, Shin Yu, to gather people to search. At this time, as the daughter-in-law of the Hu family, Shin Jiawei of the Shin family would surely take action as well. Is the child really missing? Yifun asked curiously. People around them began to discuss. Let's watch, let's watch, let's watch. Shen Shuangyu smirked and said, I should go help look for him too. Yifun stood up and said, I'll go with you. Since there were servants guarding the entrances of the garden, it was impossible to leave the area, and they could only search within the garden and the nearby guest rest areas. Many people had finished their dinner and started chatting nearby. Seeing this scene, others naturally joined in to help look around. A group of people held lanterns and called out loudly, Isn't this plan risky? Won't it alert anyone? Shen Shuangyu raised an eyebrow and patted the pouch at her waist. Understood. Use the medicine. Just then, a servant reported ahead, There's a room locked from the inside, but no one is responding when we knock. Could a child have accidentally locked themselves in? No response. Could something have happened? They might be trapped and scared. Everyone started discussing, and Shin Yu quickly said, What are you waiting for? If no one is answering, shouldn't we break down the door? I saw Shin Jiwei stifling a laugh. Shin Xuanyu led Yifujin forward. Soon, they saw the door burst open. Aunt Hu and Madam Hu were concerned about the child, should have been the first to enter, but Shin Jiwei cleverly blocked them, allowing Shin Yu and the servants to rush in first. At that moment, those near the door began to hear strange noises from inside. Suddenly, everyone seemed to realize that there might not be a child in the room, but rather a couple in a compromising situation. The crowd showed expressions of disdain, but more curiosity, wondering who was causing the commotion inside. Some restless young men had already rushed in to see what was happening. Before long, they heard Shin Yu's furious voice. What kind of disgrace is this? How dare you do such a thing in my house? Bring water. This incident in the Shun residence was like a slap in their faces. Madam Hu, hearing the surrounding chatter, felt her face burning with embarrassment and shouted, "Husband, drag them out. I want to see who is ruining our family's reputation." They couldn't let guests think it was the Shun family causing trouble. This had to be dealt with publicly. Even if the other party had status, doing such things in the Shun house was an insult to them, and the fault lay with the other party. They should apologize. From Shin Yu's words, it was clear that the person involved couldn't be someone of high rank, or he would have recognized them. Thus, Madam Hu spoke with confidence. The other members of the Hu family still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and were complaining that this was delaying their search for the child, even wanting to take some servants and continue looking. By coincidence, the wet nurse brought back the child she found. It turned out the child had chased after a servant carrying a lantern he liked and got lost, which is why the servant returned him. Now, there was no need to search for the child. Everyone stayed to watch the scene unfold. Since the incident happened indoors, Yiqing could not see what was happening, only hear the sounds. What's going on? Didn't Uncle Shin recognize that one of the main characters is his son-in-law? Shin Xuanyu also found it strange. If he had recognized them, even if Shin Yu was furious, he would have tried to calm down and would have driven away those who wanted to watch. Yi Fuyin whispered to Shin Xuanyu, asking who it could be. Shin Xuanyu glanced at Shin Jiwei, who looked increasingly pleased. In the next moment, they understood why. The people being dragged out looked like a man and a woman from afar. Both were disheveled, wearing white undergarments. One was barely covered by a man's outer garment, while the other wore a thin veil and had makeup on the visible parts of her face. In the dim light, one might think it was a woman. But when they were brought into the well-lit courtyard, it was clear that it was not a woman at all, but a man in disguise. At that moment, everyone understood. It was not just a couple, but a scandalous situation. Many women gasped and turned away, yet couldn't help but steal glances. The men watched the spectacle with amusement, but they didn't recognize who these daring individuals were. Shin Yu couldn't identify his son-in-law in women's clothing, but Mrs. Hu recognized him immediately and almost cried out. The Hu family was in shock, unable to comprehend how Hu-san could be so bold. Mischief in other places was one thing, but how could he act out at the old lady Shin's birthday banquet? At that moment, their minds went blank, unsure of how to handle the situation. Just then, a bucket of water was thrown on the two, startling them and making them look around in panic, which snapped the Hu family back to reality. They needed to keep this a secret, or everything would be ruined. Before they could signal Mrs. Hu to find a way to cover it up, Shen Jiwei screamed and rushed toward Hu-san, pulling off his veil. Then she froze, exclaiming, "It's you. It really is you." Finally, someone shouted, "Isn't that young Master Hu-san?" Now, the Hu family panicked and tried to deny it. Suddenly, Shin Jiwei completely lost her mind, grabbing Hu-san's women's clothing and shouting, "Husband, what are you doing? Oh my, isn't this the guard you brought today? How could you? How could you do this to me? You like men. You actually like men. And you want to be a woman." Hu-san realized what was happening, his face turned red, and he pushed Shin Jiwei away, saying, "Let go of me. Let go of me." The guard, who had previously shown off in front of Shin Jiwei, was now so frightened in this situation that he was as quiet as a quail. Shin Yu, who had just been shocked by the face behind the veil, also realized the terrible situation and could only shout, "Quick, pull them apart." Madam Hu's face turned pale, and she rushed to separate Shinjue, while Mrs. Hu quickly stepped forward to cover her son with an outer robe. "It's not like this. It's not like this. My son must have been drugged and forced. Brother-in-law, quickly, get rid of this scoundrel." Madam Hu shouted at Shinyu, trying to salvage some dignity. But the next moment, someone gasped in shock. It turned out that Shinjue had broken free from Madam Hu's grasp and was running towards a tree. But there were many people over there, and naturally, someone stopped the distraught Shinjue. Shinjue almost collapsed to the ground in tears, looking as if she didn't want to live, surrounded by the women who were comforting her. Madam, who was sweating with anxiety, having just started to whisper words of reason in Shinjue's ear. However, all of Shinjue's reactions were understandable, and no one could say anything against her. Madam, who could only try to persuade her, "Joe, calm down. This matter is not clear yet, is it?" Usually bossy towards her daughter-in-law, Madam, who now realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly added, "Joe, Husan is a good boy. He would never do anything to hurt you. Don't think too negatively." Shunyu was now extremely angry. The Shin family had lost a lot of face this time, especially during a banquet with so many guests. But he couldn't just watch his daughter get hurt, so he quickly took on the role of the head of the family to stabilize the situation, scolding, "All right, what is this? Don't worry, with the Shun family here, you won't be wronged. The dignity of the Shin family must be maintained." So Shinyu looked like he was going to stand up for his daughter. But Shinjue knew her heartless father too well. So Shinjue wouldn't give Shinyu a chance to downplay the situation. "Father, please, father, help me." Shinjue bowed deeply to Shinyu and said, "Father, I was tricked into marriage by Husan. Even after marrying him, I am still pure. At first, I thought it was because I didn't please my husband, so I accepted the family's scolding. But it turns out my husband never wanted a woman. No wonder he rejected my suggestion to take a concubine. I have truly been deceived, father." When she revealed her purity, everyone was shocked. With Husan dressed as a woman, it was clear that he was not interested in women at all. The rumors about Shinjue being jealous and not allowing a concubine were false. It was likely that they were afraid others would discover that Husan was not interested in women at all. Some had even doubted Shinjue's ability to conceive due to Shin Shuangyu's divorce. There were whispers of complaints from Hu's family about Husan not fulfilling his duties. Everyone now looked at Shinjue with more sympathy. Shunyu was also shocked and looked at the Hu family, realizing that such a significant issue should have been communicated to him. How could they hide the fact that his daughter had not consummated her marriage? The Hu family was taken aback by Shinjue's boldness in disregarding their family's reputation and speaking out. They felt both angry and dizzy from the situation. Seeing that everyone was processing the news, Shinjue immediately declared, "Father, I can't go on like this. I want to sever ties with Husan." This statement caused an uproar. Severing ties was a serious matter.
No.
Mrs. Hu immediately opposed, rushing to grab Shinjue. "Joe, don't say such impulsive things. I told you, your husband was wronged, and he is waiting to build a relationship with you because he respects you. You must stand by him during this difficult time and not abandon him. That would be unfaithful." Hearing her words, the crowd showed disdain, but only Shinyu and Mrs. Hu could defend Shinjue. Others could only mock her, but could not take a stand. Mrs. Hu's accusations easily pressured Shinjue. Shin Shuangyu frowned slightly, thinking about when to step in and help. After all, if the main house was unhappy, she would be too. However, it was clear that Shinjue had anticipated this situation. Shinjue's emotions were very unstable. She suddenly looked at Madam Hu and questioned, "Mother-in-law, stop lying to me. You must have known he had issues all along, which is why you never cared for Husan or allowed him to take a concubine. You just keep pushing me to find a way to be with him. The Hu family is deceiving me." Madam Hu's face changed colors, and she could feel the gazes around her. But at this moment, she could only force herself to maintain her composure. She put on a stern face and said, Enough. Are you challenging me? Don't think wildly. What I just said is true. Alright, if what you say is true, then my husband was framed. I will deal with this villain. Shinjue seemed to go mad, drawing a knife from a nearby guard and rushing towards Husan's lover, looking ready to attack. Gasps filled the room as everyone watched the knife come down. Suddenly, Husan lunged forward, grabbing his lover and shouting at Shinjue, "Crazy woman! Don't you dare! Husband, move aside! Mother-in-law said this villain harmed you. You were drugged. Let me take care of him." Shinjue yelled, trying to pull Husan's cloak away, as if to throw him aside. The cloak was quickly torn away, and Shinjue reached for the thin veil underneath. "Let go. Someone, quickly pull this crazy woman away." Husan, frightened by Shinjue's actions, shielded his lover, unable to think clearly, only focused on protecting her. The three of them were like a scene from a chaotic struggle, one attacking, one defending, and one trying to escape. To the onlookers, it was a slap in the face for Madame who. After all, a normal man would either stand firm in such a situation or retaliate in madness. If you want to act to clear your name, at least show some commitment. But look at how much Husan cares about this person. It was clear that the lies could not be salvaged. Madame who wanted Husan to stop protecting her, but she couldn't find the words, only calling out his name and urging Shinjue not to hurt her son. Shan Yu was nearly breathless from the embarrassing scene, his face visibly pale, and quickly ordered the servants to separate them. However, this time, Shinjue was like a madwoman and refused to let go. As the struggle continued, the force was too strong, and the thin fabric of the shirt tore, instantly causing gasps from the crowd. "Wow, this is too extravagant. Doesn't it hurt to wear that? If the disinfection isn't done well, aren't you afraid of infection?" Shin Shuangyu had already avoided looking, so she saw nothing, but the comments made her feel very embarrassed. Those who didn't look away saw everything clearly. After all, it wasn't unusual in the ancient Nanfeng pavilion. Some recognized certain decorations on Husan, which were typically used by male companions. Moreover, it was impossible for him to have just put them on, further proving that Husan had always been like this. Mrs. Hu's words were completely contradicted by her son's actions and appearance. It was now difficult to maintain the facade, forcing Shinjue to be the scapegoat. Because Husan was almost undressed, Shinjue had nothing to hold on to and was pulled away. Husan, feeling embarrassed, quickly picked up a cloak to cover himself, glaring at Shinjue, then nervously looking at his mother. Shinjue was both crying and laughing, as if she was on the brink of a breakdown, turning to Shinyu. "Father, are you just going to stand by and watch me be humiliated by the Hu family?" All eyes turned to Shinyu. This son-in-law not only brought his male lover to the Yu family celebration but also, after being exposed, shamelessly defended his lover, disregarding his own wife. This was simply trampling on the dignity of the Shun family. Even if he didn't love this daughter, Shinyu would never tolerate it. Shinyu's anger made his veins bulge. The Hu family must give an explanation. Our Shin family absolutely will not accept such humiliation. What does that mean? Is he not clear about whether it's a divorce or a severance? Shinyu is being dishonest, leaving himself an escape route. Shin Shuangyu's gaze flickered as she looked at Shinjue. But Shinjue was still focused on acting heartbroken, seemingly unaware that Shinyu wasn't planning to make a definitive statement here. Suddenly remembering their previous meeting, Shinjue seemed to have mentioned that she hadn't considered divorce. Mrs. Hu had already stepped forward to protect her son, like a hen shielding her chick. Hearing Shinyu's words, she anxiously said, "My son was just momentarily confused." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disdainful hisses. Some, emboldened, joked, "Young master, who looks like he was born this way. He doesn't need anyone else." Laughter erupted around them. Husan's face turned red, and he angrily glared at Shinjue, as if everything was her fault. Madame Hu was also very upset and insisted, "That's not true. My son was fine before. It's all Shinjue's fault for not fulfilling her duties as a wife and not winning my son's heart, which led him astray." As she spoke, her expression became serious, and her eyes looked distant, as if she was trying to convince herself with her own lies. It was all her son's fault. It was all the daughter-in-law Shin Joe's fault. Yi Qing and Shin Xuanyu looked at Madame Hu and seemed to finally understand why Shin Joe's future would be so tragic. This was clearly a case of misplaced anger after feeling helpless. You still want to blame everything on my daughter? Do you think our Shin family is without people? Shin Yu shouted angrily. Get them out of the house. This was to remove them first to avoid disturbing the ongoing birthday celebration. Although Madame, who felt embarrassed and wanted to leave, being kicked out like this would be even more humiliating. She had to place the blame on Shin Joe. Her son couldn't bear the responsibility alone. Madame Hu, with her neck held high, anxiously signaled to Hu Shi, hoping she would help turn the situation around. She said, "Brother-in-law, if you don't believe me, you can ask my sister. My son was fine before. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. If the husband makes a mistake, doesn't the wife share some blame?" Shin Xuanyu felt helpless because in their society, men's mistakes could easily be shifted onto their women, and there were many like Madame Hu. Hu Shi was now sweating profusely. Although she had anticipated that this day would come, she didn't expect it to happen so publicly and in such a chaotic manner. Shin Yu would surely blame her later. Fortunately, Shin Yu did not know that she was actually aware of the situation. Hu Shi felt awkward and could only respond vaguely to distance herself from the issue. "I'm not sure about this. Maybe Husan knows about Joe." Was she hinting at Shin Joe's mother? What a spiteful woman. Shin Xuanyu furrowed her brows and stepped forward, about to interrupt. But Shin Joe acted first. "Mother." Shin Joe suddenly rushed to Hu Shi's feet, clutching her clothing, tears in her eyes. Hu Shi was startled and heard her question, "Mother, when I confided in you about my troubles during the wedding night, when Husan didn't even come into the room, you comforted me, saying that time would reveal a person's true nature. Now my mother-in-law says it's all my fault. What did I do wrong? Should I not have married into the Hu family? But you are the one who arranged this marriage for me. If you want to blame someone, there should be a real reason." Shin Joe was arranged to marry and accepted her fate, yet she never even entered the bridal chamber. How can they blame her for her son suddenly changing his preferences? That doesn't make any sense. Madame Hu knows that as long as Shin Joe is pure, she will always be in a strong position. If she had known, she should have ensured they spent the night together. Now, a young girl has her in a tight spot, making it hard for her to defend herself. The Hu family is also struggling. They feel cold, and their hearts race. Why bring up the marriage arrangement? Why does she have a bad feeling about this? Just when Madame, who was trying to help Shin Joe to show her care for her stepdaughter, Shin Joe suddenly pushed her away. As if realizing something, Shin Joe stared at Madame Hu and said, "Mother, did you deceive me? Did you know your nephew had issues and still let me marry him?" Madame Hu's face changed dramatically, almost screaming, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you accuse your mother? I only want the best for you."
How could I?
But Shin Joe was heartbroken, crying out, if it were another noble girl and she found a problem, she would definitely make a scene. But if it's me, if I discovered something, I would have to silently endure it. Is that what you planned, to make me cover for your nephew? The onlookers suddenly understood and gasped in surprise. Even Shin Yu looked shocked at Madame Hu. Now Madame Hu couldn't get a word in. She never expected that tonight's events would lead Shin Joe to figure everything out.
This was terrifying.
Madame Hu's expression twisted completely, and she looked like she might faint, crying out in protest. But Shin Joe was even more frantic, feeling betrayed by her mother. Before, Husan didn't even enter the bridal chamber. Don't tell me you didn't suspect anything. How could you not know there was a problem? How could you be so cruel? Is it because I'm not your biological child? I have always respected you and never disobeyed you. Why would you ruin my life? Shin Yu glared fiercely at Mrs. Hu. Although he didn't speak, he already understood the situation. Shin Joe was not her daughter, so she wouldn't feel bad selling her. But she was his daughter, and arranging for Shin Joe to marry a man who preferred other men would bring shame to him. Was it nice for a stepmother to scheme against a daughter? Shin Joe was also driven to madness. Why did this have to be made public? Enough.
Stop arguing.
How could your mother harm you? She definitely doesn't know about this. The Hu family has deceived her. Don't overthink it. Shun Joe stared blankly at her father, confused. Is that true? But the people around them couldn't help but whisper. Is that true? Something feels off. How could she not know? This is clearly a plot against the stepdaughter. Even if she is a stepdaughter, she shouldn't be treated like this. I heard that Shen Shuangyu was also. The whispers were quiet, but Shen Shuangyu and Yi Qing could still hear. Yi Qing had a sudden idea. Shuangyu, come here. Shen Shuangyu raised an eyebrow. As sisters, it made sense to comfort her at this moment. She stepped out of the crowd, went to Xinjiawei, and hugged the trembling girl, gently patting her without saying a word. Her expression was sad, with red eyes, as if she held endless grievances. Shun Joe leaned against Shen Shuangyu, crying and appearing as if she could hardly breathe, almost fainting. But Yi Qing could hear them whispering softly, though she was too busy watching the scene to listen closely. The two girls huddled together for warmth, which sparked many thoughts among the onlookers. It must be said that this had an amazing effect, doubling the gossip. The murmurs grew louder. One could even clearly hear. One is exploiting her own daughter while the other is using her nephew to take advantage of the stepdaughter. The Shun family's main branch is ruthless. Mrs. Hu turned pale upon hearing this, and Shin Yu nearly fainted. The worse their reputation became, the more unfavorable the rumors about them would be. Shan Yu couldn't allow the Hu family to continue causing trouble for them, so he firmly ordered the servants to them out. Now, Shin Joe became the perfect victim. Shin Yu pushed the crying Mrs. Hu, telling her to take care of Shin Joe. But Shin Joe had already fainted, so they could only arrange a nearby room for her to rest, with servants to watch over her and a doctor called to check on her. Mrs. Hu looked very unwell, but in front of the guests, she couldn't argue and had to turn to arrange for the guests, pretending to be innocent and expressing her own victimhood. If it were just one victim, it would be understandable, but having two victims because of the hardships faced by the Hu family makes it hard to believe their words. As the crowd began to disperse, a few people stayed behind, quietly watching Shin Shuangyu. However, Shin Shuangyu was busy asking Yin Tao to relay a message to Uncle Li, asking him to secretly handle something, leaving her no time to pay attention to anything else. One of them was Yi Fuyun, who, seeing that Shin Shuangyu seemed preoccupied with the Shin family's matters, decided to leave with the other women. A flash of red disappeared, while Yin Lifeng stood still for a long time. Yi Qing didn't bother to speak to him, but when Shin Shuangyu turned to find Shin Joe, Yin Lifeng had no choice but to leave. When Shin Shuangyu went to visit Shin Joe, Yi Qing couldn't help but ask, were you and Shin Joe secretly discussing having Uncle Li handle the crime scene? Shin Shuangyu explained, she asked me for help to deal with the mess she made in her room with Husand and his partner. Did she really need to ask you for help at a time like this? Shin Shuangyu nodded. I guess she originally didn't plan for this. Once Husand and the others calm down and think back, they will definitely look for the reason they lost control and got caught. She is prepared for the suspicion and wants to expose Husand's actions today. That makes sense. After her performance, she won't have a chance to deal with the aftermath. But why did she ask you? Shin Shuangyu replied, maybe my sudden appearance made her feel I was on her side, so she entrusted me with this task to reduce her risk. She said if I could help, I would be owed a favor. Isn't she worried? If Hu's family discovers she planned everything, it would be disastrous for her. Shin Yu might not protect her. Shin Shuangyu also thought this was too risky. Even if the truth was revealed, if Hu's family offered enough compensation and Shin Yu was tempted, not allowing Shin Joe to leave, she would have no escape. After all, even if Hu Sen openly broke ties, he still needed a wife to maintain appearances. They couldn't both end up in ruin, could they? While she was thinking, she suddenly heard frantic barking in the night sky, followed by commotion in the crowd, and then a man's scream and a woman's cry. Shin Shuangyu was startled. Where is that dog? Let me see. Shin Shuangyu frowned. Shin Yu likes to raise dogs. Today is the birthday banquet, so the dogs should be kept away. But if the guests like them, they might bring them out to play, probably in the far west courtyard. If we leave the Shin family along this road, we will pass by. Suddenly, Shun Shuangyu's pupils contracted. Wow, that's incredible. A group of dogs is fiercely attacking Husan and his partner, and they are biting in sensitive areas. It's unclear, but it seems serious. What a coincidence. Is it Shin Joe? Shin Shuangyu walked to Shin Joe's resting room, where someone was guarding outside, and the doctor had not yet arrived. The guard heard the noise and was tiptoeing, looking around. Shin Shuangyu pushed the door open and saw Shin Joe lying on the bed. Shin Shuangyu approached. No one is here. Shin Joe opened her eyes, unable to suppress a smile, and finally chuckled, tears of laughter streaming down her face. She then looked into space and murmured, "The new sesame oil. Is it good? Even the dogs like it." That's truly a perfect plan. The result of 5 months of scheming, impressive. Shin Shuangyu was amazed. Will they trace it back to you? No, it was something they liked to use recently. I just bought the same kind to train the dogs to attack. How can that be blamed on me? They should blame themselves for being restless. The only flaw I have is the scent in that room. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Shin Joe immediately pretended to be unconscious. Shin Shuangyu let the person in. It was Yuntao. Miss, Uncle Lee has cleaned up the scent, but it seems they're not paying attention to this side anymore. All the doctors have been called to the west courtyard. I heard from the returning guests that. What did they say? Shin Joe suddenly asked. Yuntao was startled, glanced at Shin Shuangyu, then patted her chest and continued. They said young Master Who's. That part was bitten and swallowed by the dogs. Many people saw it. Shin Joe was shaking with laughter on the bed. It worked, it worked. Yuntao felt a bit scared, and Shin Shuangyu asked her to step outside and keep watch. How ruthless, I love it. Shuangyu, why can't we take revenge so easily? Shin Shuangyu was both amused and helpless. Once Shin Joe's wild emotions calmed down a bit, Shin Shuangyu finally asked her question. So, do you still want to continue being Husan's wife? Shin Joe nodded. This time, Husan has been publicly ruined. He is the only direct descendant of the Hu family, so their legacy has no chance now. But there was never much hope anyway, so the Hu family can only ask me to return as the young mistress, allowing Husan to rest indefinitely and maintain some dignity. After that, they will find a child from a branch of the family to adopt for me to raise in honor, or else they won't be able to keep their wealth. Is that really possible? Shin Shuangyu nodded and said, Indeed, this is the most likely outcome. But what if Madam, who is protective and seeks revenge on you? Taking a risk might allow you to escape. Shin Joe laughed. Don't think all women are as troubled as you. Divorce is always the hardest path. Why would I choose this when I have better options? I grew up without love or care. I don't think about freedom or ideals. I just want to live a life of honor. Returning to the Shun family might not be good, and staying with the Hu family might not be bad either. Hu-san is finished, but the future mistress of the Hu family can be great. I can't find a higher position than this, even if it has its flaws. Shin Shuangyu thought for a moment and said, What you really want is to gradually take over the Hu family's power, right? Shin Joe's eyes flickered, and she didn't deny it. Yes. Do you think I can take revenge for my mother all by myself? I've thought about it for the past few months, but it's too hard, and there's no way in. The Shin family is not like the Hu family. There isn't a Hu-san with so many weaknesses waiting for me to exploit. I can only take my time to get back at Shinyu and the Hu family. Shin Shuangyu pondered. If there's a chance, shall we cooperate? Shin Joe raised an eyebrow at her. If you have a good plan, then we will definitely cooperate. Shin Shuangyu nodded. Shin Joe said, But I don't like being in debt. I just heard that you helped me handle some follow-up matters and ease my troubles. I owe you one, so think about how I can repay you. Before Shin Shuangyu could respond, they heard a knock on the door. Shin Joe lay back down, and Shin Shuangyu called for the person to come in.
It was Yun Tao.
What's wrong? Yun Tao held out a piece of paper and frowned. A servant asked me to pass this to you. I think the person looks like...
Ian.
Brought it. Shin Shuangyu opened the paper. It contained a message about meeting at a specific location soon. It was written in Yin Lifeng's handwriting, stating that he had important matters to discuss and that she must come. He would wait for her. Yi Qing looked at the location mentioned, under a certain rockery, and said, he originally intended to intercept you halfway, but now he can't reach you, so he's resorted to a meeting. What will you do? Taking the initiative. If she doesn't go, according to Yin Lifeng's nature, he will definitely launch a surprise attack. At that point, she would be at a disadvantage. Although she had mentally prepared herself to take full revenge on these two, the process wouldn't be easy. Shen Shuangyu lit the paper and turned to see Shin Jiawei, looking at her curiously. With a flash in her eyes, she smiled. You owe me, and now you can repay it. The birthday banquet was nearing its end. Yin Lifeng was anxiously waiting under the rockery in the west corner of the garden, thinking that if Shin Shuangyu didn't come, he would have to go out and find her. Soon, a figure approached with a lantern. Before Yin Lifeng could feel happy, he realized it was Yun Tao. He frowned and asked, "Where's your young lady?" Yun Tao was momentarily taken aback, as if returning to a time before everything had happened. In their eyes, the future son-in-law would ask about the young lady's whereabouts like this. Back then, they thought that although their parents and brothers were gone, at least the young lady had a fiancé who cared for her, making life bearable. However, when she needed him the most, he didn't believe in her. Yun Tao felt a pang of disdain and pouted, using the lantern to indicate the direction to Yin Lifeng. The young lady is waiting for you over there. Yin Lifeng didn't notice why they needed to change the meeting place. As soon as he heard Shin Shuangyu was waiting for him, his heart leaped with joy. He couldn't help but stride forward, running toward the girl he loved, as if he couldn't bear to make her wait a moment longer. In the distance, he saw a graceful figure sitting under the rockery, wearing a white cloak she had put on for the evening, her head lowered. Without the lantern's light, he couldn't see her clearly. Yin Lifeng's heart raced. Although their first meeting during the day hadn't gone well due to the crowd, now it was just the two of them. He was excited to approach her, but suddenly heard Shin Shuangyu's voice, "Just stand there." Shuangyu. Yin Lifeng wanted to step closer to see her. "If you come any closer, I will leave. You should know that our current identities shouldn't allow us to meet alone," Shin Shuangyu said, her voice sounding muffled. Seeing her speak while pulling her cloak to cover her face clearly showed she was trying to avoid suspicion. This behavior made Yin Lifeng's heart ache. They shouldn't have to be like this. "All right, I won't go over." Yin Lifeng felt a mix of emotions and didn't know how to start. Shin Shuangyu asked, "Why did you call me?" Yin Lifeng looked up at the woman in the shadows. "Shuangyu, what I said during the day wasn't my true feelings. I apologize."
I'm sorry.
It was a humble gesture, like when a young person bows their head to their crush. In the past, Shin Shuangyu found it easy to be around someone like him. But now, she paused and asked, "Is that all you wanted to say? It seems I still don't understand the dark side of human nature. Yin Lifeng should know that your marriage was manipulated by the main family. You're innocent. He didn't believe you back then and treated you poorly. Now, his apology doesn't seem to address the past. It feels like he wants to avoid the topic. I wonder if my previous guess was right." Shin Shuangyu felt a cold laugh inside and began to confirm her thoughts. Yin Lifeng quickly said, "Shuangyu, you have separated from the Ho family and are alone in the capital. It must be hard to survive. Since you and Shin Dingen have conflicts, why not come south with us?"
What?
Shin Shuangyu replied sharply, "I already refused before. I'm not interested." Yin Lifei's face turned slightly red, but he still looked deeply at Shin Shuangyu and said, "Shuangyu, I'm not inviting you as a guest. I just don't want to miss you again. After all these years, I believe you still have feelings for me. I have never forgotten you. I want to take care of you and protect you, just like I promised before." As he spoke more passionately, he reached out to get closer, but Shin Shuangyu stopped him. "Don't come any closer," Shin Shuangyu said.
What do you mean by that?
"Do you want me to be your concubine or your mistress?" Yin Lifeng immediately shook his head. "I would never treat you that way. When we reach Jiangnan, I will marry you as my equal wife." Earlier, Shin Yuran had mentioned that Shin Shuangyu was interested in going with them but misunderstood it as wanting to be a concubine, which is why she had confronted him. Now, Yin Li Fei was showing his sincere intentions to make up for past regrets. As for her shop, even though it was her hard work, Yin Li Fei believed that marrying him would provide her with true stability and she wouldn't need to struggle to manage a shop. Moreover, after the capital closed, opening a shop in Jiangnan would be the same. Yin Li Fei envisioned a bright future, trying to dispel his lingering unease. Looking at Shin Shuangyu, his gaze became more determined. Don't worry, I've talked to Ran. I will treat you both equally. Although the head of the household is still Ran on the surface, I know you two have a good sisterly bond. You are always understanding and will surely help Ran. From now on, we will support each other and manage the household together. The three of us can definitely live happily. Shin Shuangyu remained silent. 2 women sharing one husband? That sounds unrealistic. Just hearing it makes me uncomfortable. If he said that to Shin Yuran, she would be furious. Oh, speaking of which, here she comes. With the sound of footsteps and the light of a lantern approaching, Shin Yuran arrived with her maid, Shiju. Seeing the distance between Yin Li Hui and Shin Shuangyu, she felt uneasy. She couldn't help but think, if Shin Shuangyu really had such good judgment, why would she give Yin Li Hui any hope? When Yin Li Hui noticed Shin Yuran, his expression changed slightly. What are you doing here? I was worried you couldn't persuade my sister alone. How did it go? Shin Yuran asked softly. Yin Li Hui looked a bit awkward but nodded. I've already talked to her. Shin Yuran forced a smile. Really? That's great. Then we can. I refuse. Shin Shuangyu suddenly interrupted. Shuangyu you. Yin Li Hui became anxious. But Shin Yuran patted Yin Li Hui's arm and said, let me handle this. She then turned to Shin Shuangyu. Sister, can we talk privately over there? Shin Yuran pointed to a small path outside the rockery. On the other side of the path was a corridor. Shin San Aunt and Lulan were about to send a group of ladies away. Seeing that the figure sitting there didn't move, Shin Yuran felt a bit anxious.
Sister.
All right, Shin Shuangyu suddenly spoke up. She stood up, still keeping her head down. Her large cloak covered her, revealing only a hint of familiar lip color. Shin Shuangyu turned and walked away quickly. Shin Yuran realized and hurried to catch up. Shiju, holding the lantern, anxiously followed behind. When they reached a suitable spot, Shin Shuangyu stopped, still facing away from Shin Yuran. Shin Yuran, having rushed those few steps, felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. That familiar feeling made her realize she was bleeding again. Her face turned pale as she glanced back to ensure Yin Li Hui hadn't followed. Once she confirmed, she took a few more difficult steps until she could reach Shin Shuangyu and slowly said, Sister, do you really not want to return to Jiangnan with us? Or is it that you are not satisfied with the conditions proposed by Li Hui? Shin Shuangyu did not speak or turn around. Sister, do you think that I should be the rightful wife? Even being a secondary wife would be an insult to you? Shin Shuangyu remained silent. Shin Yuran touched her belly and heard Shiju's reminder from behind. Sister, do you not like the baby in my belly? Voices could be heard approaching from a distance. Suddenly, Shin Yuran raised her hand and grabbed Shin Shuangyu's arm, pulling her closer. Sister, please. Shin Yuran's voice was loud, drawing the attention of people passing by in the corridor. Before Shin Shuangyu could react, a scream was heard, and her arm was shaken off. Shin Yuran seemed to be pushed suddenly and fell awkwardly to the ground. Gasps filled the air. Ran. From a distance, Yin Li could only see the commotion and rushed over to help Shin Yuran up. But Shiju screamed, Ah!
Blood.
The young lady is bleeding. Young master, don't move her. We can't move her now. Quickly call a doctor. Aunt Shin-san, who was leading the guests, felt quite pleased. Although the Shin family had a small embarrassment, the main family had a much bigger one, and the guests were discussing the strange incident over there. The main family had not returned yet, leaving her to see the guests off. Just when she thought the task was almost done, trouble arrived. Aunt Shin-san couldn't just send the guests away. She hurried over to check the situation and sent someone to call a doctor from the west courtyard. The guests naturally gathered to watch, looking at the spreading blood on the ground, which was quite frightening. Shiju cried out to Shin Yuran, "Young lady, you can't be hurt." Lulan, Shin Yuran's sister-in-law, was very scared and rushed forward to see how Shin Yuran was doing. Seeing her pale face, tearful eyes, and trembling hands, she exclaimed, "How could this happen?" At that moment, she suddenly looked up at a person standing alone on the side as the crowd arrived. Did she not notice that this person had pushed her? Before she could see clearly, Shiju angrily pointed at Shin Shuangyu. "Madam Shin, you are the young lady's sister. Why did you push her?" As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to that person. However, she was standing in the shadows, making it hard to see her clearly. But they heard Shin Yuran call out sister, and they had seen Shin Shuangyu wearing that cloak before. Oh my, what is going on? Did Shin Shuangyu push Shin Yuran? The young lady just asked if you disliked the child in her belly. She even pleaded with you. Even if you don't like it, you can't harm them. This is the young master's first child. It's unfortunate that the young master and lady wanted to take you to Jiangnan, and you can't accept the young lady and her baby? How cruel of you. Enough, Shiju. Don't say. Don't say that. It's not my sister's fault. It's all my fault for not protecting the child. Shin Yuran spoke weakly, trying to stop her maid, her expression filled with deep sorrow. She looked pitiful, bearing the burden in silence. This seemed to imply she accepted the maid's accusations, while as a sister, she didn't want to pursue it further. Everyone was shocked. Weren't the sisters supposed to have a good relationship? Wait. If the earlier rumors were true, and Shin Shuangyu's marriage was manipulated, then her anger towards Shin Yuran might make sense. But could she really be that cruel? Yuran really? Yin Lifei looked at the person in his arms in disbelief, then turned to the silent figure nearby. He couldn't believe Shin Shuangyu could be that kind of person. He needed to find out the truth. But Shin Yuran clutched Yin Lifei's sleeve, curling up in pain. "Lifei, please save our child. I'm so scared. I feel like the baby is leaving us. What should we do?" Yin Lifei's face turned pale as he looked at the pitiful Shin Yuran, his body trembling. "It's okay, don't be afraid. The doctor will come. Everything will be fine." Shin Yuran seemed to lose focus in her eyes. "Lifei, I was wrong. Maybe I'm not worthy to have your child." "That's nonsense. You are the only one worthy." Yin Lifei's eyes turned red with emotion as he recalled all the good times with Shin Yuran, continuously comforting her. Soon, the doctor arrived, and with him was Shin Dingen, who had been with his uncle sending guests off. Upon hearing something had happened, he rushed over. Seeing Shin Yuran lying in a pool of blood shocked Shin Dingen. Lulan, noticing her husband had arrived, quickly stood by his side to explain the situation. Upon hearing it was Shin Shuangyu who pushed her, Shin Dingen instinctively shook his head. Impossible, there must be some misunderstanding. Shin Shuangyu, understanding and reasonable, knew that changing the marriage was fate. She would hate him, but she wouldn't hate Shin Yuran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have treated Shin Yuran kindly today, let alone harm her. She would never destroy a life. Before he could look at Shin Shuangyu, he heard the doctor regretfully announce that the miscarriage had occurred. The commotion here is quite loud, and many guests who haven't left yet have come over to watch. Upon hearing the news, they couldn't help but shake their heads in sympathy. Shin Yuran took life-saving medicine to stop the bleeding temporarily, but still needed treatment. Yin Lifei was in a daze, still reeling from the recent shock, when Shin Dingen urged him to carry her back. Suddenly, Shin Yuran got up and knelt in the direction of Shin Shuangyu. She seemed deeply affected, crying as she said, "Sister, I was wrong. I'll give you back Lifei and the position of the main wife. Please, just give me my child back. I only want my child." Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone shocked as they looked at the person who had been so proud just this afternoon. Although it was hard to believe, the victim was her own sister, and the child was gone. This led everyone to speculate about the tangled emotions involved. Shin Dingen approached in disbelief, wanting to help Shin Yuran up. "Fourth sister, did you misunderstand something?" In Li Fei seemed to snap back to reality, and a thought crossed his mind that made him breathe easier. He looked directly at Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu, how did you become like this? The woman standing alone in the shadows remained silent, only moving slightly. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the crowd. Who is calling me? Everyone was startled and turned to see Shen Shuangyu holding onto Yifujuan, followed by several servants who were supporting someone. The crowd was only focused on Shen Shuangyu, as if trying to see through her. Yin Lifei, Shen Yuran, and Shiju stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This was Shen Shuangyu, but who was that over there? Everyone turned their heads mechanically. At the same time, the woman in the cloak finally raised her hand and lifted her hood, revealing a face full of anger and grievance. Joey, what are you doing here? Aunt Shen was stunned. Aunt 3, when I woke up, I heard about Husan. Shen Joey still clung to her previous persona as a deceived and betrayed wife, recalling their marriage. I wanted to come and see, but as soon as I got here, I was pulled by Sister Yu Ran to talk about random things without a chance to speak. Then she suddenly pulled me. I didn't push her. She just fell back on her own. This can't be blamed on me. I don't even know how it happened. When Shen Joey reached this point, she stopped, her expression hard to describe. There were many ladies present, and they had seen all kinds of tricks. Even if they hadn't seen something before, they had heard about it. So, after Shen Joey finished speaking, they recalled her earlier accusations against Shen Shuangyu. At this moment, sharp gazes fell on Shen Yuran, who had just knelt on the ground. Shen Yuran's face had already turned pale from blood loss, and now it looked even more like a ghost. Beside her, Shiju was trembling, her eyes wide with shock. No one spoke. All were processing the absurd situation. The atmosphere was eerily quiet and extremely awkward. Shen Joey walked over to Shen Shuangyu, unfastened her cloak, and handed it to her. I felt a bit cold when I came out, so I used the cloak you left behind. I didn't expect. Everyone understood the unspoken words. It was unexpected that she had inadvertently helped someone avoid trouble. Shen Shuangyu took the cloak, her voice low. I didn't expect this either. Thank you. The thank you was laced with sarcasm, but Shen Joey and Shen Shuangyu exchanged a knowing glance, which held a deeper meaning. Thank you, Joey, for the perfect performance. I can see that Shen Yuran looks like she's about to faint.
Ha ha ha.
Meanwhile, Yin Lifei was also quite startled. How could it not be you? Yin Lifei suddenly exclaimed, his eyes locked onto Shen Shuangyu's face. If my sister can mistake me, it's normal for my brother-in-law to do the same, Shen Shuangyu replied coldly. Yin Lifei was anxious to question her. No one knew better than him that Shen Shuangyu had been talking to him just moments ago.
Wait.
Yin Lifei's pupils shrank as he glanced back, seemingly realizing something. The area around the rockery was large. If someone was hiding behind the rockery where Shen Joey had just been speaking, and he was too far away to hear clearly, he wouldn't be able to tell if the voice was coming from Shen Joey. Moreover, Shen Joey and Shen Shuangyu had similar builds. With the cloak's hood pulled down and some intentional concealment, along with the lack of light. So, from the beginning, Shen Joey had been helping Shen Shuangyu act.
But why?
Was it to guard against him, or? Yin Lifei's gaze suddenly fell on Shen Yuran. If I hadn't recognized it myself, it would be understandable, but Shen Joey was alone with Shen Yuran. Even if she couldn't see, once Shen Joey spoke, she would surely be exposed. Unless Shen Joey didn't speak at all. So why did Shen Yuran and Shiju say those things? That child. The blood on Shen Yuran's dress was still fresh. Ran, what on earth is going on? Yin Lifeng stepped forward, roughly grabbing Shen Yuran's arm and questioning her. At that moment, Shen Yuran couldn't look at Yin Lifeng because she didn't know how to explain. Tears kept flowing as she tried to appear weak, especially since she had just had a miscarriage. I also want to ask Ran. I heard a few words just now, and didn't expect they were directed at me. Why did you say you would give me the position of the main wife if I returned the child to you? Where did all this come from? Shen Shuangyu added fuel to the fire, forcing Shen Yuran to face her schemes again. Shun Yuran uncontrollably turned to Shin Shuangyu, her eyes filled with a mix of panic and resentment. Is she upset that you didn't take the bait? It's quite amusing that she hasn't even tried to argue. Does she plan to give up? It seems this troublesome sister, like the original Shindingen, never considered that one day you would be wary of their schemes, so now she's completely confused. Indeed, Shindingen could relate to Shun Yuran's feelings. From the moment Shin Shuangyu appeared, Shindingen understood that she must have guessed Shin Yuran had ulterior motives, which is why she retaliated.
But why?
Why was Shin Shuangyu wary of Shin Yuran, and how could Shin Yuran harm her sister like this? Shindingen had thought about making things difficult for Shin Shuangyu, forcing her to return to the second house for the family's sake, but never imagined Shin Shuangyu would be involved in a scandal over a man, harming their offspring. That was too much. All for a man? Shindingen felt a bit angry for Shin Shuangyu. Fourth sister, what are you doing? The people around couldn't help but discuss. What else could she be doing? If it were Shin Shuangyu here, it would be hard to defend herself. Exactly, with that past engagement, no one would believe Shin Shuangyu is innocent. It's ridiculous that someone with harmful intentions would have no support from heaven. Look, she's now entangled with someone who has no reason to harm her. Right, Joey isn't even close to her, and just went through that situation. How could she possibly be plotting against her? This is truly absurd and laughable, seeing sisters fighting like this. Did you not hear what that maid just said? The couple wants to take Shin Shuangyu to Jiangnan, but then they... It seems like the husband is willing, but the sister is not allowing it. How can they bear to use a child for a trick? TSK. It's surprising how appearances can be deceiving. A girl who seems delicate like a flower turns out to be a carnivorous plant. Faced with the accusations and questions, Shun Yuran quickly came up with a response. No, that's not it, sister. I know Li Fei wants to meet you to discuss going south. I really came to persuade you. I don't know why Joey is here instead of you. I just wanted to convince you to go together, so I pulled Joey a bit. I guess in my panic I fell. It's all Shiju's fault. She said things that made me think you didn't want me to have children for Li Fei, which confused me. But how could you want to harm me? I also lost my beloved child, which made me lose my mind and misunderstand you. Sister, you can hit me or scold me. It's all my fault. As Shun Yuran cried, she tried to slap her own face, but Li Fei grabbed her wrist. Li Fei, don't hold me back. Let me punish myself. I'm sorry, sister. Li Fei looked uncertain and suddenly turned to Shiju. Although Shiju was scared due to the situation, upon hearing Shin Yuran, she immediately knelt down and repeatedly bowed her head to Shin Shuangyu. Madam Shun, it's all my fault. I deserve to die. I believe the rumors that you and our young master were a couple. I also heard that after your divorce, you would fight with the young lady for your original engagement. I felt sorry for the young lady and jumped to conclusions without understanding the situation. If anyone is to blame, it's me for being heartless and judging you. The young lady has always respected you and would never do this on purpose. As Shiju spoke, she kept bowing her head until blood appeared on the stone floor. Li Fei's expression changed slightly, and he kicked Shiju hard, saying, "You worthless maid." Shindingen, however, remained silent with a distant look. Do they really believe this? It seems they underestimated Shin Yuran. She's smarter than Shindingen. In just a moment, she and her loyal maid have staged a scene of self-sacrifice and thrown dirt on you. Indeed, their performance made the onlookers' expressions turn strange, as there were many points in the information revealed that could be criticized. She didn't immediately believe Shin Yuran, but couldn't help but wonder if it was a trick within a trick. Shin Shuangyu sneered and pretended to know nothing, saying, "Your brother-in-law asked to meet me? I had no idea. What are you two really talking about?" Shun Joey added, "What persuasion? What meeting? When I arrived, it was clearly you two who suddenly chased after me, making all sorts of accusations. I didn't even see your husband." Shin Shuangyu sighed deeply. It's not my fault that there was a marriage agreement, and it's not my fault that it was changed. The divorce was even ordered by the emperor. Why does this girl make it seem like everything is my fault? And you too, one moment saying I met with my brother-in-law, the next saying I harmed a child. Are you trying to drive me to my end?
What?
Now you can just make things up without any proof? Just because you two say so? What do you really want? To ruin my reputation? Upon hearing this, the people around began to react. Yes, what meeting? Who can prove it? How can they just say whatever they want? They just accused her of causing a miscarriage, and hearing this, it seemed so unfair to Shin Shuangyu, who hadn't done anything but was being slandered. How can people treat others this way? The crowd cast disdainful glances. Shun Yuran became anxious and immediately looked at Yin Lifeng, but at that moment, he found it hard to speak. As a man, Yin Lifeng was not afraid of such rumors, so when Shin Yuran first mentioned them, he didn't react immediately. Now that he was being challenged, he suddenly realized the situation. The matter of meeting Shin Shuangyu couldn't be explained. The message was secretly given to Yun Tao, who also led the way. Only Shin Shuangyu and Shin Jiawei were present. Unless they found a note on Shin Shuangyu, but they couldn't just search her, so there was no way to prove that a meeting had taken place. Even if he insisted that it happened, what would it matter? Whether others believed him was one thing. In the end, everyone here was with Shin Jiawei, not Shin Shuangyu. Seeing that Yin Lifeng was silent, Shin Yuran turned back to Shin Shuangyu and played the sympathy card. Sister, we really want to take you to Jiangnan. Our original intention was for your good, but I don't know how it turned into this. Sister, I just ask you to believe me. I never wanted to ruin your reputation. How could I use the child I've longed for? No woman would do that. Mentioning the child made Yin Lifeng's heart waver a bit. Indeed, Shin Yuran could not possibly use a child to frame Shin Shuangyu. After they got married, at first he did not touch Shin Yuran. He focused on being a good husband and gradually accepted her as he felt her love. She always hoped for a child of their own, so how could she let go of that dream? Yin Lifei's gaze hardened. Even if the miscarriage tonight was an accident, so what? He suddenly looked at Shin Shuangyu and said, You said we didn't meet, so where were you just now? He knew Shin Shuangyu had been there. He wanted her to be unable to explain herself. As long as there was something unclear about her, they wouldn't bear all the blame for tonight's scandal. Moreover, seeing Shin Shuangyu's reaction, he knew she wouldn't go south with them, so he thought, let her stay here and lose her reputation, forcing her to join them. There's no limit to how low people can go. Are you trying to smear her name? Do you think stepping on her will give you control over her? Shin Shuangyu's gaze toward Shin Yuran and Yin Lifei grew colder. The two of them instinctively avoided eye contact. Shuangyu is with me. Yifuyan suddenly interjected. You are good friends. Shin Yuran weakly added. Yifuyan was quite upset. But Shin Shuangyu smiled and said, Ajun and I are together. We were catching a thief, so we couldn't possibly have time to meet anyone.
What?
A thief. Finally, Aunt Shin-san, who had been quietly watching the conflict, spoke up. Shin Shuangyu exclaimed, Yes, I was about to send Ajun away when I heard noises from an empty courtyard, so I went to check and found a suspicious outsider. Bring him here. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned to look behind the crowd. They had only noticed Shin Shuangyu moving forward. They hadn't paid attention to the people behind her. They saw Uncle Li bringing forward a thin, panicked man with his mouth covered. The moment he appeared, Shin Yuran felt her blood run cold, and it felt like an invisible hand was gripping her throat, making it hard to breathe. Shiju was so scared her eyes widened, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to be seen. She kept silently reminding herself that they had paid a lot of money to the doctor to keep the secret. Uncle Li removed the cloth from the man's mouth, and he immediately panicked, saying, What do you want? Why are you capturing me? Who are you, thief? Aunt Shin-san shouted angrily, recognizing from his clothing that he could not possibly be a guest of theirs, not even a servant. How could a thief appear at the Shin family's banquet? The man was at a loss for words, feeling flustered. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke nearby. When we found him, he seemed to have just woken up. It looked like he had been by someone. He might have stumbled into something dangerous and is now waiting to be silenced. Aunt San, the Shun family cannot get involved in such matters. We should report this to the authorities. When Shen Shuangyu said this, the man shivered, recalling the earlier interrogation and realizing he must know a deadly secret. He had been spared before, but if he remained silent, being sent to the authorities could lead to an unknown fate. Perhaps he would be silenced quietly. However, if he spoke out in public, it could cause trouble with those who wanted to harm him. I am not a suspicious person, the man exclaimed loudly. I am a traveling doctor, brought into your household by a maid to treat a young lady. I don't know who she is, but I know she is pregnant. However, the baby had already died. For nearly half a month, she was given medication to prevent a miscarriage because her condition was worsening and she could lose the baby at any moment. Yet, she seemed to want to wait. I warned her it was harmful to her health, but she insisted. I could only advise her to continue taking the medicine, avoid heavy movements, and manage her emotions. I was just doing my duty as a doctor. I really didn't do anything wrong. After the man spoke, he felt the atmosphere around him suddenly become strange. It was quiet, as if the air had stopped moving. Sometimes, coincidences are so excessive that even the most absurd situations lead to connections. In the silent crowd, someone suddenly asked, "Does the Shin family have another young lady who is pregnant?" Silence. An ongoing silence. It was one thing for outsiders to be unaware, but the Shin family members present could not possibly be ignorant of the situation. Now, not a single Shin family member spoke up to confirm there was another pregnant woman. This was equivalent to an admission. The crowd's shocked gazes fell upon Shin Yuran, who had just appeared so pitiful. So, the baby in her belly is already gone? Oh my, this was premeditated. How cruel. Shen Shuangyu is truly unfortunate. At that moment, Shen Yuran's mind was filled with thoughts of, why is this happening? And how could this be? Beside her, Shiju felt weak all over, her face pale, instinctively curling up. Yin Lifei kept watching the man and Shin Yuran, and finally his gaze landed on Shen Shuangyu, completely confused about what was happening. Suddenly, Shun Dingen spoke up, "Impossible. This can't be true. How could my fourth sister? This is just the word of a thief, not to be trusted. Besides, he doesn't even know who the lady in charge is. Does he not believe that Shin Yuran could have set a trap long ago to harm you, or is he worried about the news of sisters turning against each other spreading, which would be bad for him, and wants to cover up the truth?" Shin Shuangyu sneered inwardly, thinking it might be a bit of both. "So you mean someone is instructing him to lie on purpose?" Shin Shuangyu asked. The doctor immediately protested, swearing that he was not lying. Shin Dingen's threatening gaze swept over him. Although the man was scared, he realized he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just a doctor who treated patients and couldn't let others wrongly accuse him. Shin Shuangyu looked at the doctor and asked, "Do you remember what the maid who brought you in and out of the house looked like?" The doctor was taken aback and shook his head sadly. I was told to keep my head down and didn't dare to look closely." Shiju felt a sense of relief, but didn't dare to relax. What a pity. There's no way to identify her now. "Second sister, this is a family matter," Shin Dingen said in a low voice, then turned to Aunt Shin-san. "Aunt, we shouldn't delay the guests leaving. Fourth sister's husband, hurry and take her to rest. She's lost so much blood, she can't risk her life." What a despicable person. Regardless of whether Shin Dingen could control these people, Shin Shuangyu would not give him the chance to muddle things up. "Wait, this is not just a family matter. I have already established myself as an independent woman. If this situation isn't clarified, I fear someone will spread rumors about my character and accuse me of harming my sister's children. I can't bear such a burden." Shin Shuangyu's voice was as cold and firm as ice, embodying a spirit of rather being shattered than compromised. "Second sister." Shin Dingen tried to grab Shin Shuangyu, but he was suddenly hit on the elbow, forced to pull back, his arm tingling. Beside him, Lulan stepped forward, wanting to scold the person who struck. Looking up, she saw Ifuyun just retracting her fist, standing confidently beside Shin Shuangyu. Being hit by a woman left Lulan at a loss for words. Shin Dingen recalled that Ifuyun was indeed trained in martial arts, and her skills were naturally better than his, who had only dabbled in it. Uncle Lee had just been watching the man and was a moment too slow, but he quickly moved to protect the young lady on the other side. The atmosphere became tense. What is going on? As an elder, Aunt Shin was also a bit flustered. Shen Shuangyu stepped forward, looking down at Shin Yuran and Yin Lifei. Yuran, you have repeatedly put me in a difficult position tonight, and I have to question your intentions. Shen Yuran stiffened, and Yin Lifei, who had been supporting her, could feel the tension. His gaze instinctively fell on Shin Yuran's abdomen. Sister, I didn't do anything. You can't accuse me like this, Shin Yuran exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, clearly on the verge of breaking down, but she instinctively refused to admit anything. I've already lost my child. That's terrible enough. Why do you have to slander me? I'm your own sister. How could I harm you? Shin Shuangyu looked at her with a serious expression. Yes, you are my sister. How could you harm me? If there was a plan, it would be such a cruel thought. So, to clear your name, let's call a doctor to examine you properly. Shin Yuran's expression froze, as if she had nowhere to escape. Her already pale face turned a shade of gray, and she instinctively clutched her abdomen and stepped back, wincing in pain. Didn't the doctor just examine Yuran? Yin Lifei suddenly spoke up, his voice low. It's not what you think. Shin Yuran looked at him like he was her savior. However, Yin Lifei no longer looked at her. He had a sense of what was happening but knew he could only define everything as an accident for now. Shen Shuangyu turned to the doctor, who had just helped stop Shin Yuran's bleeding. Doctor, what do you say? The doctor, caught off guard, began to sweat. He knew that family matters could be messy and wanted no part in it. So even though he suspected there was more to Shin Yuran's situation, he only stated his conclusion. He didn't expect to be pushed into the spotlight again. Well, I'm not an expert in this area. It would be better to consult someone more skilled. Then let's do that, Shin Shuangyu replied coldly. No, you can't treat me like this. This is humiliating. Shin Yuran panicked. Sister, what are you saying? I'm trying to prove your innocence. Otherwise, how will all these guests understand what happened tonight? Shen Shuangyu retorted. Shin Yuran could only seek help by tugging at Yin Lifei's sleeve. Yin Lifei immediately picked Shin Yuran up and said to Shin Shuangyu, Yuran is in no condition to play around with you. What a scoundrel. He previously begged you to come back to him, and now that he knows the truth, he still chooses to sacrifice you. You were too kind before, making them think they could hurt you without consequences. Second sister, stop it, Shen Ding'an quickly said. Fourth sister just had an accidental fall and lost the baby. It has nothing to do with anyone else. They want to label tonight's events without considering the dirt they could throw on you for meeting your brother-in-law. They are trying to escape. Shuangyu, this is your last chance. Shin Shuangyu directly blocked Yin Lifei. What do you want to do? Yin Lifei looked at Shin Shuangyu with disapproval. You weren't like this before. Yi Fuyun and Shin Zhouwei were very angry. They knew the whole truth about tonight and were frustrated, not expecting them to be so difficult to deal with. Even with all the evidence in front of them, they thought they could just pretend it never happened as long as they didn't admit it. They were powerless to force the issue, but could they really let them go at the last moment? Although everyone present had an idea of the truth, rumors in the capital would likely favor Shin Shuangyu. However, without the complete truth revealed, there would always be risks. But Shin Shuangyu had prepared for so long. How could she let them escape? You can leave, but after tonight, everyone will know that there is a woman in the Shin family who has been using medication to hide a miscarriage. As soon as she said this, before anyone could react to its impact, Aunt Shin Sen almost shouted, "No way." If this got out, the other women in the Shin family, whether married or not, would be in danger. The second branch is fighting. Why should it tarnish the reputation of the others? Everyone looked at Aunt Shin San's ugly expression and began to understand. The man who was caught had just referred to the young lady based on her pregnancy, but now it seemed she might still be an unmarried girl. If tonight's events were not defined, this matter would surely spread, and who wouldn't doubt the women coming from the Shin family? For unmarried ones, did they have children? For the married ones, Was there a miscarriage, and were they planning to harm others? It was all very unclear. Even if they claimed the captured man was lying, it wouldn't clear their names. People fear rumors, and where there's smoke, there's fire. Currently, the only option for the Shin family is to cut ties and survive. Aunt Shin's expression changed unpredictably. At this moment, she realized that even if the old lady and the main family members came, they would have to uncover the truth immediately. Shin Dingin, Yin Li Fei, and Shin Yuran gradually reacted, all looking at the calm Shin Shuangyu. From the very beginning, when the wandering doctor appeared, everything was set in motion. The three were struggling to understand why Shin Shuangyu could be so cold and calculating towards them. Even now, her gaze towards them was so indifferent. Someone, go fetch a doctor to check on Yoran. We need to know what's going on. Aunt Shin couldn't stand the whispers around her, fearing that the young lady in her room would be suspected. Shin Dingin couldn't stop at this time, as the overall stance of the Shin family was very important for him as the heir. No, I don't want to. Shin Yoran shouted immediately. Yin Li Fei was also anxious. Shin Yoran is my wife. Without my permission. Aunt Shin interrupted. This is the Shin family. Yin Li Fei, however, did not back down and directly handed Yoran over to the timid Shiju, standing tall in front of the two, trying to forcefully take her away. Shin Dingin was worried and wanted to discuss with Shin Shuangyu, but she had already stepped aside, leaving it to Aunt Shin. At that moment, Aunt Shin was unyielding and had even sent someone to call her husband for support. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly interrupted the tension. It's so noisy. Can you be quiet? You're wasting my time counting the moons. Everyone was startled and turned to see a figure standing atop the nearby dark rockery, who then jumped down. The bright red clothing immediately caught everyone's attention, causing them to feel wary. Wei Xiaoran. When did he arrive? That dark area was not visible to Yi Qing, but clearly, if he had been there all along, Shin Shuangyu's earlier actions would have been noticed. So, at this moment, the most anxious were Yi Fuyun and Shin Jiawei, both frantically signaling to Shin Shuangyu. Shin Shuangyu naturally looked at Wei Xiaoran, showing no signs of guilt on the surface, but inside, she was also unsettled. After all, she was scheming tonight as well. Although she had received help, they were not familiar enough to trust completely. Young master, what is this? Shin Dingin approached uncertainly. Wei Xiaoran unceremoniously threw the wine flask into Shin Dingin's arms and pointed at Shin Yuran, saying, I noticed her pretending to fall from the start. This little issue has been dragged out too long. It's so annoying. No one is allowed to leave tonight. Call for the royal physician. I want to see what the truth is. Upon hearing this, Shin Shuangyu's side let out a sigh of relief. This guy is helping again? Good. Let's see how they struggle now. Shin Shuangyu looked at Wei Xiaoran. Although this assistance wasn't necessary, it did reduce future troubles. She couldn't express her gratitude directly, but her gaze held a hint of appreciation. Wei Xiaoran caught that look and immediately turned away, his heart racing. He excitedly pulled out his token, saying, Let the Shin family use my token to find the nearest physician Li. Originally, Wei Xiaoran didn't plan to get involved, as the situation was already clear, but he really couldn't stand Yin Li Feng. Shin Yuran's malicious intentions were obvious, and it was infuriating that Yin Li Feng completely disregarded his past relationship with Shin Shuangyu, trying to cover for the toxic woman, regardless of the damage to Shin Shuangyu's reputation. How could such a man, who can't tell right from wrong, be engaged to her? If he had known earlier that Yin Li Feng was such a coward, he would have asked his cousin the prince for help while at Shirong Pass. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaoran glared at Yin Li Feng with even more resentment. Yin Li Feng didn't know how he had offended this young master, but he realized this guy was always unpredictable and difficult to deal with. His bad reputation reached even as far as Jiangnan, and because of his special status, everyone was wary of him. Seeing the situation, Yin Li Feng reluctantly understood that he could no longer turn things around and turned to look at the troublemaker, Shin Yuran, with despair. At this moment, Aunt Shin was already going to retrieve Wei Xiaoran's token, which would make things easier with the royal connection. Shin Yuran's eyes lost all light. She could no longer stand and fell back down helplessly. As shadows fell over her, Shin Yuran looked up and saw Shin Shuangyu. Do you want to continue? Suddenly, Shin Yuran forced a bitter smile. Yes, that's right. I was pregnant with a stillborn and planned to frame you. Although it was expected, the crowd gasped at that moment. Is this how much you like this man, that you would disregard family ties and even ruin me? Shin Shuangyu coldly asked, pointing at Yin Lifeng. Shin Yuran showed a pained expression. Because he can't forget you, I have no choice. I just want to protect my family, my husband, and my sister. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You married someone else, yet you still try to win my husband's heart. You lost him first, and I took care of him. But why do you always interfere with my happiness? Yin Lifei, though suspecting something, was still shocked as he looked at the frantic Shin Yuran. The people around couldn't help but scoff at her logic. Yi Fuyun angrily scolded her, and even Wei Xiaoran forgot his usual neutral stance, glaring at Shin Yuran with fierce eyes. You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever comes to mind. Be careful, or you'll regret it. Your happiness? Shin Shuangyu sneered. Is it happiness you stole? Shin Yuran's expression froze. Her pupils narrowed as she stared blankly at Shin Shuangyu. In the next moment, a loud slap echoed through the air. Shin Shuangyu struck Shin Yuran hard. Shin Yuran, already weak, was knocked off balance and fell to the ground, struggling to catch her breath. She was stunned, and Yin Lifei widened his eyes in shock, while the onlookers felt it was understandable. Only Shin Dingen suddenly found the scene eerily familiar. Shin Yuran's cheek was already swollen. She turned to look at Shin Shuangyu, seemingly unsure of who had just hit her, but all she could see was Shin Shuangyu's icy gaze. In that moment, Shin Yuran's red eyes seemed to express her grievance. That slap was for your wicked thoughts, using your children to harm the sister who once saved your life. Shin Shuangyu declared, then grabbed Shin Yuran by the collar. In Shin Yuran's dazed gaze, she delivered another merciless slap, even harder than the first. The sound was shocking, making the other side of Shin Yuran's face swell even more, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. The onlookers were startled, thinking that one slap should have been enough for Shin Shuangyu's temperament. They didn't sympathize with Shin Yuran, but they were surprised. However, in that moment, Shin Dingen turned to stare at Shin Yuran, as if sensing something strange. Shin Shuangyu's gaze was sharp, and she spoke slowly, piercing through flesh and bone. This slap is for 4 years ago, when I watched helplessly as I was drugged and taken to the Duke of Yongxin's room, my reputation ruined, and you chose to remain silent, not a single word to help me. Under the night sky, a suffocating atmosphere surrounded everyone. At that moment, nobody dared to breathe. The onlookers seemed to have heard a shocking secret, their eyes widening in disbelief. There had been rumors about the real reason behind Shin Shuangyu and Song Jixian's separation, which was far from the official story. A few months before their split, gossip circulated that 4 years ago, Shin Shuangyu had schemed to take the position of the main wife, a plot orchestrated by the Shin family's main branch. It was said that the former top noble lady, Shin Chuchu, admired Shin Shuangyu's character, leading to this trouble. However, at that time, most people believed in Shin Chuchu's kindness and thought she would never harm someone's engagement or reputation. The rumors were quickly suppressed, dismissed as malicious gossip. But when Shin Shuangyu requested a separation and established her own household, it made people wonder what kind of suffering she had endured to turn away from her own family. Could the previous rumors be true? Now, hearing Shin Shuangyu publicly denounce her sister felt like a fog lifting. Those present who knew part of the truth, including Shin Dingen, were equally shocked. Shin Dingen did not doubt Shin Shuangyu's words because he had also been exposed in a similar way, making him even more astonished. He had no idea that his fourth sister, Shin Yuran, played a role in the past events. Wei Xiaoran, who knew part of the truth but didn't want to believe that Shin Shuangyu's experiences were worse than he imagined, felt overwhelmed, as if surrounded by wolves. His fists clenched tightly, drawing blood from the pressure, and his gaze fell softly on Shin Shuangyu's face. Yi Fuyun couldn't bear it any longer, Tears blurred her vision as she stepped forward to comfort the trembling, red-eyed Shin Shuangyu after the confrontation. Meanwhile, Yiqing felt a heavy discomfort in her chest. Although she knew Shin Shuangyu was acting, there was still a hint of genuine emotion in her performance. When Shin Shuangyu had been so affected by the truth that she fainted from blood loss, Yiqing couldn't bring herself to tell her everything at once. She decided to focus on the most important points first, helping her regain her freedom from the marriage. But Shin Shuangyu proved to be more resilient and clever than Yiqing had expected. Whenever Yiqing mentioned Shindingen, she would accidentally refer to him as two ungrateful wolves, prompting Shin Shuangyu to suspect that Shin Yuran must be involved in some way. If it were just about marrying her fiancé, Yiqing wouldn't have said such things. So, Shin Shuangyu had actually asked if there was more to the story behind Shin Yuran marrying Yin Lifei. That's why, when she first reunited with Grandma Sun and Yun Tao, she said she would no longer interact with her third brother and fourth sister. By then, she already knew that besides Shin Dingen's betrayal, Shin Yuran had also turned a blind eye and helped with the wrongdoing, all because she had long been interested in Yin Lifei. At the moment she learned the truth, Shin Shuangyu, despite enduring many blows, broke down and cried under the covers for a long time, as if her last bit of hope had vanished. So later, even when Yiqing told Shin Shuangyu about Shin Yuran planning to harm her at the future banquet, she accepted it calmly, filled only with cold hatred. After a long time, Shin Yuran raised her swollen face, her gaze vacant, and said to Shin Shuangyu, "What did you say? I don't understand." Shin Shuangyu seemed to have used up all her strength, heartbroken by her family. Leaning on Yi Fujuan, she slowly replied, "You and I both know the truth, Shin Yuran. If you want to keep something hidden, you must not do it. You have no proof." Shin Yuran had lost her rationality, instinctively saying this, still wanting to deny what she had done. Shin Shuangyu looked at her mockingly. She had no proof, but this scene didn't need any. It was enough to achieve the effect. Ignoring Shin Yuran's response, she continued, "You saw everything at the time and guessed their intentions. Did you ever hesitate for a moment for me, your sister? You did, but in the end, you chose to let my reputation be ruined and my engagement destroyed. No wonder you disregarded the shame and married my fiancé. After all, he was someone you had long coveted." Shin Yuran's face twisted at the words "my fiancé," making her already sickly appearance look even more ghostly. She was on the verge of breaking down, but the fatal never came from Shin Shuangyu. "What are you talking about?" Yin Lifei suddenly spoke, his voice vague and unfocused, as if waking from a dream. Shin Yuran trembled, finally feeling fear. She wanted to deny it, to say it was all her sister's imagination, but before she could speak, someone roughly grabbed her arm and lifted her up. Soon, she faced an enraged expression. Yin Lifei, known for his temper and martial background, now exuded an aura of fury. "Tell me, did you watch as Shuangyu was framed and do nothing to stop it?" Yin Lifei's voice thundered, and his gaze toward Shin Yuran held no affection or friendship, only hatred. Yin Lifei previously protected Shin Yuran because what she did was out of love as his wife. He didn't want his reputation to be harmed, so the best way was to downplay the situation and define everything as an accident, ensuring everyone was happy. But now it's different. Now he realizes that from the beginning, it was wrong. He and Shin Shuangyu could have been happily together. If only the woman who took his wife's place had even a little conscience and just spoke up. Now, just thinking about being deceived by someone close to him, Yin Lifei cannot accept it at all. At this moment, Shin Yuran looked at Yin Lifei, who was glaring at her in anger, and finally broke down. She knew this man wouldn't believe her no matter how she tried to defend herself. Shin Yuran turned to Shin Shuangyu and suddenly laughed. "Ha, you've been holding back for a long time, right? You've been acting with me today, knowing the truth all along but not confronting me. You were just waiting for the right moment, weren't you?" Shin Yuran was indeed clever. But how could Shin Shuangyu admit that? "I gave you a chance to confess and admit your mistakes, but you still tried to frame me. I'm so disappointed in you." This was naturally said for others to hear, After all, she had to maintain the victim's stance and not give anyone the chance to morally pressure her. When Yi Qing and Shen Shuangyu plotted their revenge, they understood that without Shen Yuran making a mistake, whatever truth Shen Shuangyu revealed would be questioned as jealousy over her fiancé marrying her sister, imagining her sister was at fault. So, during the day, Shen Shuangyu pretended to be friendly with her, not wanting to break the facade too soon. This was to protect her own reputation and because she knew she had to wait for Shen Yuran to make a mistake before revealing everything. Only then would she have a chance to break down Shen Yuran's defenses and gain everyone's support. The original plan to escape the miscarriage trap was to have Yi Fuyun help with the deception, but later, when Shin Joe was willing to help, the plan was switched to her, which worked even better. Shen Shuangyu chose to relentlessly pursue Shen Yuran for maliciously framing her and then take the opportunity to expose the truth from back then. Even if there was no solid evidence proving Shen Yuran acted intentionally, just the sudden revelation of the truth would make Yin Lifei lose control and completely divide them. Even if that didn't happen, the combination of both events would make it impossible for Shen Yuran to clear her name. Unexpectedly, there was an additional wandering doctor who handed over the evidence. Shen Shuangyu and Yi Qing quickly changed their plan to completely expose Shen Yuran's malice. By revealing the truth from years ago, it would be almost certain. At this moment, Shen Shuangyu shook her head in sorrow, showing her disappointment in her loved ones, which resonated with the onlookers. So, Shen Shuangyu was truly framed. And this sister saw it but did nothing to stop it. If an ordinary servant had witnessed such a scene, they might have been too afraid to speak out. But she was the legitimate daughter of the second branch. She had nothing to fear. If she had just called for help, her sister's innocence could have been saved that night, and everything that followed would not have happened. Most of the people present were women from the capital, who knew what kind of life Shen Shuangyu had lived as the wife of the Duke of Yongxin over the years. Although the scandal from back then never became public, Shen Shuangyu had a betrothal and then married her cousin's husband. As a result, her cousin's family still held a grudge against her. Anyone who inquired would hear about Shen Shuangyu's supposed affairs, and behind her back, they looked down on her. While they didn't openly make things difficult for her, they certainly isolated her. Looking back at those times, Shen Shuangyu had to pretend to be foolish, force a smile, and work hard to manage everything, which brought tears to the eyes of many ladies present. When they looked at Shen Yuran, they couldn't help but feel disdain. Seeing everyone support Shen Shuangyu seemed to trigger something in Shen Yuran. Since you're already ruined, what's wrong with helping me just once more? With our parents and brother gone, you should be responsible for taking care of us. Shen Shuangyu was infuriated by Shen Yuran's words, thinking hopeless. Yi Fuyun couldn't help but curse, how selfish. Not just selfish, it's heartless. Shen Joe also spoke up. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. Shen Yuran had never been treated this way before.
Why?
Why is it always like this? Everyone helps you, everyone likes you more. Shen Yuran seemed to be talking to herself, her eyes growing more frantic. This person is jealous of you? It seems she has felt this way since childhood. Shen Shuangyu was confused, with no memory of such feelings. She only remembered that she loved her younger siblings dearly, always prioritizing their happiness over her own. But this was Shen Yuran's inner demon. Since childhood, her talented parents, her outstanding brother, the servants of the general's residence, and the people of Shirong Pass all preferred Shen Shuangyu. Even the smallest signs were clear to her. Everyone favored her sister, even though she was the youngest daughter and should have been the most cherished. Second sister, you can't blame me, Shen Yuran said, staring blankly at Shen Shuangyu. Do you know? Growing up, watching you always be so humble felt so fake and hypocritical. What I truly wanted, you would never give me. You only offered me small favors to keep me quiet. What do you really want? Yin Lifei? Shen Shuangyu asked. Shen Yuran turned to look at the man who still glared at her. She remembered when she was young. Every time Yin Lifei visited Shirong Pass to see Shen Shuangyu, he would secretly take her out. His intention was simple. He wanted to use her knowledge of her sister to create surprises for Shen Shuangyu and win her affection. He would carefully ask about her sister's interests and daily life, and even after leaving Shirong Pass, he would bribe her and Shindingen to help keep an eye out for rivals. When they returned to the capital, with their parents gone and the second branch in decline, he remained devoted to her sister, eager to marry her as soon as possible. That kind of deep, wholehearted affection was incredibly captivating. Shin Shuangyu already had so much love. Why couldn't she share just a little with her? So, when she saw Shin Shuangyu that night, clearly unconscious and being taken to Song Jixian's room, she chose to remain silent because she guessed the Shin family's intentions. Yes, it's him, Shin Yuran admitted. But Yin Lifei showed no reaction to Shin Yuran's feelings and violently threw her to the ground. How dare you? Shin Yuran let out a muffled groan of pain but stubbornly looked up. I just wanted to try once. What did I do wrong? I'm not the one trying to harm her. I just did nothing. Suddenly, Shin Shuangyu spoke, her voice filled with a sense of emptiness. If you had told me earlier that you liked Yin Lifei, I would have given you the engagement. Yin Lifei turned sharply to look at Shin Shuangyu, his pupils dilating, his expression pained, trembling all over. He reached out to grab Shin Shuangyu but was unexpectedly blocked by Wei Xiaoran, who stepped forward. Shin Yuran stared in shock at Shin Shuangyu, who continued to ask, would you be willing to call out for me that night? It seemed something was collapsing in Shin Yuran's eyes. From behind the screen, Yi Qing also sensed the emotional turmoil of the two. It became a matter of life and death. Yes, Shin Shuangyu said that on purpose. According to her nature, if she had really known back then that Shin Yuran liked Yin Lifei, she might have felt troubled and tried to help Shin Yuran with her feelings. If that didn't work, she would have taken her sister along to get married, but she would never give the engagement to Shin Yuran. This doesn't make sense because at that time, Yin Lifei was very devoted, and they had a prior agreement. Shin Shuangyu could not break the engagement and act unfaithfully. But now, she wants to say just that. She wants to make Yin Lifei suffer, and Shin Yuran suffer too. Otherwise, how would it be considered revenge? Shin Shuangyu took a deep breath and slowly pulled out a jade pendant from her pocket. Shin Yuran instantly recognized it as the birthday gift she had once given to her sister. Just now, we settled all our grudges with 2 slaps. Everyone witnessed that my sisterly bond with you is represented by this jade pendant. In an instant, Shin Shuangyu forcefully smashed the pendant at Shin Yuran's feet. It didn't just break, it shattered completely, leaving no chance for repair until the fragments disappeared into the world. Shin Yuran stood there, still in shock. I have no sister like you, and you have no sister like me, Shin Shuangyu said, then leaned down and whispered in Shin Yuran's ear. After I learned the truth, I dreamed of our parents and brother. They said your actions will have consequences. You will lose your loved ones, and you will have no descendants. At that moment, Shin Yuran felt as if her soul had been pulled away, with Shin Shuangyu's last words echoing in her ears like a curse. Actually, it was never clearly stated in the original story whether Shin Yuran had children later on. Once, Shin Dingen hoped Shin Shuangyu would help the Yin family gain some benefits from Song Jixian. Shin Dingen's reason was, in this life, you owe your 4th sister. She has regrets in her life and struggles in her husband's family. If the Yin family doesn't see her as useful elsewhere, it will be hard for her to hold her position as the main wife. In fact, as the brother-in-law, Shin Dingen could have directly spoken to Song Jixian about this. But he was smart and knew this approach was risky and might upset his brother-in-law. He didn't want to take that risk, but wanted to strengthen his family ties. At that time, he had already noticed Song Jixian's feelings for Shin Shuangyu and thought that if Shin Shuangyu pleaded, it would surely work. Although he also understood that Shin Shuangyu's plea would likely make things difficult for her, it was just a couple's playful banter, so it could be seen as a win-win situation. What a ridiculous situation. When Yi Qing read this part, she was extremely angry. Since Shin Yuran left the capital after her miscarriage, she completely ignored her sister Shin Shuangyu, not reaching out during any holidays. Unaware of the truth, Shin Shuangyu felt guilty and thought she was making amends for her sister by forcing herself to seek help from Song Jixian. In the end, This led to a smooth career for the Yin family, which was credited to Shin Yuran. This was not the only time. There were several instances until Shen Shuangyu's death. From this, Yi Qing concluded that Shen Yuran would never be pregnant again. Moreover, given how long this situation dragged on, the damage must have been even worse. If having no children was a given, then let Shen Shuangyu take revenge. She wanted Shen Yuran to live in fear forever. Year after year, she would wait for the only chance for her and Yin Lifi to reconcile to vanish. She wanted Shen Yuran to realize every day that all of this was due to her own wrongdoings. No one heard what Shen Shuangyu said to Shen Yuran in the end, but it was surely heartbreaking. After Shen Shuangyu spoke, she leaned on Yi Fuyun, heartbroken, while Shen Yuran finally couldn't hold on and fainted, causing everyone to gasp. Aunt Shen quickly called for a doctor to check on Shen Yuran. The doctor was sweating, saying, "It's a case of excessive emotional stress. We need to act quickly." Seeing that no one was attending to Shen Yuran, Aunt Shen hurriedly arranged for immediate treatment. At that moment, Shen Shuangyu said to Aunt Shen, "I'm tired, Auntie. I have to prepare for the shop tomorrow, so I'll take my leave." Aunt Shen was unsure how to handle the situation. From the moment Shen Shuangyu revealed the truth, she sensed something serious had happened, but didn't know what to do. When she heard Shen Shuangyu wanted to leave, she could only nod reflexively and added, "Yes, running the shop is important. You should rest early." Shen Shuangyu was polite and said to the servant behind her, "Mama Sun, please apologize to grandmother for me. I'm leaving now." Mama Sun quickly stepped back. The surrounding guests noticed that despite Shen Shuangyu's evident sorrow and red eyes, she maintained her composure, remembered to inform her grandmother, and even acknowledged the guests, earning their admiration. In the end, Shen Shuangyu offered some words of comfort to Shen Jiawei. Shen Jiawei wiped away her non-existent tears, and they comforted each other. Finally, Shen Shuangyu glanced at Yin Lifei, who seemed out of sorts. That look was very deep, and Yin Lifei felt she had something to say. He wanted to approach her but had to go around because of Wei Shaoran in front of him. However, Shen Shuangyu had already turned and left. At that moment, someone finally noticed that something was off and cast a subtle glance in a certain direction. Lu Lan, who had a poor relationship with Shen Shuangyu, didn't feel anything was wrong since Shen Shuangyu didn't greet her. She simply tugged at Shen Dingen's sleeve. Shen Dingen, who should have been sensitive, was still shaken by the sudden realization that Shen Yuran was also involved in the past incident. It wasn't until he saw Shen Shuangyu's distant figure that he snapped back to reality. His anger flared when he saw Shen Yuran being carried away unconscious, but he had no way to express it, leaving his face pale. She had truly lost her mind. He didn't regret his earlier decision because he believed it was for the development of the entire second branch, not just for himself. But Shen Yuran was different. It might seem contradictory, but he thought Shen Yuran should protect her older sister, not watch Shen Shuangyu walk into a trap. His thoughts were a jumble until Lu Lan repeatedly called out to him, bringing him back to the moment. But when he looked up, his head buzzed as he noticed the subtle gazes around him, all directed at him. All he could think was, "It's over." Although Shen Shuangyu hadn't targeted him today, the fact that he was the one who drugged and fainted her hadn't spread yet. The most talked about rumor outside was that the main branch was planning for Shen Shuangyu to marry Song Jixian. But no one was foolish. Everyone had seen Shen Shuangyu's attitude towards her younger brother. She treated him as if he didn't exist. Even if they couldn't figure out what he had done to harm his sister, they knew he was certainly not innocent. Shen Dingen's lips turned pale, but he forced himself to say, "I apologize, everyone. It was just a small disagreement between sisters. One made an unfounded guess, and the other retaliated with words. It was all in jest. Please don't take it to heart." "Does young Master Shen think we're fools?" Wei Shaoran retorted without holding back, then staggered away, saying, "Tonight was truly a terrible show of repaying kindness with resentment. It hurt my eyes." Shen Dingen's face turned green. Looking around, the women avoided his gaze, all awkwardly excusing themselves. Shen Dingen felt a chill in his heart. It was indeed too late. He should have denied everything from the past, but he had been too shocked, and things had developed too quickly. By the time he realized what was happening, Shin Shuangyu had left, and Shin Yuran was unconscious, leaving him no chance to turn things around. The only comfort was that Shin Shuangyu had only targeted Shin Yuran. She could have included him, but chose not to. Perhaps even though the second sister was unwilling to forgive him, she understood his struggles and left him a glimmer of hope. A perfect conclusion. No one paid attention to Shin Dingen. Everything unfolded as we expected. Shin Shuangyu slowly raised her eyes and walked away. Shin Yuran was easy to deal with because she was selfish, focused only on one man. But Shin Dingen was different from the main family. Shin Shuangyu had rarely publicly accused the main family and Shin Dingen because they represented the Shin family's power. Accusing them without evidence would surely backfire. Even more cruelly, even with evidence, she would still be at a disadvantage. If they discovered Shin Shuangyu planned to take drastic actions, she might quietly face dire consequences tonight. She needed to be wise and choose her battles carefully. But she wouldn't miss any chance to undermine Shin Dingen and the main family. Tonight, while not directly targeting him, she subtly deepened everyone's understanding of the situation, leaving them a trap. Now that Shin Shuangyu had left, everything was set. But Shin Dingen couldn't blame her. After all, she had been wronged by Shin Yuran today, which had caused her to inadvertently reveal things she shouldn't have. Shin Shuangyu was innocent. So, even if the main family and Shin Dingen realized the impact of tonight's events, they could only feel powerless anger or blame Shin Yuran. However, tonight, there were still two goals left to achieve. Shin Shuangyu and Ifuyun exited the Shin family gate, waiting for their carriage to arrive. Uncle Li had released the doctor, who gratefully bowed to Shin Shuangyu, believing someone wanted to silence him but was saved by the kind lady. Yi Qing watched, amused, and kept sending laughing comments. Shin Shuangyu gave the doctor some silver as a token of thanks. Soon, Shin Shuangyu's carriage arrived. She looked at Ifuyun in confusion. Ifuyun's maid had not joined them and had been assigned to wait at the gate. Having seen them leave, the maid should have prepared the carriage and arrived before Shin Shuangyu's. As Ifuyun frowned, the maid rushed over angrily, "Miss, I couldn't find our carriage." After the young master and little master left, they didn't send the carriage back to wait. The maid was very angry, but Ifuyun remained calm. She turned to Shin Shuangyu and smiled, saying, "Then I'll just ride in Shuangyu's carriage. I have so much to talk about." Shin Shuangyu smiled back and invited Ifuyun to join her in the carriage, saying, "When Granny's son returns, I'll take you home first." Ifuyun asked, "By the way, you sent Granny's son to say goodbye, but why hasn't she come back yet? Has it taken so long?" Shin Shuangyu looked up at the sky. Look. Oh no. A lot of people are rushing to one place." Sure enough, after a while, Granny's son quickly came out, got into the carriage, and told Uncle Li, "Let's go quickly." The carriage took off immediately. Ifuyun was surprised and said, "What's going on? It feels like we're running for our lives." Granny's son couldn't explain everything clearly, so she said, "It's all my fault. When I went to say goodbye for the young lady, the old lady asked why it was so chaotic outside. I couldn't help but tell her everything that happened tonight. The old lady was already upset about the Hu family matters, and after hearing what I said, she got so angry that she fainted. Now it's chaotic inside, and the guests who haven't left are being sent out. There will definitely be a crowd at the door later." Ifuyun was stunned. A crowd at the door? Is that the main point? Haha, Granny's son did a great job. This is to prevent the Shin family from using Zhao's illness to call back the younger generation. As long as we run fast enough, they won't catch up. Shin Shuangyu took a deep breath, hoping her father wouldn't blame her for being unfilial. Indeed, this was part of her revenge. Yi Qing had mentioned that her relationship with Yin Lifi led to Shin Yuran's misunderstanding, causing a miscarriage. When Zhao heard the news, she fainted from anger, making Shin Shuangyu's reputation even worse. Now, Shin Yuran would experience the shame of being unfilial, and Zhao would face the consequences of her own actions. Noticing the complex emotions on Shin Shuangyu's face, Yi Qing sent a message, Don't overthink it. Zhao is the best at pretending to be sick at critical moments. She knows there are problems, but still allows everything to unfold. Your father's sacrifices have brought glory to the Shin family, yet she, as an elder, fails to protect you and lets you be used. Now she still wants to harm you. She doesn't deserve to enjoy anything now. Your revenge is justified. If the elders are unkind, the younger generation can also be unfilial. Shen Shuangyu's pupils shrank, and the complexity on her face gradually faded. She murmured, "Just one more." Yifun suddenly heard her mumbling and asked, "What do you mean by one more?" As they were talking, the carriage suddenly slowed down, and Uncle Li's voice came from outside. "Miss, it's Yin Li Feng blocking the way. Turn into the empty alley, and don't let anyone see us," Shen Shuangyu calmly instructed. The last look she gave was intentionally directed at Yin Li Feng. After all, they still had unresolved issues between them. The carriage stopped in the deserted alley, and Shen Shuangyu didn't let Yifun get off but instead walked to the front of the carriage with Uncle Li. In the dim alley, there were only a few lanterns in front of the carriage. Yin Li Feng caught up, stepping out from the shadows, staring blankly at Shen Shuangyu, his expression a mix of a smile and tears.
Shuangyu, I'm sorry.
Shen Shuangyu looked at Yin Li Feng coldly and said, "You already apologized to me once before. Why are you apologizing again now?" Yin Li Feng seemed to be holding his breath, unable to speak or swallow, his face filled with embarrassment. "I didn't know that Shin Yuran had such feelings for me, and that it hurt you. I'm sorry for that. You can hit me or scold me. I accept it all." He has so many things to apologize for, yet he chooses the one that matters the least. It's as if he's trying to show off his charm, making you think he's competitive. Why not mention how he covered for Shin Yuran tonight and tried to tarnish your reputation? Why not talk about the terrible things he did back then? Truly, he has always been a coward without responsibility. Shen Shuangyu raised her eyebrows, thinking that Yi Qing's insults were spot on. It seemed she would never receive a sincere apology because some people selectively forget their shameful actions. Seeing that Shen Shuangyu didn't react with anger, Yin Li Feng couldn't help but step forward. "Shuangyu, our fate was maliciously torn apart, and what do you want to say?" Shen Shuangyu suddenly frowned and asked. Yin Li Feng's gaze flickered. He knew the timing was wrong, but he couldn't resist the urge. He wanted to correct his mistakes right now. "Shuangyu, you are divorced, and I can no longer be with Shin Yuran, so I want to rekindle our past, okay? Let everything return to how it was at the beginning. I swear, from now on, I will treat you very well. I will divorce Shin Yuran and marry you as my rightful wife." Yin Li Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, stepping closer to Shen Shuangyu, making Uncle Li tense up. But Shen Shuangyu gave no orders, so Uncle Li naturally couldn't move. Yin Li Fei gazed obsessively at Shen Shuangyu's face, as if looking at a long-lost dream. "Let's go back to Jiangnan and never return to the capital. Let's forget everything here." Shen Shuangyu slowly looked up and met Yin Li Fei's gaze. She raised her hand, as if wanting to touch his face. For a moment, Yin Li Fei wanted to close his eyes and feel it. But then he heard a cold, piercing remark that struck his heart like an arrow. "Forget everything? Does that include the day you barged into my room, ignored my explanation, insulted me, and slapped me?" Before Yin Li Fei could process the resentment in her words, he felt a gust of wind by his face. As a martial artist, he instinctively leaned back to dodge. When he realized Shen Shuangyu was trying to slap him, he heard her stern voice say, "Uncle Li." In an instant, Uncle Li blocked Yin Li Fei's escape route, forcing him to face Shen Shuangyu. A loud slap echoed through the alley. Yin Li Fei had always been the cherished eldest son in his family, spoiled since childhood, and had never been slapped by anyone. This moment of humiliation overshadowed even his feelings for Shen Shuangyu, twisting his expression. He felt not only one side of his face sting but also a deep pain in his soul. But soon, he regained his clarity, remembering Shen Shuangyu's last words, and his face turned pale. The past grievances that he wanted to pretend didn't happen were brought up again, like an old wound being reopened, bleeding profusely. Shuangyu. Yin Lifei covered his cheek, his eyes slightly red, and finally, tears of grievance welled up. You can't blame me for that day. I was innocent. Any man in that situation would lose control. Is that my fault? Shin Shuangyu replied calmly. Is it my fault that after my parents and brother left, I trusted Shindingen, Shinyoran, and you, Yin Lifei, the most? But one drugged me, one stood by and watched, and one was stingy with trust? Yin Lifei was left speechless, his expression pained. Finally, he knelt on one knee, lowered his hands, and looked up at Shin Shuangyu. I am sorry for you. I was easily deceived and betrayed your trust. I regret it deeply. You can hit or scold me. I accept any punishment. Just please forgive me. Shin Shuangyu's gaze was calm. I can forgive you, as long as you promise me one thing. Yin Lifei's eyes brightened, and he was on the verge of tears from excitement. Sure, don't just say one thing. You can say 100.
You know I've always listened to you.
However, the corners of Shin Shuangyu's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Take Shin Yuran and go back to your Jiangnan. Never show up in front of me again, and I will forgive what you did that night. Yin Lifeng was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. Uncle Li quickly stepped in front of Shin Shuangyu to protect her. Shin Shuangyu coldly watched the changing expressions on Yin Lifeng's face. What's wrong? Can't do it? Yin Lifeng's expression finally turned bitter.
You just won't forgive me. You resent me, don't you?
Shin Shuangyu shook her head. That's not it.
Impossible.
Otherwise, you wouldn't make such a request. I will forgive you, but only if you never appear in front of me again. You don't deserve any attention in my life anymore. You're like a leftover poison. Once it's cleared away, it's done. My life is finally starting over, and you are just an unimportant part of it. Let's end it here. Yin Lifeng's gaze was locked on Shin Shuangyu's face for a long time, and finally, he couldn't bear it and staggered back a step. He realized that Shin Shuangyu was serious when she said this, without any hint of anger. You're lying. How could you just move on so easily? Yin Lifeng found it hard to believe that their mistaken engagement could be Shin Shuangyu's biggest regret. He thought it was very important to her. But for Shin Shuangyu, the retribution for Shin Yuran would follow her for a lifetime. As for Yin Lifeng, perhaps a slap was not enough to make up for the humiliation Shin Shuangyu had suffered, but in the end, among all these people, Yin Lifeng had the least debt to her. So it was enough to end it here. Seeing that Shin Shuangyu was ready to turn and leave, clearly not intending to say anything more, he hurriedly said, No, you can't. Shuangyu, I won't agree. You were meant to be mine. Why can't we rekindle our past?
There are no obstacles now.
Shin Shuangyu coldly glanced at him. You had a chance. And you gave it up.
What?
Yin Lifeng was taken aback. Back then, did you really never doubt the rumors? Did you never believe in me? Shin Shuangyu asked with a strange smile. Yin Lifeng's expression froze. His eyes dropped, unwilling to meet her gaze, as if he subconsciously didn't want to think deeper. Feeling guilty. Shin Shuangyu sneered inwardly. Was it really like this? You actually know there are problems, but you also understand that you can't protect your fiancée and can't overcome all the difficulties to keep her away from trouble. You can't compete with the Shin family, and you can't match Song Jixian. You can't even convince your own family. You are fully aware of this, and you don't want me to see your weakness, so you'd rather be angry and blame everything on me. You are just an innocent, wronged, pitiful victim. Am I right? As Shin Shuangyu's cold words echoed, Yin Lifei took a step back, losing all color in his face, as if deeply wounded inside. He almost couldn't stand. He looked at Shin Shuangyu in fear, but she didn't even spare him a glance. Shin Shuangyu walked to the carriage, got in, and as the curtain fell, she said one last thing. Yin Lifei, remember the condition for my forgiveness. Don't let it come to the point where you exhaust all your past memories and make me look down on you. As her words faded, Yin Lifei felt like he had received a silent sentence. He no longer had the right to be by Shin Shuangyu's side. The sound of the carriage leaving jolted him awake. Instinctively, he wanted to chase after her, to cling to her. He remembered how soft-hearted Shin Shuangyu was. Whenever he upset her, as long as he persisted, she would eventually smile and forgive him. She would never be so heartless. But before he could reach the end of the alley, he felt a strong wind rush past him. Inside the carriage, Shin Shuangyu was telling Yi Fuyun that she was fine, just completely ending a toxic relationship. Wow, there are actually assassins attacking Yin Lifei. He didn't stand a chance and got knocked out. Shin Shuangyu was a bit shocked. What was happening? Why did this sudden change occur? Getting knocked out, were they trying to kill him? Thinking of this, her expression changed slightly. What if Yin Lifei died and someone traced it back to her?
Huh.
They aren't assassins? They just broke an arm and left? Strange. Were they just venting their anger? Is Yin Lifei that hated? Oh, now they're gone. Seeing this, Shin Shuangyu breathed a sigh of relief. Others have their own conflicts. As long as no one died and it didn't involve her, it was none of her business. After a while, the carriage finally arrived at the Shi residence. Yi Fuyun got out with her maid, and it seemed the Shi family's doorman had been waiting as he quickly appeared. The maid immediately questioned him about why no carriage had come to pick them up. Yi Fuyun was saying goodbye to Shin Shuangyu when the doorman innocently said, "Aren't you all traveling by carriage? No one told me to send another one." Hearing this, Yi Fuyun was taken aback and turned to ask, "Has the master and young master not returned yet?" Just as the doorman was about to respond, they heard the sound of a carriage approaching. It was the Shi family's carriage. As the carriage stopped, Shi Yibin got out, holding the lively Shi Hao. Upon seeing them, Shi Yibin's expression briefly changed, and Shi Hao seemed less energetic, nervously looking at Yi Fuyun. Shin Shuangyu sat inside the carriage, watching their reactions through the window, slightly frowning. "Why are you back so early? Did the Shun family's banquet end so quickly?" Shi Yibin asked as he approached. Yi Fuyun glanced at the father and son. "Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Shouldn't you have returned home earlier?" Shi Yibin immediately became displeased and said, "What's this? Asking so many questions in front of others." Yi Fuyun looked at him, but remained silent. Shi Yibin also seemed unable to hold back, sighing and saying, "I was just bringing Howard back to rest, but on the way, he suddenly wanted to eat roast duck, so I took him to the most famous place. I didn't expect it to be so busy tonight, which took some time." Yes. We want to eat roast duck and even brought you a portion," Shi Hao said confidently. Yi Fuyun's expression softened a bit. "Oh, I see." Then she took Shi Hao in her arms and asked, "Since you brought me a portion, why not give it to Aunt Shin so she can try it too?" Just as Shin Shuangyu was about to refuse, Shi Yibin spoke up first. Sorry, Madam Shin. This roast duck is what we have left over. It's not suitable to give away. It's fine to share leftovers with family, but definitely not with guests." Hearing this, Yi Fuyun could only helplessly say to Shin Shuangyu later, "I'll take you to eat. It tastes really good." Shin Shuangyu didn't say anything, smiling and nodding, preparing to leave. "I'll come to your shop tomorrow to support you," Yi Fuyun said with a smile. Shin Shuangyu replied, "Okay. Thank you." Shi Yibin also added, "Wishing you a successful opening." Shin Shuangyu politely nodded, and only then did the carriage leave. Looking up, she indeed saw Yi Qing complaining. "Something's off. Those two must be hiding something from Yi Fuyun." Shin Shuangyu rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "Yes, there is a problem. What could it be?
Could it be
That cousin hasn't left and is secretly meeting with Jinhua? They are sneaking around behind Yi Fujun's back." Shin Shuangyu was taken aback. There were others in the car, so it wasn't the right time to speak. It wasn't until she returned home and was alone that she said, "What you just mentioned seems too exaggerated. Sure, Yibin shouldn't be so bold. They are both in the capital, and it would be easy to get caught, unless he doesn't care about Yi Jun wanting to separate from him. TSK, haven't you realized? Men in ancient times can be even more blindly arrogant than those here. This is the power that gives men an advantage." Shin Shuangyu was stunned. It did seem possible. "You know Yi Fujun well, so you understand she is very resolute. But does Shi Yibin know he shouldn't play with fire?" Shin Shuangyu's gaze flickered. Should I remind Ijun tomorrow? That might not be good. There's no evidence, and although she is a good friend, how do you know she hasn't sensed something unusual? Shin Shuangyu recalled Yi Fujun's strange attitude today, as if she were waiting for something. With no clear direction, they decided not to discuss it further. Shin Shuangyu sat back at her desk, looking at the piles of papers filled with the key points she had discussed with Yi Qing over the past few days. She brought over a fire pit and lit it, burning the papers bit by bit. "Bring me a wine glass," she instructed Yun Tao.
Cheers.
Yi Qing had also prepared champagne early, celebrating with Shen Shuangyu from a distance. Although the day had been exhausting, it was also a great success, with all their goals achieved. Shen Shuangyu felt a little lighter in spirit. Yi Qing was filled with a sense of accomplishment, as if they had overcome a significant challenge together. Just as they were celebrating, there was a knock at the door. Yi Qing told Shen Shuangyu and went to open the door, finding Xiao Wei, who had just returned from work. "Back from your workaholic ways?" Yi Qing greeted with a smile. "Want some champagne? I'm in a good mood today." Seeing Yi Qing in her robe, holding champagne and leaning against the door frame with a cheerful expression, Xiao Wei felt a sudden urge to scold her. "Do you know what workaholics can't stand? I think Fong Jie should give you more work. You're too relaxed." It was clear that those who worked too much carried a lot of frustration. Yi Qing immediately straightened up, adjusting her casual demeanor. "What can I do for you, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Wei remembered the important matter and his expression softened a bit. "Clear your schedule for tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night?" Yi Qing thought for a moment. It didn't conflict with Shin Shuangyu's opening time. "What's going on?" Xiao Wei was surprised and looked at Yi Qing curiously. Seeing that she really seemed fine, he said, "I'll take you out to have some fun." "Oh, the workaholic finally has time to play? Can't hold it in anymore? What are we doing?"
Yi Qing was intrigued.
Xiao Wei raised an eyebrow and said mysteriously, "You'll find out when the time comes." "Okay, I'm not going out anyway, so I'm available anytime." After chatting with Xiao Wei, Yi Qing noticed he received a call and then went back to his room to continue working. It's rare for him to be so busy and still find time to play tomorrow. Her entertainment company was thriving, keeping her extremely busy. The artists signed under her, like Fong Jie, were also with various projects, which gave her a rare chance to relax. While she was thinking, she heard clattering from the kitchen downstairs, wondering what Zhang Ma was busy with so late at night. Yi Qing returned and continued chatting with Shin Shuangyu until it was almost time to rest. "Are you coming tomorrow?
How long can you stay?"
Shin Shuangyu asked Yi Qing, which was unusual since Yi Qing usually initiated the plans. Shin Shuangyu was concerned that her asking might disrupt Yi Qing's routine. Although she loved having Yi Qing by her side and enjoyed seeing the comments, Yi Qing had her own life too. "Of course I'm coming. I'll be there as soon as I wake up. I'll watch our snack shop opening all day, but I have other plans for the evening," Yi Qing replied. Shin Shuangyu knew that Yi Qing would be out late, so she smiled and said, "All right, see you tomorrow." Yi Qing turned off the video to rest. Shin Shuangyu, however, did not rest. After showering and changing, she stayed in her study, quietly writing something. Meanwhile, the scandal involving the Shin family spread rapidly among the well-informed families in the capital. Song Zixian left the Shin family with his family in anger before the dinner and only learned about the various rumors late at night. Song Zixian didn't care about the truth from years ago or whether the Shin family could continue to hide it. After all, whether it was exposed or not didn't affect him much. He was also a victim being manipulated, so no one could blame him. What he was most concerned about was the truth known by Yin Lifei. Shin Yuran had a miscarriage, and the scandal is out. Yin Lifei won't want her anymore. Song Zixian frowned slightly. A thought crossed his mind. Would Yin Lifei want to rekindle their relationship? But the next moment, he heard about Yan Qidao. As for Yin Lifei, he was found passed out in an alley, apparently attacked, and his hand was broken. "What?" Song Zixian said. "He's quite skilled." Yan Qi nodded. "At least someone of my level could easily hurt him." Song Zixian asked, "Does the Yin family have enemies in the capital?" Yan Qi replied, "Not necessarily. Could it be someone who admires Lady Shin? After all, She was very popular back then, and many people heard about those events tonight. It seems that Yin Li Fei's distrust back then led to this. Receiving a cold glare, Yan Qi quickly closed his gossiping mouth. Song Zhixian looked away, amused. Admirer? A divorced woman. What charm could she have to make someone take such a risk? Thinking this, he suddenly recalled an incident from long ago when someone broke into the Ho residence, and his expression turned a bit grim. In fact, Song Zhixian had already suspected something. How did Shen Shuangyu suddenly learn the truth from back then, which even he couldn't uncover, and insist on a divorce? Was no one helping her during that time? In the 3 years he hadn't paid attention to her, had Shen Shuangyu been secretly restless and not behaving properly? On the 3rd street of Dongqiao River, Xianqing pastry shop officially opened at noon. With colorful ribbons, firecrackers, and flowers, the atmosphere was lively. Many passers-by gathered around as the prepared staff brought out trays, offering small samples of all the pastries for free. Those tasting for free might not be the future main customers, as Shen Shuangyu initially aimed to attract wealthy patrons, and the items in the shop were not cheap. But they could help raise Xianqing's reputation. Among the crowd, even in the tea house across the street, there were many scholars who had come to see the shop's unveiling, having heard that the shop's name was written by the esteemed Master Kong, which added a touch of elegance to the place. As carriages arrived one after another, ladies dressed in fine clothing stepped down, creating a rare gathering of beauty. Such a display was seldom seen, even in jewelry shops. Shen Shuangyu stood by the door, slightly lost in thought. What are you standing there for? Welcome the guests. Although everything was going according to plan, seeing the results for the first time filled Shen Shuangyu with an overwhelming sense of joy, and a mysterious energy surged through her. Putting on her best smile, she finally began to manage her own business with care, not for someone else's sake, but for her own. Shen Shuangyu was busy hosting guests on the first day of opening. Most of the guests were from the birthday banquet yesterday, and they were either wealthy or influential. As the owner, Shen Shuangyu personally attended to them. Yi Qing kept a lookout to prevent any troublemakers from coming, as she didn't want too many people bothering Shen Shuangyu. However, until the first storytelling session was about to start, there were no unexpected arrivals. People with the surnames Shun or Song, or those whom Yi Qing remembered as unpleasant, did not show up. Instead, she saw a few distinguished guests, including Wei Xiaoran's sister and an elderly lady with a title, accompanied by her granddaughters. Everything was going smoothly. Once Shen Shuangyu noticed that there were no more guests, she went up to the 2nd floor to join Yifuyun. Yifuyun was excited to see Shen Shuangyu finally able to sit down. She exclaimed, "I thought I had seen everything last time, but I didn't expect you to add so many details. I just heard many people praising it. Your shop is going to be a hit. How many new ideas do you have? It's amazing." They had indeed added some designs. The entire hall on the 2nd floor was set up with elegant seating, unlike the more private 3rd floor. To make the women feel more comfortable, they had hung thin curtains from above to block the view from neighboring tables or the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Although it was just for show and didn't effectively block the view, the dreamy atmosphere created a magical effect that was quite popular among the women. What was even more interesting was the tables. Each table had a small sign with a flower name to distinguish them. Yifuyun was currently sitting at the orchid seat. Below the sign, there were silk decorations embroidered with words and pictures, which served as the menu. The snacks and fruit teas were vividly displayed for the guests to see. If someone wanted to order, they could shake a nearby silver bell, and a waiting server would come over immediately. These features were unique and truly delightful compared to other shops. Shen Shuangyu smiled and said, "It's like a fairy's guidance in a dream." Yifuyun thought she was joking. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was already holding her phone, grinning widely. By the time Shen Shuangyu arrived, Yifuyun had already ordered everything on the menu, knowing she would be there until closing and could finish it all. Before Shen Shuangyu came up, Yuntao had already counted the seats, and not only were the 2nd and 3rd floors fully booked, but almost every table had been ordered completely. With the first floor also busy with transactions, they had already made nearly 50 taels in just this short time. Naturally, this is just because it's the first day and everyone has ordered everything at once. After today, the income will surely drop quickly, but based on estimates, the daily earnings will not be less than 20 taels, which is already a great profit for Shin Shuangyu. In all the shops she has encountered, regardless of the type, none have earned as much as Xianqing. As long as today goes smoothly and keeps the customers interested, making them feel comfortable at Xianqing, they will start to make it a habit to come here. Hey, have you heard about the Shin family? Ifrin suddenly asked. Inside the building, a musician was playing soft tunes as background music, a suggestion from Yi Qing to help everyone chat with their tablemates and create a gossip-friendly atmosphere. A place suitable for gossip is also a place where people want to stay. Even if it's just for show, no one is really sharing secrets, it's just spreading gossip. There's no need to be too serious, and some might even want others to overhear and join in. Of course, those who don't want to get involved can pretend they didn't hear it thanks to the background music.
What?
Shen Shuangyu asked. Ifrin immediately shared everything. Yin Lifang was interrupted, and Shin Yuran was found to have health issues, making it difficult for her to conceive, which led to arguments between the couple. Zhao woke up only this morning but couldn't move much, and has been lying down. The main house had just dealt with Husan becoming a little, and now they heard about Shin Yuran's troubles, causing them to fall ill from anger. At this moment, the guests here were gossiping about the various dramas that happened in the Shin family yesterday. Maybe part of the reason they came here is to see you, the center of the gossip, up close. Indeed, it's human nature to want to join in the fun. Shen Shuangyu noticed that as Ifrin shared the gossip, the nearby tables fell silent, seemingly waiting for her response. She wouldn't miss this opportunity and sighed, perhaps this is karma. They treated me that way back then. But I won't say more. After all, they were once my elders, and I don't wish to speak ill of them. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding guests couldn't help but whisper among themselves. From now on, turn this place into your information hub and your bulletin board. Shen Shuangyu slowly smiled in silent agreement. Soon, as the opening tune began, everyone fell silent and turned to look at the stage. On the high platform, behind the screen, Miao Miao's voice slowly flowed out. Speaking of which, yesterday we talked about 2 performances in one day, at the end of noon and the beginning of the afternoon. When the last performance ended, the story of a Chinese ghost story also came to a close. At this moment, the hall was filled with soft sobs, clearly moved by the story. Expressions of discontent and sighs were frequent, leading to intense discussions. Some people tried to ask if there would be a continuation in the next performance, perhaps hoping for an epilogue. Others wanted to hear parts of the story again. Some felt that the story was enough and, having stayed for so long and finished the snacks, it was time to leave. Then Miao Miao spoke again. It is rumored that there was a fox spirit who devoted herself to cultivation, but she had to go through a trial of love to achieve immortality. So, she married a mortal man who knew her true identity to experience love. Will she be able to overcome the trial of love and ascend to immortality, or will she stay in the mortal world and grow old with him, giving up her cultivation? In the next performance, I will bring you a new story, the tale of Xian Shirxinyang. Please look forward to it. As soon as this announcement was made, the audience was captivated and discussions erupted. They eagerly talked about waiting for the next story, with some already discussing the newly announced plot. Another new story they had never heard before. Shen Shuangyu noticed that a half-open door on the 3rd floor was closed again, and soon a maid was called in to continue ordering food. This means we can't leave. What is this new story about? Ifrin suddenly had a bad feeling and pulled Shen Shuangyu, saying, wait. Could it be that the next performance won't tell the whole story? Shen Shuangyu smiled but said nothing. The surrounding tables fell silent for a moment, and someone couldn't help but call out through the thin curtain, Lady Shen, will the next performance also not finish the new story? Perhaps it was a side effect of the birthday banquet. Waiting for the story's continuation was too frustrating. Many young ladies had tossed and turned all night, thinking about the future of Xiao Qian and Ning Kaichen, who understands their frustration at not being able to hear the whole story right away. Shen Shuangyu is honest. The story is long. It definitely can't be finished in one go. The crowd reacted as if they had received bad news. Some wanted to leave to avoid this torment. But others realized that if they didn't listen to the next performance, there would be no way to understand the story without a script, and there was no replay of the first performance. If they came back tomorrow, they still wouldn't understand the continuation. They couldn't miss a single performance. I have to say, the preview has a big impact. They are hooked and can't just let go. Even knowing there will be some pain ahead, they still have to keep following the updates. Yifujin patted Shen Shuangyu and said, "Who taught you to be so bad?" "That's terrible." Thanks for the compliment," Shen Shuangyu chuckled. "The stories I've told will be shared again when the chance arises. If anyone has something else to do, they can come back later." Everyone looked worried, already thinking that if they couldn't come, they would have to send a maid with a good memory to share the stories later, since they didn't want to miss any of the new tales. However, today they were definitely stuck here and couldn't leave. This feeling of worry didn't last long. Soon, everyone began to enthusiastically discuss old stories and predict new ones. Shen Shuangyu didn't stay for long. After checking the shop, she handed over the follow-up tasks to Yun Tao and Granny Sun, asking Yifujin to keep an eye on things. Yifujin was curious why she was leaving the shop at this time and asked where she was going. Shen Shuangyu replied, "To the Great Buddha Temple." Only then did Yi Qing realize Shen Shuangyu had plans to go out, and she was quite surprised. "Why are you going to a temple? Don't you need to stay until the end of the opening?" Shen Shuangyu smiled as she got into the carriage, with Uncle Li accompanying her. "Don't worry, during the opening today, no one will cause trouble, and even more so later. Most of the visitors today are women of status, and if someone disturbed them, it wouldn't end well for them. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they would need to understand the situation first. So, there shouldn't be any issues. I'm not worried about that. If someone tries to ruin things, they'll be the ones with a bad reputation. You'll be the victim and gain sympathy. I'm just curious, didn't you care a lot about this opening? After all the preparation, I thought you'd be nervous and watching closely. Why are you going to a temple instead? Are you going to make a wish?" Yi Qing thought for a moment. It seemed that in ancient times, people would make wishes at temples. Maybe while busy with work, Shen Shuangyu had gone to a temple to make a wish. Thinking about it, it made sense that after achieving a preliminary result on such an important day, she would hurry to express gratitude. Although Yi Qing wanted to tell Shen Shuangyu not to be superstitious, she realized their situation wasn't exactly scientific either. So, she decided to respect the beliefs of people in ancient times. In response, Shen Shuangyu smiled and said something. "You'll know when you go. I've never taken you north towards the capital before. Didn't you say you wanted to see the real scenery here? The weather is nice today, so I can give you a good tour." For Yi Qing, this was something new, witnessing the true ancient version, so she was looking forward to it the whole time. Shen Shuangyu kept her promise, pointing out places through the carriage window and explaining any unfamiliar terms to Yi Qing with great care. Yi Qing felt like she was on a cloud tour. Shen Shuangyu was indeed a qualified guide. However, this made it tough for Uncle Li, who was driving the carriage. He could hear the constant chatter inside and couldn't understand when the young lady had developed such a strange habit. He worried it was a result of past hardships, feeling both heartbroken and concerned. After an hour, the carriage finally reached the foot of the Great Buddha Temple. The Great Buddha Temple is the most popular temple around the capital, often visited by officials and wealthy people. In the past, Shen Shuangyu would accompany the old lady of the Song family here every month to pray for blessings. But after her world changed dramatically, she hadn't been back since. By the time they arrived, it was getting late. Most people were coming down the endless steps, with very few going up. Shen Shuangyu went to the shelter at the entrance of the steps and bought 3 incense sticks from a monk, lighting them. "Is it too early to light them?" Shen Shuangyu held the 3 incense sticks up, glanced at the crowd, and softly said, "You must be sincere." From then on, she climbed the steps in silence, bowing every 10 steps. Yi Qing was very surprised. She thought they would just go up with the incense. She wanted to comment, but seeing Shen Shuangyu's serious expression and determined gaze made her heart calm down inexplicably. However, the people passing by began to discuss Shen Shuangyu's actions, and Yi Qing overheard quite a bit of information. A few days ago, I saw an official with a little girl doing the same thing. They were praying for a child's health. I also saw a young woman kneeling as she went up, praying for her fiancé, whose fate was uncertain, to return safely. After listening for a while, Yi Qing realized that Shen Shuangyu wasn't here to fulfill a vow. She was here to ask for something. Curious, what was she asking for? After experiencing those events, Shen Shuangyu should understand that praying to gods is useless. Relying on oneself is far better, along with her special ability. Yi Qing was lost in her thoughts as she watched Shen Shuangyu sincerely take half an hour to reach the entrance of the Great Buddha Temple. By this time, Shen Shuangyu was sweating, and her arms and legs were slightly trembling. Yet, she still held the nearly burnt incense sticks and walked into the hall to offer her prayers, while Uncle Li waited outside. Inside the hall, there were no other visitors, only a master turning prayer beads nearby. Shen Shuangyu knelt before the giant golden Buddha, bowing her head and closing her eyes. Yi Qing curiously observed the solemn surroundings. Then the master spoke. This devotee is sincerely praying. Do you have a wish? Shen Shuangyu opened her eyes, handed over the offering money, and Yi Qing noticed it was 50 taels. Shen Shuangyu was using her entire day's earnings. Master, I want to offer a perpetual lamp for someone, the highest specification. 50 taels would cover a year, with renewals each year after that. Yi Qing was surprised. A perpetual lamp? She had filmed historical dramas before and understood that lighting one in a temple for someone meant praying for their blessings and protection, warding off evil. She was curious about whom it was for. The master prepared the oil lamp and handed it to Shen Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu held the lamp with both hands and bowed again before the statue, as if looking at the Buddha or another realm.
Yeving.
Yi Qing was startled. Was Shen Shuangyu calling her? Shen Shuangyu's eyes sparkled in the light of the lamp, resembling countless stars, and a smile slowly appeared on her lips. I pray to the Buddha to bless Miss Yi Qing with peace, joy, health, and longevity. Yi Qing was shocked. Her hand holding the phone froze at that moment. She watched the ancient woman in the video sincerely make a wish, bowing devoutly, and finally placing the perpetual lamp on the designated stand, taking the red paper to write her name carefully. In that moment, Yi Qing felt as if she were part of that world, no longer just an observer. So, Shen Shuangyu had climbed from the foot of the mountain, bowing every 10 steps, to pray for a perpetual lamp for her. Yi Qing felt a bit overwhelmed. Soon, she saw Shen Shuangyu take out another item, a bound notebook. The master needed to check its contents as per the rules. Flipping through, the first page had elegant handwriting that read, "Wishing Miss Yi Qing a happy birthday." Birthday? That's right. Yi Qing suddenly remembered that today was her birthday. But how did Shen Shuangyu know? Did she say anything? Yi Qing didn't have time to ask before she saw the master flipping through the pages. Her gaze fell on the pages too. It was all Shen Shuangyu's handwriting. Although the content was unfamiliar, it looked like traditional birthday blessings from their side. That book contained at least several thousand words, all written by Shen Shuangyu, when Yi Qing was unaware. In an instant, Yi Qing felt as if her heart was filled with something. Her eyes turned red, and she wanted to close them, but she couldn't bear to miss what was before her. After the master finished checking, he placed it under the lamp. By the time Shen Shuangyu completed everything and walked out of the main hall, the sun was already setting. Shao Qing, happy birthday. Yi Qing actually hadn't celebrated her birthday in many years. The reason was simple. Her birthday was just a few days apart from Yi Zhirua's. At first, she didn't realize how cruel people could be. After Yi Zhirua and her mother married into the Yi family, her first birthday party was still held with the status of the eldest daughter of the Yi family. However, a few days later, Yi Zhirua and her mother acted like they were living under someone else's roof, trying to be obedient, and they secretly celebrated their birthdays. Naturally, they were unexpectedly discovered by Yi Chong and Yi Zhou, who couldn't help but feel sorry for them. After they mentioned that the family had just held a birthday party and that having another would be a burden, the two men firmly stated that the family shouldn't treat one daughter better than the other, and birthdays should be celebrated properly. At that time, Yi Qing thought the two men were just shy about making a big deal since they were new to the Yi family and didn't realize it was a strategy. She only remembered that because Yi Zhihua had compromised and didn't hold a birthday party, Yi Chong compensated her with an even better birthday gift. From the following year, the Yi family held birthday parties for both young ladies. However, since they were only a few days apart, the guests of the Yi family weren't that free, and most attended Yi Qing's birthday party, sending gifts to Yi Zhihua from afar. As a result, the mother and daughter secretly cried again, were seen again, and received compensation. At this point, Yi Qing began to feel something was off. In the third year, Yi Chong was on a business trip abroad and couldn't return in time for Yi Qing's birthday party, but on Yi Zhihua's birthday, he flew back for the dinner because Yi Zhihua called out for her dad. Seeing Yi Zhihua rush to her returning father, Yi Qing felt dazed. Yi Chong might have felt a bit guilty, giving Yi Qing the excuse that he happened to have a break from work, but the message to the outside world was different. From then on, the focus of the birthday celebrations shifted to Yi Zhihua. After Yi Zhou entered the workforce, he wanted to invite some of his business partners to his birthday party. Since he felt awkward sending out two invitations, he suggested combining his birthday celebration with another person's. At that time, the favoritism in the Yi family was already quite obvious. After experiencing some unfair treatment, Yi Qing began to openly dislike Yi Zhihua and her mother, leading to constant conflicts. She firmly opposed celebrating her birthday with Yi Zhihua, wanting to defend her own rights. Yi Zhihua and her mother politely suggested holding the party on Yi Qing's birthday, making Yi Qing the focus. The men in the Yi family often fell for such tactics, so they started blaming Yi Qing for being inconsiderate and not learning from Yi Zhihua, who seemed to ease family burdens. In that moment, Yi Qing realized that by Yi Zhou suggesting the combined celebration, she had already tacitly agreed to celebrate on Yi Zhihua's birthday. The discussions were just a way to push her to give in, so they wouldn't seem like they were bullying her. Yi Qing was not one to easily compromise, but at that age, her only way to resist was to make them choose. If they insisted on celebrating on Yi Zhihua's birthday, then she would not celebrate at all. Looking back, she realized it was foolish to threaten those who didn't care about her. The outcome was just being scolded for being spoiled. That led to a fierce argument, and Yi Chong asserted his authority as a father, saying, "If you don't want to celebrate, then don't." Yi Qing's refusal to admit fault meant that on her birthday, the house was quiet, with only Aunt Zhang preparing longevity noodles for her. Yi Qing took her own money and went out to celebrate with classmates and friends, pretending to have a great time. It wasn't until she received a surprise birthday call from Han Lichen overseas that she finally broke down in tears. At that time, Han Lichen was still on her side, even calling to scold Yi Zhou. However, Yi Zhou didn't think he was wrong. He believed Yi Qing was overreacting and even approached her, saying that if she admitted her mistake, they could celebrate both birthdays together. Yi Qing was so angry that she told him to leave. In the end, the Yi family only celebrated Yi Zhihua's birthday. That year, in social circles, Yi Qing, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, began to be overshadowed by Yi Zhihua, the stepdaughter. Perhaps out of guilt, Yi Chong and Yi Zhou eventually gave Yi Qing some gifts, but she threw them away. Maybe it was her coldness afterward that made them realize she was truly hurt, so the father and son promised her that they would make it up to her next year. At that time, Yi Qing was easy to appease and quickly stopped being angry. Until the birthday party in the new year, although there weren't many guests, it was well prepared, and Yi Qing was in a good mood. Suddenly, Yi Zhihua fainted due to a high fever at the venue. In the chaos, Yi Zhou and Yi Chong completely forgot about Yi Qing and rushed to the hospital with Yi Zhihua, leaving Yi Qing alone to face the sympathetic or condescending gazes of the crowd. Soon after, one by one, the guests said their goodbyes, and the birthday party ended quickly. Yi Qing held back her emotions, waiting for them to return, but she received no apology or concern, only helpless reminders and care for Yijirua, as if her own situation was insignificant and not worth remembering. A few days later, Yijirua's birthday party began, lively and bustling. The same guests whispered behind the scenes. Watching Yichang and Yizhou busy with Yijirua, Yiqing finally couldn't hold back and left the scene, running to the cemetery. She sat in front of her mother's tombstone and cried until she broke down. It wasn't until Han Lichen contacted her, as usual every day, that she hurriedly reached out to the Yi family. At that time, the Yi family only realized she had run away after Zhang Ma reminded them. After being brought back, Yiqing also had a fever. When she woke up, Yizhou took the initiative to apologize, wanting to comfort her, and promised to celebrate her birthday properly in the future, no matter what. But Yiqing only felt this was charity, an insult, something disgusting. So she declared that she would no longer celebrate her birthday. Yichang and Yizhou thought she was just sulking, but every year during her birthday, Yiqing would fly away to find Han Lichen. If she wasn't home, they couldn't celebrate her birthday. After that, her interactions with the Yi family felt as if birthdays had been completely erased from their lives. The Yi family mentioned it a few times, but seeing Yiqing completely ignore them, they gradually lost patience. They defaulted the task of celebrating her birthday to her future fiancé, Han Lichen. They had no qualms about celebrating Yijirua's birthday during the time Yiqing was away, eventually forgetting to prepare birthday gifts for Yiqing altogether. This continued until Han Lichen became familiar with Yijirua. A few days after helping Yiqing celebrate her birthday alone, Han Lichen did not continue to accompany her but secretly attended Yijirua's birthday party, which Yiqing discovered in a photo on Yijirua's social media. That was the first time Yiqing was so angry that she wanted to break up, but in the end, she calmed down after being persuaded by Han Lichen's various explanations. Perhaps fearing that she would be abandoned by everyone, she chose to endure this situation. However, after this incident, Yiqing completely stopped celebrating her birthday. To avoid hurt, Yiqing had already downplayed her birthday in her mind, even not providing a specific date when registering her artist account. Fans had heard that she didn't celebrate her birthday, thinking it was just a girl not wanting to mention her age, so they followed her lead and didn't bring it up. Those who knew her would only give gifts, and receiving them felt like getting Christmas presents, without any special meaning. Sometimes, she would even forget that it was her birthday, getting caught up in her busy life. Yiqing couldn't remember the last time she felt the surprise of a birthday celebration. When Shen Shuangyu wished her a happy birthday, it deeply touched her heart, allowing her to feel the joy of being remembered and receiving heartfelt blessings. Xiaoqing, can you hear me? Shen Shuangyu blinked, worried that Yiqing might have stepped away since she hadn't seen any comments. But soon, golden comments appeared. Thank you for your gift, I received it. I'm very happy, really happy. Thank you, Shuangyu. Shen Shuangyu felt no hardship in doing this. She only felt joy and satisfaction. At that moment, being thanked made her shyly smile. I'm glad you like it. The temple here is very special. Maybe it can bless you across time and space. I can give you so little this year, but in the future, when I earn more money, I'll prepare better gifts for you every birthday. As she said this, Shen Shuangyu's eyes sparkled, as if she was already imagining it. Yiqing held her phone in one hand and rubbed her eyes with the other, taking a deep breath before continuing to comment. Then I'll start looking forward to every birthday in the future. Shen Shuangyu smiled brightly, nodding in agreement. By the way, when is your birthday? With sincerity exchanged, Yiqing also wanted to prepare a birthday gift for Shen Shuangyu, but she realized she couldn't recall the specific date mentioned in the original script. Shen Shuangyu was slightly taken aback, her expression hard to describe as she raised her hand to touch the air, right where the golden comments scattered. The sunset light fell on her face, illuminating her smile. My birthday is the day I met you. Yiqing felt happy listening to this, but her first reaction was not to think that it was actually Shen Shuangyu's birthday. That could be considered your new beginning. Shen Shuangyu smiled and said, That day is indeed my new beginning, but it is also my birthday. Yi Qing was stunned. How coincidental. Shen Xuanyu nodded. I thought it was quite a coincidence too. Maybe your appearance is a birthday gift from heaven. Yi Qing smiled, surprised that she could also be seen as a gift. It was quite amusing. That's good to hear, as long as you're happy. But soon, Yi Qing realized something. The day she met Shen Xuanyu was the same day Shen Xuanyu was punished and fell ill. Shen Xuanyu had only celebrated her birthday once at the Marquis's residence. According to the original story, her stepchildren had bought cheap jade as a birthday gift to humiliate her, but Shen Xuanyu treasured it until she awakened and accidentally gave the cheap jade to a servant, causing a stir. Logically, after having one birthday celebration, there should be a second one. Why was that? Yi Qing suddenly remembered that at that time, the Marquis's most cherished young master was sick due to an allergy, and Shen Xuanyu had to take care of him closely. Given how much the Marquis valued the children, they wouldn't have cared about Shen Xuanyu's birthday. Just thinking about how Shen Xuanyu was unjustly punished on her birthday made Yi Qing even angrier. Not wanting to bring up Shen Xuanyu's sad memories, Yi Qing changed the subject, curious, by the way, how did you know my birthday is today? Did I mention it? Shen Xuanyu replied, it was the day the invitation for Zhao's birthday was sent. You mentioned it, saying it was just a day apart from Zhao's. Yi Qing thought for a moment and recalled saying something like, what bad luck, being just a day away from the old lady's birthday. And then when we were forced to change our store hours to today, you said. Yi Qing remembered jokingly saying, just relax about this day. No need to pick an auspicious date. My mom said this day is the best day in the world. You really are clever to connect all that. Shen Xuanyu didn't think it was that clever. Anyone who paid attention could figure it out. The two chatted happily for a while, and Yi Qing felt sorry about the cost of the long-lasting lamp. Uncle Li came over to remind them that it was getting late. By the time they descended the mountain, it would be almost dark. Shen Xuanyu had to stop talking and prepare to go down. She reminded Yi Qing, don't you have something to do tonight? You don't need to accompany me. Being as clever as she was, Shen Xuanyu naturally guessed some things. Yi Qing suddenly remembered that Xiaowei had asked her out yesterday amidst his busy schedule and couldn't help but smile. Just then, there was some noise outside. It seemed Xiaowei had returned. Yi Qing said goodbye to Shen Xuanyu and logged off. Soon after, there was a knock on her room door. As soon as the door opened, colorful ribbons burst out, and at the entrance stood two adults and a child, all shouting in unison, Happy birthday, Yi Qing! Yi Qing, adorned with ribbons, felt her cheeks flush with surprise, even though she had suspected something was happening. At the door were Xiaowei, Sister Fang, and Sister Fang's daughter, Wang Kiki. Sister Fang handed over a gift, a beautiful evening dress in a new Chinese style, designed by a talented newcomer. It was fitted, making Yi Qing wonder if it was a hint to pay attention to her figure. Wang Kiki gifted her a stunning portrait of Yi Qing on the red carpet, which was even an award-winning piece. Yi Qing happily accepted the gifts and then looked at Xiaowei, her eyes sparkling with excitement, almost reaching out for more. Xiaowei raised an eyebrow and said, Later, I'll take you to the Aurora auction. If you see something you like, I'll get it for you as a gift. Seeing Xiaowei say this so casually, Sister Fang immediately gave a thumbs up, impressed by his generosity. The Aurora auction was exclusive, requiring an invitation and verification of funds. As someone who had left the Yi family, Yi Qing was just a star and naturally didn't qualify to attend, nor could she afford the items there. Yi Qing smiled sweetly, thinking that it's not just men who look handsome when they pay. Women do too. Just then, they heard Zhang Ma calling from downstairs, longevity noodles are ready. Yi Qing then noticed that while she had been inside, the downstairs had been beautifully decorated. Even with just the three of them, it felt like a festive birthday celebration. The table was filled with delicious food and a birthday cake, all prepared by Zhang Ma a day in advance. Clearly, Zhang Ma was in a good mood, as she understood the significance of Yi Qing's birthday. But this time was different. Yi Qing had a fresh start and could celebrate her birthday anew. Her phone, which she had neglected, had received many birthday wishes from friends and colleagues. She lit the candles, closed her eyes to make a wish, not only for those around her, but also for someone in another time and space, grateful for their presence in her life. Meanwhile, Shen Shuangyu was in a good mood as she walked down the mountain. There were few people left on the steps. Halfway down, she needed to lift her lantern for light. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a figure of a woman on a small path beside the steps, heading deeper into the area. This path led to the Xian Hall. In the past, when accompanying the old lady of the Song family, they would first go to the Great Buddha Temple to pray, and then visit the Xian Hall to pay their respects, sometimes even staying there for a few days. Uncertain if it was just her imagination, Shen Shuangyu felt that the figure, despite wearing a simple linen outfit, resembled Mu Zio, who had once escaped. At 8 p.m., luxury cars began to arrive at the building hosting the Aurora auction. Yi Qing and Xiao Wei had both dressed up for the occasion, knowing that reporters would be taking photos and conducting interviews. Xiao Wei, as a rising star in investment, had participated in several major projects, and her show was gaining popularity, creating a lot of buzz and boosting her fame. With Yi Qing, a trending artist, the moment they stepped out of the car, they were recognized by reporters, who eagerly snapped photos. With the security team guiding them, the two quickly made their way into the building. Xiao Wei wore a tailored black suit, looking sharp and confident, but the diamond rose scarf she wore as a tie added charm and softened her overall look. Yi Qing wore a new traditional Chinese dress gifted by Feng Jie in a fresh green color with silver embroidery depicting flowing clouds, a fishtail hem, and crisscross straps, perfectly showcasing her figure. As they entered, Yi Qing linked arms with Xiao Wei, drawing the attention of many. Xiao Wei took out the invitation, and after verification, they were escorted to their seats, where they noticed someone waving at them from a distance. Yi Qing looked up and saw one of her financial backers, Jiwen. Jiwen had originally been at another table, but upon seeing them, he boldly joined their table.
I didn't expect to see you tonight,
Jiwen said with a broad smile. Xiao Wei's first reaction was, "You're here? Did your uncle come too?" Jiwen quickly waved his hand. "Oh my, you're so busy that you didn't even know your uncle went abroad on a business trip?" He then turned to Yi Qing. "Thanks to your medicinal dishes, his stomach issues haven't worsened lately." Yi Qing was not particularly concerned. "That's good to hear, but how is the business going?" Jiwen replied with a smile. "This year's profits won't be much, but the outlook is promising. If all goes well, we can expect good returns starting next year." Yi Qing felt happy at this news. As they spoke, a staff member brought the auction catalog to their table. Jiwen had already seen it and said with a smile, "The items tonight are quite collectible." Yi Qing and Xiao Wei began to browse through it. Xiao Wei asked, "Do you have a goal now?"
Share it, don't just repeat what we said.
Jiwen smiled. "I'm also helping someone take photos. If it's the same, it must be based on you all. What do you want to shoot?" Xiao Wei pointed at Yi Qing. "Ask her about her birthday gift." Jiwen immediately looked at Yi Qing in surprise. "Today is your birthday?" Yi Qing nodded while flipping through a beautiful album. Jiwen quickly said, "Happy birthday. After the auction, I'll treat you to a late-night snack or some fun, just to celebrate with my partner. I'll need your help with those mysterious ancient recipes in the future." Xiao Wei focused on Yi Qing, who didn't mind and was about to agree, but then her hand paused while flipping the pages and her eyes widened. On one page, the auction item was introduced as an ancient brownish-yellow blueprint depicting stars, with the name beside it. Star Map 1, starting bid 3 million. Seeing Yi Qing's expression, Xiao Wei and Jiwen looked over.
"Wow. Good eye."
"This is a great item," Jiwen praised immediately. Xiao Wei asked, "Is it really valuable?" Jiwen replied, "This series has 8 maps. It's said that together they form a complete picture. The other 7 have been privately collected over time, so this is likely the last one to appear. If someone wants to collect the full set one day, this one will definitely increase in value." Yi Qing's mouth twitched. It turned out that Shen Shuangyu's original script was based on a historical dynasty from her real world, so the antiques from that era were also represented in Shen Shuangyu's world. Xiao Wei felt it wasn't very valuable unless the whole set was collected, but if Yi Qing liked it. "Yi Qing, do you want to bid on this?" Xiao Wei asked, pointing at the star map brochure. Yi Qing preferred jewelry and was about to turn the page when she suddenly felt something was off. I'll take another look. Xiao Wei was about to speak when she saw someone she knew and got up to greet them. In a situation like this, she needed to engage in positive social interactions. Not far away, a group of wealthy ladies walked by and brushed past her. Lady Yi, that over there is your stepdaughter, right? The leader was Lady Yi Xiajia, the mother of Yi Zhihua. She looked over and saw Yi Qing sitting with a man, a bit surprised, then her eyes shifted. What a coincidence to run into you here. I'll go say hello. You are the elder. Why should you be the one to greet her? Someone couldn't help but complain. Xiajia sighed. You all know she's been causing a scene about cutting ties with the Yi family. Old Yi and Yi Zhou can't do anything about her. To keep her happy, Zhihua has.
Sigh.
As a stepmother, I don't dare to say anything to her. Just greeting her is nothing. If it makes her happy enough to return to the Yi family, what's the harm? The wealthy ladies immediately felt deep sympathy for Xiajia, thinking being a stepmother is tough. The gossip about them online had mostly been cleared up. If it weren't for those who followed the live broadcasts back then, it would be hard to find accurate information among all the noise unless one went to great lengths. So, those who continued to pay attention could easily be swayed by Xiajia if they didn't believe the entertainment gossip. Yi Qing was checking the public photos of the other 7 images on her phone while Ji-Wen chatted with her when they heard a greeting, long time no see. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Qing instinctively frowned. Ugh. What's wrong? Ji-Wen was startled by her sudden reaction. I didn't check the calendar before going out, and ran into a ghost. Ji-Wen shivered, thinking, what is that?
I'm scared.
Then they saw someone approaching with a friendly demeanor, trying to pat Yi Qing on the shoulder. Yi Qing quickly moved aside, as if afraid of being touched by a ghost. She dodged faster than anyone trying to avoid a virus. The person's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, frozen in embarrassment. Yi Qing shot a sideways glance at the person, feeling annoyed, wishing she could shout, back off. So she bluntly said, go away. I'm in a good mood today, so don't bother me. Such occasions were filled with important people, too formal to deal with petty issues that could harm her image. Moreover, after suffering under Xiajia for so many years, she knew that Xiajia's friendly gestures always came with traps. Xiao Qing, I am at least your elder. How can you? Xiajia put on a hurt expression, looking sorrowful. Even without hearing their conversation, others could see Xiajia was feeling wronged. Yi Qing noticed the group of wealthy ladies following Xiajia, all giving her disapproving looks, some even wanting to step forward and say something. Yi Qing sneered, understanding the situation. Everyone in the circle knew she had cut ties with the Yi family. Xiajia pretending not to see her and walking past was a way to avoid conflict. Knowing how Yi Qing would react, Xiajia still chose to approach and greet her, acting weak and wronged, just to provoke others to criticize her. Yi Qing slowly stood up, staring intently at the acting Xiajia, and suddenly whispered, can't understand human words? I find it strange that you come to bother me when your daughter hasn't even cleaned herself properly. Am I unable to defend myself, or have you two gotten too confident? Have you forgotten that I am the professional actress here? Xiajia was taken aback. Before she could respond, Yi Qing leaned on the table, trembling as she pointed at her, her eyes red and her body shaking, showing strong emotions. Her voice was just loud enough for everyone around to hear. Mrs. Yi, I have already cut ties with the Yi family. I didn't ask for anything except for the house my late mother left me as a keepsake. Please stop using your stepmother status to guilt me. I even let your daughter have my boyfriend. What more do you want from me? I just want to stay far away from your family and not interfere with each other. Is that too much to ask? The person nearby, who understood all their conversations, was stunned. Did something get left out? The stepmother made a simple remark, and Yi Qing responded with a powerful comeback. Xiajia was also dumbfounded, her mind filled with questions. She knew Yi Qing was no longer easy to deal with and planned to gradually provoke her, thinking that she would surely get angry and cause a scene like she did with Zhihua. In such a situation, even if she was right, Yi Qing's attitude would be embarrassing and intimidating. But now, with Yi Qing's sudden emotional outburst, it seemed as if she was the one being bullied, especially with the mention of her late mother. The problem was, Xiajia hadn't even said anything yet. How did it escalate to this point? This was a blatant setup. Xiajia immediately felt the change in the gazes around her. After all, being a stepmother came with its own stigma, and a good reputation could easily be tarnished. Xiajia was sweating and quickly tried to clarify, Xiaoqing, how can you say such things? You're spreading rumors. I understand. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public, but we are no longer a family, and didn't you come to find me first? Yi Qing pouted, looking wronged. Xiajia felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to be this difficult now. You misunderstood. Mrs. Yi just came to say hello. Someone from the socialite group couldn't help but step in to help. They didn't really hear what Xiajia said earlier. They just saw her looking wronged. Now, looking at her stepdaughter, who seems even more upset and says similar things, they feel a mix of familiarity and difference from what they heard before. Although they are not naive, they have doubts about the true situation of the Yi family. However, due to their connections and interests, they can't let Xiajia continue to embarrass herself. With some support, Xiajia immediately said, Yes, I just came to say hello. I didn't say much. Seeing Yi Qing raise an eyebrow and prepare to retort, Xiajia's heart raced. Remembering her initial plan, she quickly thought of something and said, I'm just curious, Xiaoqing, how did you get a chance to attend this auction after leaving the Yi family? It requires proof of funds. I heard your brother say you haven't had much work lately, so you probably don't have much money. Did you come with someone else? As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at the only man at the table, Jiwen. Did this young man bring you here? Xiaoqing, have you got a boyfriend? Xiajia looked surprised, as if she were genuinely happy for Yi Qing. Then she added, Even if you don't acknowledge your dad and brother, they have always worried about you. It's still necessary to let them know. Jiwen quickly denied it, not a boyfriend. But the next second, Xiajia covered her mouth, looking shocked as if she had learned something significant. Not a boyfriend? Then could it be? Xiaoqing, many female stars do this, but you are a young lady of the Yi family. Even if you're upset with your family and don't want to go home, you shouldn't. If your dad and brother find out, they would be very upset. Her expression and words made the onlookers quickly form an idea. The wealthy women who came with Xiajia looked at Yi Qing in disbelief, their eyes filled with the message of self-destruction. Yi Qing almost laughed in anger. It turns out that spreading rumors is always the easiest tactic. Xiajia is really bold. Just as she was about to say something, she looked up and saw a figure walking quickly toward them. Yi Qing immediately shut her mouth. Jiwen, who was a beat slow, looked stunned. What is this? He exclaimed. Are you implying that I should support her? Xiajia frowned and said, Xiaoqing, you should go home. Today, I truly witnessed Mrs. Ye's ability to spread false rumors and create something from nothing. No wonder Yi Qing felt she had to escape the Yi family to protect herself. Yi Qing was clearly invited by me, but now you make it sound like she willingly became a little lover? Your talent for spreading rumors about your stepdaughter is just like your daughter's. She steals men, and you spread false stories. It seems to run in the family. Xiao Wei was very angry. She kindly brought Yi Qing here to celebrate her birthday and give her gifts, only to have it ruined like this. Not to mention Xiajia. Even if Yi Chong were here, she would be ready to scold someone. Xiajia was taken aback by a younger person's sharp words, her face turning red. She didn't know Xiao Wei, but could feel the strong presence of the woman in front of her. But in the end, she was just a young girl. What right did she have to be the main guest? This wasn't a regular auction. Even if she were a young lady, she must have come with someone else. You invited her? Young lady, you shouldn't just say whatever to help a friend. And since you spoke so rudely, I could talk to your parents about this. As soon as she finished speaking, a wealthy woman behind her suddenly pulled her arm. Stop talking, she is Xiao Wei from the Xiao family. If she had just said Xiao Wei, Xiajia might not have reacted, but mentioning the Xiao family, which made the wealthy women behind her so nervous, could only refer to one family. The Xiao family that Han Liken's sister wanted to connect with. The Xiao family's background was much stronger than the Yi family's, making them completely out of reach. With this realization, Xiajia instantly understood she had offended someone troublesome. Xiajia's expression froze, awkwardly trying to smile. "Oh, so it's Miss Xiao. I misspoke just now." Xiao Wei scoffed. "So, spreading rumors about my sister was also a mistake?" Xiajia felt embarrassed, regretting not checking her luck before going out. However, Xiajia was quite experienced and quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile. "It's my fault for saying the wrong thing. They say the entertainment industry is chaotic, and I was just worried that without the Yi family's protection, what if someone bullied Xiaoqing? I was overly anxious. I care too much and worry that Xiaoqing might go down the wrong path." She then looked at Yi Qing helplessly. "After all, you haven't been home, and we don't know how you are doing. Annie, if you really worry about the younger generation going down the wrong path, you should speak to me privately. Saying it in front of everyone seems like you want to ruin my reputation," Jiwen said, clearly annoyed at being used as a tool. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow dismissively but replied softly, "There's nothing I can do. Mrs. Yi is just afraid I might be doing well." Xiao Wei scoffed. "You see dirt in everything, don't you?" Yi Qing responded, "It's just putting oneself in someone else's shoes. I can understand." With each exchange, Xiaojia's face turned pale. The surrounding wealthy women couldn't stand it anymore and tried to ease the tension, saying they meant well but things went wrong. Xiao Wei coldly declared, "Don't worry, Mrs. Yi. Yi Qing and I are high school friends. With me looking out for her, no one will dare to bully her." Jiwen joined in. "I'm Jiwen from Ji Pharmaceuticals. Yi Qing is an important partner for our company, and if needed, we will provide her with all the support." Once Ji Pharmaceuticals was mentioned, even those without personal connections had heard of them. Xiajia finally couldn't take it anymore. Seeing the two people beside Yi Qing, both claiming to be her support, she felt overwhelmed. Tonight was truly not going well. In the end, she could only force a smile and say, "Is that so? Then I feel relieved." At that moment, Yi Qing suddenly said, "It's fine. You don't need to apologize. I don't require it." "Xiajia. When did I say I wanted to apologize?" Xiao Wei insisted. "How can that be? Elders can't just be unreasonable and speak carelessly. Whether it's well-intentioned or not, doing something wrong is still wrong. Anyone with a sense of morality would apologize." Ji Wen was already trying to hold back laughter. "Yi Qing, you should give her a chance to admit her mistake." At this point, the surrounding wealthy women truly couldn't help anymore and could only awkwardly watch Xiajia. Xiajia realized she had been outsmarted, feeling so furious she could barely breathe. Swallowing her anger, she said, "I'm sorry. It was my inappropriate words. Just don't misunderstand my sincerity." Feeling humiliated, Xiajia suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, to show my apology, is there anything you want to take pictures of today? If you need more money, you can tell Auntie." As she spoke, her gaze landed on the booklet and phone Yi Qing had just placed on the table. "Is that what Yi Qing wanted? But Auntie can't support too much. Your dad and brother have given a limited budget. I was asked by them to come and take pictures of the collection as a birthday gift for Ji Ruo this year." As she said this, Xiajia suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, how could I forget? Your birthday is today. It's all your dad and brother's fault for not reminding me. They must have been too busy and forgot too. Don't worry, I'll contact them to get some money together for your birthday gift." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei and Ji Wen's expressions changed, and they instinctively looked at Yi Qing. Xiajia stared at Yi Qing, trying to read her reaction. Yi Qing showed no change in her expression, and instead looked at Xiajia with a mocking gaze, deliberately provoking her. "My friends have more money than they do combined. If I want something, no one can take it from me." Her eyes seemed to imply, "Including you." Xiao Wei immediately supported her, saying, "That's right. Those who have cut ties shouldn't come around trying to be relevant." Xiaojia's face twisted slightly, and she sneered inwardly, realizing that she relied on her friends. If they spent too much on her, wouldn't they feel uncomfortable? It was truly laughable. However, she knew it was best not to linger and reluctantly left. Once Xiaojia was gone, Xiaowei pulled Yiqing down to sit and patted her hand. Yiqing quickly responded, "I'm not upset at all. I'm having a fantastic birthday. If those two had remembered and bothered me, that would have been a real downer." Seeing that Yiqing seemed completely unaffected, they both felt relieved. Jiwen asked, "If she knows you're not easy to provoke, why does she still come to challenge you?" Yiqing shrugged and replied, "Her usual tactic is to put on a show for others, creating an image and reputation. After all, this is a public event filled with wealthy people, and she loves to provoke me in front of them, making me look like an emotional wreck compared to her precious daughter. That way, everyone praises her daughter. But ever since the Yi family lost their status in my eyes, her tricks no longer work on me. Today was probably just a test." Xiaowei suddenly spoke up. She must be trying to pave the way for her daughter's return. Previously, the public saw you as the victim, but now that her daughter is coming back, any chance to twist the narrative is worth taking. "Coming back? So soon?" Yiqing asked in surprise. Xiaowei replied, "You really don't pay attention to outside news at all. What have you been busy with at home, every day? Didn't Feng Jie tell you?" Yiqing innocently said, "I told Feng Jie not to mention people who make me uncomfortable unless it's something related to me." "Isn't she going abroad for further studies?" Jiwen asked curiously. Xiaowei said, "She made connections with foreign investors and got involved in various charitable organizations, showcasing her hardworking and genuine side. She has gained a wave of fans abroad, and now she is also receiving positive reviews at home. Nowadays, it's hard to find any negative news about her online, so she is preparing to return." They were gossiping over here. Meanwhile, Xiaojia was quite upset because the wealthy ladies around her were unhappy, feeling she shouldn't have offended the Xiao family. Xiaojia looked unhappy and exaggerated a bit, deliberately hinting that Han Liken's older sister might marry into the Xiao family. They all knew that Yi Zhihua and Han Liken were in a low-key relationship. So, thinking about it, doesn't that mean? Everyone's expressions immediately brightened. After all, a young lady from a lesser background, no matter her achievements, can't compare to someone in power. "I won't hold grudges against the younger generation," Xiaojia said with a smile. "I just worry that Yiqing might cause me trouble later." "What do you mean?" "That girl has always liked to take things that Jira likes. I'm worried she'll try to outbid me for this," Xiaojia said as she flipped to the page of the 8-star map in the booklet. Soon, the auction began. Because of the previous commotion, Xiaowei wanted to support her friend. "You like the 8-star map, right? No matter the price, I'll get it for you."
Ah?
Yiqing was taken aback, recalling what she had found on her phone earlier, hesitating to speak. "No, I wasn't planning to buy it. Hee, I should say I'm not worthy of it." Xiaowei and Jiwen looked at Yiqing in confusion. Yiqing closed the booklet and smiled mischievously at them. "But we could raise the price."
What?
Xiaowei asked. "I'll take you to play a game later." Yiqing thought of Xiaojia's darting eyes from earlier. "Some people just don't learn their lesson, but that's okay. I, Teacher Yi, have plenty of patience. They will learn that annoying me can't be brushed off with a half-hearted apology. Those who provoke me will pay a heavy price." Yiqing's teasing made Xiaowei and Jiwen lose interest in the upcoming auction until the bidding for the 8-star map, Part 1 began. The starting price was 3 million, and the auctioneer enthusiastically introduced it. It is said that the 8-star map is the oldest existing star chart, representing the peak of astronomical technology from a past dynasty. When the 8 images come together to form a complete star map, they can be compared to the current night sky to find the corresponding positions of the stars that people in that era revered and worshipped. It is both art and an antique, making it highly collectible. Once the auctioneer finished speaking, many people in the room showed interest. The first to place a bid was Xiaojia. 3,500,000. In that moment, Xiaojia glanced at Yiqing and noticed her displeasure as she urgently tugged at Xiaowei's sleeve. Xiao Wei immediately raised the paddle to bid higher. A few others followed, and the price quickly surpassed 10 million, reaching the highest price ever for the 8-star map. Xia Jia's expression turned sour because Yi Chong and Yi Zhou had given her a budget of 10 million at most, even if she added a little. She didn't show interest in any of the previous items, but as soon as you bid, she jumped in. It's clear that. A nearby lady shook her head. Xia Jia replied, I want to let her have it, but this is Jiruo's favorite. I can give up on the others, but not this one. My husband and Yi Zhou also said that as long as Jiruo likes it, they're okay with a high price. The group of wealthy ladies, regardless of their thoughts, said, then you have nothing to worry about. Auctions are about skill. And she is the one who is competing for it. It's not your fault.
Why should you hold back?
Xia Jia nodded and looked at Yi Qing again. She saw Yi Qing turn her head and glare at her fiercely, looking determined to win. At that moment, Xia Jia suddenly changed her mind. The price had already exceeded what she could afford, and she didn't want to be the fool. Yi Qing was known for not backing down, right? Let her climb high and then fall hard. After all, taking the 8-star map would only bring temporary joy. If Yi Qing used Xiao Wei as A and let their friendship crumble, that would be a real. Xia Jia and Yi Qing understood the underlying tension between them, so Xia Jia shot Yi Qing a provocative look. However, she seemed to forget that previously, trying to provoke Yi Qing had no effect at all. 20 million, Xiao Wei bid again for Yi Qing. People around them began to whisper. 21 million. Seeing Xiao Wei's calm expression, Xia Jia naturally followed suit. Xiao Wei continued to raise the bid, and Xia Jia kept up, turning the auction into a battlefield for the two of them. With the previous gossip and the current drama, everyone understood that this bidding war far exceeded the actual value of the 8-star map. It was a matter of pride, and now it was a question of who would win. When the price reached 30 million, Xiao Wei's expression became serious, but she still raised her paddle, saying, 35 million. Xia Jia knew that Xiao Wei had previously made a bold claim because of Yi Qing's boasting, so even if she didn't want to pay such a high price for the 8-star map, she had no choice but to buy it. But that wasn't enough. Xia Jia needed to make Xiao Wei dislike Yi Qing even more. Watching Yi Qing's excited, flushed face, looking like a little person who had succeeded, Xia Jia couldn't help but sneer inwardly. 40 million, Xia Jia said, pretending to hesitate, as if to suggest she was starting to waver. She looked at Yi Qing and saw her eagerly talking to the displeased Xiao Wei, her expression both anxious and flattering. Claiming to be good friends, but she was just a maid beside the young lady. Xiao Wei sighed but still bid, 45 million. At this point, Xia Jia hesitated about whether to continue pushing, but seeing Yi Qing seemingly arguing with Xiao Wei, the next moment, Yi Qing actually snatched the paddle from Xiao Wei's hand and glared at her, as if ready to raise the price at any moment. As usual, a little provocation got her emotions stirred up. Indeed, when she mentioned her birthday earlier, Yi Qing appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, she must have been very upset. After years of grievances, how could she easily let go without finding a chance to vent? Yi Qing's unwillingness to give the gift to Yi Jiruo was truly both pitiful and sad. Xia Jia was determined and put on a troubled expression, making one last desperate bid, 50 million. Then she added, Xiao Qing, you really shouldn't. She knew that suggesting Yi Qing back down would only fuel the fire. She couldn't wait to see Yi Qing become the scapegoat, awkwardly facing her supporter. The more Xia Jia thought about it, the more excited she became, her smile almost impossible to hide. But just as she was about to finish her sentence, she saw Yi Qing raise her paddle, only to lightly fan it midway, not raising it high enough. The excited expression on Yi Qing's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a relaxed and cheerful look, her lips curling into a smile. As for the others at the table, the previously dissatisfied Xiao Wei could no longer suppress her smile. Ji Wen trembled with laughter while pouring tea for the two lively ancestors. Indeed, smiles never truly disappear, they simply shift. Suddenly, Xia Jia felt a bolt of lightning strike her mind. leaving her brain blank, and her hand holding the paddle trembled slightly.
No, it can't be.
The auctioneer, still caught up in the excitement of raising prices, instinctively thought Xiao Wei would bid more. After a long silence without a response, he kindly reminded her, "Miss Xiao Wei, would you like to bid again?" Xiao Wei remained silent, while Yi Qing teased with a smile, "So expensive. I can't afford it." "Congratulations to Mrs. Yi for having the money." Yi Qing then flashed a big smile at Xia Jia. "The other party rejected your bid but confirmed your status as a big spender." The sound of the gavel echoed like thunder above Xia Jia's head. "Congratulations to Mrs. Yi for winning the first of the 8-star maps at a price of 50 million. The applause was thunderous, mixed with mocking laughter. Xia Jia sat still, unable to smile, clearly realizing what had happened but unable to process her emotions. "This is quite a shock," Xiao Wei remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Some people may seem calm, but they've already left the building," Yi Qing said leisurely while sipping her tea. "Even if Yi Chong and Yi Zhou spoil Yi Zhirua, they wouldn't spend so much on a birthday gift for her. Besides, this foolish way of buying will make the Yi family a laughingstock." "How do you know she would keep bidding against you?" Ji-Wen asked curiously. "When she came to bother me earlier, she paid special attention to the items on my table, which happened to be related to the 8-star maps. What she said afterward indicated she was ready to compete for my items." Ji-Wen was stunned. "Your observation skills are amazing." Xiao Wei looked at her with admiration. Yi Qing paused, shrugged, and thought, "I guess it's something I've developed. After all, working with Shen Shuangyu is quite intense, and as a support staff, I have to be very observant. So I decided to play along and left a trap for Xia Jia," Yi Qing said with a smile. Xiao Wei thought for a moment. "It was your last comment. What I want, no one can take from me." "You were deliberately provoking her. If there's no malice behind it, provoking wouldn't work. So, bad people have their own ways of dealing with each other," Yi Qing said with a grin, pointing to herself. According to the auction's arrangement, after successfully winning, the buyer would go up to inspect the item in person, either bringing their own appraiser or requesting the venue's appraiser for assistance. Once confirmed, they would sign an agreement, and the payment would later be transferred to the auction house's account. So the auctioneer had already started inviting Xia Jia. At this moment, if Xia Jia wasn't wearing heavy makeup, she would probably turn a shade of purple from anger. She stiffly got up and walked to the stage under everyone's gaze. However, when she passed by Yi Qing's table, she stopped. This time, Yi Qing didn't look away. Instead, she watched Xia Jia with interest. Xia Jia forced a smile, but her eyes couldn't hide her anger. Afraid that their conversation would embarrass her in front of the onlookers, she almost reached Yi Qing and quietly said in a tone like a senior, "Xiao Qing, if you like it, actually." Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised that her words had such an effect, making Xia Jia disregard her pride and cling to the last bit of hope, hoping she really wanted the 8-star map and could take over. It seemed she was genuinely afraid of losing Yi Chong and Yi Zhou's trust, especially since her daughter had already caused too much trouble before. Unfortunately, there would be no hope at all. "Mrs. Yi, you aren't thinking of backing out, are you? Is it because you don't have the money? If you don't have the money, why raise the price?" Yi Qing said sarcastically. Xia Jia's veins bulged on her forehead, and her once elegant and gentle demeanor almost cracked. She lowered her voice and said, "Yi Qing, you tricked me. You did it on purpose." Yi Qing smiled and replied, "Aren't you the one doing that? If it gets too tough, you don't have to force it. Worst case, just pay a penalty and get blacklisted. It's not a big deal." Xia Jia's expression twisted, but she held back her anger. "Then you won't get what you want either. Didn't Miss Xiao say she would buy you a gift? You can put in 40 million, and I'll cover the remaining 10 million as your birthday gift."
Yi Qing simile fadet.
Xia Jia thought she was considering it and felt a surge of confidence. As long as Yi Qing was willing to pay, even if she lost 10 million, having the item in Yi Qing's hands would mean she had something to show for it to Yi Chong and Yi Zhou. She could think of it as her being soft-hearted as a stepmother, making sacrifices and efforts to bring Yi Qing back to the Yi family. Although this meant she wouldn't buy a birthday gift for Jiroa, it was all for the sake of family harmony. As for the malicious bidding, as long as she didn't spend more than 10 million tonight, they were busy enough not to need to know the details. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this drama could settle down as long as Yi Qing cooperated. But the next second, she heard Yi Qing chuckle. Xia Jia had a bad feeling and looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing tilted her head slightly, her long fingers drawing circles on the page of the 8-star map.
Who said this is what I like?
I never planned to bid on this. I was just curious and looked it up. Xia Jia's expression changed suddenly. She guessed the malicious bidding but never expected to be completely off track from the beginning. If this item wasn't even something Yi Qing liked, then all her efforts to win it would be in vain. Yi Qing smiled and said, "A birthday gift? After many years, having left the Yi family, I finally get to celebrate a birthday again. I didn't expect you to bring me such an exciting performance. Thank you for your hard work." Xia Jia's expression turned fierce, wanting to shout insults. This time, Yi Qing deliberately spoke loudly so that the onlookers could hear. "Don't worry, Mrs. Yi. Since I have cut ties with the Yi family, I won't feel unhappy about losing the bid tonight. You won fairly. I hope your daughter likes it." Her words were gracious and appropriate, maintaining dignity regardless of previous malicious intent. Xia Jia felt dizzy, her vision darkening. In the past, Yi Qing would only retaliate in kind, bearing her share of grievances. Her revenge would even become a resource for Xia Jia and her daughter to survive in the Yi family. But now, Yi Qing was vengeful, returning tenfold. Xia Jia saw no benefit from this and felt suffocated instead. In the end, Xia Jia had no choice but to go on stage, allowing the auction's appraiser to confirm the authenticity of the item, then secure it and wait to pay and collect it. The payment deadline was the end of the auction. Xia Jia had to find a way to pay. Such a large transaction would surely attract attention. She couldn't just sit back and wait, so she took the initiative to call Yi Chong, crying, "Honey, I ran into Yi Qing at the auction. She set me up. I ended up spending an extra 40 million, and now I don't have enough funds. If I don't pay, our Yi family's reputation will be ruined by Yi Qing." Yi Chong hadn't heard news about Yi Qing in a long time, and suddenly hearing that she had appeared and that his wife was in tears over being tricked out of 40 million made him furious. It was anger at the challenge to his authority. This ungrateful daughter. "Just wait, Mrs. Yi." Yi Chong turned to contact Yi Zhou, and through his account, Yi Qing seemed even more unforgivable. Yi Zhou was initially confused about how Yi Qing could appear out of nowhere. But upon hearing the 40 million, he gasped in shock. If it were just a regular situation, it would be fine. The Yi family can afford this expense, but recently, the Yi Corporation has taken on several projects and cash flow is tight. Both he and his father have invested a lot of their cash, and taking out 10 million was just because they felt sorry for Yi Jiroa, who was spending her birthday alone abroad. Now they have to pay an additional 40 million. Isn't that a joke? Yi Zhou immediately took Yi Chong to the auction, and on the way, he specifically asked what had been bought. When he found out it was the 8-star map, he checked the information and realized it was worth at most 10 million, which made him feel short of breath and gave him a headache. It seemed they had really been tricked. "Yi Qing, what are you causing trouble for now?" The bidding went smoothly afterward. Yi Qing had her eye on an antique piece of jewelry, a jade bracelet. After spending so much time in Xin Shuangyi's world, she had developed a real appreciation for such jewelry. She immediately thought it was a good piece and had Xiaowei bid 3 million, which was the starting price for the 8-star map. When the auctioneer announced it, Yi Qing could see that Xia Jia's face turned pale. When the auctioneer asked Xiaowei if he wanted an appraisal, Yi Qing spoke up, "Do you have any appraisers you know? Looking for someone outside? Isn't that unnecessary? If you want to be sure, you can have the appraiser at the venue do it. They can provide a good appraisal certificate," Jiwen reminded. But Yi Qing replied ambiguously, "I want to find someone outside." Xiaowei smiled and said, "It's your birthday today. You get to decide. I happen to know an appraiser who just returned to the country." After saying that, Xiaowei addressed the auctioneer, "I have a friend coming to do the appraisal. please assist him with his credentials. Actually, looking for an outside appraiser was a bit of a slap in the face to the Aurora auction house, implying distrust in their appraisers. However, Xiao Wei's way of putting it was still polite, so everyone accepted it. The auctioneer's expression showed a moment of displeasure but quickly returned to a professional smile, indicating it was fine, and continued with the subsequent items. The person Xiao Wei contacted happened to be nearby and arrived in 10 minutes. She was a young woman with a round face and bangs, likely a novice appraiser who probably didn't usually have the qualifications to enter such high-level venues. She had a clear, untainted look in her eyes, full of enthusiasm for her work. But when she saw Yi Qing, she froze in surprise. Xiao Wei introduced, "This is Fan Xiaowen. Her teacher is a famous archaeology professor, so even though she is young, she is very skilled. After all, she was the only one in her field back then. She helped me with antiques abroad once, and is now studying while working as an appraiser." Xiao Wei only values real skills, not superficial things, which is probably why she is willing to hire the young-looking Fan Xiaowen. Yi Qing and Ji Wen greeted the young girl, but soon noticed that Fan Xiaowen was staring at Yi Qing for too long. "What's wrong? Are you daydreaming about Yi Qing?" Xiao Wei asked, puzzled. Fan Xiaowen snapped back to reality and excitedly said, "Hello, teacher Yi Qing. I've been following your new drama. I'm your fan and I'm so happy to meet you. Don't worry, even though I'm a part-time appraiser, I'm best at identifying antique jewelry. Just leave it to me, and you can relax." Fan Xiaowen was eager to prove her abilities, fearing that Yi Qing might doubt her skills. The three of them laughed at her enthusiasm. "I know your new drama is doing well, but I didn't expect to run into a fan so easily," Xiao Wei chuckled. "What new drama? I'll check it out later," Ji Wen said. Yi Qing didn't take the teasing lightly and patted Fan Xiaowen on the shoulder, saying, "Then I'll count on you to do a good job with the appraisal." Fan Xiaowen immediately promised with confidence. Soon, after appraising the jade bracelet and confirming it was fine, Xiao Wei completed the delivery. Yi Qing liked it a lot and put it on, saying it matched her dress for the evening. After finishing her work, Fan Xiaowen received her payment, along with Yi Qing's autograph and a photo, leaving happily. At that moment, the auction had just ended. As Yi Qing and the others were about to leave for the next event, they were stopped in the parking lot. "Stop, Yi Qing."
Yezo interjected her.
Seeing the person in front of her, Yi Qing was not surprised at all. Looking at the couple who rushed over, one was furious while the other held a safe, looking distressed, and Yi Qing couldn't help but smile. Knowing her sister well, Yi Zhou could tell from Yi Qing's expression that she was enjoying the situation. "Yi Qing, spending 50 million on something worth 10 million. What are you doing?"
Yezo shouted angrily.
"You claim to be above it all and want to avoid interference. So, who are you trying to get back at now? Do you want to keep opposing us? Are you trying to ruin the Yi family's reputation?" Yi Zhou was very angry, upset with Yi Qing for being so thoughtless. One day, Yi Qing would have to return to the Yi family and inherit some of their assets. What good did this behavior do her now? Or was it that after being ignored for so long, she was feeling anxious and wanted to get their attention in this way? Thinking this, Yi Zhou looked at Yi Qing with an even sharper gaze. Yi Qing, however, covered her ears and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so loud. If yelling could solve problems, even a donkey could rule the world." Yi Zhou was momentarily speechless. You still don't feel sorry for what you did. Yi Zhou, are you out of your mind?" Xiao Wei, who had only seen the Yi family's antics online before, was now face-to-face and truly felt a headache from the frustration. "Why are you yelling at Yi Qing? Don't you know that you brought this on yourself? It was your stepmother who provoked things, leading to this situation. That 50 million wasn't just Yi Qing's doing. If she hadn't raised the price out of spite, she wouldn't be facing these consequences."
Yi Zhou had already met Xiao Wei.
Although he couldn't offend her, he wasn't afraid either. It was clearly her plan from the start that got Auntie into trouble. Auntie didn't raise the price out of malice. She was trying to help Yi Qing. Xia Jia had already explained that she had a moment of poor judgment. During the bidding, when she saw Yi Qing competing with her maliciously, She thought of a drastic way to encourage Yi Qing to return home. She believed that if she forced Yi Qing to spend a lot of money, she would have to go back to her family for help when she ran out of money. However, she didn't expect that from the beginning. It was all Yi Qing's scheme. Instead of saving Yi Qing, she ended up in a terrible situation herself.